on a summer night. I found myself transported to the realm of Marvel films. But what kind of opening is this, appearing directly on a battlefield filled with gunfire? Moreover, why is my extraordinary ability akin to the decomposer from DNF? With a mastery of advanced sniper techniques and combat skills, I possessed a radiant soul forged through countless trials, capable of enhancing my physical attributes to an extraordinary level. Is it truly more potent than a deity? Chapter 1. Crossing over with a decomposer? The sound of gears grinding filled the air, yet I paid it no heed, my focus instead captivated by the antics of Iron Man on the screen. Ever since the release of Avengers: Infinity War, it seems everyone is rushing to catch up. I observed the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen, terms such as catching up, Infinity War returns, first lesson, and next lesson, the Incredible Hulk. I couldn't help but chuckle. Unlike them, I had long since watched the entire Marvel Cinematic Saga. Now it was merely a nostalgic revisit. As the clamor of grinding gears subsided, I turned my attention to a display box on the other side. An exceedingly popular game, DNF. My encounter with this game had been a tumultuous affair, ultimately reducing it to a mere pastime for amusement. Announcement: decomposing equipment successful. Colorless crystal, shards 103. Rare soul. Boring. I stifled a yawn, preparing to log off. Suddenly, the computer screen began to tremble erratically, and the colossal decomposer emitted an ominous red glow. What on earth? Startled, I barely had time to rise from my seat when an explosive sound erupted. The decomposer had exploded. Even if its durability were zero, it shouldn't have detonated. What was happening? Amid my grievances, the radiant red light from the explosion enveloped me, and in an instant, the entire computer screen went black, leaving me utterly vanished. Scenes flickered before my eyes, disorienting me with vivid images of combat, explosions, and desperate cries, each moment unfolding like a dramatic play. Suddenly, I jolted awake, exhaling in relief. It was merely a dream. What are you doing, soldier? Get up, get up. Those damn bastards have breached our defenses. This is a despicable ambush. Damn it, fight back. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the chaotic environment left me utterly bewildered. All around me lay a tumultuous battlefield, trenches scattered everywhere, smoke billowing in the distance, the cacophony of gunfire, artillery, screams, and wails intertwining into a nightmarish symphony. I was utterly flabbergasted what was happening. Just a moment ago, I had been at home, engrossed in games and films. Now, I found myself amidst a hellscape of relentless warfare. Moreover, this is not the celebratory gunfire of special dates like Valentine's Day or May 20th. It is the genuine kind that can extinguish lives rather than create them. Before him, a robust young man was dragging him forward, sprinting while chattering incessantly. Yet, before he could finish his words, a loud bang resounded as a bullet pierced through the almost exhausted steel helmet, driving straight into the man's skull. In the blink of an eye, the person who had been frantically running alongside him, seemingly in search of something, was transformed into a lifeless corpse. Blood soaked his feet as Xiajie collapsed to the ground, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. What in the world is happening? Bullets recklessly zipped overhead, and Xiajie instinctively shrank his neck, hiding within the trench, overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity and unreality. Am I crossing over? Having read numerous novels, Xiajie was well acquainted with the concept of transmigration. However, he had never heard of anyone directly crossing over to a battlefield. If his transmigration were a novel, the opening scene was far too exhilarating, to say the least. Calm down. Calm down. Xiajie slapped his face, reminding himself that the first thing he needed to do was regain his composure. Raising his head to survey the battlefield, he was taken aback by the sight of tanks and artillery in the distance, emblazoned with symbols that left him dumbfounded. That was a flag featuring the reverse swastika. Historically, it seemed that only one regime had utilized this symbol as their banner. Good grief, is this the battlefield of World War II ruled by that little mustache dictator? Xiajie felt as though his head might split open. He was merely an ordinary person, even a bit of a recluse. Why did he have to cross over to a battlefield teeming with corpses during the Second World War? A bullet whizzed past, grazing his scalp, prompting Xiajie to lower his head swiftly. A glance around the trench revealed that every soldier was armed, and those still alive were firing their weapons at the enemy. To survive, the only option left for him was to engage in a fierce struggle. Yet, he had but one resource: a gun. Having never fired a weapon before, Xiajie began to search frantically for a firearm. As a soldier, it was certain that he would be equipped with one. He noticed a rifle slung over his shoulder that he had previously overlooked. Upon grasping it, he examined it closely but could not discern its model. Just as he was about to observe the actions of others to glean some firearm skills, A familiar sound of grinding gears reached his ears. Am I hearing things? Xiaojie froze. The sound was too familiar, reminiscent of the decomposing machine from DNF. In the next moment, a virtual panel appeared before him, displaying the message. Would you like to decompose the M1 Garand rifle? Below were two options, yes and no. What on earth is this? Xiaojie was utterly bewildered. Wait a minute. Could this be a golden finger? In the next moment, Xiaojie suddenly came to an astonishing realization. Then, even more bewildered, he noted that while others possessed impressive golden fingers at systems or divine artifacts, she found himself with a decomposition machine. Casting a glance across the battlefield, he observed the numerous corpses, each clutching a weapon. Decomposing one of them didn't evoke much sorrow in him. With a resolute bite of his teeth, he selected yes. After all, this was a golden finger. He had to ponder thoroughly over the utility of this contraption, as it might well be the key to his survival. The sound of grinding gears reverberated once more as Xiaojie huddled in the trench, gritting his teeth. Bullets whizzed overhead, and the occasional spray of dirt left him covered from head to toe. Before today, he could never have imagined enduring such torment. He nearly shed bitter tears in the trench. Yet he managed to suppress his emotions. After all, he considered himself a member of the Transmigration Army, and he certainly didn't want to embarrass himself in front of others. It would be utterly shameful to face fellow transmigrators after this. Perhaps I won't encounter any other transmigrators. Double transmigration might attract the ire of readers. He muttered to himself like a lunatic as the sound of grinding gears persisted. Damn it, why isn't it finished yet? Xiaojie grew anxious, and no sooner had he voiced his frustration than a hissing sound erupted, reminiscent of escaping steam. Immediately afterward, a virtual interface appeared before him. Announcement. Upon seeing these two words, Xiaojie felt a pang of irritation. What was the point of an announcement at this time? Who was it even for? Equipment decomposition successful. Basic rifle shooting insight 6. Basic rifle close combat insight 3. Fragmented battle soul. Decomposition experience 1. Decomposition complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Chapter 2. The new recruit on the battlefield. Disassembly complete. Shall I extract immediately? Wasn't that a redundant question? Xiaojie's expression darkened. Extract. In an instant, 9 books appeared in his hands, accompanied by a flash of white light. What on earth is this? Are you expecting me to diligently study on the battlefield, then go to university, pursue a master's degree, engage in romantic relationships, marry a wealthy heiress, and ascend to the pinnacle of life? Though he grumbled, an abundance of narrative experience told him that these books were certainly not meant for his perusal. The surrounding soldiers remained steadfast, and though it felt lengthy, merely a few minutes had passed. Seizing the moment while no one was watching, Xiaojie concealed several books behind him, retrieving one without a thought for correctness or appearance. And with a swift motion, he slapped it down. Instantly, the book transformed into a beam of white light, surging into Xiaojie's mind. Various methods and insights regarding the use of rifles flooded his consciousness. Indeed, Xiaojie nearly leapt into the air, but considering the bullets whizzing overhead, he abandoned the tempting notion of jumping up, fearing he might be turned into a target. Instead, he methodically slapped the books one by one. After finishing 6 volumes on rifle shooting and 3 on close-quarters combat, Xiaojie felt as though he had transformed into a sharpshooter. The final surge of white light dissipated into shimmering specks, enveloping him in a celestial aura. A peculiar sensation coursed through his body, slight aches, tingling, and swelling. This feeling arrived swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Once he regained his composure, Xiaojie astonishingly felt an overwhelming surge of strength. This truly was a golden opportunity. Though the underlying principles eluded him, and he could not fathom how a mere rifle could yield such an ethereal essence as the battle spirit. Xiaojie felt invincible at that moment. He hastily drew his weapon, ready to confront the enemy head-on, only to discover his gun was gone. Damn it, it had been disassembled. He provided the answer himself, glancing down to see that the disassembly had been thoroughly executed, leaving no trace. With his head bowed and crouched like a ravenous hound pouncing on its prey, he lunged towards the nearest weapon. Securing it, he found it loaded, and the safety was already disengaged. Shall I disassemble the Garand rifle? No. Disassemble? Would he then engage in hand-to-hand combat? Without hesitation, he raised his head, scanned the enemy, and fired. The shot rang out, and he scarcely had a moment to assess the outcome before retreating. Had he struck a target? Xiaojie swallowed hard, uncertain. To be honest, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Less than 10 minutes prior, he had been a reclusive homebody, engrossed in movies and video games. In the next moment, he was thrust into this fiery battlefield. So what if he possessed a golden opportunity? What does it matter if one's mind is filled with an abundance of firearm skills? To put it plainly, his mentality remains that of an ordinary individual. Murder? It is a crime, after all. It was the haunting sight of lifeless bodies and the sense of being cornered that ultimately compelled him to pull the trigger. In the wake of that shot, he remained uncertain whether his adversary was slain, yet in that fleeting moment, Xiaojie felt his entire worldview and values shattered to pieces by the very act of firing. After a brief spell of guilt, he gritted his teeth and rose once more. With his rifle aimed at the distant foe, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! This time, Xiaojie did not avert his gaze. He watched intently as the bullet struck the enemy's face. The image of blood erupting and the enemy collapsing sent tremors coursing through his entire being. Whether it was exhilaration or fear, he could not tell. The rifle was raised repeatedly, each pull of the trigger resulting in a majority of hits. However, the likelihood of striking the head was not particularly high, as most shots landed on the body, with a few missing entirely. The battlefield is a realm of madness, especially for a newcomer. The clash of values is overwhelming. The visual horror is terrifying, and the primal instincts awakened by the act of killing can drive a person's mind to the brink of insanity. Yet, the most terrifying element is the fear of impending death, a sensation that oppresses the mind, nearly pushing one to the edge of madness. At that moment, Xiaojie was indeed teetering on the brink of insanity. It was not until the weapon in his hands produced a series of clicks that he realized he was out of ammunition. Simultaneously, a wave of dread surged through his mind. Instinctively, he rolled away just in time to evade a bullet that whizzed past him. Was it aimed at me? Xiaojie's heart raced as he crouched in the trench, refusing to lift his head. There were snipers on the battlefield. Their weapons were not mere tools of humanity. They wielded the scythes of death, recklessly reaping lives. Was that last bullet fired by a sniper? Lacking knowledge in this area, Xiaojie could not be certain. However, it was evident that he seemed to have become a target. Drawing upon some tips gleaned from films, he noticed a corpse to his left and bent down to remove the helmet from the fallen soldier's head. With one hand, he cautiously lifted it above the trench, ensuring it did not fully expose itself. Bang! In an instant, Xiaojie felt the helmet fly from his grasp. He was indeed being targeted. Xiaojie had confirmed that a scoundrel was fixated upon his position. The moment he dared to raise his head, this villain would surely take aim at his skull. What to do? Xiaojie took a deep breath. From the recent skirmish, it became evident that, after authoring 9 books, my marksmanship was, at best, that of an ordinary individual. I remained far from the realm of sharpshooters. Thus, it was unlikely that the opponent would fixate on me entirely. However, what if his mind faltered? Summer's Knight inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the rifle in his hands. Damn it. Let us do this again. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, disassemble. The sound of grinding gears echoed once more. After approximately 30 seconds, the disassembly machine emitted a deflating sound. Announcement. Equipment disassembly successful. Basic rifle shooting insight 7. Basic rifle close combat insight 5. Fragmented battle soul. Disassembly experience 1. Disassembly complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Extract. With reddened eyes, Summer's Knight crawled forward, scavenging his comrade's weapons while gritting his teeth. Once I enhance my shooting skills, even without a sniper rifle, I will take you down with a single shot. Chapter 3. Decapitation mission. With gritted teeth, Summer's Knight crawled on the ground, intent on collecting weapons to disassemble into skill books, thereby elevating his marksmanship before eliminating that accursed sniper. Yet, upon the completion of extraction, 12 books and a battle soul appeared beside him. As fate would have it, he had just crawled behind a soldier, who sensed movement and abruptly turned to look. In that fleeting moment, everything seemed to slow down. Summer's Knight felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. How was he to explain the presence of these 12 books? Hey, buddy, even amidst war, we must not forget our studies. After all, knowledge is the ladder to human advancement. Ridiculous, right? No matter how much knowledge propels humanity forward, it hardly applies to diligent study on the battlefield. Well, even if you are indeed a bibliophile, there is no need to flaunt 12 books in the face of incoming enemies. In that time, firing a couple of shots would be far more beneficial. Moreover, how could he even elucidate the presence of the battle soul? Should he claim it was a smoke bomb he had recently devised? What if the soldier threw it at him? A well-known adage states that people are often driven to ingenuity under pressure. In that instant, Summer's Knight was compelled to think quickly. Or perhaps one could say he was driven to desperation. A command flashed rapidly in his mind. Collect. If extraction was possible, could collection not also be? In that moment, Summer's Knight found himself at a loss, resorting to sheer luck. The 12 books and the battle soul vanished in an instant, and the soldier turned to face Summer's Knight. With a sigh of relief, Summer's Knight offered the soldier a friendly, yet awkward smile. The soldier appeared dazed, staring at Summer's Knight, who was currently crawling on the ground, albeit at a considerable distance. Yet, when the Knight of Summer smiled, the soldiers could not shake the feeling that her grin harbored an ineffable something. Instinctively, one soldier even covered his backside. Soon, his expression morphed into one of sheer despair. Do not despair, Summer Night thought. She was the one who should be despondent. What had he endured to regard her with such a hopeless gaze? In the next instant, a bullet suddenly erupted from the soldier's forehead. His lifeless body collapsed at Summer Night's feet, still bearing the weight of despair. Yet, unbeknownst to all, his hopelessness transcended mere death. At that moment, Summer Night found herself at a loss for words. Was she to blame for this? Such a burden was certainly not hers to bear. It was the fault of the ministers. No, it was the fault of war itself. Taking a deep breath, she gently closed the soldier's eyes. This was war. Nothing could depict its reality more vividly or spur personal growth more than this scene before her. Blood spilled forth, laid bare for all to witness. The vibrant life of a moment prior was extinguished, replaced by a cold corpse, with only despair etched upon its face. Realizing this, Summer Night quickly halted her thoughts. She could hardly bear to confront the very notion of despair. Then, she seized the soldier's rifle. Due to her earlier reckless extraction, her subsequent journey to collect weapons became exceedingly cautious. To remain inconspicuous, she had to be wary of comrades who could succumb to death at any moment. To survive, she needed to be mindful of incoming bullets, artillery shells, and stray shots. Multitasking was an understatement. More often than not, Summer Night found herself disassembling weapons while discreetly extracting a book for a quick read. Time ticked away. Although the enemy launched surprise attacks, her side soldiers exhibited remarkable resilience. The battlefield remained chaotic, filled with a cacophony of sounds, predominantly the cries for ammunition or medics. Blending into the crowd, Summer Night took advantage of the tumult, swiftly disassembling firearms. Her movements were rapid, and few noticed her actions. Then, she stealthily engrossed herself in her book, feeling her strength steadily increase. Summer Night was filled with a sense of satisfaction. She felt a glimmer of hope for survival. As long as she continued disassembling weapons, she could endure, even to the end of World War II. Indeed, she contemplated merely surviving until the very last moment. However, reality soon struck with stark clarity. Announcement: equipment disassembly successful. Basic rifle shooting experience gained. 10. Fragmented battle spirit. Disassembly experience. 1. Disassembly machine's experience is full. Upgrading now begins. During the upgrade process, disassembly functions will be unavailable. Extraction functions may be used normally. Disassembly machine is upgrading. Equipment disassembly successful. Would you like to extract immediately? On a summer night, Xiajie found himself in a situation he had never anticipated. To his astonishment, the device he possessed could actually be upgraded. Frankly, he had yet to find a moment to thoroughly examine his disassembly machine amidst the chaos of flying bullets and the thunderous roar of fighter jets overhead, which kept him on edge, fearing that the position could be obliterated at any moment. Under such circumstances, he lacked the inclination to explore the potential functionalities of his golden finger beyond disassembly. Now, resigned to his fate, he gazed at the nearly 100 skill books within the confines of the disassembly machine and felt a measure of relief. For the time being, that should suffice. However, reality struck again. Just as Xiajie sensed an improvement in his marksmanship, another notification flashed before him. His basic rifle shooting skill had leveled up. All the insights from his basic rifle shooting experiences began to merge into intermediate rifle shooting knowledge. Simultaneously, the 50-plus skill books he had remaining suddenly dwindled to 32, of which 30 were exclusively basic rifle close combat insights. In other words, he was left with merely 2 intermediate rifle shooting insights. As for the upgrade of the disassembly machine, it remained an uncertain prospect. Historical experience and the lessons from novels taught us that system upgrades rarely concluded in a heartbeat. Was this the end? Xiajie's eyes glazed over slightly, and with a fiery determination, he resolved to seek vengeance against the sniper who had previously targeted him. As the saying goes, when a person dies, the bird soars to the heavens. If one does not perish, they endure for an eternity. In that moment, Xiajie came to a profound realization. Having traversed to this world, he had no intention of returning alive. What did the battlefield matter? In a fit of madness, he would unleash his fury upon them. Yet, as fate would have it, just as Xiajie was on the verge of losing his sanity, a soldier rushed toward him. "You, come with me." Xiajie was bewildered, pondering whom the soldier was addressing. Annoyed, he was about to retort when the soldier continued, "We must leave this position." Upon hearing this, Xiajie wasted no time and followed the soldier, abandoning thoughts of vengeance and madness. Who would willingly choose death if life offered a chance? Not far after traversing the trench, he encountered another trio, 2 men and a woman, awaiting them. One man, adorned with the insignia of a sergeant, addressed Xiajie. "We are to undertake a mission that requires a sharpshooter. I have been observing your performance for quite some time, and you are the individual we seek. We depart now. The details of the mission will be disclosed en route." Xiajie refrained from questioning further. As long as it meant escaping this place, he would accept any mission. The group navigated around the main battlefield, where the presence of the enemy was nearly imperceptible. Only then did the sergeant reveal the objective of their mission. We are to execute a decapitation operation. Agent Carter will lead us directly into the enemy's rear, ensuring that their attempt at a surprise attack meets with failure. Soldiers, our time is limited. Judging by the circumstances of both sides, it is likely that by midnight tonight, our positions will face complete collapse. Victory or defeat rests upon us. Xia Jie was taken aback. What happened to the saying that there is always a way out? The only question he wished to pose now was whether it was still possible to retreat. He still had a score to settle. Chapter 4. Life and Death. Sniper Xia Jie felt his life had become utterly insane. Just over an hour ago, he was merely a homebody, watching movies and playing games. Now, he had inexplicably found himself as a member of an assassination squad among American soldiers on a World War II battlefield. Who could explain this magnificent transformation that had occurred through some inexplicable means? Thus, one must not place blind faith in the concept of traversing worlds. You may believe you can attain a perfect life, but in reality, your existence could be utterly ruined by such a journey. At this moment, deep within Xia Jie's heart, there was a prevailing sense of pessimism. This was largely due to the experiences depicted in films and the lessons learned from novels, which quietly conveyed a singular truth. Assassination missions are typically one-way trips. Moreover, our side comprised a mere 5 individuals. As Xia Jie pondered this, gunfire erupted. 5 had become 4. Take cover, conceal yourselves. There's a sniper, hidden behind the rocks. Where is he? While his teammates shouted. Xia Jie had already dropped to the ground. His eyes peered through the gaps in the grass, surveying the surroundings. Experiences from films and novels informed him that the sound of gunfire could provide a rough estimate of the enemy's position, while the reflection from a sniper's scope could perfectly pinpoint their location. Yet he saw nothing. He whispered, "Do we have a sniper?" "Yes," the sergeant replied softly. "He just died." Xia Jie was dismayed. At such a distance, the only counter to a sniper was another sniper. And now, their sole reliance was gone. Suddenly, a woman's voice penetrated his thoughts. Turning his head, Xia Jie saw that Agent Carter had arrived beside him. "Wait, what did you just call me? Xia? Do you have confidence in taking him down with one shot if you can determine his position?" Agent Carter's question was direct and concise. Yet Xia Jie sensed a significant resolve in her voice, prompting him to respond with caution. "Within 500 meters, I am confident of a headshot. At 600 meters, there is a 70% chance. At 700 meters, only 50%. The effective range of this rifle is 730 meters. If the target is beyond 800 meters, I would have to rely on a different shooting technique." "What shooting technique?" Agent Carter inquired. "The art of chance shooting." "What does that mean?" Agent Carter found herself bewildered, having never encountered such a marksmanship technique before. It implied that whether one could hit the target or where the bullet would land was entirely up to fate. That was sufficient. Agent Carter chuckled and remarked, "Xia, I retract my previous statement. You are indeed a formidable soldier." "Huh, what do you mean by retracting your statement? Since we met, we've only exchanged a few words." "Your retraction has me rather flustered." Xia Jie pondered rapidly. According to the typical narrative of transmigration, if he were not a soul traveler, he must have directly supplanted someone else. Furthermore, considering that soul travelers often inherit memories, which he did not possess, it suggested that the latter possibility was more plausible. Had he replaced someone entirely? Someone named Xia, who was already acquainted with Agent Carter. Xia Jie sensed that the unfolding events might become rather complicated. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Agent Carter unexpectedly executed a move that sent chills down his spine. "Stay alert." The moment the warning echoed in Xia Jie's ears, Agent Carter leapt into action, tumbling away in another direction. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out almost simultaneously, and a splash of crimson blossomed in the air. Xia Jie paused for merely a fraction of a second before grasping Agent Carter's intention. Taking a deep breath, he chose to disregard her fate, his gaze honing in on the source of the gunfire. The sounds of Agent Carter hitting the ground and the sergeant's calls were naturally drowned out. In an instant, Xia Jie entered an unprecedented state of focus. He raised his Type 1 Garand rifle, and in the next moment, he spotted his target. Xia Jie inhaled deeply. The distance was approximately 750 meters. The effective range of the Type 1 Garand rifle was 730 meters. The additional 20 meters relied solely on chance. In his mind, all knowledge regarding rifle shooting, including various types and characteristics, surged forth rapidly. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sound of the shot resonated, and almost simultaneously, a flash of red swept across his field of vision. In the battlefield, life and death hinge upon a fleeting moment. Xia Jie inhaled deeply, his eyes slightly stinging. Such intense concentration, combined with the enhanced physique granted by the battle spirit, allowed him to discern the hidden sniper in the grass from nearly 800 meters away. Had the adversary not shifted positions immediately after firing, causing the grass to rustle, Xiaojie, despite his enhanced abilities, would have struggled to spot him. The elements of chance were numerous, and under similar circumstances, Xiaojie was uncertain if he could replicate that shot again. At this moment, there was no time for celebration. He arrived at the location of Agent Carter, only to discover that she was crouched on the ground. Xiaojie widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Are you all right? Just a scrape. Hurry and get down." Agent Carter urged, "No one knows if there's another sniper lurking nearby. Your exposure is far too perilous." Hearing her words, Xiaojie breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear a sergeant in the distance exclaim, "Well done, soldier. You are truly a savior sent by the heavens." Agent Carter quietly cautioned, "The danger has not yet passed. Everyone must remain vigilant." She then turned to Xiaojie and remarked, "Your performance has truly impressed me. I thought you acted with certainty to take such risks." Xiaojie gazed at Agent Carter in surprise. She smiled slightly. If there were certainty, it wouldn't be called a risk. In that situation, we had no other choice. Xiaojie found himself at a loss for words. Was this woman mad? Yet, inexplicably, he felt a twinge of amusement. A woman so audacious on the battlefield was something he had never encountered in his previous life. However, there was something eerily familiar about Agent Carter. As this thought crossed his mind, her next words sent a chill down his spine. "Have you heard of the Super Soldier Program?" Chapter 5. The Marvel Universe Keywords. Agent Carter, Super Soldier Program. World War II Battlefield, American Soldiers. When Xiaojie connected these keywords, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Each keyword, when considered in isolation, could merely signify a perilous and ordinary crossing into another world. Yet, when intertwined, the only thing that came to mind was Captain America. Before his crossing, Xiaojie had been watching Iron Man, but instead of entering the world of Iron Man, he had inexplicably found himself on the World War II battlefield belonging to Captain America. Was this not a way of informing himself that he was indeed in the Marvel Universe? The Marvel Universe? Suddenly, Xiaojie felt a sense of foreboding about his future. What kind of world was this? Aliens lurked in the depths of the cosmos, and various battles could erupt at any moment. Villains pondered world destruction for no apparent reason. Was it not simpler to live? Just after watching Avengers: Infinity War, he recalled Thanos' snap, which was merely to enjoy a sunset in his homeland. Ultimately, all of this culminated in 3 words. How unfortunate that he had crossed into this world. Moreover, it was difficult to ascertain whether he had entered the cinematic universe or the comic universe. The cinematic realm was manageable, but the comic universe was truly beyond description. Entities capable of annihilating Earth were abundant, and countless incomprehensible beings roamed the universe, even meandering through different universes and dimensions. To be honest, on the battlefield of World War II, Xiaojie felt that, with his decomposition machine, the multitude of skill books he had acquired, and the battle soul that could enhance his physical prowess, his chances of survival were quite promising. In fact, by exhibiting a more active presence on the battlefield, he could earn accolades and perhaps rise to a position of significance in the future. At least then, his life would be one of leisure and enjoyment. But now, Xiaojie suddenly realized how naive he had been. The Super Soldier Program, spearheaded by Dr. Abraham Erskine, was a serum capable of transforming ordinary soldiers into super warriors. Agent Carter, noticing Xiaojie's silence, presumed he was uninformed about the program and quietly elaborated, stating, "This is not the place for discussion. Once we complete this assassination mission, I will provide you with detailed information. I believe you would qualify for the experiment." Meanwhile, the sergeant, who had somehow moved ahead, stood up and signaled them that the path ahead was clear. Agent Carter patted Xiaojie on the shoulder and encouraged, "Keep at it, soldier." That simple encouragement was indeed essential. Without it, when Loki, Ultron, and Thanos came to wreak havoc on Earth, would he want to be just a bystander? Wait a moment. Would I even survive until that time? Xiaojie suddenly recalled that they were on the World War II battlefield, and considering the narrative from the films, Captain America was frozen for 70 years before resurfacing. By the time the major villains arrived on Earth, he would be an old man. Even if he were to enhance his abilities significantly, what would it matter? At that point, would he be wielding a cane in combat? Strangely, he felt a sense of relief. Compared to the impending Great War, this mere World War II battlefield seemed rather trivial. At least the little mustache didn't possess an infinity gauntlet capable of annihilating half the universe with a snap. In an instant, Xiaojie's confidence surged, and he even believed he could easily dismiss the opponents of World War II and march directly into Berlin, brandishing the little mustache's head to gain fame and fortune. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Moreover, upon realizing this, Xiaojie suddenly thought of another matter. Perhaps his primary adversary ahead would not be the little mustache. But Hydra. The presence of Agent Carter suggested that, even if this was not the cinematic world of Captain America, there was a profound connection. And during this period, was not Hydra Captain America's foremost foe? Why delve into such fanciful thoughts? Xiaojie shook his head, acknowledging that contemplating such matters was utterly futile. The journey must be traversed step by step, and sustenance consumed bite by bite. Therefore, the path ahead must be continued. Fortunately, the journey does not present ambushes from snipers or similar threats. Indeed, the sergeant believes that the previous encounter with a sniper was merely a fortuitous occurrence. Nonetheless, caution must prevail as one moves forward, taking every possible measure to remain undetected, especially from the occasional enemy aircraft that traverse the skies. These pose the greatest hindrance. The hardships of this journey are self-evident, had it not been for the numerous battles fought previously, which significantly enhanced Xiaojie's physical prowess. He would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. Even so, he feels as though his entire being is enveloped in sweat and dirt. As a modern-day exemplary otaku, Xiaojie has never endured such tribulations. Yet now, whether it be for the purpose of winning this war or for the sake of survival, he must persevere. As for fleeing during this arduous trek, to be candid, Xiaojie has contemplated it. However, much like the resolution he forged in moments of desperation, he is determined to confront fate head-on, for death is not an option. At this juncture, running is indeed feasible, but upon this unfamiliar battlefield of World War II, where could he possibly escape to? Should fortune favor him, he might encounter the very army to which he belongs, only to be branded a coward and face reformation and forgiveness before returning to the fray. If he were to refuse to return, a military tribunal would await him. At that point, life or death would become a most uncertain affair. Conversely, should misfortune befall him, he might directly encounter the forces of the little mustached dictator, and that would truly be a catastrophic miscalculation. Thus, rather than succumb to despair, it is far better to muster every ounce of strength for a desperate struggle. The confidence and determination he possesses stem not only from cinematic experiences and literary lessons, but are more profoundly rooted in his enhanced physical condition and marksmanship, coupled with a day of battlefield experience. While he may not yet be able to disregard the specter of death, the courage to fight to the bitter end is undeniably present. The time is 7:45 in the evening. In the northwest corner of the little mustached dictator's camp, a thicket conceals 4 individuals. Agent Carter is keeping track of time, murmuring, "There are still 15 minutes until the appointed time. Our people will meet us beyond the camp and have prepared enemy uniforms. We shall don these disguises, infiltrate their ranks, and seize the opportunity to eliminate the notorious butcher." Jasper Bell. Chapter 6. The deconstruction machine upgrade completed beneath his steel helmet. Xiaojie quietly listens to Agent Carter's words. However, he possesses no clear understanding of who Jasper Bell truly is. At this moment, he is adjusting his breathing to calm his nerves. It is difficult to discern whether he is filled with fear or excitement. Currently, Xiaojie feels an inexplicable exhilaration coursing through his limbs and spirit. He even has a slight urge to relieve himself. This matter is particularly critical. Who has ever heard of holding back nature's call while facing an adversary with bayonets drawn? Yet, given the solemnity of the moment, Xiaojie felt quite embarrassed to mention his need to relieve himself. What if he were branded a coward? Well, I shall conclude my remarks here. Has everyone taken note? Agent Carter's words came to an end. The group nodded, and Xiaojie followed suit, nodding absent-mindedly. At this juncture, the sergeant spoke. "Remember, there is but one crucial point. Our assassination mission hinges on stealth. After all, there are only 4 of us, and it is impossible to charge in and eliminate an entire regiment of enemy troops. Therefore, during this operation, everyone must remain composed, and under no circumstance reveal your presence before encountering Jasper Bell." Casting a glance at several team members, the sergeant smiled slightly and added, "So, for now let us relax. If there are any pressing concerns, let us address them now. I would rather not have our first action upon locating our target be a panicked retreat." The group exchanged glances. The sergeant felt somewhat embarrassed. Is my jest not amusing? Then the nameless soldier, known as Xiaojie, broke into a low chuckle. Upon noticing the lack of camaraderie, he awkwardly stood up. "I need to use the restroom." Seeing a leader emerge, Xiaojie hastily followed suit. The 2 dared not venture far, finding a nearby tree to discreetly attend to their business. "Are you frightened?" the soldier inquired of Xiaojie. The question left Xiaojie at a loss for words. To not be frightened would indeed be strange. You have fought for quite some time. Perhaps you have grown accustomed to it. Yet, I spent the morning at home, indulging in movies, games, and cola, utterly relaxed. And here I am, thrust into battle in the afternoon, amidst carnage, as if I were to dominate the battlefield. However, all these grievances culminated in a single word on his lips: fear. The soldier nodded. Fear can be a lifesaver. You are a good person and a skilled marksman. Despite your peculiar quirk, I sincerely hope you survive. At the very least, until this damned war concludes. Your praise brings me joy. But what peculiar quirk do you speak of? Xiaojie was perplexed. The soldier hesitated a moment before replying. When I, along with the sergeant and Agent Carter, observed you, we noticed that after you dispatched your foes, you often applauded. Well, I understand they were a bunch of wretched scoundrels. But was it truly necessary to express such joy with applause? Applaud? Xiaojie was taken aback. Such a thing was utterly unfounded. Yet, he had indeed clapped the book. He had thought no one had witnessed it. Was it truly seen? An applause? Suddenly, on a summer night, a thought struck. Could it be that they were oblivious to the existence of books and the spirit of battle? If that were the case, then my earlier attempts to conceal my feelings would indeed seem rather foolish. Just as I was mired in this gloomy contemplation, I heard the soldier whisper, "What do you think of Agent Carter? Isn't she particularly beautiful?" Still enveloped in embarrassment, I instinctively replied, "I don't feel much. Her face is too square." "Good heavens. I simply cannot fathom your aesthetic sensibilities," the soldier remarked. "If I survive until the end of this war, I shall seek a woman like Agent Carter." "Then go pursue her," I suggested. "She is right behind us." The soldier hesitated for 2 seconds, then said, "Even if I were to catch her, I fear she might shoot me during an argument. If you wish to court a woman, you must not fear death." "What is the point of courting if you're afraid of dying?" I scoffed. "Are we truly discussing courtship and not suicide?" The soldier looked at me with confusion before putting away his tools. "Why are you so verbose? Your kidneys must be in excellent condition." Thus, 2 bored men engaged in trivial conversation, inadvertently deepening their bond. Throughout, I never inquired about the soldier's name, nor did he ask for mine. Yet, soon we would join forces to infiltrate a perilous enemy stronghold for a bloody assassination mission. Life is truly absurd. I could not help but reflect inwardly. Yet the information I gleaned from the soldier proved unexpectedly valuable. If the insights I could extract were visible only to me, it would immensely simplify matters. Upon our return, Agent Carter glanced at the time and said, "It's time to go." The others nodded in agreement, and the soldier took the lead, rushing out first to signal the rest about the safety of our surroundings. As we moved closer to the enemy camp, a tense atmosphere began to permeate the air. All conversation was strictly prohibited. Communication was conducted solely through gestures. The signals were relatively simple, and although I initially struggled to comprehend them, I grasped the essentials after observing a few exchanges. Our journey proceeded without incident until we unexpectedly encountered an enemy soldier stepping out for a smoke. The soldier stealthily approached and swiftly dispatched him from behind. I, remaining true to my purpose, took possession of the enemy's weapon. Amidst the oppressive tension, what felt like a 10-minute trek seemed to stretch into an eternity before we finally located the legendary contact. The meeting, however, was far less complicated than anticipated. After exchanging a couple of coded phrases, the other party confirmed our identities. In truth, I felt the codes were superfluous, clad in American military attire. I found it hard to believe anyone from the opposing forces would dare to wander about their own camp dressed so brazenly. After the rendezvous, our associates swiftly led them into a secluded corner of the military camp. This area was under my vigilant watch, ensuring its safety. The individual was a young man in his 20s who, while conversing, guided everyone into the tent. From beneath a bed, he retrieved 4 sets of military uniforms and remarked, "You must act quickly and seize your opportunities. Here is the deployment map of the camp. I wish you the best of luck." As he distributed the uniforms, Xiaojie, upon grasping the garments, was suddenly presented with a prompt. "Decomposition machine upgrade complete. Would you like to decompose the military uniform?" Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter. Upon seeing the initial prompt, Xiaojie felt a surge of excitement. In this place, the decomposition machine was undoubtedly his greatest asset, as his strength was entirely derived from it. However, the second prompt caused a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could military uniforms also be decomposed? What would he obtain in return? Linen, perhaps? Yet, now was not the time to ponder the new functionalities of the upgraded machine. After receiving the military attire from the Little Mustache Squad, he heard Agent Carter reiterate, "Let's review the operational plan." After donning the uniforms, "We will disperse and infiltrate the enemy camp. Each of you should memorize the patrol points on the map carefully, avoiding encounters with their sentinels as much as possible. Naturally, if luck is not on our side and we do encounter them, it is of little concern. These uniforms will afford us significant protection. Just remember to remain calm and conceal your identity." Xiaojie was momentarily taken aback. Agent Carter had previously explained this, but he had been preoccupied with the urgency of needing to use the restroom, thus failing to pay attention. So this was the approach to infiltration. Although he instinctively thought that separating for the infiltration was perilous, he quickly reconsidered. Even if the 4 of them were together, surrounded by hundreds of enemies, Any exposure would render them no different from a solitary individual. Delving deeper into darker thoughts, he realized that even if one person were to be compromised, it could potentially safeguard the others. It might even create confusion, drawing out the enemy's commander. Of course, if captured, the remaining members should hastily retreat. Enduring torture was rarely feasible. Xiaojie mused that if he were to be captured, he would likely divulge everything he knew without the enemy needing to lay a finger on him. All right, let us begin changing clothes, Agent Carter announced once more. Xiaojie stared in astonishment at Agent Carter, who was so audacious as to change in front of everyone. Before he could conjure any inappropriate images in his mind, he witnessed Agent Carter, with a straightforwardness that was almost brutish, donning his original military uniform and then slipping into the garb of the little mustache squad. Xiaojie was left dumbfounded, and when Carter glanced at him, he remarked, "Your expression seems to suggest that you are anticipating something. I believe everyone harbored similar expectations moments ago." Xiaojie cast a glance at the soldier and the sergeant. Agent Carter's gaze also fell upon the two individuals, who were hastily donning their attire. The sergeant urged, hurry, move swiftly, locate the target, eliminate the target, and then we shall retreat post-haste. Time waits for no one. We must eliminate the enemy commander before midnight." Xiaojie rolled his eyes and began to put on his clothes as well. The layers of clothing felt somewhat uncomfortable against his skin. After a brief moment of assistance between the two, it appeared that no flaws were visible on the surface. The deployment map was laid out before everyone, compelling them to memorize it. Xiaojie had initially thought he would struggle to retain the information. However, to his surprise, he managed to remember a substantial portion after merely 2 glimpses. His mind had never functioned this adeptly before. It dawned on him that the enhancements provided by the War Soul encompassed not only physical attributes, but also memory and mental acuity. Unfortunately, since his arrival in this world, less than a day had passed. He had been either engaged in combat or on the move, and now with the onset of stealth operations, he regretted not having had the time to thoroughly examine his disassembly device. Otherwise, he could have attained a deeper understanding of these matters. As they prepared for departure, the sergeant glanced at Xiaojie and the others, then declared, "Good luck, let us move out." The 4 of them exited the tent and ventured in different directions. The chilly wind swept through, causing Xiaojie to shudder. Speaking of the situation was one thing, yet acting upon it was another entirely. Despite his inner admonishments to remain calm and composed, he could not suppress the tension surging through him, a sensation that was a perplexing blend of fear and excitement. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to recall the intricate details of the deployment map, gradually restoring his composure. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps approached from ahead, resonating with a distinct rhythm, shattering Xiaojie's calm demeanor. He watched in astonishment as a patrol team materialized before him. Recalling Agent Carter's advice to avoid encounters with enemy patrols, feeling as though fortune had cruelly abandoned him. However, when the patrol passed by without so much as a glance in his direction, Xiaojie realized the significance of the military uniform he wore. It was akin to a protective talisman. Fortunately, his nerves did not lead him to act rashly. Otherwise, any suspicion from these soldiers could have jeopardized the mission upon discovering the American military attire beneath his disguise. Sighing with relief, Xiaojie began to wander within the enemy camp, searching for his target, yet uncovering no leads, a futile endeavor akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After inspecting several locations without a trace of the enemy commander, he began to feel a tinge of frustration. As he glanced around and noticed the absence of others, he cautiously lifted the flap of a tent, intending to find a secluded spot to capture images of the few books he possessed. This endeavor was meant to enhance his own skills and provide a brief respite to ease the tension that had enveloped him. However, upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered an individual resembling a military officer. Xiaojie was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of such a figure within these confines. The officer, equally surprised, found himself locked in a gaze with Xiaojie, whose expression was perhaps a tad exaggerated. Suddenly realizing the precariousness of the situation, the officer instinctively reached for the weapon at his waist. In an instant of life-threatening urgency, Xiaojie found himself with no alternative. Acting almost on instinct, he charged forward with remarkable speed, arriving at the officer's side in the blink of an eye, just as the latter's hand grazed his firearm. In the next moment, Xiaojie had tackled the officer to the ground. At that juncture, it mattered little that Xiaojie lacked any mastery of martial arts. The contest was now one of sheer strength. The officer pushed against Xiaojie with all his might, yet Xiaojie remained steadfast. His body, fortified by battle spirit, was immensely powerful. With one hand firmly covering the officer's mouth and nose to stifle any cries for help, he restrained the officer's flailing limbs, pressing his weight down onto the officer's legs, rendering them futile in their struggles. A stalemate ensued. As time passed, the officer's eyes began to roll back in his head, and for a fleeting moment, Xiajie hesitated. To kill or not to kill. However, this hesitation was but a brief flicker. He was acutely aware that this was a battlefield where the naive vet of an introverted soul had no place. Here, the law of survival was singular. Either one lives or the other perishes. With a steely resolve, his eyes reddened, and instead of loosening his grip, he tightened it further. In the end, the officer, unable to mount any effective resistance, was suffocated to death within the confines of the tent. Once he confirmed the officer's lifelessness, Xiajie rolled off the body and sat on the ground, momentarily dazed, murmuring to himself, "This is far more challenging than a stealth game." Chapter 8. I am becoming increasingly unkind. Xiajie had forgotten who once said that the essence of perfect stealth is to eliminate all who lay eyes upon you. The exact words may not have been articulated in such a manner, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was that Xiajie felt himself gravitating towards that very philosophy. The corpse lay on the ground while Xiajie remained seated, the unblinking eyes of the deceased fixated intently upon him. For a moment, Xiajie's mind felt clouded. Previously, he had taken lives from a distance with a firearm. This time, however, he had directly extinguished a life with his own hands. Well, perhaps one hand. Yet, that was inconsequential. What truly astonished him was the realization that he felt little to no fear. Could it be that the very essence of my genes harbors the potential of a cold-blooded assassin? Xiajie shook his head and cast a brief glance at the military uniform of his counterpart, then at his own. After a moment's contemplation, he rose again and began to remove his military attire. Although Xiajie was not particularly familiar with the ranks of the Little Mustache Brigade, it was evident that this individual held a rank significantly superior to his own. The reason was clear. This person's uniform was not only aesthetically pleasing, but it also boasted numerous insignias. A higher rank would undoubtedly confer certain advantages, allowing access to places otherwise restricted, provided that one was not recognized. Xiajie remained uncertain about the identity of this individual, yet he felt confident that as long as he was not a target, it was unlikely that the entire garrison would be familiar with him. This opened up opportunities. In fact, while examining the deployment map earlier, there had been a particular location that had piqued Xiajie's interest. Previously, entry had been clearly impossible, but now, by discarding his current uniform and donning this one, he could change that. With a mental command, he initiated a process. Deconstruct. He intended to dismantle the military attire he had been wearing. It was baffling how such garments could be deconstructed, yet regardless of the reasons, anything capable of such transformation must be of value, right? The sound of gears grinding filled the air as Xiajie awaited the outcome, pulling out his last 2 intermediate rifle shooting manuals to brush off. An abundance of knowledge regarding rifle usage flooded his mind, and suddenly, his expression shifted. Could it be true? Concurrently, the deconstruction device emitted a deflating sound, followed by a prompt appearing before him. Xiajie quickly rubbed his eyes, fearing the emergence of something akin to a linen cloth. Announcement. Equipment deconstruction successful. Elementary military combat technique 5 dim and fractured battle soul deconstruction experience 1 deconstruction complete. Would you like to extract immediately? The results of the deconstruction were far beyond Xiajie's expectations. Firstly, he had not anticipated that a uniform would yield a combat technique. What logic was at play here? Secondly, he was surprised to discover that the battle soul was not merely fractured, but dim and fractured. It seemed even more inadequate than the previous rifles he had deconstructed. Without hesitation, he opted to extract the items, brushing them off one by one. Instantly, various military combat techniques manifested in Xiajie's mind, coalescing into a coherent understanding. Even for someone as seasoned as Xiajie, he could not help but marvel at the effectiveness of this seemingly foolish gesture. It was remarkably convenient. As for the dim and fractured battle soul, upon extraction, it was evident that it lacked the enhancement of the previous battle souls. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. If each military uniform could be disassembled to yield a battle soul, the implications are indeed chilling upon further contemplation. Is not one's enhancement boundless? I wonder if there is even a conclusion to the strengthening of battle souls. Setting this thought aside for the moment, I reached for my waist and retrieved a handgun, the very one used to extinguish the life of the individual from whom I had just escaped. A weapon that had remained sheathed until death. Should I disassemble the Walther P-38? Yes. The sound of gears grinding echoed once more, but simultaneously, I could hear footsteps approaching from outside. My heart raced, and without hesitation, I concealed myself at the entrance of the tent. The footsteps grew nearer, and my enhanced hearing easily discerned that there was but one individual, whose destination appeared to be my very tent. The confirmation that it was a solitary figure allowed me to exhale in relief, but a flicker of murderous intent flashed in my slightly reddened eyes. Holding my breath, The footsteps halted just outside the tent. As the individual lifted the tent flap, before they could fully comprehend the situation within, I seized their hand. Yanking them forward while swiftly repositioning myself behind them, my right hand tightening around their neck. With a decisive crack, the rudimentary military combat skills I had recently acquired came into play. The opponent had scarcely grasped the situation before their body went limp, scattering a multitude of documents across the ground. War has a way of hardening the heart. I find myself increasingly devoid of kindness. I paid little mind to the unknown documents, instead reflecting on my lost youth. I laid the body upon the ground and proceeded to strip it of its garments. If these clothes could be disassembled, why waste them? Announcement. Equipment disassembly successful. Beginner S handgun shooting insights 6 faintly glowing battle soul disassembly experience 1 having completed the disassembly. I was prompted to extract the items immediately. Just as I was in the midst of stripping the clothes, the P-38 had finished its disassembly. However, what I received left me momentarily stunned. A faintly glowing battle soul. What logic dictates this outcome? Upon inspection, the ordinary battle soul radiated a subtle white light, while the dim and broken battle soul appeared thin and nearly transparent. Yet this faintly glowing battle soul was evidently brighter than the fractured one. After pondering for a while without uncovering its peculiarities, I impulsively slapped it, and an immediate wave of comfort washed over me. Indeed, this faintly glowing battle soul was of a slightly higher grade. Furthermore, it seemed that the souls of weapons were significantly superior to those of clothing. After a brief moment of contemplation, with little time for further reflection, he resumed his tasks. Once he had stripped and dismantled the uniform in his possession, Xiaojie acquired 6 volumes of basic military combat techniques and a dim, battered soul of war. Meanwhile, the weapon he had stripped, a .38 caliber handgun, was not dismantled. He simply tucked it into the holster at his waist. Time was of the essence, as he had come to this tent merely to catch a moment's respite, only to find himself embroiled in the act of taking 2 lives. Concealing the 2 corpses beneath the bed, a sudden thought struck him. What would occur if he were to set a fire? As this notion ignited within him, he felt a flicker of flame in his heart. It seemed, at first glance, a rather brilliant idea. Yet, considering the potential dire consequences, he forcefully suppressed it. He realized with a jolt that the mere emergence of thoughts of murder and arson indicated the profound transformation wrought by this war. He was no longer the innocent and virtuous individual he once was. Filled with a mix of sorrow and indignation, he stepped out of the tent, finding the entire camp still shrouded in silence. Clearly, his comrades had neither discovered the target's whereabouts nor been detected themselves. This was indeed good news. As time ticked away, Xiaojie hurried towards his eagerly anticipated destination. Chapter 9. The situation is chaotic. Xiaojie's destination was the armory. Upon seeing this designation on the deployment map, his heart surged with excitement. However, experience gleaned from films warned him that such locations were invariably heavily guarded, making entry a formidable challenge. Yet, the military uniform he wore afforded him a unique opportunity. His reasoning was rather straightforward. He was in search of the legendary target. And who could guarantee that this individual was not lurking within the armory, orchestrating the entire operation? Thus, seeking out this person in the armory seemed entirely justified. Additionally, he could potentially acquire a significant cache of enemy weaponry. Rather than leave these arms for the enemy's use, he would dismantle them for his own strength. With such thoughts in mind, Xiaojie strode forth with his head held high. Just then, a sudden and urgent alarm blared overhead across the enemy camp. Xiaojie swiftly darted into the shadows around the corner, peering out with a puzzled expression. What was happening? The alarm rang out with alarming intensity, akin to a child mourning the loss of a father, instantly throwing the once tranquil military encampment into disarray. Xiaojie stood bewildered, watching as a squad of soldiers hurried past him. In a swift motion, he seized the last soldier in line. Leveraging his military attire, he inquired with a serious demeanor what was occurring. The commander is dead. Upon seeing the military attire of Summer Night, the soldier, disregarding all else, immediately saluted and exclaimed, "Commander, you have just been assassinated." His voice was quite loud, yet as soon as he finished speaking, both individuals stood in stunned silence. Their minds were evidently in disarray, struggling to process the overwhelming influx of information. Ultimately, it was Summer Night who reacted more swiftly. Noticing the soldier's unusual expression, he stepped forward and delivered a punch to the soldier's throat. With his enhanced strength, the blow rendered the soldier speechless. Any words he had intended to shout trapped within his throat as he stumbled back in pain. However, the soldier was remarkably quick to respond. Taken by surprise, he opted against his more powerful rifle. In close combat, there was no time to aim a firearm. Instead, he drew a short knife from his leg and lunged at Summer Night. Summer Night deftly sidestepped the thrust, seized the soldier's wrist, and with a swift kick aimed low at the soldier's groin. In a life-and-death struggle, there was no room for mercy. One must fight with utmost ferocity. The soldier reacted with astonishing speed, clamping his legs together and, with a flick of his wrist, transferred the knife to his other hand, thrusting it viciously towards Summer Knight's forehead. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, executed with remarkable skill. Yet, before the knife could reach its target, a contorted expression of agony twisted upon the soldier's face. He had failed to intercept Summer Knight's kick, misjudging the power behind it. He had underestimated the force that was far beyond that of an ordinary soldier. The kick was executed with such malice and strength that the soldier's legs were forcibly driven apart with a resounding crack, a sound that could tighten the very core of a man. The short knife, having penetrated halfway, fell limply from his grasp. For any man, this strike from Summer Knight would undoubtedly render him entirely incapacitated. The soldier, writhing in pain, resembled a bowing shrimp, and in the next moment, Summer Knight had encircled his arm around the soldier's neck, twisting behind him with a sharp motion. Another life extinguished. Summer Knight dragged the lifeless body into the shadows, feeling a profound sense of disbelief. This was indeed a flawless infiltration. Outside, chaos continued to reign. While Summer Knight crouched in the darkness, wrestling with his thoughts, what perplexed him most was why the opposing commander was not situated within a bustling operations room filled with telegraphs, communication soldiers, and a tense, vibrant atmosphere, but rather in a desolate, dilapidated tent devoid of any such presence. His earlier searches throughout the camp were predicated on this very assumption. Yet, the enemy had chosen an unorthodox path. Now, it is settled, his death was inexplicable, as was the demise caused by the Summer Knight. Furthermore, what shall be done now? Although it is bewildering, it seems the task has been accomplished. Is it not time to depart? The mere thought of this notion invigorated Summer Knight. Yet he quickly shook his head. The experiences gleaned from novels and films imparted a fundamental truth to him. One must stir the waters to catch the fish. The entire camp was in disarray, and if this were a cinematic narrative, the junior officers would struggle to regain control for the time being. However, given their ranks, it would merely be a matter of time before order was restored. The current chaos, while an opportune moment, would inevitably lead to a relentless pursuit of the murderer once they regrouped. At that juncture, even if he were to escape unscathed, he would certainly find himself hounded to the American military camp. To depart with a flourish, he must further exacerbate the camp's turmoil. The present disorder was insufficient. Recalling the layout from earlier, Summer Knight knew he was not far from the armory. This was the opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he resolved once more. As the saying goes, when humans soar like birds, they shall not perish for ages. Without further delay, he discarded his conspicuous attire, casting it into the disassembly space, and donned the uniform of the soldier he had just slain. He relinquished his dagger and firearm, depositing them into the disassembly space as well. Then, feigning panic, he hurried toward the armory. Perhaps most soldiers were engaged at the front, leaving the enemy's rear vulnerable. Upon arriving at the armory, he was quite taken aback to find only 2 soldiers stationed there. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his demeanor, Summer Knight rushed forward, animatedly babbling in a language of his own invention, entirely nonsensical and foreign to the present world. The 2 soldiers stood bewildered and seizing the opportunity. Summer Knight approached one of them. By the time the soldier attempted to intervene, it was already too late. The confrontation unfolded in 2 swift movements. First, a punch struck the unsuspecting soldier squarely in the throat. Second, he seized the soldier's head, pressing down before delivering a brutal knee strike to the face. Blood splattered. The soldier fell without a sound, while the other prepared to draw his weapon. In that fleeting moment, a .38 caliber pistol appeared in Summer Knight's hand. In close quarters, a handgun proved far superior to a rifle, requiring little aim. He simply raised the weapon and fired. Bang! 1 shot, 1 kill. Chapter 10. A bold idea with a swift motion, Xiaojie retrieved his handgun, paying no heed to whether the 2 soldiers lay dead or alive. Time was of the essence. The moment a gunshot echoed, chaos would erupt throughout the military camp. Should he become trapped here, it would surely spell his demise. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the armory. Before him was a dazzling array of weapons, a veritable paradise. Yet, alas, the harbingers of doom would soon arrive at heaven's gates, and if he did not act swiftly, he might find himself sharing tea and conversation with Satan himself. Gathering, collecting, seizing, he plunged into the midst of it all, racing forward, while weapons vanished at his command. The disassembly machine's ability to collect items was nothing short of miraculous. As Xiaojie tossed a scoped 98 rifle into the machine's space, his extraordinary hearing detected the sound of hurried footsteps. They were coming. A surge of urgency gripped Xiaojie, and he turned to flee. However, the instant he took a step, he hesitated. While he could escape, it would undoubtedly draw attention, an unwise choice. In that fleeting moment, a daring notion emerged in his mind, inspired by a long-forgotten television series he had once watched. In that show, a murderer, after committing the crime, did not leave the room but instead concealed himself by the door. He would then emit a cry of anguish to attract the attention of those outside, and as the crowd rushed in, he seamlessly blended among them. The simplicity of this tactic belied its inherent risk. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojie reminded himself to remain calm. These simpletons were unlikely to have seen Death's little student and would never anticipate such a ploy from him. After a day of trials, his courage had indeed strengthened, and he resolved to act. With utmost speed, he reached the doorway and steadied his breathing. After a mere 30 seconds of waiting, the door was flung open, and a throng of individuals rushed inside. Xiaojie effortlessly merged into their ranks, surprising even himself. Lowering his head slightly, he observed quietly. The group was evidently in a state of disarray, still gripped by the tension following their commander's demise. They entered in a tumult, searching chaotically. The commander's death had rendered them like startled birds, and the theft from the armory left them utterly bewildered. Indeed, this was the opportune moment. A smile crept across Xiaojie's lips as he prepared to slip away unnoticed, when suddenly he heard someone declare, "You continue searching here. You few, come with me." In a twist of fate, Xiaojie found himself among a group destined to follow that man. Observing that several others had already joined in, he had no choice but to comply. Upon exiting the armory, the leader did not recklessly pursue, but rather stood at the entrance, scrutinizing the two lifeless bodies. Xiaojie's heart sank. Anyone capable of maintaining such composure in this moment was undoubtedly formidable. Why, you may ask? Such is the narrative portrayed in films and novels. What if this individual possessed the uncanny ability to discern that I had yet to depart from the scene, based on these corpses? As this thought took root, a murderous intent began to seep into Xiaojie's gaze. However, at that very moment, a sudden blaze erupted in the southeast corner of the camp. The commanding officer hastily abandoned his examination of the bodies and bellowed, "Follow me," simultaneously pointing at Xiaojie. "Relay my orders, seal off the camp, and allow no one to leave." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaojie dashed away. It was one thing to have others relay orders, but to make him do so was truly unfortunate for the officer. Once separated from the group, Xiaojie sprinted towards the northwest, the entire camp in disarray. And no one questioned the urgency of his flight. The officer who had tasked Xiaojie with relaying orders appeared momentarily dazed, sensing something was amiss. Yet, the events of the night had been overwhelming. First, the commander was inexplicably suffocated in his tent. Next, the armory was robbed, and concurrently, the camp was set ablaze. This sequence of calamities assailed his intellect and reason, leaving him momentarily baffled by the unfolding possibilities. As Xiaojie navigated through the enemy camp, he had scarcely reached the rendezvous point when he suddenly heard gunfire erupting from the southeast. He paused, perplexed. Had their internal strife ignited due to the commander's demise? Of course, such speculation was absurd, yet standing there in contemplation would yield no clarity. Just as he prepared to depart, a figure came rushing towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Agent Carter. "You're here. Splendid," Agent Carter exclaimed, his exuberance lifting Xiaojie's spirits, prompting a surprised inquiry. "What has you so excited?" "You did exceptionally well," Carter replied animatedly. "How did you manage to eliminate their commander? How did you know it was me?" Xiaojie was taken aback, having been unaware of the identity of his victim at the time. "We came as a quartet. Who else could it possibly be but the three of us?" "Well, that's inconsequential now. What matters is that we must leave immediately," Agent Carter insisted. "What about the sergeant and the soldier?" "They are currently sowing chaos within the camp and will soon rendezvous with us," Carter said, pulling Xiaojie towards the direction of their tent. On a summer night, Xiaojie was taken aback. Could it be that the gunfire was instigated by them? Have they gone on a rampage? "No," Agent Carter exclaimed while fleeing. "Our people have arrived." "Our people?" Xiaojie hesitated. "Doesn't he only provide enemy uniforms?" At this, Agent Carter nearly lost his breath. Casting a fierce glare at Xiaojie, "They are our ambush troops." "We have ambush troops as a contingency?" Xiaojie exclaimed with surprise. "Wasn't it just the four of us here for the assassination mission?" "Certainly not," Agent Carter, observing Xiaojie's relentless questioning, succinctly explained. "They have been lying in wait nearby, but lacked the opportunity to advance. Thus, we took the chance to initiate the assassination, even if the operation fails. Creating chaos in the enemy camp will provide our forces with an opening." At this juncture, Agent Carter halted, gazing at Xiaojie, and after catching his breath, continued. "We are merely the secondary plan. They had arrived here the moment the enemy launched their surprise attack." Chapter 11. A minor conclusion after hearing Agent Carter's words. Xiaojie grasped the entirety of the situation. In summary, it It began with a surprise attack from the enemy, prompting the United States to immediately devise a counteroffensive plan and mobilize a team to directly assault the enemy's stronghold. However, perhaps due to the hastily assembled team, the preparations were inadequate, leading to the failure of the counteroffensive plan. Consequently, the secondary plan, the assassination mission, was formulated. Should this assassination succeed, it would sow chaos within the enemy ranks, allowing the initial wave of troops to capitalize on the disorder and obliterate the enemy's stronghold, rendering the invading forces isolated and vulnerable. Conversely, even if the assassination mission were to fail, wounding the enemy commander would still present an unparalleled opportunity for the initial wave of troops. As for why the assassination team was not selected from the first wave, Xia Jie could not ascertain. The possibilities were far too numerous. War is waged by humans, each step dictated by human strategy. Yet, humans are the most complex beings on this planet, with self-interest, righteousness, and various circumstances potentially influencing the issuance of any command. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Jie posed a question. If we have our own people here, why doesn't the ambush team utilize this passage to storm in directly, instead of going to such lengths to formulate an assassination plan? Firstly, if we were to take this route with too many personnel, it would be easily detected by the enemy, Agent Carter elucidated. Secondly, by the time they considered this option, they had already been discovered. What more could Xia Jie say except to laugh? It truly seemed to be a result of the hasty circumstances. Otherwise, is it a matter of having a pit in one's brain? Yet, for Xia Jie, these concerns have become irrelevant. The outcome is favorable regardless. The remaining matters are no longer connected to him. As our group convened, we awaited news from the soldiers and the sergeant major, but after a while, Agent Carter decided to retreat. Xia Jie did not stubbornly insist on waiting for his comrades. After all, their absence did not necessarily imply misfortune. The first wave had already infiltrated, and the enemy's primary focus would undoubtedly be drawn to them. Under the guise of chaos, the danger had significantly diminished for those two individuals. Moreover, even if an unfortunate event had indeed transpired, lingering here would serve no purpose, which was precisely why Agent Carter opted for an immediate withdrawal. Xia Jie naturally had no reason to refuse. As we departed, our group briefly appeared, exchanged a few words with Agent Carter, who then saluted and strode back towards the camp. Xia Jie was unaware of his intentions and felt no inclination to speak. He quietly observed the figure receding into the distance. Amidst the thundering sounds of artillery within the camp, an inexplicable urge to laugh washed over him. Just this morning, he was merely a homebody, sipping cola, watching movies, and playing video games. A commonplace individual who could roll from the left side of his bed to the right, and even onto the floor, continuing to sleep in a comfortable position. Yet now, what had he experienced in just an afternoon and a half of an evening? Life truly feels surreal, Xia Jie murmured. Keep up. Agent Carter called from a short distance, prompting Xia Jie to hastily comply. Reflecting on his sentiments could wait. Presently, his foremost desire was to find a place to rest soundly. Upon opening his eyes, he found the light dimming, and, stretching his hand over his eyes, he glanced outside. Realizing the sun was nearly setting, Xia Jie smacked his lips, feeling an emptiness in his stomach. He and Agent Carter had returned to the camp just past 4 in the morning, and upon arrival, they had proceeded directly to the command center. However, he soon found himself dozing off there, only to be arranged for sleep in this place. It seemed he had inadvertently slept for an entire day. Rising, he stretched lazily, feeling invigorated, brimming with energy. Unable to resist mimicking the characters from the movies, he threw a couple of playful punches. At that moment, the door swung open, and Agent Carter entered, carrying 2 cans. Seeing Xia Jie's lively demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. Chinese Kung Fu? Xia Jie felt a flush of embarrassment. After graduating from the academy years ago, he never anticipated that a fleeting sense of childlike wonder would lead to such humiliation in front of a foreigner. You've slept the whole day. It's time to eat something, Agent Carter remarked, his smile widening at Xia Jie's awkwardness. He approached and placed the cans in Xia Jie's hands, adding, "We certainly cannot let a hero go hungry, can we? Hero? On a balmy summer night." Xia Jie rubbed his nose, feeling that such a title was utterly disconnected from his essence. Of course, it was a designation for a hero. Agent Carter nodded. During last night's operation, you played a pivotal role. You personally eliminated that butcher commander, saving numerous comrades. Xia Jie remained non-committal, reflecting that when he had slain the man, he had been oblivious to the true nature of his adversary. Such ironic twists of fate. He had been too exhausted to contemplate the gravity of the situation at the time. In hindsight, he recognized the myriad of fortuitous circumstances that had unfolded. Who would have anticipated that the enemy commander was concealed within an ordinary tent, devoid of any protection? Furthermore, his venture to the armory had been exceedingly perilous, and the audacious notion that had suddenly arisen was nothing short of madness. In truth, had the lead officer not unexpectedly summoned Xiaojie to relay his orders, departing would have been far from simple. The initial ambush's success, coupled with the fire ignited by the sergeant and the soldiers, collectively accounted for the successful completion of their mission and a smooth retreat. Were it not for such a plethora of coincidences, Xiaojie felt that this so-called heroism could easily be met with a melancholic refrain. Do you recall what I mentioned before? Agent Carter interjected suddenly. About what? Xiaojie inquired cautiously. Surely it's not regarding matters of the heart? If you're open to it, I could indeed discuss romantic matters with you. However, at present, I would prefer to delve into the topic of the super soldier program. Agent Carter remarked with a hint of exasperation, but it seems you have entirely forgotten about this matter. Chapter 12. An unfolding revelation. Upon hearing Agent Carter's words, Xiaojie remembered that there had indeed been such a conversation. Yet, he felt that this subject bore little relevance to him. He was not Captain America, nor did he aspire to be. As a reclusive individual thrust into this world, did he truly envisage himself as a man of grand designs beneath the stars and stripes? For Xiaojie, it was a simple matter that could be summarized as nonsense. He deemed it more prudent to concentrate on the cans before him rather than engage in such discussions. Agent Carter, sensing Xiaojie's emotional detachment, expressed surprise. Do you genuinely have no desire to become a super soldier? How super is a super soldier, really? Xiaojie replied, not bothering to lift his gaze. Can they snap their fingers and bring down that little mustache in Berlin? That's impossible. Agent Carter shook his head. After all, even a super soldier is still human. What you describe is something that only a deity could accomplish. However, do you truly not aspire to be a hero? We are in need of heroes. There are always those who yearn to be heroes, are there not? After all, there is glory to be gained, becoming an idol in the hearts of countless individuals. Xiaojie chuckled softly, but I do not wish to, if given the choice. Xiaojie's philosophy was to merely survive until the conclusion of the Second World War. Since his sudden arrival in this world yesterday afternoon, he had been subjected to a plethora of anxieties and fears. He was neither an assassin, nor a mercenary, nor a martial arts prodigy. He was simply an ordinary individual, somewhat of a recluse, abruptly transported from a profoundly peaceful environment to one teeming with death, amidst various frights and unforeseen circumstances. He had astonishingly managed to retain his sanity in the face of such brutal reality. To be honest, Xiaojie found himself somewhat admiring his own resilience. Thus, to hell with Captain America, to hell with Hydra. He resolved to engage with these ordinary adversaries in earnest play. The extraordinary beings who transcended human limits were not ones he wished to provoke. Just as Agent Carter was about to speak, the door swung open once more, revealing a middle-aged man with a notably serious demeanor, devoid of humor. He entered with a stern countenance, casting a glance at Agent Carter, who promptly stood and saluted. Colonel Phillips. Upon hearing this name, Xiaojie immediately recalled the identity of this man. A colonel, presumably a superior to Agent Carter. And he had some history with Captain America. In the film, he had initially opposed the selection of Captain America as the subject for the super soldier program, believing him to be too frail. However, during one of their training sessions, he had thrown a grenade into the mix, and while everyone else panicked and fled, it was Captain America who bravely threw himself over the grenade to shield others. This act of valor revealed Captain America's true spirit to all present and was the principal reason for his selection as the test subject. As Xiaojie saluted alongside Agent Carter, he began to ponder the purpose of this man's visit. Was he here to subject him to the same program? You may leave, Colonel Phillips instructed Agent Carter. She glanced between Xiaojie and Colonel Phillips before turning to exit. Once she had departed, the stern expression on Colonel Phillips's face dissipated, and he approached Xiaojie, placing a hand on his shoulder. Please, have a seat. Xiaojie blinked in surprise. What was unfolding? Feeling a touch anxious, he complied and sat down. Colonel Phillips began, I apologize. I never anticipated that Carter would select you to accompany her on the assassination mission. The ambush came too unexpectedly, and by the time I thought of you, it may have already been too late to send someone to find you. Later, I discovered the body of the soldier I sent to locate you in the trenches. His helmet was shattered, and a bullet had found its way into his skull. Upon hearing this, Summer Knight's mind began to conjure a myriad of vivid images. First and foremost, it became evident from General Phillips' words that he was acquainted with him. For reasons unknown, this individual seemed particularly concerned for his well-being, even sending someone to find him at the onset of battle, ostensibly to ensure his protection. Concurrently, Summer Knight naturally recalled the soldier who had guided him through the trenches upon his arrival in this world. Surely, he had been dispatched by Colonel Phillips? The situation remained shrouded in uncertainty, and while Summer Knight contemplated this, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Colonel Phillips continued, but this is war. Every moment, every second. Unforeseen events transpire. Today it may be him. Tomorrow, it could very well be me. Your parents entrusted you to me in their final moments, but damn this war. What can I do? I wish to protect you, yet you sneak off to enlist? Had you not fortuitously been assigned to my unit, I would have been entirely oblivious. Summer Knight gasped inwardly, realizing the most awkward scenario was unfolding before him. Here stood a middle-aged man, one he had only seen in films and who had left little impression on him, suddenly claiming to be his godfather. What on earth was he to do? He was quite anxious and needed answers. Silence enveloped Summer Knight, causing Colonel Phillips' expression to darken. He abruptly rose, exclaiming, "The super soldier program is off limits to you. This matter does not concern you, for you are not an American. They would never allow a foreigner to become a super soldier. And you, regardless of your protests, will return to the rear tomorrow. Unless I perish, you shall never set foot on the battlefield." Having delivered this pronouncement, the colonel, no, his godfather, turned and departed, seemingly unwilling to afford Summer Knight a chance to retort. Summer Knight sat in silence for a considerable time, processing the implications of the colonel's words, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity of it all. These individuals had come and gone, speaking freely, while he found himself inexplicably exempt from combat. Who on earth wished to fight? The prospect of escaping the wretched front lines was nothing short of a blessing. His only hope now was for Colonel Phillips to enjoy a long life. After the initial excitement faded, hunger returned. After finishing the can of food in his hands, he sat on the bed, lost in thought. He then recalled that he had yet to thoroughly investigate his unique abilities and resolved to delve into that exploration. Chapter 13. The aloof golden finger. Regarding the concept of a golden finger, Summer Knight was well acquainted. After all, this notion had been referenced numerous times in films and novels alike. Typically, such an object serves as an essential tool for protagonists to either wreak havoc or save the world. The functionalities are diverse. Some are designed for enhancement, enabling one to attain culinary skills of 100 levels merely by preparing a bowl of noodles. Others cater to horticulture, effortlessly yielding ethereal flowers and mystical herbs, propelling one to the pinnacle of existence. Some, rather excessively, can absorb the negative emotions of others, leading to a barrage of heart-wrenching remarks from the host. One must ponder, does this not provoke ire? In summary, the myriad types of golden fingers are as abundant as fish crossing a river. Notably, the golden fingers prevalent in the realm of transmigration are primarily system-oriented. It remains a mystery to Xia Jie who devised such an abundance of systems, carelessly scattering them across various parallel worlds. Upon acquiring these, none of the hosts have expressed a desire to complain about this careless disposal. Instead, they cherish and conceal them, fearful of being discovered and subjected to dissection. Xia Jie surmised that his experience could be categorized within the transmigration genre. His golden finger, identified as a disassembly machine, seemingly shares similarities with the systems, often presenting unexpected information that catches one off guard. Deep within, he summoned the disassembly machine, and indeed, it manifested in his mind. This marked the first occasion Xia Jie had the leisure to scrutinize this device closely. He discovered that, apart from its considerably dilapidated state compared to the conventional disassembly machines, its appearance bore little variation. Thus, Xia Jie comprehended that the disassembly machine he had brought along was, in fact, a true disassembly machine. However, the functionalities and the items it could disassemble were evidently vastly different. Furthermore, emblazoned on the machine were the words, Novice Intermediate Disassembly Machine. This indicated a distinct level of classification, and at the bottom, there was a progress bar of sorts. Yet, what left Xia Jie perplexed was the text on the progress bar, which was formatted as a series of exclamation marks. What on earth does this signify? Xia Jie wondered. Could it be that my disassembly machine has already reached maximum level? Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that it still bore the label of a Novice Intermediate Disassembly Machine, clearly indicating that it had not yet attained its pinnacle. Moreover, which top-tier disassembly machine appears so shabby, as if awaiting collection like discarded scrap metal? This raises the question, how did it come to be? The ability to manipulate it mentally seemed to be an innate skill. However, after considerable effort, the disassembly machine exhibited no response at all. Xia Jie realized, evidently, this device lacks a touch-screen functionality. After further attempts, he found the disassembly machine to be exceedingly aloof, regarding Xia Jie with utter disdain. No matter how he fumbled with it, it remained unresponsive, devoid of any advanced features, completely ignoring his inquiries. On a summer night, one finds oneself in a conundrum. While others possess golden fingers that heed their every call, systems that report issues and boast of consequences for incomplete tasks, often accompanied by a charming persona, the protagonist is merely equipped with a clunky disassembly machine. This contraption, aside from issuing a few notifications and dispensing an array of skill books, offers little else. Perhaps it is for the best, as it spares one from being startled by unexpected interruptions during delicate matters. Contemplating this, The protagonist realizes that the aloof nature of their device is, in fact, quite preferable, as long as it functions effectively. Does it truly matter whether it possesses the ability to converse? In truth, while indulging in novels, the protagonist occasionally feels a peculiar aversion towards chatty system narratives. Thus, the current state seems rather agreeable. Yet, this lack of interaction has hindered the exploration of the machine's myriad functions, particularly the enigmatic experience gauge, which remains a mystery. Recalling the weapons salvaged from the enemy's armory, a surge of excitement courses through. The disassembly machine's space opens, revealing a rifle. When prompted whether to disassemble the 43 rifle, the protagonist is suddenly struck by an intriguing thought. In the enemy camp, communication had been seamless. There were no language barriers. Reflecting upon this, they realize they have no recollection of ever having learned another language. Their grasp of English is rather tenuous at best. Yet now, not only is their speech fluid, but they could likely compose an elaborate discourse without difficulty. Is it possible that the disassembly machine harbors hidden capabilities, or is there a universal language shared by all? As this notion arises, the protagonist chuckles, envisioning a cinematic scene where even the likes of Thanos converse in English. While they grapple with linguistic dilemmas in such an absurd world, is this concern not somewhat excessive? A notification interrupts these musings. Equipment disassembly successful. Beginner rifle shooting insight 1. Disassembly experience 1. The disassembly is complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Just moments ago, laughter filled the air, but upon reading the notification, confusion ensues. What on earth? Only a single beginner rifle shooting insight. Not even a solitary battle spirit. Has the disassembly of this weapon yielded nothing of value? Determined, the protagonist retrieves another rifle, inspecting it closely to find no faults. A gleaming new firearm. With a mutter, they opt for disassembly once more. However, the outcome mirrors the previous attempt. Aside from another consolation prize in the form of beginner rifle shooting insight 1 and disassembly experience 1, nothing else materializes. The protagonist stands dumbfounded, grappling with disbelief. He previously ventured into the armory primarily to enhance his own abilities, but what about now? Could it be that the firearms are merely replicas? Such a notion is utterly absurd. The knowledge residing in his mind regarding weaponry incessantly reassures him that these arms are indeed genuine, and furthermore, all are brand new. New firearms. Xiaojie suddenly paused. Could this be the crux of the issue? Searching within the decomposition chamber, he stumbled upon a weapon stripped from a soldier and placed it into the machine. A mere few seconds later, Xiaojie gazed at the 7 volumes of basic rifle shooting insights that had materialized in his hands, along with a damaged battle soul, his expression somewhat disheveled. Chapter 14. Captain, do not fire. It can now be deduced that after the decomposition machine was upgraded, the time required for disassembly was significantly reduced. What originally took over 30 seconds now only required a matter of seconds. Furthermore, it was revealed that only weapons previously used could yield more substantial rewards, while pristine arms would merely provide a consolation prize. What a bewildering scheme. Xiaojie found himself on the verge of tears. He had initially believed that raiding the armory, albeit incompletely due to time constraints, would elevate his prowess to a remarkable degree. However, what was the reality? Upon tallying the weapons within his decomposition chamber, he discovered that aside from the 2 previously disassembled, there were an astonishing 40 additional arms. Among them, he found 26 43 rifles, with the remainder being a 98 equipped with a high-powered scope. Biting his lip, Xiaojie found himself in a tumultuous internal conflict. What a dilemma! Should he simply decompose them, or devise an alternative strategy? There were indeed options, but their feasibility seemed rather low. All the weapons in his decomposition space were entirely new. By consuming so many insights into rifle shooting, the accompanying knowledge enlightened Xiaojie to the fact that the performance of the 43 rifle was by no means inferior to that of the M1 Garand. So, if he were to offer a brand new 43 rifle in exchange for an M1 Garand from these American soldiers, would they be willing to trade? The question of whether they would exchange was secondary. The primary concern was what rationale Xiaojie could present for such a swap. Approaching them without cause to barter weapons? Even if his arms were superior, it was highly unlikely they would acquiesce to the exchange. There were rules governing the distribution of weapons within the barracks, even amidst chaos. Such regulations would persist, and personal negotiations were unlikely to succeed. After much deliberation, he concluded that legitimate avenues were unlikely to yield results. Perhaps there was only one course of action left. Under the cover of night, he would stealthily infiltrate their tents and seize their weapons. Though this plan was somewhat extreme, it was the only option he could envision. However, considering that I will likely have to return to the rear tomorrow, never to set foot on the front lines again, I am resolute in my decision. Even if survival is the only option, I must first strive to grow stronger. Otherwise, should I find myself unable to endure in the future, I would be left in a precarious position. From a long-term strategic perspective, tonight's actions are indeed necessary. This rationale solidified my determination. Having slept throughout the day, I am not weary this evening, making it an opportune time to act. There remains a while before darkness falls. In my space, apart from the weapons acquired from the armory, I also possessed several taken from the enemy. During the deadly skirmish, I seized an enemy sniper's 98 rifle, and, within the commander's tent, I procured a 38 pistol from an officer clutching documents. Additionally, I acquired a short knife from a captured patrolman. There was originally a rifle, but I dismantled it during a previous experiment. Naturally, I also have the enemy commander's military uniform. Seizing the moment, I decided to dismantle everything piece by piece. The time required for disassembly varies. The uniform and short knife take only about 10 seconds. The sniper rifle takes somewhat longer, while the pistol follows closely behind. The results of my efforts are as follows. Basic sniper shooting skills. 9. Basic military combat skills. 3. Basic bayonet combat skills. 7. Basic pistol shooting skills. 4. Wretched and fragmented battle spirit. 3. Disassembly machine experience. For after documenting my spoils, I felt a surge of newfound strength. It was an intoxicating sensation. My physical prowess, combat techniques, and shooting skills all enhanced, instilling within me an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Yet, I pondered whether this growth could continue indefinitely. If such were the case, what need would there be for survival? When the time comes, even my classmates would be no more than a snap of my fingers away from oblivion. As I felt my spirit swell in tandem with my growing power, I reminded myself to persevere and not falter. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was deep into the night. My resting place had remained undisturbed. Upon opening the tent flap, I stood outside for the first time, gazing up at the sky. It loomed dark and heavy with clouds, the air thick with humidity, suggesting rain was imminent. Yet, this weather lifted my spirits. I had intended to engage in some nefarious deeds, and a bright day would have been quite awkward. However, beneath this night sky, an inexplicable melancholy crept into my heart. The world I once knew is likely beyond my reach. I sighed, aware that among the vast multitude of those who had traversed realms, few would return to their original world. Most would establish lives anew in this foreign land, scaling the peaks of their newfound existence. Certainly, there are those whose endeavors falter midway, primarily due to the author's abrupt entrance into the palace. Shaking his head, he cast aside these trivial thoughts. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, Xiaojie turned and slipped into the shadows. Now concealed in the darkness, Xiaojie began to ponder his next course of action, yet found himself momentarily stumped. In the enemy's camp, I had a deployment map to refer to. But in my own camp, what guidance could I possibly have? Frustrated, Xiaojie lamented, even amidst the enemy's territory. I could navigate with relative ease and ultimately escape unscathed. Yet, standing firmly within my own camp, I found myself utterly lost, for I recognized nothing around me. How on earth could I resolve this predicament? With a dejected demeanor, Xiaojie reluctantly emerged from the darkness. Fortunately, this embarrassing situation was known to no one. Otherwise, he would feel as if he had brought disgrace upon himself. However, since this was indeed his own camp, even without a deployment map, he could meander freely, at least without the fear of being mistaken for an assassin. Yet, scarcely had this thought settled when a voice from behind rang out. "Don't move." Xiaojie was taken aback. Was there truly such foolishness? Could one not distinguish between allies? But upon glancing down, Xiaojie felt disheartened. He was still clad in the enemy's uniform. Thus, he called out, "Captain, don't shoot, it's me." As he turned around, he found Agent Carter stifling a laugh behind him. Chapter 15. I have a dream. Xiaojie's lips twitched in exasperation as he regarded the woman before him. "Is it appropriate for you to come here in the dead of night to toy with a respectable young man?" Agent Carter tilted her head, observing Xiaojie, and smiled. "Your manner of speaking is indeed amusing. Are all Huaxiao people this humorous?" Xiaojie blinked, finding it a challenging question to answer. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Questions have their sequence. Do not sidestep the weighty issues. Are you lurking outside my tent at night with intentions of sneaking in under the cover of darkness to engage in some unspeakable act? I assure you, I am not one to be easily coerced. Is that your expectation?" Agent Carter approached Xiaojie, closing the distance, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Tell me, is this what you desire?" Xiaojie instantly faltered, hastily stepping back. "Stop teasing. A respectable young man cannot withstand such banter." Agent Carter's smile deepened as she lightly bit her lip. "Is it the shyness of foreign charm?" Xiaojie found himself at a loss for words. "What did Colonel Phillips say to you?" Agent Carter inquired. "Is that truly the reason you are hovering around my tent?" Xiaojie asked. "Or are you more inclined to entertain the reasoning you provided earlier?" Agent Carter continued to tease him. "He seems quite opposed to my continued activity on the battlefield." Summer Knight, unfazed by Agent Carter's teasing, remarked, I will likely be reassigned tomorrow. He should not treat a war hero in such a manner. Agent Carter sighed. Have you been informed of your destination? Not yet, replied Summer Knight. I should find out by tomorrow. Both Agent Carter and Summer Knight fell into a contemplative silence. As they wandered aimlessly through the military camp, Agent Carter suddenly spoke. You possess the potential to become a hero. Is it merely because I eliminated their commander? No. Agent Carter shook his head. Or perhaps it is not solely that. Your conduct on the battlefield is the foundation of my confidence in you. To be frank, my initial impression of you was far from favorable, truly. However, yesterday's battle and the mission transformed my perception entirely. Initially, I should not have regarded you with such an inequitable gaze. For this, I apologize. Summer Knight blinked, taken aback by this unexpected turn. Then Agent Carter continued. Do you know? War should not be approached blindly. On the battlefield, sheer bravery pales in comparison to wisdom. Moreover, decisive moments are of paramount importance. When we encountered the sniper, in that fleeting instant, I was taking a gamble. Summer Knight recalled the woman's reckless leap and nodded silently. Yet, you grasped my meaning in that moment, casting aside all distractions and executed that almost mythical shot. Agent Carter regarded Summer Knight earnestly. Your performance in that instant was nothing short of perfect, profoundly moving. Feeling somewhat flustered by such praise, Summer Knight awkwardly responded, Please, ease up on the compliments. I can hardly bear it. Agent Carter looked at him with exasperation. I am being entirely sincere. Well, I believe you. Summer Knight contemplated for a moment before speaking again. But heroism feels exceedingly distant to me. It is not so far, Agent Carter asserted. If you wish, I can speak with Dr. Erskine and report to our superiors that I believe. Stop. You are too enthusiastic, Summer Knight interjected. First and foremost, I have no intention of becoming a hero. Furthermore, you would never allow a foreigner to become your hero, would you? You are not a foreigner. Your nationality is American. Summer Knight blinked, realizing that this inadvertently revealed his entire backstory. An American of Chinese descent, orphaned, adopted by Colonel Phillips, he had enlisted secretly when World War II broke out, only to be assigned to Colonel Phillips' unit. He thus remarked, but nationality does not define everything, does it? It is merely a few words. Can it truly obliterate a person? In the future, if I were to become the hero you speak of, active on this battlefield and visible to all, what might they say? Hey, where did this yellow-skinned clown spring from? If I were to annihilate his entire family, would that still align with your expectations of a hero? Such a scenario is unlikely to transpire. Yet it might. Summer Knight chuckled, saying, You cannot expect everyone to share your perspective. My standing will inevitably change, won't it? Agent Carter fell silent. The question posed was indeed harsh, and Agent Carter's thoughts were simplistic. She believed that Summer Knight possessed the potential to become a hero. However, she overlooked the fact that, given the current circumstances, irrespective of Summer Knight's willingness, would those in power be amenable? Rather than welcoming a foreign hero into the public eye, they would prefer a native superhero to emerge, infusing their nation with vitality and hope. And perhaps even sell bonds? It seems Captain America initially resembled a clown, participating in performances to promote bonds. A glance at the silent Agent Carter revealed her complete silence, as she too contemplated the grim environment that did not permit the emergence of a foreign superhero. Neither politicians nor the populace would wish to witness such an outcome. Observing her demeanor, Summer Knight sighed and spoke. Even if one does not become a super soldier or a superhero, can one not continue to resist? Can a superhero truly alter the battlefield? What are we here for? To wave flags, munch on sandwiches, and return home to bear children? Agent Carter chuckled, biting her lip as she regarded Summer Knight. You are indeed a peculiar individual. From your words, I can discern your lack of trust in this country. Yet, you still choose to engage on this battlefield. Why enlist? I have harbored a dream since childhood. Summer Knight gazed upward at the stars with a solemn expression, speaking slowly as if embodying a great figure. That is world peace. This was a jest. However, Agent Carter clearly did not grasp it, given the current environment. Her gaze turned focused as she regarded Summer Knight. To me, you are a hero. Chapter 16. A bountiful harvest. Agent Carter's intense gaze rendered Summer Knight somewhat embarrassed, even at a loss for words. Just as he pondered how to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Agent Carter spoke again. Truly, a grand dream is especially precious. Summer, regardless of your personal desires, your dream is one that the entire world should strive to realize. Summer Knight blinked and replied, It seems that way, indeed. For a moment, the atmosphere threatened to plunge back into awkwardness, as such stilted conversations always feel disconcerting. As Knight of Summer pondered what to say on this sultry evening, Agent Carter suddenly gestured towards a nearby tent, announcing, I've arrived. Oh, all right, get some rest, Knight of Summer promptly replied. You too, Agent Carter said, gently embracing Knight of Summer. Good night. Once Agent Carter departed, Knight of Summer scratched his head in resignation. Where's that promised underdog persona? What is this overwhelming sense of allure from such a beauty? Surely, it must be one of the three great delusions. However, with Agent Carter gone, Knight of Summer felt a sense of relief. Thanks to Agent Carter, their aimless wandering around the camp had allowed Knight of Summer to gain a comprehensive impression of the layout and crucial information about the camp. Taking advantage of the solitude, he removed his enemy uniform and casually disposed of it into the disassembler. He then confidently strolled towards the soldiers' sleeping quarters. Truth be told, it was far less complicated than Knight of Summer had envisioned. Dressed in this attire, coupled with his genuine identity as an American soldier, he faced no obstruction or suspicion whatsoever. He effortlessly arrived at the soldiers' tent, where the aftermath of a fierce battle had left them utterly exhausted. Given their heavy casualties, the cleanup had continued throughout the night, resulting in them sleeping soundly. Knight of Summer estimated that even if he were to stab them with a knife, they would remain oblivious. This significantly facilitated his plans. He extracted one firearm and replaced it with another. However, after perusing the tents, he found that he had already exhausted the weaponry in his disassembler's space before finishing the exchange. Sighing, Knight of Summer surveyed the soldiers' arms nearby. He pondered, I can't actually steal their weapons, can I? Swapping is one thing, but to pilfer feels utterly wrong. If they were enemies, there would be no hesitation. But these individuals were, in a way, his own comrades. With a resigned sigh, Knight of Summer cautiously emerged from the tent and boldly made his way back to his resting quarters, empty-handed, without any spoils. The presence of the disassembler instilled in him a sense of integrity in all his actions. Upon returning to his tent, Knight of Summer did not idle. Having rested well during the day, he commenced the disassembly of the weapons. His total gains included 156 points in basic rifle shooting, 98 points in basic sniper shooting, 104 points in basic rifle melee combat, 40 broken battle souls, and 40 experience points for the disassembler. Additionally, from the previous disassembly of the military uniform, he obtained 3 points in basic military combat and a dim, fractured battle soul. The rewards were indeed bountiful. A total of 156 beginner rifle shooting insights, combined with the consolation prizes from the disassembly of 2 new rifles, amounts to 158 volumes. Within the confines of the disassembly space, they were directly fused, resulting in 15 volumes of intermediate rifle shooting insights, with an additional 8 volumes of beginner insights rendered unusable. Conversely, while acquiring 41 volumes of beginner sniper rifle shooting insights, the system notified that the level of his beginner sniper rifle shooting skill had improved. Considering the previous 9 volumes disposed of, Xiajie pondered that he must have amassed 50 volumes of beginner insights, sufficient for a level increase. However, he was uncertain whether the transition from intermediate to advanced would also require 50 volumes. Based on past experiences, it seemed improbable that it would not demand a doubled quantity. Ultimately, there remained 57 volumes of beginner sniper rifle shooting insights, which after fusion transformed into 5 intermediate and 7 beginner volumes. After disposing of all, Xiajie felt a sense of growth in his abilities. Lastly, regarding the melee insights with the rifle, he was honestly perplexed about its utility. Engaging in close combat with a rifle? Young man, you possess quite the imagination. Nevertheless, as it was a skill, he would not let it slip away. After fervently acquiring dozens of volumes, his level increased. The military combat technique consisted of merely 3 volumes, which he casually acquired. In conclusion, the disassembly space retained 8 volumes of beginner rifle shooting insights, 7 volumes of beginner sniper rifle design insights, and 3 volumes of beginner rifle melee insights. Ultimately, the real highlight awaited: 41 battle souls, 40 fragmented battle souls, and 1 dim, broken battle soul. The white light burst forth, merging into Xiajie's body. His physical strength, speed, endurance, and all attributes surged dramatically. His mind grew increasingly lucid, and he felt a profound clarity enveloping him. However, as time progressed, the sensation became increasingly faint. Although still beneficial, the enhancement effect was minimal. This seemed to indicate, from another perspective, that he needed to seek superior battle souls. Based on the experiences garnered from disassembling so much equipment, Xiajie began to comprehend that the identity of the original weapon owner corresponded to the level of the battle soul. Only significant figures could yield advanced battle souls? Xiajie mused, feeling that there were still elements he had yet to grasp. Regrettably, these entities were unable to speak. Otherwise, a direct inquiry would have spared him much trouble. Rising from the bed, he stood on the ground, took a few steps, and felt the overwhelming power coursing through him. Nodding in satisfaction, just as he was about to express his invincibility and certainty of surviving until the end, the rumbling of his stomach jolted him back from the realm of fantasy to the reality of the world. Why was he so hungry? Xiajie rubbed his belly. And as the wake-up call sounded, he realized that an entire night had passed unbeknownst to him. This convenience suited Xiaojia perfectly, as it provided him an opportunity to partake in a meal. However, during breakfast, he astonished everyone present. He consumed 5 portions of breakfast single-handedly, leaving his companions in a state of disbelief. Yet, Xiaojia felt somewhat aggrieved, as he still did not feel satiated, sensing that his digestive capacity had remarkably enhanced. This resulted in food swiftly dissolving into energy upon entering his stomach, dispersing throughout his limbs. Previously, he had heard on television that the more one expends, the more one must consume. It now appeared that this notion held a kernel of truth. Though he yearned for more to eat, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Colonel Phillips entered, casting a glance at the cans before Xiaojia. "Are you attempting to overindulge as a form of protest against me?" "In fact, I am still not full," Xiaojia shrugged. "Follow me." Colonel Phillips dismissed Xiaojia's words, turning and exiting without a second thought. Chapter 17. May I request to return to the front lines? Colonel Phillips led the way, with Xiaojia trailing behind. Surrounding them were bustling soldiers, after a night's rest. These energetic individuals were becoming lively again, rendering the previous night's lethargy as if it were merely an illusion. "The battlefield is not suited for you," Colonel Phillips declared ahead, while Xiaojia listened quietly. "However, the task you completed previously was exceptionally well done. This damned achievement prevents me from dismissing you from the army outright. Hence, you have been assigned to another location." At this point, Colonel Phillips halted, turning to face Xiaojia, who looked at him in bewilderment. "Remember my words, do not harbor any illusions." Colonel Phillips sighed. "There are things you may not understand. But please remember that I do not wish you harm. Be cautious and prudent. If the opportunity arises, I will ensure you are removed from this environment. You should be leading a tranquil life, for this existence is ill-suited for you." Xiaojia wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. He preferred staying at home, sipping cola, playing games, and watching movies. However, Colonel Phillips's words left him somewhat perplexed. What was to happen next? Where was he meant to go? Seemingly perceiving the confusion in Xiaojia's mind, Colonel Phillips, with a grim expression, stated, "You are to be appointed as the bodyguard for an important individual." "Huh?" Xiaojia's eyes widened as he quickly inquired, "On the battlefield?" That was what concerned him most. "Cast aside your fantasies, if that were the case. Even at the behest of superiors, I would not acquiesce," Colonel Phillips asserted with an air of authority. "Your upcoming tasks will all be in the rear." Upon hearing this, Xiaojia breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Colonel Phillips, who seemed to be fuming, and suddenly felt a desire to laugh. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding his previous parents. However, the individual before him was genuinely intent on extricating him from peril. Let us proceed. The silence of summer night took Colonel Phillips by surprise, rendering him momentarily speechless, as he found himself unable to articulate the persuasive arguments he had prepared. Thus, he turned and continued to lead the way. Upon reaching the opposite side of the military camp, a vehicle awaited them. "Your weapons and equipment have been prepared," Colonel Phillips stated. "Wait here for a moment. Another person will accompany you on your departure. There is no need for futile resistance. This is an order. If you truly aspire to be an exemplary soldier, obeying commands must come first." Summer Night remained reticent, pondering whether the colonel was concerned he might be reluctant to return and would therefore try to conceal himself to continue fighting. "Rest assured, even if you were to aim a gun at my head, I would have no desire to return to this wretched place." Summer Night's silence astonished Colonel Phillips once more. After a brief pause, he finally placed a hand on Summer Night's shoulder and said, "Take care of yourself. I hope I do not receive news of your demise before I pass." With that, the elderly man turned and strode away, his posture upright and his pace brisk. A faint smile graced Summer Night's lips, for although this genuine sentiment was not directed towards him, it still felt rather pleasant. While awaiting by the vehicle, he suddenly heard distant voices raised in commotion. A soldier shouted, "That must be a ghost." "Yes, it is undoubtedly a ghost. No one else could accomplish such feats." "Stop your nonsense. Are our enemies planning to haunt us after death? Is that why they have swapped our weapons for theirs? What purpose does that serve? To arm us with their weapons and continue fighting their kin? That is absurd. How do you explain that all 40 of our weapons have been replaced with models 98 and 43? The patrols have detected no anomalies, and for heaven's sake, those are 40 rifles. No one could swagger about the camp with 40 rifles, not even a super soldier." All right, perhaps you are right. However, the higher-ups are already investigating. This incident must be a human act, not the work of a ghost. As these individuals conversed, they gradually faded from view. Summer Night could not suppress a chuckle. It was inconceivable for a rational person to contemplate concepts like spatial bags, let alone a disassembly machine's realm. As long as no one exposed this matter on the spot, even an exhaustive investigation afterward would be futile, ultimately leading to a dead end. What are you laughing at? A familiar voice emerged from beside him. Turning, Summer Knight beheld Agent Carter. Oh, nothing much. I just overheard a few people claiming their guns were swapped for enemy weapons, he replied with a smile. I found it rather amusing. Indeed, the military camp is rife with all sorts of ghost stories and strange tales, Agent Carter remarked as he climbed into the vehicle. Perhaps this will become a new horror story? Are you intrigued by such matters? On a summer night, Xiaojia stared in astonishment at Agent Carter. Glancing around, the person I am waiting for isn't you, is it? Indeed, the person you are awaiting is precisely me, Agent Carter replied with a slight smile. Why do I not sense your anticipation, but rather a hint of panic? She continued. Panic, to describe a warrior? Xiaojia shook his head helplessly and entered the car. Then can you enlighten me on what I am to do next? I assume it is not merely to serve as your bodyguard? 24-hour close protection? What shall I do while you use the restroom or sleep? Exhibit gentlemanly decorum? Soldier. I require no one's protection. Agent Carter chuckled. The place we are heading to is known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve. It is a newly established yet critically significant department. Your task is to protect a truly important individual. A beauty? No, a man. Agent Carter replied with a smile. A middle-aged man. Well, from a beauty to a greasy middle-aged man, it seems fantasies are indeed unrealistic, Xiaojia sighed. At least it won't be awkward, Agent Carter remarked. Yet suddenly, Xiaojia's expression changed. Wait, this Strategic Scientific Reserve isn't where that Dr. Erskine is it? Clever. Agent Carter smiled faintly. Colonel Phillips wishes for you to leave the front lines, but to let a talent like you step away from battle would be a significant loss for us. Thus, this is a compromise, allowing you to be distanced from the battlefield while still utilizing your skills. This is good news for all of us, is it not? Do not forget, your dream is world peace. After hearing this, Xiaojia hesitated for 2 seconds and asked, May I request to return to the front lines? Chapter 18. Strategic Scientific Reserve. Although Xiaojia had lamented the absurdities of life more than once, he never anticipated that life could become this absurd. His desire to leave the front lines primarily stemmed from his aversion to combat. Why fight? Why abandon the life of a reclusive man to engage in life-and-death struggles in someone else's world? Colonel Phillips' relationship and attitude had given him a glimmer of hope for survival. He had distanced himself from the front lines, yet he was soon to protect Dr. Erskine, the very architect behind Captain America's creation and the Red Skull's nemesis. He could already envision his fate, likely witnessing the birth of Captain America and becoming embroiled in the conflict between Captain America and Hydra. So here he was, no longer merely surviving before the ordinary adversaries of World War II, but now hiding in the chaotic core, beneath the gaze of formidable foes. To endure this would be a victory. Young man, you certainly have aspirations. Throughout the journey, Xiaojia remained despondent, to the point of losing his appetite. In the most minimal of circumstances, he had only consumed 3 portions of military rations and could eat no more. Agent Carter often gazed at the remnants of his food and then at the empty container before Summer Knight, expressing genuine admiration for her appetite. Due to Summer Knight's despondency, the two had exchanged little conversation along the way. However, Agent Carter, possessing a kind heart, continuously reassured Summer Knight, You need not worry. Even when we reach the rear, you shall still have the opportunity to fight. Your remarkable skills will not go unnoticed. Your name will surely instill fear in your adversaries. Ultimately, we can all realize the dream of world peace. Dear girl, if you do not mention world peace, we might still be friends. Moreover, you have fundamentally misconstrued the essence of my discontent. It is not that I lack opportunities to showcase my abilities. Rather, there are too many. I have no desire for anyone to know my name. Who cares if they are terrified? By the way, where's the person I am supposed to protect? Summer Knight's inner thoughts were a whirlwind of sarcasm, yet the words that escaped her lips were quite different. New York. You intend to drive all the way to New York from here? Summer Knight was taken aback, but upon reflection, it seemed like a reasonable idea. If we are on the road, by the time I arrive, that doctor might already be dead. How wonderful. Of course not. We shall take a plane. Agent Carter replied with a slight smile. The plane landed the following afternoon, and the journey had not been particularly dreadful. After all, he was accompanied by a beautiful woman, albeit with a slightly square face, yet still attractive. Summer Knight resigned herself to the situation, since she could not change it. She would simply go with the flow. Along the way, Agent Carter provided her with a brief overview of the circumstances. First and foremost, the individual Summer Knight was to protect was Dr. Abraham Erskine, a specialist in genetics. Furthermore, centered around this individual, they were to establish a strategic scientific reserve, aimed at creating a genuine super soldier. Indeed, if the Dr. S serum research proved successful and effective, it would pave the way for the formation of a unit composed entirely of super soldiers. Colonel Phillips had also contributed significantly to this endeavor, and the old man would be returning shortly to commence preparations in this regard. with her understanding of the Marvel Universe. Summer Knight was acutely aware of what this so-called Strategic Scientific Reserve entailed. In fact, she preferred to refer to this department as the Strategic Scientific Legion, an abbreviation in English. This organization was also the renowned precursor to S.H.I.E.L.D., albeit in its nascent form. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Summer Knight finally met Dr. Abraham Erskine. He is a cordial middle-aged man with a gentle expression on his face, and the glasses perched on his nose accentuate his scholarly demeanor. "I have heard of your exploits." In the room, Dr. Erskine gazed at Summer Knight and remarked with a smile, "The sharpshooter of the battlefield, I have heard that in a previous surprise attack, you single-handedly eliminated at least 30 of the enemy. Moreover, you utilized a Type 1 Garand rifle to dispatch an enemy sniper. Following that, during an infiltration and assassination mission, you directly killed the opposing commander. Such military accomplishments, had it not been for Colonel Phillips, you would have undoubtedly emerged as a prominent figure." Summer Knight was at a loss for words. Humility? It seemed that modesty was not regarded as a virtue in their eyes. To downplay it as a trivial matter? That would be rather presumptuous. Thus, when others extol one's virtues, it is indeed challenging to respond. Joking lightly would be inappropriate, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ultimately, Summer Knight could only manage a shy smile. "Haha," Dr. Erskine chuckled, "still a child. No wonder Colonel Phillips is so uneasy about you. However, I must trouble you in the coming days." Summer Knight could only nod. What else could he say? To inform them that they could not rely on him, as he merely intended to pass the time? Clearly, that was impossible. The conversation soon dwindled, as Dr. Erskine, being a scientist, clearly lacked the finesse of eloquence. Summer Knight, too, was not well versed in conversation. His current profession seemed to be that of a soldier, and previously, he was more of a reclusive gamer with a promising future. Yet, whether a soldier or a gamer, neither possessed the art of verbal dexterity. "Very well, feel free to do as you please. I have some work to attend to. You may occupy yourself, as long as you do not disturb me." Dr. Erskine stood up, revealing a desk cluttered with various documents, indicating that his workplace was within his own quarters. He hurried to the desk and began to write fervently, leaving Summer Knight uncertain about what to do next. The bundles at his feet were still unorganized, and he was unaware of where he would be staying. Dr. Erskine, evidently oblivious to these matters, had not made any arrangements for him, leaving him awkwardly seated on the sofa. At that moment, Summer Knight longed for his mobile phone and the games it contained. With nothing else to occupy his time, he began to survey the room. It was not very spacious, with a somewhat disheveled bed, and the floor strewn with various papers, documenting a multitude of texts. Nearby, there was a bookshelf, and Summer Knight casually picked up a book, only to be taken aback by the title, Gene Decomposition Studies. Summer Knight stared in disbelief at the book in his hands, glancing at the notification from the decomposition machine. For a moment, he was utterly flabbergasted. How could even a book be subject to decomposition? Are books not meant to be struck? This exclamation, albeit a mere quip from the Knight of Summer, encapsulates a profound sense of astonishment that is difficult to suppress. Initially, the Knight of Summer believed that the deconstruction machine could only dismantle weaponry. It was only later that they discovered garments could also be deconstructed. While clothing may indeed be classified as a form of equipment, what of books? Although the tome in hand, which bore a resemblance to a thick brick, would certainly inflict pain if hurled at someone's head, this hardly serves as justification for the possibility of books being deconstructed. Furthermore, what treasures could be unearthed from such an act? The curiosity is overwhelming. Would one end up with a plethora of books, transforming those meant for reading into mere objects for striking? What an intriguing notion. Turning to glance at Dr. Erskine, the Knight of Summer pondered whether deconstructing the old man's book would drive him to madness. Just then, Dr. Erskine seemed to have an epiphany. He abruptly turned, startling the Knight of Summer, who had just been contemplating the deconstruction of the very book in his hands. The book nearly slipped from their grasp, teetering precariously in midair before the Knight of Summer finally caught it securely. Exhaling a sigh of relief, they looked toward Dr. Erskine, who appeared utterly bewildered, as if he had completely forgotten what he was about to say. Once the Knight of Summer placed the book back down, Dr. Erskine turned once more, addressing them. Yes, your room is across the hall. Furthermore, when there is nothing pressing, you may move about freely. There is no need to sit idle in my room. While here, we shall at least be safe. You are entirely welcome to engage in pursuits of your choosing. Perhaps a stroll through the streets? Of course, it is entirely up to you. Once I immerse myself in work, I tend to lose track of time and may overlook your circumstances, so please do not take offense. He retrieved a key from a drawer and tossed it to the Knight of Summer before turning back to his tasks. The Knight of Summer stood in contemplation for a moment, then gathered their belongings, opened the door, and stepped out. The layout of the room across the hall was nearly identical. After placing their items down and tidying up a bit, they tucked a handgun into their jacket and turned to exit. They needed to validate their recent discovery. It was of utmost importance. A bookstore. Not far from their residence stood a modestly sized bookstore, and upon entering, one would be enveloped by the sensation of being adrift in a sea of literature. However, at this moment, the store was devoid of customers. Given the prevailing wartime circumstances, the mere fact that this bookstore remained open was commendable. The proprietor, a young man in his 20s, leaned against the counter, seemingly lost in thought. Upon the night of Summer's arrival, he did not even glance in their direction. As if they were invisible, absorbed in his own musings. On a summer night, the protagonist, indifferent to the youth's intentions, entered a bookstore and casually perused the surroundings. Eventually, he found himself in an inconspicuous corner, where he picked up a book whose contents remained a mystery. Could it possibly pertain to the dissection of psychology? To his astonishment, it indeed did. Taking a deep breath, he found this revelation somewhat incredible. What could be gleaned from such dissection? Rather than proceeding immediately, he allowed his thoughts to soar. In this time of war, he was unmistakably cast as a soldier. What role does a soldier play during wartime? Naturally, it is to engage in battle and dance with death. This starkly contrasted with his fundamental desire to survive until the end. Although currently in the rear lines, tranquility was elusive, as Dr. Erskine was an exceedingly troublesome figure. It was evident that once the super soldier serum research bore fruit, this amiable man would become a thorn in Hydra's side, an entity that must be eradicated. Protecting Dr. Erskine would inevitably entangle him in the ensuing chaos. The phrase about the dead bird facing the heavens and the living enduring for countless years was, in essence, born from desperation. In truth, the sentiment behind it could be succinctly expressed as to survive, if possible. The couplet reads, "The dead bird faces the heavens," while the counter reads, "The living endure for countless years," with the overarching sentiment being to survive, if possible. However, given the current circumstances, survival seemed increasingly improbable. Yet, the sudden appearance of the dissection machine offered him a glimmer of hope. What if he altered his persona? He stroked his chin, contemplating strategies. After half an hour, he vacated the bookstore of all its books on genetics. In truth, he was not well versed in identifying which books pertained to genetics, as not every volume bore the title Introduction to Genetics or prominently featured the word genetics on the cover. Fortunately, he did not need to comprehend the texts. Merely placing his hand upon them allowed him to discern their subjects. The bookstore, though small, boasted a rich collection spanning psychology, genetics, physics, and even mysticism. Each category, though limited in quantity, justified his ability to abscond with all the genetics books. Of course, this endeavor came at the cost of nearly depleting his cash reserves. Renting might have been manageable, but purchasing was exorbitantly expensive. They spoke of knowledge being priceless, yet these volumes were clearly marked with price tags. Did they not fear he might report them to the Consumer Association? With a belly full of grievances and an armful of books, he departed the bookstore. Finding a secluded corner, he placed all his acquisitions into the dissection machine space, retaining only 2 volumes in hand. His decision to focus solely on genetics books was not without purpose. In this world, possessing talent and publishing papers does not guarantee immediate endorsement from others. Academic discussions, from the past to the present, have been fraught with countless verbal conflicts. You accuse me of uttering nonsense, while I retort that you are merely spewing filth. If a soldier suddenly produces a paper on genetics, it is certain that no one would pay heed, instinctively dismissing it as sheer folly. Therefore, to transform his persona, he must first alter the image of a brawny soldier. The initial step is to cultivate an image of an erudite warrior. Moreover, he requires a mentor to guide him into this entirely different realm. The most suitable candidate happens to be right beside him, which explains why Xia Jie has chosen the field of genetics. Of course, the success of all this hinges on what he can derive from dissecting these books tonight. Chapter 20. You are a genius. Upon returning to his residence, Xia Jie felt a surge of excitement, reminiscent of the thrill experienced when preparing to infiltrate enemy lines for an assassination mission. His body trembled, and he was overwhelmed with urgency. Emerging from the restroom, he managed to calm his racing heart, feeling a moment of self-deprecation. Ultimately, he remained a reclusive individual. Although he had inevitably stained his hands with blood since venturing into this brutal world, the underlying thrill he felt when confronted with significant events had yet to dissipate. The familiar sound of the disassembler brought him a sense of tranquility. Announcement. Item disassembly successful. Genetics knowledge 1 disassembler experience 1 disassembly complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Extract. Xia Jie felt a surge of exhilaration in his mind. Then, a book, nearly indistinguishable from the disassembler's output, materialized in his hands. With a swift motion, radiant light enveloped him, and in the next moment, his mind brimmed with a wealth of previously unknown knowledge. Could it truly be possible? Xia Jie's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing how advantageous it would have been had he possessed this knowledge before his journey through time. He could have achieved greatness, marrying a wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Continued disassembly. After approximately 10 minutes, all the books Xia Jie had purchased were fully disassembled. He stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon. When disassembling books, he received not hints for disassembling equipment, but rather for disassembling items. Furthermore, regardless of whether the book was new or old, the yield was consistently 1. There must be a pattern at play. Yet Xia Jie could not fathom what that pattern might be. What, then, is the distinction between items and equipment? However, he did not seek to delve deeply into these questions. He was content, as he could reap tangible benefits. Delving into the depths of inquiry bears little significance. Even if one were to comprehend the underlying principles, it would not augment their harvest. Over time, I have amassed knowledge in genetics, totaling 12 volumes. Upon absorbing all this information, I find myself uncertain of the level I have attained. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the sensation of having transformed into a seasoned professor, one who has toiled in the realm of genetics for many years, with knowledge brimming to the point of overflow. Perhaps this is merely an illusion. As I ponder this, my mind wanders back to the scattered papers I encountered in Dr. Erskine's study. My memory, enhanced by the spirit of war, has reached an astonishing capacity, allowing me to vividly recall those documents. They contained equations and theoretical foundations. Merging this with the knowledge swirling in my mind, I instinctively seized a pen and paper from the table, doodling and jotting down several conjectural formulas, only to be met with confusion as I gazed upon my own work. Sleep beckoned. I yawned, finding it impossible to continue, and casually tossed the pen onto the table before surrendering myself to the comforts of my bed. Burying my head beneath the covers, perhaps due to the overwhelming influx of information, my head felt slightly foggy. I fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the world around me. Upon awakening, I was startled to discover an unexpected presence in my room. A figure stood with their back to me, scrutinizing 2 sheets of paper at the desk, seemingly intent on memorizing every detail. Alarm surged within me. This was Dr. Erskine. What was he doing here so early, rather than resting in his own quarters? Surely, age has accustomed him to the habits of early rising. Moreover, was he not holding the very notes I had scribbled yesterday? The jumbled thoughts I had penned, which left me bewildered, were now in the hands of Dr. Erskine, a veritable jumble of nonsense. Despair filled my heart as I lamented my intentions to elevate my knowledge in genetics and inadvertently impress Dr. Erskine, hoping to earn his recognition and a place in the academic world. Yet now, my scribbles would surely appear as worthless to him. All my aspirations lay shattered. In the midst of my tumultuous thoughts, Dr. Erskine turned to face me. Noticing my unfocused gaze, he awkwardly remarked. I knocked on the door. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all, doctor. You rise quite early. On a summer night, Xia Jie chuckled, pondering how to swiftly divert the conversation, hoping to make Dr. Erskine forget about his scribbles. Did you write this? However, Dr. Erskine did not engage, merely shaking the 2 sheets of paper in his hand. Xia Jie's expression darkened. What could he do now? He could only nod and, with a wry smile, respond, it's just some casual writing. I've recently been self-studying this area of knowledge. I hope you find it amusing. Recently learned? Dr. Erskine glanced at the papers in his hand, then shook his head, stating, Colonel Phillips' assessment of you is rather unfair. In his words, you are a brash child, unaware of the world's vastness, perhaps even somewhat cynical due to the early loss of your parents. Yet, it is evident that you are not only courageous and active on the battlefield, but also insatiably thirsty for knowledge. Moreover, you are far too modest. Dr. Erskine approached Xia Jie, settling beside him on the bed, and said, to be honest, I am utterly astonished. I never anticipated that you were delving into such literature and engaging in self-study. Indeed, these sheets have completely transformed my perception of you. Xia, do you realize? You are a genius. A genius, you say? And I had to be told this. Xia Jie was utterly bewildered. Without over a decade immersed in pertinent knowledge, he could never have produced such data. Dr. Erskine, a bit agitated, exclaimed, and you claim all of this is something you only recently learned? Well, forgive my outburst. I truly did not expect to encounter a child of your caliber just before reaching the pinnacle of my own achievements. Chapter 21. The power of 12 books. The unfolding narrative seemed to exceed Xia Jie's imagination. Gazing at the fervently animated elder before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Was his own writing truly remarkable? Xia Jie felt no such awareness. He had merely consumed 12 books. How could that elevate him so? Direction. Dr. Erskine suddenly pronounced with conviction. Xia Jie's attention was piqued. What you currently lack is a direction. Wait, hold on. Doctor. Erskine raised a finger. I still do not fully grasp your situation. Yes, Xia. Do you have time now? Aside from rising to relieve myself and eat, my free time is probably at your disposal. Xia Zhiyue blinked. Excellent. Dr. Erskine replied. So, it appears we have ample time until tonight. Now go on, get up. Wash your face, relieve yourself, and eat. As a soldier, it is quite improper for you to make this old man rise before you. Hurry up, Xia. I hope to witness the rise of a genius at the earliest opportunity. On a summer night, Xia Zhiyue awoke in a daze, going through the motions of washing up and having breakfast. It was only when he found himself seated in Dr. Erskine's room that he began to regain his senses. Could 12 books truly possess such formidable power? How could they evoke such profound recognition in a brilliant doctor who had immersed himself in genetics and gene modification for years? Dr. Erskine produced 2 sheets of paper, placing them before Xia Zhiyue with the words, "Come, let me assess your abilities." Upon glancing at the papers, Xia Zhiyue's eyes widened in astonishment. An examination, a nightmare from his childhood, a battlefield of life and death. Memories of his academic struggles flooded back, and he shuddered involuntarily. Yet, upon picking up the pen, he discovered that the content of the test was not particularly challenging. From the first question, he wrote with remarkable speed. It wasn't until he reached the second page that his pace slowed slightly, as he began to consolidate the knowledge swirling in his mind, writing with a touch more caution. Nevertheless, after completing both sheets, less than 20 minutes had elapsed. Setting down the pen and paper, Xia Zhiyue turned to Dr. Erskine, only to realize that the doctor had been observing him intently the entire time. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xia Zhiyue stammered, Dr. Erskine's gaze was complex, reflecting a mixture of surprise and admiration. I never imagined I would encounter someone like you. Everything you are currently studying is merely foundational, fundamentals among fundamentals. Yet, there is something vast that extends from this foundation, something profoundly intricate. How shall I put it? It is quite remarkable. Dr. Erskine seemed to ponder his words carefully. Knowledge is a wondrous entity. It is, in essence, inexhaustible. A lifetime spent trying to master any single discipline is an impossible endeavor. The more you delve into a subject, the more you uncover an even broader expanse awaiting your exploration. When you reach the age of 100, feeling the weight of your diminishing vitality, gazing upon that vast sky will evoke a sense of helpless regret within you. However, Dr. Erskine suddenly smiled and continued, fortunately, we can document our research findings and pass the broader sky on to those who are younger, more vibrant, and more talented. Yet, even then, through generations of relentless pursuit, no one has truly comprehended any discipline in its entirety. They are simply too captivating, too profound. Xia Zhiyue felt a tinge of embarrassment. The depth of Dr. Erskine's words felt subtly poignant. As a reclusive individual, he often found it hard to rein in his imagination. Xia, Dr. Erskine's sudden call jolted him from his reverie. Everything you are learning now is foundational, a broad foundation, which is a good thing. Your accumulation of knowledge is substantial, yet it lacks a clear direction. Dr. Erskine gazed at Xia Zhiyue, a primary avenue of research. The examination I just presented to you validates your foundation, and it is evident that you have achieved remarkable expertise in this field. Even after a decade of study, an ordinary individual would scarcely reach your level. It is now time for you to discover your own path. Xia Zhiyue scratched his head, still somewhat incredulous. Could the influence of those 12 books truly be so profound? At a loss for words, he found himself in a moment of silence, while Dr. Erskine seemed equally bereft of speech. The two exchanged blank stares, and an inexplicable awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Finally, Xia Zhiyue hastily exclaimed, "But I have no research direction." "I understand," Dr. Erskine promptly replied. "Indeed, perhaps you have never contemplated it. Otherwise, you would have already identified something to pursue. However, the fact that you have yet to conceive of it is not a concern. In fact, it is quite splendid." The conversation had become rather uncomfortable. In truth, Xia Zhiyue had yet to voice anything substantive. It was solely Dr. Erskine expressing his sentiments. All things considered, Dr. Erskine stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Xia Zhiyue, "If you are willing, you may accompany me and observe my research topics." "Really?" Xia Zhiyue was taken aback by the professor's directness. "Of course it is true." Dr. Erskine sighed deeply. "Knowledge expands infinitely, yet the path narrows increasingly. I am aware of my own circumstances, Xia. Can you truly guarantee my safety? I wish to convey that you are a genius. Should misfortune befall me one day, at least you would remember all that I have studied. Isn't that rather hasty?" "You hardly know me," Xia Zhiyue exclaimed, astonished. "I do know you," Dr. Erskine replied, puzzled. "Why would you think I do not understand you? Colonel Phillips has shared many details about you, even recounting your romantic escapades during your rebellious phase. Oh, and I recall one of the girls was named—" Stop. Xia Zhiyue urgently interrupted. "What nonsense is this? I don't even know some of the things you are mentioning." Chapter 22. The Future World Exhibition Hall. The development of events exceeded Xia Zhiye's expectations. He had never anticipated that the impact of those 12 books would be so significant. Dr. Erskine had made it abundantly clear that these texts provided him with a formidable foundation. Following this, he could embark on specialized research topics. Moreover, he was surprised to discover the close friendship between Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erskine. They were practically inseparable comrades, and as a result, Dr. Erskine was privy to all of Xia Zhiye's past indiscretions. No wonder Colonel Phillips ultimately decided to place himself here to safeguard Dr. Erskine. To put it simply, he remained unconvinced, opting to assume the role of a guardian. What a peculiar situation this is. Summer Night found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the current outcome was indeed progressing in the direction she desired. Learning alongside Dr. Erskine while donning the guise of a bodyguard served as a protective shield, shielding her from the wrath of Hydra. If she were to be thrust into battle again, she would seize an opportune moment to showcase her talents. Withdrawing from the front line and returning to the sanctuary of academia, she would engage in research. All while being under dedicated protection, this was undoubtedly far superior to the horrors of warfare. If she could merely survive until the conclusion of World War II, both fame and fortune would be hers, and a life of ease would be beckoning her in the future. Immersed in her delightful reverie, Summer Night was abruptly interrupted by Dr. Erskine, who, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, "How is your memory?" "Quite good," Summer Night promptly replied. "Excellent. I shall procure some materials for you to study thoroughly. We must venture out tonight. I need to meet a person of great significance," Dr. Erskine stated. "For now, you shall continue as my bodyguard. We will discuss our next steps once our super soldier program achieves success." Summer Night blinked and nodded silently. Thus, the day passed amidst her studies. Dr. Erskine not only provided her with documents, but also shared many of his own notes and files, placing them beside her for her perusal, encouraging her to absorb as much as she could. Summer Night, though overwhelmed, skimmed through a considerable amount of data, leaving her rather dazed. It was not until after dinner that Dr. Erskine organized a set of materials and, together with Summer Night, they set out. Just before leaving, she inquired, "Where are we headed?" "To the future world," Dr. Erskine replied with a smile. "Have you heard of Stark Industries?" "Of course," Summer Night exclaimed. How could she not know of Iron Man? Yet, this era must be that of Iron Man's father. "Indeed, Howard Stark is a prodigious figure," Dr. Erskine remarked, adjusting his glasses. "In order to ensure the success of the Super Soldier program, we require his utmost assistance." Upon reaching their destination, Summer Night discovered that the so-called Future World was, in fact, the Future World Exhibition. It was not long after the commencement of Captain America, the first Avenger, that a youthful Captain America had visited this very place with his close friend and two ladies. Notably, the young captain had offered food to the ladies, only to be met with their disdain. What does this signify? On a summer night, Xia Jie believed that this illustrated the reality that, in any era, one's appearance is not solely judged by their face, but also by their physique. Such is the stark truth. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Xia Jie began to observe his surroundings with keen attention. He did not become blind to the dangers of the world simply because Dr. Erskine regarded him with favor, nor did he naively think that a beautiful life lay just within reach. Xia Jie's mind remained clear. The world was still fraught with peril, even in New York. Who could guarantee that the likes of Little Mustache or Hydra had not embedded spies in the city? Although this segment in the film posed no real threat, one is surely familiar with the concept of the butterfly effect. How many novels have depicted events spiraling out of control due to a protagonist's time travel? If one were to let their guard down, that beautiful and enviable life might sprout delicate wings and flit away. This was something Xia Jie could not permit. "Hey Xia, I think you ought to relax a bit," Dr. Erskine remarked, observing Xia Jie's taut demeanor. "This is New York, not a battlefield. There's no need to be so on edge, right? Today is a lively day, surrounded either by fresh recruits about to step into battle or by charming young ladies. By the way, I still don't know what kind of women you prefer. Colonel Phillips mentioned you like them with ample behinds. Is that true?" Xia Jie's lips twitched. Whatever happened to his scholarly demeanor? Whatever happened to his supposed reticence? Why was he suddenly so loquacious? Indeed, first impressions are often misleading, are they not? Judging by your expression, I take it you agree. Dr. Erskine chuckled. "After this war concludes, do you know how many widows there will be? Nearly all the men in this city are off to fight. I, too, yearn to join the fray, but alas, I cannot. I can only conquer my malevolent adversaries within my own realm. I hope that one day, this world will shine brightly, free from suffering and hardship, war and death. Just like your dream, world peace. Who on earth told you that? How utterly shameful." Xia Jie's face flushed with embarrassment. "Of course, by that time, you will surely find a woman with ample curves and establish a family." Dr. Erskine patted Xia Jie's shoulder, causing his expression to darken once more. Was this never-ending? As they ventured deeper into the exhibition hall, the doctor continued, "Now you can truly unwind. This exhibition hall is heavily secured. I shall be fine. Why not take a look at the wonders within? They are quite remarkable. The enchanting visions of a future world always captivate the imagination, don't they? Though I do not require fantasies about the future, I must admit you are right, Doctor. I should indeed take a stroll around." Xiaojie glanced at Dr. Erskine and smiled. "I shall return shortly. Enjoy yourself. There are beautiful ladies to be found." The doctor observed Xiaojie with a contented smile. On a summer night, with a darkened visage, Morrison found himself disinterested in the unfolding events, questioning who would dare engage any further. Unbeknownst to him, he had drawn the gaze of others. Chapter 23. The formidable watcher. The Future World Exhibition Center was bustling with visitors, groups of 3 to 5, or couples, marveling at the whimsical designs on display. Some exhibits were bizarre, while others elicited laughter, igniting a lively atmosphere among the attendees. Morrison navigated through the throngs of people, appearing much like an ordinary guest, casually observing the surrounding exhibits. His eyes conveyed a spectrum of emotions towards each display, whether it was disdain, eager anticipation, or utter confusion. He believed his expressions were flawlessly executed. Unbeknownst to all, his true objective lay not within the exhibits, but rather in locating that infernal doctor, Dr. Abraham Erskine. Suddenly, a strong arm draped over his shoulder, immobilizing him with an overwhelming force. A voice whispered ominously in his ear, "If you wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents, I hope to procure some rather valuable information from you. Let us not allow misunderstandings to obstruct our communication, shall we?" Morrison's eyes widened, a glint of menace flickering within them. Yet, the voice trembled with urgency. "Good heavens, if you require money, it is in my left pocket." "Excellent, but I desire more." The voice continued. Morrison exhaled, a small test yielding the desired result. Even in such an era, shameless little thieves were rampant. It mattered little. He could find a secluded spot to deal with this pest. In this time, the death of such vermin would hardly raise an eyebrow. It would merely consume a bit of his time, yet he was convinced this petty thief would not delay him unduly. With that thought in mind, he gestured towards a direction, stating, "There is no one over there." "I appreciate an astute individual," the voice replied, steeped in urgency and impatience, as if eager to seize the spoils now that the prey was ensnared. "You shall pay dearly for your greed. At least, that's what Morrison believed as he moved away from the exhibition center and into an alley. However, upon entering the alley, his head was forcefully pressed against the wall, and his 2 handguns were swiftly confiscated. Despair began to envelop him. "Another 38? The voice expressed disdain. "So, you are one of the little mustachioed men, not Hydra?" As this revelation dawned, a powerful tug turned him around, and upon seeing the face of the figure behind him, Morrison's pupils dilated in shock. "It was you." The soldier who had accompanied Dr. Erskine previously. The visage of a typical Oriental man led him to unconsciously overlook the situation. Yet he was unaware that the other party had already discerned his presence. "Yes, it was I," said Xiaojie with a smile. "Upon our first encounter, I wonder, if one head is severed, can 2 grow in its place?" Morrison's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the gravity of the situation. The other party possessed knowledge far exceeding his assumptions. Indeed, one cannot simply gauge your origins by the mere presence of a firearm. Xiaojie chuckled again, abruptly seizing Morrison's chin with one hand. Yet, at that very moment, Morrison launched a sudden kick aimed at the groin. Was this martial technique universally applicable? Xiaojie's reflexes were astute. The instant Morrison's leg ascended, he comprehended the impending strike. Not only that, he retaliated with a swift kick to Morrison's knee, rendering the brutal attempt futile. Following this, he grasped Morrison's shoulders and pulled him forward, delivering a knee strike directly to his abdomen. Morrison's body arched like a shrimp, and Xiaojie took a step back, shaking his right hand before launching a powerful uppercut. "Oh Lu Jin." This punch landed squarely on Morrison's jaw, propelling his previously leaning form into the air. His small white teeth scattered like petals from a celestial maiden. Ultimately, he crashed to the ground, dazed and disoriented. However, Morrison gritted his teeth. Though he had not managed to bite down, Xiaojie had knocked out all his teeth. Yet, even without the aid of his chompers, Morrison flipped over, desperately searching for his lost teeth. "Hee," Xiaojie chuckled. "I presume you are searching for your venomous fangs, are you not? Those that contain lethal poison, ready for self-destruction upon capture. Quite the ambitious young man, but you are rather naive." Dragging Morrison's ankle as one would a sack, he distanced him from the scattered teeth, then sat down on Morrison's back, stating, "So, do you relish your current predicament?" Morrison glared back at Xiaojie, twisting his neck into an awkward angle, and began to curse. After finishing his expletive, the two locked eyes, Morrison nearly in tears. This scoundrel had knocked out all his teeth, and speaking without them was a rather breezy affair. He could hardly comprehend his own words. Xiajie feigned surprise. Is this your own language? Surely you don't expect to communicate with me using such an unrealistic method? Deeply aggrieved and in a state of despair, Morrison attempted to end his own life by forcefully smashing his head against the ground. Even if he could not die, he would at least have a face covered in blood. Such was Morrison's ferocity. However, just as his forehead was about to make contact with the ground, a sudden constriction around his neck nearly choked him to death. In the next moment, he was yanked up by the collar. Such a steadfast will to seek death. I see. Given the circumstances, I truly cannot accommodate your wishes. Xiajie grasped his head and forcefully pressed it against the wall. The sound echoed, thud. Xiajie marveled at the delightful resonance. While he reveled in the sound, Morrison's eyes spun like a whirlwind, and he fell unconscious without uttering a single sound. Xiajie removed the man's outer coat, tearing it into strips to bind him tightly, rendering him utterly incapacitated. He then used the remnants to gag him and opened a nearby trash bin, unceremoniously tossing him inside. Finally, he placed a few garbage bags over him for modesty. Remarking to himself that it was much improved, he hoped that when he returned, the man would still be there. Chapter 24, a notorious figure after dealing with the Observer. Xiajie contemplated seeking out Agent Carter. The Hydra operatives were notoriously elusive. They possessed a fierce loyalty and, if captured, would resort to self-destruction by biting down on their concealed poison, rendering them lifeless in an instant. Thus, upon realizing this particular individual might originate from Hydra, Xiajie wasted no time in disabling him, shattering his prominent teeth to eliminate his means of suicide. Throwing him into the trash bin was an act of desperation. He certainly could not parade a Hydra spy before Dr. Erskine. After all, parading a living person around was far too conspicuous. Upon returning to the exhibition hall, not much time had elapsed, and the atmosphere remained vibrant. Xiajie initially intended to seek out Dr. Erskine directly, only to be met by a young man in military attire, accompanied by two women preparing to depart. Such figures were prevalent this evening, as word had spread of a new batch of recruits set to head to the front lines. Xiajie dismissed it at first, but not far off. A frail youth stood, saluting the departing soldier with a wistful gaze. This scene felt oddly familiar. Xiajie observed the young soldier, then the two ladies, and finally the despondent expression of the slender boy nearby, and suddenly it dawned on him. Could this be the youthful Captain America and his close companion, the Winter Soldier? Oh, wait, he was not called the Winter Soldier yet. Xiajie scratched his head, astonished to encounter such prominent characters from the original narrative. And not during any significant historical moment. It was all so unexpected. What should he do? Approach for an autograph? How unbecoming. He rubbed his face, deciding to feign ignorance. As he brushed past Captain America, he noticed that, indeed, he seemed extraordinarily short and slender, but nothing more struck him. Meanwhile, Dr. Erskine, arms crossed, observed Captain America, and upon noticing Xiajie, waved in his direction. The summer night approached the doctor, and Captain America had returned to the exhibition hall. Brushing past the two as he passed by, the two young ladies had been taken away by the Winter Soldier, leaving him free to continue his exploration. How do you feel? The doctor inquired of the Summer Knight. At last, Summer Knight seized the opportunity for revenge and quietly remarked, Doctor, it seems you are quite the doctor. Huh. Dr. Erskine looked at Summer Knight in confusion. What do you mean by that? Summer Knight blinked. Perhaps it means you have a penchant for those who are strikingly handsome, slender, and fair-skinned. Dr. Erskine's face turned slightly pale at the implication. Noting Summer Knight's amused expression, he couldn't help but scold. Are you jesting with me? That's quite inappropriate. Summer Knight cleared his throat. Are you interested in him? I think he is rather impressive. Dr. Erskine nodded seriously. Very well, doctor. Tonight he shall appear in your bed, Summer Knight said, patting the pistol at his waist. Good heavens. Summer, your jokes are endless. Dr. Erskine gazed at Summer Knight in disbelief. Summer Knight coughed again. All right, but doctor, have you finished your conversation with Howard? Not yet. I haven't seen him. Dr. Erskine replied. Tonight, this fellow is the main attraction. What do you think of the hover car? Well, it's quite an intriguing concept, Summer Knight nodded. However, the priority now is that we likely need to reach out to Agent Carter. Is Agent Carter the type you fancy? Dr. Erskine began to take his revenge. I have captured a spy monitoring you, Summer Knight declared. Dr. Erskine paused, taken aback by this sudden seriousness, struggling to believe his ears. You say you have caught a spy? Monitoring me? Indeed, Summer Knight affirmed. I'm not particularly skilled in interrogation, but I believe Agent Carter has a wealth of talent in that area. Dr. Erskine felt a bit flustered but quickly regained his composure. Is there a second one around? I can't guarantee it at the moment, but, doctor, if possible, I hope you will remain within my sight for the time being. Valuing his own life, Dr. Erskine promptly suggested, let us go meet Howard. The meeting place with Howard was rather interesting, the backstage of the stage. A group of young ladies, having just finished their performance, wandered through the corridor, some loudly calling out, while others rushed over attempting to present flowers. In the dressing room, Howard was changing clothes. And after a brief wait, Summer Knight and Dr. Erskine finally laid eyes on the young tycoon. Dr. Erskine, it is a pleasure to see you. Howard warmly shook hands with Dr. Erskine, then turned his attention to Summer Knight. This is Summer, Dr. Erskine introduced succinctly, the one responsible for safeguarding my life. Your life is exceedingly precious, Howard remarked. Those who can protect you must be exceptionally skilled warriors. I wholeheartedly concur with this sentiment. Xia is indeed formidable. Renowned as a sharpshooter, and moreover, a solitary hero. He once infiltrated the enemy camp to execute a decapitation mission, successfully eliminating their commander and retreating unscathed. With his assistance, we even thwarted a nefarious ambush launched by the adversary. As Dr. Erskine spoke, pride radiated from his countenance. Xia Zhiyue felt a twinge of embarrassment, inexplicably sensing the sensation of being paraded by a parent. Howard, however, regarded him with profound respect, promptly shaking Xia's hand and expressing, I truly admire heroes like you. I never imagined I would meet one today. Xia Zhiyue replied, I have often heard of Mr. Howard's name. Tonight's speech was splendid. This was not mere flattery. The man exuded a unique charisma. The concept of future automobiles he presented was quite impressive, despite minor issues with the anti-gravity system, which did not overshadow its brilliance. Future cars will surely be able to hover. Of course, there may be some technical challenges at present, but that is inconsequential. Howard chuckled. If it truly succeeds in the future, I can gift you one. Let us hope we both live to see that day. Xia Zhiyue shrugged. Life is always brimming with hope. Howard smiled, unaffected by Xia's remarks. Before we discuss serious matters, I hope you can assist me with something. Dr. Erskine interjected. Xia has captured a spy. Chapter 25. Excited Howard in just a few words. The situation was clarified, and Howard appeared even more exhilarated than Dr. Erskine. A spy? Alive? He sprang to his feet, his face alight with excitement. Xia Zhiyue stared at Howard in bewilderment, wondering if this fellow had awakened some unmentionable interest upon hearing the word spy. Dr. Erskine nodded. Indeed, but we currently have only two of us. The location where the spy is held is quite precarious. We must transfer him immediately. No problem. Howard rolled up his sleeves, eager to take action. Dr. Erskine was taken aback. What did it mean to personally go? I came to discuss matters with you, and now you're running off? What am I supposed to say? He quickly grasped Howard's arm. Calm down. We have yet to discuss our affairs. Doctor, Howard asserted, the spy situation is crucial. If we can pry open this fellow's mouth, it holds extraordinary significance for us. Therefore, let me handle it. I cannot rest easy unless I oversee this matter personally. Dr. Erskine felt at a loss and turned his gaze towards Xia Zhiyue. Xia blinked, witnessing Dr. Erskine's imploring look, resembling a forlorn child without a mother, and could only say, Mr. Howard, do you trust me? Of course. After all, you are the one who captured him. Howard did not hesitate at all. Xia Zhiyue smiled and said, if that is the case, could you please provide me with a suitable location and bring along two trustworthy individuals? I shall facilitate the transfer, while you and the doctor discuss your matters. Once I return, I will escort you over. Is that agreeable? Howard hesitated for a moment, then solemnly nodded. Make sure not to lose them. Xia Zhiyue was at a loss for words, feeling as though this spy was akin to a mere toy in Howard's eyes. And please, do not let them perish. Howard added anxiously. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Xia Zhiyue replied. We cannot afford any mishaps. Howard quickly reiterated. In fact, Mr. Howard, if this task were to encounter any unforeseen difficulties under my watch, your involvement would likely pose a greater risk to your life, Xia Zhiyue stated candidly. Howard paused, then nodded in agreement. You are correct. In truth, the entire operation proceeded remarkably smoothly. Morrison was unharmed within the trash bin, and the transfer encountered no obstacles. The location Howard provided was not far from the exhibition, yet exceedingly discreet. Until Xia Zhiyue brought Dr. Erskine and Howard to this place, no unsettling events transpired. Upon seeing Morrison securely bound to a chair, Xia Zhiyue realized that his nerves had been somewhat frayed. Frankly, the cinematic portrayal of Hydra's capabilities had been overly exaggerated. While they were indeed formidable, they had not reached an omnipotent status. The key point was that Morrison had gone missing for less than an hour. No matter how powerful Hydra was, they could not react within such a brief time frame. Moreover, the discussion between the doctor and Howard evidently yielded positive results, as their demeanor conveyed an unspoken understanding. It was foreseeable that the super soldier program had not encountered any unpredictable setbacks due to Xia Zhiyue's sudden intervention, which was good news for him. What is the greatest advantage of a time traveler? Certainly, it is the proverbial golden finger. Setting that aside, what is the greatest benefit of traversing into a familiar cinematic world? Besides the golden finger, it is undoubtedly the knowledge of the plot. Having just finished watching Avengers: Infinity War, the memories were still fresh, and enhanced by the power of battle, they were vividly clear. Although Captain America had been released quite some time ago, reflecting on it now, there was not much that had been forgotten. Most of it remained etched in his mind, which was the greatest advantage Xiaojie could wield. However, he had yet to fully contemplate how to utilize this advantage. I recall the execution of the Super Soldier program, during which a spy unexpectedly unleashed a burst of energy. Amidst overwhelming encirclement, he dashed into the streets, causing quite the commotion, and ultimately took his own life. Frothing at the mouth with effervescent tablets. With his prophetic insights, I was certain I could unearth this individual in due time. At the very least, I could save the old man's life. While I was lost in thought, Howard had already approached the spy, who had regained consciousness and was glaring fiercely at everyone. Howard extended his hand to remove the tattered cloth from the spy's mouth. Morrison inquired, "What nationality is this man? Why can't I understand what he is saying?" Howard, astonished, remarked, "I am fluent in at least 6 languages, yet I cannot discern what he is uttering." Embarrassed, I scratched my face. Upon closer inspection, Howard's astonishment deepened. "Where are his teeth?" "They were knocked out," I replied, my gaze vacant. "That will certainly pose a barrier to communication," Howard stated, somewhat troubled. "Writing is an option," I countered, drawing upon my extensive knowledge from countless films, television shows, and novels. "Indeed." Howard nodded earnestly, sending someone off to fetch paper and pen. "In the meantime," he remarked, "we have already contacted Colonel Phillips. Upon learning that you captured a spy, he expressed great delight, insisting that it is imperative for you to renounce all military ranks and settle down, find a woman, and start a family. To be frank, with 3.5 million women in New York, most of whom are without men, this is a prime opportunity for finding a partner, particularly those with ample figures." The corners of my mouth twitched. It seemed that everyone around me was quite the chatterbox. Moreover, the expression of glee on his face was utterly baffling. Morrison interjected, "No one is paying him any mind." Dr. Erskine reassured me, "Do not worry. You will not be released easily. Even Colonel Phillips' wishes hold no weight in this matter. In fact, this incident further underscores your value. Though your teeth may be gone, the situation is rather gory." At this moment, I had completely abandoned hope that Colonel Phillips could facilitate my complete severance from military life. It was evident that my earlier valiant struggle upon entering this world had led to this predicament. Without those accomplishments, Phillips would have likely dismissed me from the army long ago. Now, it appeared that matters would only grow increasingly complex. Yet, I remained undaunted. I had a path to consider. I could retreat to the rear and immerse myself in the research institute, waiting for the end of the war before re-emerging. The paper and pen had arrived. Howard, brimming with excitement, approached the spy with the paper in hand. "I am commencing the interrogation now. Who can advise me on the first step?" Chapter 26. Unprofessional torture. Xiaojie was utterly astounded by Howard's bravado. His fervor and obsession with the spy craft led Xiaojie to believe that he possessed considerable expertise in interrogation. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. He was patently inept. Clutching paper and pen, he exchanged bewildered glances with Morrison, and after a prolonged silence, he turned to Xiaojie with a look of desperation. Xiaojie felt a surge of frustration. If he lacked the knowledge, so did Xiaojie. Had he ever perused a manual on interrogation? Perhaps he should visit a bookstore to procure a couple of books on the subject, if such a discipline even existed, and if they were available for sale. The awkwardness enveloped them as they exchanged glances, each one silently questioning the other's competence. Suddenly, a strange noise pierced the silence, and they all turned to Morrison, who was grinning widely. The situation was painfully embarrassing. The captive was audibly mocking his interrogators. Xiaojie's forehead pulsed with veins, his face darkening with rage. How dare he laugh at us? Seeing this, Howard immediately inquired, "Do you have a plan?" "I have a small idea, though I cannot guarantee its effectiveness," Xiaojie replied. "First, we need to prepare a few items." "Torture devices?" Howard guessed, though Xiaojie shook his head, explaining, "I require 2 dogs and a bottle of olive oil." Howard was perplexed, and Dr. Erskine raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Are you planning to prepare a midnight snack laced with poison for him?" "Doctor, your imagination would fare better in fiction than in academia," Xiaojie retorted. Then, turning to Howard, he instructed, "Let us remove this fellow's shoes." As Howard reluctantly crouched down, he muttered to himself, "I never imagined that the first task in interrogating a captive would be to remove his shoes. This is absurd." Once the shoes and socks were removed, Howard's face turned an ashen hue. "I feel as though I have already endured a form of torture." Xiaojie was equally taken aback. "How can it smell this foul?" Holding Morrison's socks, which resembled toxic gas canisters, he found Morrison's laughter only amplified. The audacity of the captive was infuriating. Xiaojie, in a fit of irritation, thrust the stinking socks toward his mouth, declaring, "Let us see you laugh now." Morrison's expression turned green, resembling a frantic Hulk. Howard, seizing the moment, urged Xiaojie to assist in stuffing the other sock into Morrison's mouth as well. Perhaps it is true that joy is often derived from the suffering of others. While Xiaojie and Howard nearly retched from the odor, Morrison found delight in their distress. Now, however, Morrison was the one in agony. While Xiaojie and Howard reveled in their mischief, their laughter so intense that they could scarcely stand upright. Dr. Erskine placed a hand to his forehead, lamenting, "Why am I here?" Just then, Howard's two subordinates appeared, leading two dogs, and carrying a bottle of olive oil. Howard hurriedly asked Xiaojie, "How do you use this?" "It's quite simple. Apply it to the soles of his feet, and then let these two dogs lick it," Xiaojie replied. Howard paused for a moment. "Is that all? Shall I try it on you first?" Xiaojie looked at Howard with vacant eyes. "No need." Howard quickly responded, "Let's see how effective it is." In fact, the results were extraordinary. It was nothing short of a cruel and merciless torture, though it lacked professionalism and seemed rather childish. 10 minutes later, seeing Morrison's tear-streaked face gasping for breath left Howard astonished. "Goodness, Xia, how did you conceive such a wicked, no, a brilliant idea? Read more books," Xiaojie shrugged. Although he was not adept in this area, novels and films had provided him with a plethora of methods to employ. However, the application was often quite troublesome, and Xiaojie himself was not skilled at it. But tickling the soles of the feet was different. While it was indeed a playful act, its cruelty was indisputable. Moreover, it was not fingers that were involved, but the tongues of two large dogs. The slippery, moist sensation as they licked repeatedly, occasionally biting down, was not only painful but also terrifying. Nevertheless, Morrison, being a Hydra spy, would not divulge everything simply due to this method. Xiaojie did not expect to extract any valuable information tonight. He was merely dissatisfied with being ridiculed. After tormenting Morrison for a while, Xiaojie felt considerably appeased and then said to Howard, "The doctor and I must take our leave. From this point forward, the matter is in your hands. Also, the utility of these two dogs extends beyond this. How you choose to employ them is entirely up to you." Xiaojie meaningfully patted Howard on the shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear. Howard's eyes brightened. "Xia, you are simply a rascal. No, you are a genius." Xiaojie twitched his lips, while Dr. Erskine, unable to bear it any longer, urged Xiaojie to depart. Before leaving, Xiaojie said to Howard, "In truth, our interrogation is rather futile, as we cannot discern the veracity of what he utters. It's just for fun, do not take it too seriously, and do not easily trust any information he provides. Believe not a word of it. The best outcome is to relocate him as swiftly as possible." Upon hearing this, Howard fell silent for a moment, ultimately nodding seriously, acknowledging the wisdom in Xiaojie's words. Finally, Howard arranged for a car to escort Xiaojie and Dr. Erskine away. During the ride, Dr. Erskine remarked to Xiaojie, "Colonel Phillips will return tomorrow. Agent Carter's preparations are complete. We can move to the camp." Xiaojie had not anticipated such swiftness. Upon reflecting on Colonel Phillips, a slight headache plagued him as he had yet to awaken any signs of memory, likely due to the lack of renewal of his external enhancements. Consequently, the longer he interacted with Colonel Phillips, the greater the risk of revealing his true nature as an imposter. However, at this juncture, there was little he could do. The return of Colonel Phillips should signify the formal initiation of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Following this, a fresh contingent of recruits would likely appear in the camp, among whom would shine the most illustrious star on the battlefield, the ambitious man adorned with the stars and stripes. The thought of this prospect caused Xiaojie to smile. Could the coming days witness a remarkable transformation from a frail individual to a formidable figure? It seemed rather intriguing. Chapter 27. The Forbidden Ultimate Technique. The following day, Colonel Phillips indeed arrived, yet he did not meet with Xiaojie. This was a relief for Xiaojie, who spent his time learning about genetics under the tutelage of the doctor. However, assimilating this knowledge proved to be exponentially slower than merely reading the texts. Xiaojie was eager to absorb all of the Doctor's writings, yet considering the Doctor's fragile constitution, he refrained from indulging too much. On yet another day, Dr. Erskine had been diligently organizing the records of Steve Rogers, who would eventually become the renowned Captain America. Fascinatingly, Dr. Erskine remarked to Xiaojie that Steve had enlisted 5 times, and intriguingly, he had provided 5 different origins. Xiaojie chuckled, noting the illegality of falsifying information on a volunteer form. "Oh, Xia." Dr. Erskine sighed in exasperation. "At the very least, this demonstrates one thing." "What might that be?" Xiaojie inquired. "He possesses an extraordinary determination," Dr. Erskine asserted. "Though his physique is frail and he suffers from asthma, he aspires to fight on the front lines." "What does that signify? Is living not preferable?" Xiaojie pondered before responding. "It indicates that this young man possesses an incredibly resilient spirit," Dr. Erskine declared earnestly. Those who are robust may not appreciate the value of strength, but for him, his inherent fragility will make him cherish and wield this power with utmost caution. Xia Jia nodded in agreement. Do not think thus, Xia, Dr. Erskine continued. You are well aware that I am inclined to choose you. Please, do not. Xia Jia exclaimed, his hair nearly standing on end. He had no desire to become the ambitious man adorned with stars and stripes, regardless of whether he fit the narrative of an orphan. He feared that if he were to become such a figure, his parents in heaven would be furious enough to rattle their coffins. I speak earnestly, Dr. Erskine insisted. However, should I make you a super soldier, it would yield no benefits for you. Indeed, you must not be the first candidate. I understand, and I am quite serious. I have no intention of becoming a super soldier, Xia Jie replied. Ah, your dream is world peace, I am aware. Dr. Erskine nodded. Summer Night frowned, attributing the blame to Agent Carter's loose lips. When had she divulged such information to Dr. Erskine? Had she informed Colonel Phillips? The thought that the entire barracks might know of his lofty ambition made him feel quite embarrassed. Just as he was musing over this, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Dr. Erskine called, and in walked Agent Carter. Am I interrupting? She asked, glancing at the two men in the room. What a dreadful choice of words. Summer Night sighed, rubbing his forehead. Dr. Erskine chuckled. You're here for Summer, aren't you? No worries, I don't require him until tomorrow noon. You may utilize him as you wish, just ensure he returns by then, as I have an errand to run. Of course, Agent Carter replied, her smile radiant. After leaving Dr. Erskine's office, Summer Night and Agent Carter walked side by side down the corridor in silence, the atmosphere palpably tense. Finally, it was Agent Carter who broke the silence. Aren't you going to inquire why I sought you out? It can't possibly be for a romantic rendezvous. With that mustache, how could one consider it home? Summer Night retorted. I'm being serious. Yet, in truth, he had said nothing of substance. Summer Night shrugged in resignation. All right, you're forcing my hand. Agent Carter seized his hand. Come with me. Must you be so forceful? I assure you, I am still quite innocent. If you continue this way, do not utter such misleading words. Agent Carter's expression darkened. This fellow had an uncanny ability to spout nonsense. She pulled Summer Night outside, where a vehicle awaited. Summer Night glanced at her. Is it appropriate to discuss this in the car? We shall speak in the car. Agent Carter bit out. Summer Night sighed in relief. At least we're talking, not, you know? What do you think? Agent Carter's demeanor shifted dramatically. Just as Summer Night settled into the car, he was taken aback by her sudden tone. I have no desire for that. Hypocrite. With a roar, the accelerator was pressed, and the car sped off like a wild dog unleashed. Summer Night was thrown back into his seat, and once they hit the road, he exhaled. Have you lost your mind? You've infuriated me. Agent Carter laughed in disbelief. I can hardly fathom it. You were so reticent before. How did you suddenly become so loquacious? Men are ever so fickle, Summer Night said, gazing out of the window, his brow furrowing slightly. Where are we headed? To capture someone. So, this is your true purpose for summoning me? Summer Night was at a loss for words. Indeed, Agent Carter remarked. The individual you previously apprehended proved to be quite valuable. We acquired a wealth of intriguing information from him. What does that have to do with me? Listen to me, Agent Carter insisted. After meticulous scrutiny of the intelligence obtained, we have identified 3 individuals as spies infiltrated by this organization. There have already been 2 attempts. But they both met their demise? Summer Night interjected casually. How do you know? Agent Carter shot a glance at Summer Night, stating, these individuals exhibit extreme paranoia and madness. Once captured, they resort to immediate self-destruction. The first one committed suicide by firearm, which left us somewhat unprepared for the second, resulting in his death by poisoning. That has nothing to do with me, does it? Summer Night blinked innocently. Just consider it a favor for me. Agent Carter gazed at Summer Night with hopeful eyes. Blinking eagerly, Summer Night gasped in astonishment. You dare employ such a forbidden technique? Pouting. Isn't it permissible? I am a woman, after all. Agent Carter transformed into a more masculine demeanor in an instant. Summer Night chuckled awkwardly. The most crucial question remains. Who is the target? Merely an ordinary wealthy merchant. Agent Carter replied. Upon hearing this, he quickly continued. We simply need to infiltrate his residence, abduct him, and prevent him from having the opportunity to take his own life. Is it truly that simple? Summer Night questioned, eyeing Agent Carter with skepticism. If it were that easy, would you still require my assistance? This is not a trivial task. As of now, you are the only one who has successfully captured a living Hydra spy. Chapter 28. A simple task. When Summer Night beheld the opulent mansion where the target resided, she realized she had undoubtedly been deceived. What was it someone said? Ah yes, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. It appeared that, despite Agent Carter's somewhat square visage, he possessed a talent for spinning tales without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Is this what you refer to as a mere merchant? Summer Night pointed towards the grand mansion. flanked by armed guards on either side, coupled with a pair of wolfhounds prowling about the yard, displaying indifference as they passed by. Agent Carter nodded earnestly. "Farewell," Summer Night declared, turning to leave. "Wait." Agent Carter quickly grasped her arm. Summer Night waved her hand dismissively. "I bid you adieu." She had grown up not to be deceived and then risk her life for others. Such undertakings were for those willing. She had no desire to partake. "I implore you," Agent Carter pleaded. "I truly find myself without alternatives and can only seek your assistance." "Such matters would be futile even if you begged," Summer Night replied with resignation. "I am not a super soldier. Why not enlist Colonel Phillips to mobilize forces for a siege? Even if the target perishes, it is of little consequence. A nail removed is beneficial for us, so why risk entering to capture him? If Colonel Phillips had consented, I would have acted long ago." Agent Carter, left with no choice, reluctantly spoke the truth. Xiaojie's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you implying that we are entirely operating without any military support this time? Are we acting on our own volition? Does this woman not feel that she has already complicated matters enough? Ordinarily, one would flee from danger, yet here she stands, willingly presenting herself." Agent Carter bit her lip and said, "Xia, I apologize for not being forthright with you. We can discuss this further upon our return." Xiaojie replied, "No, we cannot." Agent Carter shook her head. "The current situation is as follows. This individual is named Lin Secliffe. He is not merely a businessman. He is running for Senate this year." "Huh?" Xiaojie stared in astonishment. It is precisely due to the uniqueness of this man's identity that Colonel Phillips hesitated upon acquiring his name. Given the unsuccessful capture of the previous 2 spies, the colonel was apprehensive about apprehending this individual without concrete evidence. Should his capture lead to his demise, it would adversely affect our military. The higher-ups are averse to any negative press concerning this matter. "So, you acted independently?" Xiaojie's eyes nearly fell to the ground. "What kind of audacity does this woman possess? Is it made of iron? I am equally helpless, despite knowing the target is present, and although there is no definitive proof. The corroborating evidence strongly indicates that this individual is likely a spy planted by Hydra. Due to the complications surrounding his identity, we are unable to proceed with an apprehension. You understand the dreadful consequences should he successfully secure a Senate seat, don't you? His support is substantial." Agent Carter was earnest, her expression revealing a selfless spirit. All for the sake of world peace? As this thought suddenly struck Xiaojie, a profound sense of absurdity descended upon him. He inhaled deeply and said, "You must realize that if you can conceive of such a notion, surely Colonel Phillips, with his cunning experience, has contemplated it as well?" Agent Carter paused, perplexed. "What do you mean?" "My meaning is straightforward," Xiaojie replied. "Spies are indeed formidable, are they not? Yet their true terror does not stem from their own capabilities, but rather from their persistent concealment in the shadows. Once we ascertain their identities, they cease to be fearsome. In fact, they could be wielded as instruments and pawns in our favor." Agent Carter's eyes gradually widened in realization. "I think I begin to grasp your point. If this were unclear, I would question how you even became an agent." Xiaojie gritted his teeth and said, "Thus, our endeavor here today may very well be superfluous. In other words, even if that individual ascends to the position of senator, the extent of the information he may acquire and the volume of messages he disseminates rests entirely within our control. We could even exploit this person to convey falsehoods to the Hydra, information that could effortlessly obliterate one of their battalions, and that is merely a conservative estimation. In truth, leveraging this spy proves far more beneficial than apprehending him." Agent Carter covered her mouth, realizing the depth of her thoughts exceeded the immediate situation. Her body acted before her mind could catch up, a perilous state of affairs. Just as Summer Night articulated her thoughts, her expression shifted abruptly as she grasped Agent Carter's shoulder and pressed her down. Agent Carter's gaze fell directly upon Summer Night's groin, and in that moment, frustration surged within her. She was puzzled by this sudden outburst of zeal. Blushing profusely and on the verge of questioning, she observed Summer Night crouching down as well. "Why are you blushing?" Summer Night inquired, somewhat perplexed. "What are you losing your mind over?" Agent Carter retorted, slightly irritated. Summer Night swiftly gestured for silence and whispered, "There are others." Following Summer Night's gaze, Agent Carter's complexion shifted as she realized, why are they patrolling so far away? This indicates that the owner of this residence indeed harbors ulterior motives. "We must tread carefully," Summer Night cautioned. "Although my earlier assertions were merely conjectures, their likelihood is substantial. If we alarm him and he becomes aware that we are onto him, the situation may spiral beyond our control. We cannot retreat now. We can't escape." Agent Carter bit her lip in frustration. "There's a dog." Indeed, a dog accompanied the patrolling guards, having caught the scent of the living. Its crimson eyes fixated intently on the location of Summer Night and Agent Carter, and it charged forward with alarming speed. its slender legs propelling it almost instantly to their side. "Damn it!" Summer Night exclaimed, her expression darkening. Just as she uttered those words, the dog arrived at her feet. With saliva dripping from its fangs and its gaping maw lunging towards her arm, there was no time for further discourse. Summer Night, acting swiftly, delivered a powerful downward punch directly to the dog's head. The impact resonated with a thud, and the creature let out a pained whimper, its body twisting as it collapsed. Its legs flailed on the ground, its eyes swirling in confusion, before it ultimately succumbed and fell unconscious. Chapter 29. The infiltration commences while Summer Night engaged in her duel with the dog. Agent Carter had already leaped into action. With the dog having arrived, the humans would inevitably follow. While Summer Night dealt with the canine threat, Agent Carter prepared to confront the approaching adversaries. The woman exhibited remarkable proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. After finishing her task, when Xiajie looked up again, he saw Agent Carter effortlessly kick away the guard's freshly drawn handgun, then dash forward with a knee strike aimed at the opponent's groin. Ouch! As a fellow man, Xiajie felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate adversary. Agent Carter's strike was exceedingly fierce. Simultaneously, she maneuvered behind and wrapped her arm around the assailant's neck, her body crashing down to the ground. Both figures vanished from sight in an instant, prompting Xiajie to rush forward, only to find the man being choked, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he struggled in vain. Without hesitation, Xiajie delivered a swift kick to the man's head, rendering him unconscious. Once the situation was under control, Xiajie and Agent Carter exchanged glances, each bewildered. What should they do? Agent Carter spoke first, sensing that the situation had grown rather complicated. Xiajie's earlier explanations had led her to believe that the matter at hand was indeed serious. After all, Colonel Phillips was no fool. Orchestrating such a minor scheme was entirely plausible. What else could be done? Xiajie sighed in resignation. If they had merely conducted a discreet survey without drawing attention, retreat would have posed no issue. However, the fact remained that they had been discovered. Although they had acted swiftly enough to prevent the guard from calling for backup, they had nonetheless stirred the proverbial hornet's nest. It was unrealistic to assume that Hydra's spies were dim-witted. A patrolman and his dog had been knocked unconscious, and it was likely to raise their suspicions. Even the slightest clue could lead the enemy to deduce that they had been compromised, jeopardizing any plans they had in place. Xiajie, feeling cornered, realized that they had only one path forward. "You mean we should go in and tie them up?" A fierce glint sparked in his eyes. Initially, he had been entirely opposed to the idea of infiltrating and capturing individuals, unwilling to take even the slightest risk. Yet, the current circumstances had shifted dramatically. Hydra's spies were not only far from foolish, but rather astutely clever. If they discovered that their cover had been blown, the potential dangers could escalate significantly. Moreover, this threat was insidious, rendering it impossible to predict the enemy's potential responses. Considering the worst-case scenario, this minor setback could very well culminate in a considerable catastrophe. Xiajie was reluctant to bear such risks, choosing instead the lesser of two evils. While infiltrating was undoubtedly perilous, he believed that, with his current skill set, he could navigate through without encountering any unforeseen mishaps. In contrast, the unpredictable and hidden dangers felt akin to dodging arrows in the dark. This realization solidified Xiajie's resolve. Do not underestimate this determination. When the night of summer first arrived in this world, there was an air of hopelessness, akin to a dying bird soaring towards the sky, or a solitary soul destined to remain unyielding for eternity. At this moment, it is only natural that one would possess an unyielding resolve. After solidifying her determination, Agent Carter appeared somewhat hesitant regarding Colonel Phillips' plan. By the time we are discovered by that accursed dog, all plans will become utterly futile. Summer Night crouched down to begin removing the guard's clothing. Upon hearing her words, Agent Carter nodded in agreement, but when she witnessed Summer Night undressing the guard, she seemed perplexed. "What are you doing?" "I'm tying him up." "Surely, you do not expect us to infiltrate halfway, only for this man and his dog to awaken and shout about assassins?" "The dog cannot speak." Agent Carter blinked. "But it can bark." Summer Night replied helplessly. "To put it plainly, if they were all underlings of Hydra or small-time criminals, it would be simpler. However, they are not, which complicates our ability to act decisively." "You truly are a good person," Agent Carter remarked sincerely. "Stop that nonsense, or you shall be labeled a saint." Summer Night rolled her eyes. "I simply do not wish to capture one spy at the cost of dozens of American lives. That would lead to a military tribunal." Once they had securely bound both the man and the dog, gagging them in the process, their appearance became quite peculiar. Agent Carter felt a chuckle bubbling within her, but suppressed it, feeling a twinge of guilt as this predicament was of her own making. She whispered, "Do you have a plan?" Summer Night was deep in thought and inquired, "You must have investigated this place, right? What is the situation here?" Agent Carter retrieved a map from her pocket. Summer Knight's lips twitched. Now I understand how you, as an agent, came to be. In certain aspects, you are indeed formidable. Agent Carter scoffed, pointing at one of the buildings. It is currently 2 o'clock, between 2 and 4. This Lince Clay will be diligently working in his office. He won't emerge until after 4, but his office is certainly heavily guarded. Summer Knight took the map. Scrutinizing it meticulously, it detailed every corner of the estate, even outlining the approximate guard patrol times. Observing the numerous guards, Summer Knight felt a twinge of discomfort. Why are so many protecting just one individual? Moreover, he is a spy lurking in our rear. Agent Carter glanced at Summer Knight, sensing a hint of resentment in her words. At that moment, Summer Knight exhaled deeply, her gaze earnest as she looked at Agent Carter. I have a plan. 10 minutes later, Summer Knight leaned against the outer wall of the mansion, letting out a resigned sigh. Why has the narrative evolved into this? It was inexplicably as if entering was no longer an option. Here, he was the sole individual, with Agent Carter assigned by Xia to oversee the operation. Infiltration was inherently a task that did not benefit from an abundance of participants. The division of labor between two individuals, one tasked with the capture while the other provided support, was thus most logical. Xia had never anticipated that he would muster such remarkable courage to undertake this endeavor, gently patting his face. Today, let it be known that when an introverted gamer decides to unleash, their audacity can reach unprecedented heights. After glancing at the time, the details of Agent Carter's map flashed through his mind as he listened intently to the footsteps beyond the wall. Now was the moment. With a vigorous leap, he propelled himself upward, using both hands and feet to scale the wall, landing soundlessly. Without a moment's pause, the footsteps of the next patrol echoed in the air, prompting Xia to dash forward and conceal himself within the bushes. Thus, the stealth game commenced anew. Chapter 30. It must be said that Agent Carter might occasionally struggle with certain issues. Nevertheless, in her professional duties, she displayed exceptional prowess. The map she had previously provided was meticulously annotated. Notably, she had devised a flawless infiltration route. By adhering to this path, one could reach the target's office in the shortest time possible, provided they did not encounter any guards. The reason for this efficacy was that her route traversed the rooftops. Indeed, Xia noted that apart from gaming, it was rare to witness individuals nonchalantly patrolling the rooftops. The entry point to ascend from ground level to the roof was located in a nearby building. The overall structure formed a square, though Xia could not discern its architectural style. However, Agent Carter had selected the shortest entry point for him. Quietly waiting in the bushes, Xia remained still until the patrolling guard had departed. Only then did he reveal himself, sprinting swiftly to the side of the building. With one foot pressing against the windowsill for leverage, he leaped upward, grasping the eaves with both hands and propelling himself onto the rooftop. Huff! Xia exhaled softly, surveying the surroundings from his elevated position. Confirming that he remained undetected, he proceeded with his mission. To his surprise, the operation unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. Perhaps no one would have imagined that two audacious individuals would dare to infiltrate such a location for a capture operation. Consequently, despite the apparent number of guards, their vigilance was notably lax. After all, this was the rear area. Such relaxed defenses would be inconceivable on the front lines. The precise moment was 7 minutes later when Xia found himself crouched on the rooftop of a building, peering down at a window that belonged to Lin Sai's office. As he leaned over the edge, a sense of apprehension enveloped him. He feared that at any moment, Lin Sai might be standing at the window, gazing out at the scenery, leading to an exhilarating yet awkward encounter. Fortunately, his worries proved unfounded, yet the scene inside the office surpassed his expectations. Not here. Xia was momentarily taken aback. Not only was Lin Sai absent from the window, but he was nowhere to be found in his office. Had his endeavor been in vain? Frowning, Xia maintained his crouched position on the rooftop, gripping the eaves with both hands. His head tilted downward in a state of confusion. Under any other circumstances, he would not have been surprised by the office's contents. However, the absence of its occupant left him perplexed. The intelligence work of Agent Carter would undoubtedly not falter, so why was Lin Sai missing? A desire to leave stirred within him, yet he felt reluctant to abandon his mission. After a moment of contemplation, Xia made a decision. He rolled onto the windowsill, curling his body into a tight ball, and reached out to attempt to open the window, only to find it locked. As he suspected, it could not be so simple. However, just as he resigned himself to this reality, a gentle push caused the window to swing open. With a grim expression, Xia climbed into the office, realizing that the window did not open outward but rather inward. The office was spacious, though not necessarily luxurious, adorned with exquisite furnishings. Xia had no intention of taking a leisurely tour. Having arrived here, He was determined to uncover any traces left by Lin Sai. In films, one often sees characters rummaging through an office, filled with both tension and excitement. Regrettably, Xiajie had rushed to this rendezvous without a camera. Otherwise, he believed he could have qualified as a competent infiltrator. Reminiscing about the cinematic scenes, he felt an irresistible urge to imitate them. Yet he knew he must tread carefully to avoid attracting the attention of the guards outside. However, before he could take action, he heard a faint clicking sound emanating from the bookshelf, the unmistakable noise of gears turning. A secret chamber. Xiajie's heart raced with exhilaration. He had often heard tales of such things, yet had never encountered one himself. In the next moment, he dashed to the side of the bookshelf. A whimsical thought flitting through his mind. What would happen if he were to grasp the door of the bookshelf, preventing the secret chamber from opening? The psychological impact on its occupant would surely be substantial. Of course, this notion was one he could only entertain in his mind. At this moment, he could not afford to act recklessly. The bookshelf gradually opened, revealing a hidden space where Xiajie stood almost flush against it. A composed figure emerged from behind the shelves, and Xiajie distinctly recognized the sound of footsteps, which immediately alleviated his anxiety. Glancing at the items on the shelf, he felt a sense of discomfort and randomly picked up a baseball bat that lay there, its purpose unknown to him. The man in a suit had his back completely exposed to Xiajie. Holding the bat, Xiajie brandished it a couple of times near the man's head before delivering a forceful strike. The sound resonated sharply. Xiajie couldn't help but exclaim, "What a hit! That sounds utterly satisfying." However, the struck man did not collapse immediately. Instead, he turned around in bewilderment, gazing at Xiajie with a confused expression and uttering, "It's you." Xiajie was taken aback, pondering what this meant. Did they know each other? Just as he prepared to strike again, the man fell to the ground with a thud. Instinctively, Xiajie approached to tear away the man's clothing, swiftly searching for any concealed items. After the task was complete, he marveled at how proficient he had become. He retrieved a photograph given to him by Agent Carter, scrutinizing the man's face for confirmation. It was indeed the target. With a sigh of relief, Xiajie pried open the man's mouth and examined his teeth one by one. The toxic fangs were not expected to be particularly sturdy. Otherwise, if exposed, it might take a while to dislodge them, leading to an awkward situation. Conversely, if they were too loose, one might lose a tooth while eating, which would be alarming. After all, one could be enjoying a meal when suddenly an individual collapses, mouth full of effervescent tablets, and breathes their last. The chef would be forever tainted by such an incident. Thus, these teeth should not be overly loose either. Xiajie applied just the right amount of pressure to search through the man's mouth, and as he located the third tooth, he inadvertently snapped one off. Pondering for a moment, he pocketed the tooth, contemplating further examination. He planned to identify the poison and, subsequently, procure an antidote. In the future, when apprehending Hydra agents, he could offer them the poison while ensuring they consumed the antidote afterward, thereby eliminating any despair. Chapter 31. Under surveillance, the execution of the mission was even smoother than Xiajie had anticipated. Initially, he intended to simply haul the man away, but upon turning around, he noticed the secret chamber. The man had barely emerged before Xiajie knocked him to the ground with a swift blow, leaving the door of the chamber ajar. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiajie seized Lin Sai and casually entered the secret room. He intended to thoroughly explore the area, curious about what it contained. The chamber was not particularly deep. After taking a few steps inside, another door appeared. This door bore no traps, and with a gentle push, Xiajie opened it. To his astonishment, he found himself in a laboratory. However, calling it a laboratory would be somewhat inaccurate, for it contained merely a single experiment table, isolated behind a large pane of glass. The remainder of the space was filled with numerous machines, most of which Xiajie could scarcely recognize. The only familiar object was a telegraph, which he had seen in films. Upon the table housing the telegraph lay a considerable amount of documentation. As Xiajie approached, the first sight he beheld turned his face pale, for there, glaring back at him, was a black-and-white photograph of himself. Accompanying it were his personal details, and the name at the top read Yi Xia. After all this time, my name is actually Xiayi? Xiajie blinked in disbelief. Perhaps, due to the complexity of his name, both Agent Carter and Colonel Phillips had chosen to address him simply as Xia. This was indeed the first occasion Xiajie had encountered his full name. As for why he had not seen his own information until now, one might well ask who would obsessively scrutinize their own files day after day. Nonetheless, that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern lay in the text that followed his details. The danger level was marked as elevated, with a recommendation for termination. Termination, you say? What on earth had I done to warrant such a fate? The document elaborated. Previously infiltrated our base, eliminated a commander, suspected of exposing our agents, indirectly leading to the exposure of 2 or more operatives. Xia Jie's breath quickened, and his expression darkened. He was uncertain whether this telegram had been dispatched. If it had, he was likely to find himself on Hydra's blacklist. At that juncture, even hiding in the shadow of Dr. Erskine would not spare him from their assassination targets. Such aspirations of survival were now utterly thwarted. Why were those Hydra individuals so petty? Was it merely for eliminating a commander with a little mustache? Or for unmasking one of their spies? Did they truly intend to pursue him over such trivial matters? Xia Jie was beside himself with frustration, yet at this point, the gravity of the situation rendered his agitation futile. After organizing the documents, it was irrefutably clear that Lindsay was a spy. This constituted ironclad evidence. Upon returning, his unauthorized actions would find justification. Nevertheless, this revelation did little to ease Xia Jie's mind as he continued to survey the chamber. Near the experiment table were 2 bookshelves, brimming with volumes, at least 20 or 30 in number. Adjacent to the shelves stood a table cluttered with a pile of documents. He glanced at them, his understanding only half formed. Picking up one of the books, the decompilation machine activated with a flourish. Would you like to decompile the biochemistry book? Biochemistry? Thus, experiments were being conducted in this domain. Since I was here, I could not leave empty-handed. I decided to clear the shelves of books entirely, tidying up the materials on the desk as well. Upon surveying the surroundings, my disdain intensified. Gritting my teeth, I retrieved a lighter that I had found on Lentz. This was a case of taking from you and using it for my own purposes. An inexplicable sense of triumph surged within me. I then gathered some flammable materials and ignited them. As the flames began to grow, I pulled Lentz out of the secret chamber and hesitated before the window. Ultimately, I secured Lentz to myself and climbed onto the rooftop. Just as we reached the top, an unknown object within the chamber ignited, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent a wave of heat through the office, igniting numerous documents. In an instant, the entire mansion erupted, and the patrolling guards ceased their duties, rushing toward the source of the explosion. Seeing this, I dashed away with Lentz. The chaos below was palpable, yet no one seemed to notice us above. After running a distance, I glanced back to witness Lentz's office engulfed in flames. What exactly was he researching? Bombs, perhaps? I pondered for a moment, concluding that if it were bombs, it likely did not pertain to the field of biochemistry. With uncertainty clouding my thoughts, I chose not to dwell on it further and sprinted across the rooftop amid the commotion. It took me 7 minutes to arrive, and only 3 minutes to reach the perimeter wall. The patrolling guards were oblivious, their attention captivated by the inferno. I scaled the wall with Lentz and found myself outside the enclosure. Upon landing, the roar of engines reached my ears. Looking up, I saw Agent Carter approaching swiftly. Taking a couple of steps forward, upon noticing me, Agent Carter abruptly swerved the steering wheel, positioning the vehicle sideways towards me. I pressed the door open and leapt into the open-top Jeep. "Goodness!" I exclaimed as I boarded. "What happened, Summer? Are you injured?" Agent Carter quickly turned to assess, and I shook my head, loosening the bindings that connected Lentz and me. Seeing that I was unharmed, Agent Carter sighed in relief. "Summer, you truly are remarkable." Indeed, I had made it on a Hydra's blacklist. However, my earlier exclamation was not solely due to that. It was because I suddenly recalled the shelves in Lentz's office, overflowing with books. How had I forgotten to pack them as well? Upon my return, I could disassemble them, and perhaps I would emerge as a genius in another field altogether. However, it is too late to discuss these matters now. Lindsay's office has been engulfed in flames, and all the books have been reduced to ashes. With a gentle sigh, Xia Jie addressed Agent Carter, saying, "This fellow just sent a telegram. Did you know? I am about to become quite a significant figure." "What?" Agent Carter was taken aback. Xia Jie reiterated his statement. Upon hearing it, Agent Carter's expression changed dramatically. "Xia, you are in grave danger." Xia Jie was well aware of his peril, yet he could not fathom why Hydra had set its sights on him for 2 particular reasons. Observing Agent Carter's anxious demeanor, as if an assassin could emerge at any moment, Xia Jie inexplicably felt a surge of amusement. "It's all right. No need to worry. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for this operation, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that I was being targeted." Taking a deep breath, Xia Jie's gaze grew somewhat profound. "Since I have been marked, there is little I can do. Let us adopt a more open-minded approach. If we must fight, then let us do so." Chapter 32. The irritated old man. The journey back was not without its challenges, encountering a few minor setbacks. When Agent Carter arrived to provide assistance, it drew some attention, resulting in 2 vehicles tailing them. However, with Agent Carter's exceptional driving skills, they swiftly evaded their pursuers. Another complication arose when Lindsay regained consciousness. Upon waking, his first instinct was to grit his teeth, though it proved futile. Realizing his predicament, he contemplated jumping from the vehicle. But with his hands and feet bound, moving even 3 centimeters required immense effort. Ultimately, He could only look skyward in despair, convinced that what he was experiencing was surely a nightmare. Yet, Xiaojie felt even more despondent, questioning the heavens in silence. Although he had proclaimed to fight if necessary, he truly wished to avoid conflict. All he desired was to quietly survive. Indifferent to the Second World War or Hydra, it was of no concern to him. Why should he be embroiled in a world that was not his own, forging enmity with formidable adversaries? What place could he possibly go to ensure his survival? And if he could not endure, what choice remained but to fight? This was not Xiaojie's desire. He was compelled into it. The two men in the back seat maintained their expression of silent despair as they returned to the camp. Agent Carter glanced at the charmingly bound Lindsay and turned to Xiaojie for assistance. With a single hand, Xiaojie lifted Lindsay, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, leaving Agent Carter astounded. Meanwhile, a group of individuals emerged from the office building, led by Colonel Phillips, who was not prescient but had already received word of Xiaojie and his companion's return. Upon stepping outside, the first sight that greeted them was the summer night. And Colonel Phillips bore a dark expression. He shot a glare at Agent Carter before tilting his head to observe the figure of Lindsay, held by Summer Night. "Put him down," Colonel Phillips commanded. As Summer Night released his grip, Lindsay fell to the ground, nearly bursting into tears as his spine struck the earth, a pain not easily endured. Colonel Phillips pondered for a moment, then gestured to those around him. "Unbind him. Let us speak inside." Summer Night produced a document from his pocket and offered it to Colonel Phillips. However, the colonel did not take the document. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Summer Night. "With your unauthorized actions, I could expel you from the military. Let us not go there," Summer Night sighed. He wished to leave, but the reality was that he truly could not depart from the military now. Within the military, there existed an inherent shield of protection. At least he was surrounded by comrades. Alone, outside the military, the consequences would be dire. As Colonel Phillips was about to continue, his eyes caught the photograph of Summer Night within the document. His brow furrowed, and upon unfolding it, his face darkened instantly as he glared at Summer Night. "I warned you not to." He trailed off, glancing at the soldiers nearby, who exchanged bewildered looks. Colonel Phillips found himself at a loss for words. How could he articulate his thoughts? Was the life of his godson of lesser value than theirs? Did he wish for Summer Night to return home and start a family, while the other soldiers harbored no such desires? All this helplessness culminated in a long, drawn-out sigh. Turning around, he noticed Lindsay standing nearby, indifferent, shackled, flanked by two soldiers who resembled guardians. Anger flashed across his face, and with a swift kick, he struck Lindsay in the abdomen. "How dare you?" Lindsay fell to the ground, stunned. "You are no longer a citizen of the United States, Lindsay Clive. You are merely a despicable Hydra spy. What do I have to fear?" He glanced at the two soldiers. "I instructed you to take him inside, not to entertain him. Do I need to teach you how to act?" The soldiers, realizing the colonel's fury, swiftly grasped Lindsay by the shoulders and hoisted him up. Before Lindsay could regain his footing, one soldier raised his rifle and struck Lindsay's knee with the butt of the gun, delivering a brutal blow. Lindsay, unable to withstand such an assault, let out a cry and collapsed once more. The two soldiers, one on each side, dragged him inside. Colonel Phillips's anger subsided slightly as he observed Summer Night standing there as if unaffected. He shot him another fierce glare. "What are you still doing here? Am I supposed to invite you to dinner? Get back to your duties. You come with me." The last statement was directed at Agent Carter. Agent Carter cast a resigned glance at Xiaojie and said, "Once I have dealt with matters here, I shall seek you out." The mere thought sent shivers down Xiaojie's spine. Encounters with him never bode well. The first time, he was summoned for a decapitation mission that teetered on the brink of death. The second time, he was called upon to infiltrate and capture a spy. And now even Hydra was aware of his existence. Why was Carter insistent on seeking him again? Pray tell, dear lady, what deep-seated animosity drives you to place me in such peril? As he pondered a diplomatic way to decline, Agent Carter suddenly embraced Xiaojie, gently patting his back. "I am heading in now." After her departure, Xiaojie remained frozen in astonishment. "Did you not prefer ample posterior?" Colonel Phillips remarked, observing Agent Carter's retreating figure before sighing. "I still disapprove of you seeking a wife within the military." Xiaojie had barely uttered a word when Colonel Phillips shook his head and entered the office building. Damn it, Xiaojie thought, utterly perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. Was he not irreparably tarnished? Moreover, was Agent Carter's posterior truly large? It didn't appear so. No, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence was that it was merely an embrace, a customary gesture among the open-minded citizens of America. It bore no extraordinary significance, did it? Xiaojie clung to a sliver of hope, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that overanalyzing this incident might render him somewhat self-deluded. Surely, this must be one of life's great misconceptions. With such conviction, he turned towards his residence. He needed to sort through the day's events, and indeed, He must have a conversation with Agent Carter regarding whether Linz had truly dispatched that telegram. Chapter 33. The Decomposer receives an upgrade inside his quarters. Xiaojie placed all the books he had discovered in the secret chamber upon the table. After a moment of contemplation, he endeavored to organize his thoughts while pondering his next course of action. Discovering his own dossier in Linz's secret chamber had momentarily stirred a rush of excitement within him. It was an entirely unforeseen circumstance, an unexpected blow that left him no time to react. He was uncertain when he had fallen under Linz's scrutiny, marveling instead at Hydra's pervasive reach. Yet, at this juncture, such reflections were inconsequential. The pressing question was what to do next. In the worst-case scenario, if Linz had indeed disseminated his information and he found himself on a kill list, Xiaojie would be compelled to alter his strategy. For the ramifications of inaction would be dire. The minions of the little mustached man are hardly of concern. However, Hydra undoubtedly possesses advanced weaponry. At the onset of the film Captain America, Schmidt, the leader of Hydra, has already acquired the Tesseract. With the assistance of Dr. Zola, he has been producing waves of weaponry that far surpass the current era, which will inevitably exert an unfathomable influence on the world. At present, he must not have fallen out with the little mustached man yet. A sudden impulse surged within Xiaojie to send a telegram to inform the little mustached man of Schmidt's intentions to venture out on his own. Yet, this remained merely a fleeting thought, utterly unfeasible. I find myself yearning for the authentic battlefields of World War II. Stretching languidly, Xiaojie sighed softly, patted his face, and invigorated himself anew. If I cannot persist in this manner, I must devise a plan. I cannot bring disgrace upon the time travelers. Others traverse into realms faced with unimaginable entities, while I find myself hindered by a Hydra. I feel utterly embarrassed to even greet fellow time travelers. He rose and began to pace the room. First and foremost, I must continue to enhance my strength. Power is the foundation of all. The capabilities of the disassembly machine are remarkably potent and must be utilized wisely. Furthermore, Xiaojie felt his mind clarifying. I cannot continue to languish in the rear. The battlefield is undoubtedly perilous, yet the rear is equally fraught with dangers. Short-lived comfort cannot substitute for enduring survival, and while the battlefield is hazardous, it is also the most suitable environment for the disassembly machine, with countless weapons and equipment available for disassembly, thus augmenting my strength. When I can lift the earth with one hand, a mere sneeze will suffice to obliterate Hydra. With a fierce resolve, his gaze turned towards the books. He regretted having neglected to take all the books from the shelf in Linz's office earlier, as this pertains to the third point, the upgrade of the disassembly machine. My disassembly machine requires enhancement. Currently, it remains at a novice intermediate level, far from achieving a superior tier. This is disadvantageous for me, Xiaojie murmured at this stage. The only items I can disassemble seem to be books and weaponry. Could there be other items with disassembly potential? Surveying the state of the room, a sudden inspiration struck him. He grasped a blanket and then called upon the disassembly machine. This item cannot be disassembled, or the disassembly machine's level is insufficient. Would you like to forcibly disassemble the bedding? A realization dawned upon Xiaojie. Indeed, the items that can be disassembled are those that the disassembly machine actively reveals. However, the absence of the machine's initiative does not imply that an item cannot be disassembled. It may simply be a consequence of the machine's insufficient level. As for the machine's level, that enchanting experience bar is indeed a divine mechanism. Truly divine. Who can inform oneself of the requisite experience needed for upgrading this decomposition machine? If my life were truly a ludicrous time travel novel penned by some fool, I would wish to inquire of the author, have you lost your mind? Were it not for the persistent notification of gaining a single experience point after each item decomposition, I would have long succumbed to despair regarding the upgrade of the decomposition machine. Yet now, regardless of the despair, it must be done. I picked up a book and chose to decompose it. As I engaged in the task, I pondered my initial plan to alter my character design. This plan was undeniably feasible. However, due to Lindsay's telegram, all of it has been rendered futile. The scrutiny began far too early, leaving me no time to conceal myself from the gaze of the Hydra, resulting in my complete exposure. Should my talents in genetics be revealed, Hydra would possess yet another justification for my demise. A plan that once held the promise of self-preservation has ultimately morphed into one of self-destruction. The vicissitudes of life are indeed exhilarating. The collection of books was modest, numbering just over 20. Halfway through the decomposition, I was suddenly jolted by an exhilarating announcement. Notification. Item decomposition successful. Biochemical knowledge 1 decomposition machine experience. 1 decomposition machine experience is now full. Commencing upgrade. During the upgrade process, the decomposition function will be unavailable. Extraction function remains operational. Decomposition machine is upgrading. Item decomposition successful. Would you like to extract immediately? In that fleeting moment, I instinctively summoned the decomposition machine, focusing intently on its experience bar. To my astonishment, the experience bar displayed a glaring revelation. Are you jesting with me? I was left speechless, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh. I've come to realize that the upgrade of this decomposition machine is entirely random, is it not? Amidst my grumbling, I casually stored all the books from the table into the decomposition machine's space, preparing to extract the biochemical knowledge when a knock echoed at the door. Instinctively, I shuddered. I dreaded the arrival of another agent from Carter. Cautiously, I opened the door, only to find a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol and inebriated, standing before me. In that moment, I thought to myself, I would much prefer a Carter agent at my doorstep than this middle-aged drunkard. At least the agent is presentable and pleasant, unlike this disheveled figure before me. Upon opening the door, Dr. Erskine stepped inside. What a surprise to find you here. I was left speechless, wondering why he would come if I were not present. Youth is indeed a wondrous thing, the doctor exclaimed, expressing a rather perplexing sentiment. Chapter 34, The Midlife Crisis. Such musings on the joys of youth, even if not articulated by Dr. Erskine, are well known to me. On a balmy summer night, Xiaojie found herself curious about the connection between the two statements made by the elderly gentleman. Observing Dr. Erskine, who was inebriated and swaying, his eyes clouded and demeanor forlorn, she pondered his state. Was he experiencing a midlife crisis? Pouring him a glass of water, she inquired, "What troubles you? Did your newly acquired boyfriend cast you aside?" Xiaojie was surprised by the shift in their conversational tone, which had become rather casual. It was not out of disrespect towards Dr. Erskine. In truth, he was a kind-hearted man, a learned elder deserving of reverence. Yet, he possessed a whimsical nature, often indulging in jests that led Xiaojie down a convoluted path. In her heart, she firmly believed that it was Dr. Erskine's folly, not that of Shurchin. Do you believe the super soldier program should truly exist? Dr. Erskine posed the question with an unusual seriousness, his gaze penetrating despite his drunken state. Xiaojie paused, taken aback by the inquiry. Why do you ask? I don't know, Dr. Erskine replied, shaking his head. I am uncertain of my own thoughts regarding this question. It suddenly lodged itself in my heart, like a nail that has abruptly emerged, attempting to negate my past, and perhaps my entire existence. I have exhausted every effort to bring the super soldier serum to fruition. He extended a finger, emphasizing, now, nearly every theory has been perfected, leaving only one final task, the selection of a suitable candidate. Yet, I find myself steeped in doubt. Is it not absurd? Xiaojie did not find it absurd. Rather, she thought, such a scenario was absent from any film she had seen. Dr. Erskine, what on earth is transpiring? Despite her internal musings, she could empathize with Dr. Erskine's concerns. What might transpire once the super soldier serum became a reality? If the doctor were to reach a conclusive end, what astonishing transformations might the serum undergo? In fantastical terms, it could render every individual akin to a dragon. Just the thought of a world brimming with such formidable beings sent a shiver down Xiaojie's spine. It led her to wonder if Dr. Erskine was similarly troubled by the implications of such power. Shaking her head, as a reclusive individual, Xiaojie considered her propensity for fanciful thinking to be her primary occupation. However, such musings held little significance for Dr. Erskine at that moment. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, he stood up, declaring, "It's all right. I can manage." Truly, Dr. Erskine smiled at Xiaojie, his eyes reflecting a sense of acceptance that she struggled to comprehend. Pursue what you must. If the world has indeed become a hell, then there is no need to fear in forging the most formidable devil to overthrow it. Even in a future world where countless demons clamored, no one would be harmed again. He then gazed at Summer Night, contemplating how wonderful it would be if it were her. Nevertheless, there remained a choice. He hoped what he would shape would not be a demon. He did not wish for this world to descend into ruin. After uttering these words, Dr. Erskine patted Summer Night on the shoulder and departed from his room. Summer Night lingered in the room for a moment, sensing that Dr. Erskine's mental state was rather unstable. Having heard of prenatal depression, she pondered whether the birth of scientific achievements was indeed akin to the trials of childbirth. Equally fraught with despair, rubbing his head, he recalled Dr. Erskine's metaphor, yet fell silent. He understood the panic that plagued Dr. Erskine, but felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, this was a personal struggle for Dr. Erskine. Although, as a scientist, he had his responsibilities, he was acutely aware of the implications his endeavors could have on the world. In the short term, there was hope, but in the long run, it might well transform into despair. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and Summer Night felt unusually busy that evening. Did everyone intend to seek him out for a heart-to-heart? Upon opening the door, he nearly fled in fright. "Agent Carter, what happened? Why do you look so pale?" Noticing the ashen hue on Summer Night's face, Agent Carter appeared perplexed. Summer Knight could hardly confess that he was startled. Instead, he mumbled something about having low blood sugar. Aren't you going to invite me in? Agent Carter glanced at Summer Knight, who was blocking the entrance. Reluctantly, Summer Knight stepped aside to allow Agent Carter to enter. Although he had considered reaching out to Agent Carter for updates regarding Lindsay, when Carter actually arrived, Summer Knight felt as if trouble was written all over her lovely visage, even shimmering with a dangerous red light. In that moment, Summer Knight suddenly wondered why his special ability had to be a disassembly machine. Why not a danger alert? How wonderful it would be to flee when peril and trouble approached. Oh, Summer, your room is quite a mess, and why does it smell of alcohol? Have you been drinking? Agent Carter's gaze bore into Summer Knight. He waved his hand in an attempt to explain that the residual scent of alcohol belonged to a middle-aged man undergoing a crisis. However, before he could articulate this thought, he heard Agent Carter express her displeasure. Why didn't you invite me to drink? Next time, I will definitely call you. Summer Knight's lips twitched slightly before he replied. It is indeed quite messy. Make yourself comfortable. Please, take a seat. Agent Carter settled in the corner of Summer Knight's bed, regarding him intently. On a summer night, Xiaojie found himself exchanging glances with Agent Carter, both seemingly locked in a silent confrontation. Agent Carter, feeling disheartened, pondered why he always sensed an unwelcome air whenever he sought out Xiaojie. You're overthinking it. Xiaojie quickly shook his head, clarifying, it's not that I'm unwelcome. Rather, I am exceedingly unwelcome. Meanwhile, the interrogation at Lindsay's location had yielded results. Agent Carter shot Xiaojie a pointed look before speaking again. The outcome is quite fruitful. Is it true? Xiaojie asked incredulously. So soon? We owe this swift progress to the innovative interrogation techniques you imparted to Howard, Agent Carter replied, his gaze towards Xiaojie taking on a more ominous tone. Clearing his throat, Xiaojie inquired, so what now? Regrettably, there is some bad news. Your telegram has already been dispatched. It is now impossible to intercept it. And your name is likely resting on Schmidt's desk. Chapter 35. New function in every conceivable sense. This was far from good news. Yet, upon hearing Agent Carter's words, Xiaojie remained remarkably composed. It was akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting their death sentence. The anxious anticipation transformed into tranquility once the verdict was pronounced. Irrespective of whether it could be accepted, the reality was immutable. Exhaling softly, Xiaojie shrugged and seated himself. Aside from my trivial matters, is there anything else? We have acquired a list. Agent Carter stated, Colonel Phillips hopes that during your leisure time, you can assist me in apprehending these individuals. Are they as difficult to handle as Lindsay? Xiaojie queried. Perhaps not, but if they are not captured soon, once news of Lindsay's predicament spreads, they will likely flee. Nodding in agreement, Xiaojie refrained from evading responsibility this time. After all, it was clear that Hydra would not let him off the hook, and further procrastination was futile. Thus, it was time to engage in confrontation. Moreover, he could procure some valuable resources, whether weapons or other equipment. Anything that could augment his strength was welcome. Once this matter was addressed, a heavy silence enveloped them, both finding themselves in an awkward standoff, exchanging glances. After a tense 3 seconds, Agent Carter finally broke the silence, declaring, I must take my leave. Allow me to see you off, Xiaojie replied, escorting him to the door. Farewell. You are truly insufferable. Agent Carter shot Xiaojie a fierce glare before turning on his heel and departing. Back in his room, Xiaojie blinked in contemplation. At least he's not a good person, right? I hear that insufferable cards are of blue rank or higher. A night passed without further discourse. And the following morning, Xiaojie awoke to delightful news. The decomposer had completed its upgrade. Upon glancing at the decomposition machine, I found it to be unremarkable, still bearing its scars, akin to an object relegated to a recycling bin, awaiting reclamation. The only change was the machine's designation. It had transitioned from a novice intermediate decomposer to a novice advanced decomposer. However, its practical utility remained a mystery to Xiaojie. Recalling the agent previously captured while surveilling Dr. Erskine, I noted that too. 38 pistols were still nestled within the decomposer's space, unprocessed. I pondered whether to proceed with the decomposition of the Walter. 38 pistols. To my surprise, it appeared I could decompose both simultaneously. This was indeed fortuitous, as it would save considerable time. After making my selection, I awaited approximately 10 seconds. Announcement. Equipment decomposition complete. Beginner pistol shooting insight. 13 shattered battle soul. 2 fragmented energy residue. 3 decomposer experience. 2 decomposition complete. Would you like to extract immediately? I refrained from immediate extraction, blinking as I meticulously reviewed the notification. I confirmed the presence of the fragmented energy residue and scratched my head in confusion. What exactly was this? Upon extraction, the book and battle soul were promptly disposed of, leaving me with 3 irregular fragments in hand. These particles were uneven and jagged, in a perpetual state of flux. After scrutinizing them for a considerable time, I remained baffled as to their nature. Could this be a benefit accompanying the decomposer's upgrade? Tentatively, I reached out to touch one, only to be jolted as if an electric current surged through my entire being, vanishing without a trace. What in the world? I extended my hand to inspect, finding nothing. Closing my eyes to concentrate yielded the same emptiness. I then re-entered the remedial class at the Chinibu Academy, attempting to mimic Thanos by snapping my fingers. Yet to no avail. While erasing half of the universe's population was a bit exaggerated, I had hoped for at least a small spark. Where was the promised energy residue? Was there a distinction between fragmented and intact energy residues? Could something complete even be deemed residue? After a fit of exasperated complaints, I silently accepted the reality of my unchanged circumstances. Yet, it wasn't entirely fruitless. The current decomposer could only yield fragmented energy residues. What might the future hold? An inexplicable sense of confidence surged within me. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. I opened it to find Dr. Erskine standing there, his visage betraying the aftermath of a night of revelry. With a bleary expression, he inquired, "Hey, after breakfast, would you care to join me for a stroll?" I had envisioned my splendid life filled with scenic walks alongside beautiful women. Alas, no beauty was present, only this cantankerous old man, and I had no right to refuse. Dr. Erskine chuckled heartily, his demeanor markedly brighter than the previous evening's despondency. What choice did I have? On a summer night, Xiaojia picked up his weapon and followed Dr. Erskine out the door. After finishing breakfast, the two departed from the camp in a vehicle, heading towards the recruitment center. Upon learning their destination, Xiaojia quickly grasped Dr. Erskine's intentions. As anticipated, when a frail, pale-skinned little man entered the recruitment center, Dr. Erskine was visibly invigorated. "Look, Xia. He has arrived." Xiaojia felt no excitement, for he had spent an entire day waiting for this individual alongside Dr. Erskine. "Wonderful. Now is the moment for you to shine, Doctor. Stay composed. Utilize your charisma to ensure he obediently follows your every command. I shall take my leave." The enthusiastic doctor did not register Xiaojia's words. Amidst Xiaojia's laughter, Dr. Erskine entered the room once the military doctor conducting the physical examination emerged. Xiaojia shrugged, expressing no intent to follow or to meet the youthful captain. After rising from his chair and pacing a few steps, he leaned against the wall, quietly contemplating his own unremarkable life. Not long after, approximately 10 minutes later, the little captain exited the room with excitement. "How do you feel?" Xiaojia could not resist inquiring, noting the captain's demeanor. "Absolutely fantastic," the little captain replied, glancing at Xiaojia with a smile. "I feel an unprecedented sense of fulfillment." As Xiaojia pondered this, Dr. Erskine emerged from within. "We must depart, Xia." As they left together, Dr. Erskine whispered to Xiaojia, "Xia, I am even more resolute in my decision. He is indeed the candidate I desire." After a moment of hesitation, Xiaojia replied, "So, have you applauded for love?" "Huh." Dr. Erskine looked bewildered. Xiaojia joyfully applauded 3 times. Chapter 36. This is blind personal worship. It was uncertain when Xiaojia began to find himself busy. Following Dr. Erskine tirelessly was one thing, but now he was also required to collaborate with Agent Carter. The identity of Lin Seckleaf was of considerable significance, even among spies. He could be regarded as a king among spies. Yet, this king now appeared somewhat disheartened, reminiscent of someone who once basked in glory until a sudden blow to the back of the head shattered that illusion. From this individual, Agent Carter had indeed unearthed a substantial list of agents. This became the source of Xiaojia's recent busyness. For 3 consecutive days, he averaged less than 3 hours of sleep each night. Fortunately, his physique, enhanced by the soul of war, allowed him to remain vigorous and resilient. However, Agent Carter, still radiantly beautiful, left him somewhat perplexed. Was it not said that beauty is derived from ample sleep? As a woman, how could one possibly achieve beauty without sufficient sleep? Upon discovering the truth, Summer Night found herself shedding tears. During the day, she had to keep up with Dr. Erskine's demanding schedule, while Agent Carter indulged in a deep slumber, only to awaken at night to enlist Summer Night for missions, returning to sleep once again in the early hours. What happened to the notion of gender equality? In truth, the world is rife with inequalities. Some are born with a silver spoon, while others languish at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Some individuals develop robustly, while others are frail, easily swept away by the slightest breeze, and burdened with asthma. When Summer Night encountered the future captain, still unblessed by fate, he stood among the ranks. The Strategic Scientific Reserve had officially commenced operations, and the individuals before her were hand-picked new recruits. The future captain, towering among them, was a sight to behold. Colonel Phillips, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, "You are all the best." Yet upon seeing the future captain, he faltered. The old man remained too naive to utter insincere words convincingly. Initially, Summer Night believed her role here was merely observational, with little concern for herself. However, she was unexpectedly assigned the task of training these recruits in marksmanship. In Summer Night's perspective, marksmanship is not something one merely learns. Rather, it is an art honed through practice. Fortunately, despite her skills being acquired through unorthodox means, her mind was filled with valuable knowledge, preventing her from feeling utterly lost. Summer Night understood Colonel Phillips' intent behind having her instruct these recruits. She was likely already on Hydra's radar, and among these individuals, one would inevitably emerge as a super soldier. Building rapport with them would offer her an added layer of protection. This stubborn old man was perpetually looking out for her. Even if he was unaware that she had fundamentally transformed, at least, her name now bore an additional character. Like many narratives found in novels and films, unpleasant events are inevitably encountered. After all, Summer Night was of Asian descent. While she may not be as excessively tall as the captain, she still found herself at a disadvantage compared to these towering figures, often exceeding 6 feet. Moreover, all but the future captain in this department had undergone rigorous selection. As Colonel Phillips would assert, they were the finest. This inherent pride could not help but foster some rebellious spirits. After all, they were soldiers, young and fervent in spirit. In their passionate youth, no one yielded, except to the might of a fist. However, it was not through brute force that Xia Jie commanded respect. Rather, it was the decisive kick that sent the dissenting voices flying 3 meters away, effectively silencing all opposition. This prompted Xia Jie to echo the sentiments of Dr. Erskine with a wistful thought. How wonderful it is to be young. Over the past 3 days, the greatest reward for Xia Jie was not merely a group of companions, but rather the treasures he amassed each night during his excursions, various weapons and books. The enhanced disintegration machine yielded fragments of energy residue, albeit in scant amounts. Yet the sheer number of weapons made it worthwhile. Xia Jie could distinctly sense an unfamiliar force coursing through his body. This energy was not in constant motion. It stirred only when he was active, yet fell silent upon his cessation. It was somewhat unruly, and aside from its mobility, it offered little else. At least, it had not augmented Xia Jie's strength or speed. In fact, he often pondered what other capabilities it possessed beyond mere movement. Nevertheless, he found himself eagerly anticipating the day when he could light a cigarette without the need for a lighter, all the while forgetting that he did not smoke. Strictly speaking, this phase of life, though busy, was remarkably tranquil. It marked one of the rare periods of stability since Xia Jie's arrival in this world. Each morning, he would contemplate whether Dr. Erskine desired to venture out. If not, he would meander around the camp. He would occasionally give the new recruits a lesson, showcasing his exceptional marksmanship. When it was time for action at night, he found himself increasingly adept at navigating such tasks. Beyond that, Xia Jie shamelessly learned from the soldiers. The individuals in the camp were set to receive the finest training, rigorous and comprehensive. This included, but was not limited to, the use of various firearms and melee weapons, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance tactics, and the operation of machinery, vehicles, and even aircraft. Their goal was to become super soldiers. Not merely individuals who had reached the pinnacle of human strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes, but rather holistic combat machines. Hence, such diverse training was essential. For Xia Jie, these were skills he sorely lacked. Utilizing his memory, enhanced by the battle spirit, he wandered the military camp daily, absorbing knowledge alongside the soldiers. They remained oblivious to his true purpose. In their eyes, he was simply their shooting instructor and a combat hero. As Dr. Erskine's bodyguard, and with his deep connections to Colonel Phillips, no one dared to dismiss him. As the events unfolded, Summer Night found himself absorbing an abundance of experiences. While he may not claim to have truly learned, as he merely borrowed wisdom, the act of remembering allowed for future contemplation. Throughout this journey, he was particularly stirred by the poignant moment in the film where the captain selflessly threw himself onto a bomb. To be honest, Summer Night held a profound admiration for this act. He surmised that he would never possess such a spirit of self-sacrifice in his lifetime, and in contrast, the captain's noble character shone brilliantly. Yet, he still felt that the captain paled in comparison to another. Beside him, Agent Carter quietly remarked, "This is merely blind personal admiration." Summer Night chuckled. Chapter 37. A special day in Brooklyn, New York, a sleek black car glided down the street. As he withdrew his gaze from the window, Summer Night was perplexed by his presence in the vehicle, seated alongside the captain, whose emotions were evidently tumultuous. Indeed, this day was significant for the captain, for he was on the cusp of a pivotal transformation in his life, a future emblem of the Star-Spangled Banner, shaped by his choices. Choices. A fleeting decision can oftentimes dictate one's destiny. The moment the captain resolved to shield his comrades with his own body marked the dawn of a new beginning. However, Summer Night felt detached from it all, as he had no intention of forming any unnecessary connections with the individual beside him. To Summer Night, heroes were rather burdensome figures. They may embody various admirable traits and strive to impart these qualities upon those they encounter. Yet, he worried that once influenced by such personas, he might become one who would sacrifice for others without hesitation. What if he truly transformed into such a person? Thus, Summer Night preferred to maintain his distance from the captain, but the captain's sentiments towards Summer Night were quite the opposite. Instructor, look, I fought there well. I was the one who got beaten, the future captain exclaimed excitedly, gripping Summer Night's arm and pointing towards a narrow alley outside the window. The title of instructor left Summer Night in a state of exasperation, yet he felt powerless to retort, for he indeed was their shooting instructor. With a gentle sigh, Summer Night replied, if it were now, I believe you could simply shoot them dead. Oh, instructor, please don't jest, the future captain laughed. I could never kill someone over such matters, and I have no desire to harm anyone. Then why engage in a fight? Oh, wait, you mean you were beaten? Summer Night queried, immediately regretting his words. As expected, the individual beside him promptly responded. It is precisely because I am often bullied that I wish to avoid harming anyone and to ensure no one is bullied. I am acutely aware of the terrifying experience of being bullied. It is indeed dreadful. Xiaojie turned his gaze towards the window. The voice of the future captain echoed once more in his ears. Xiaojie looked at him with a sense of resignation. What shall I encounter next? The future captain took a gentle breath, releasing it slowly, his expression calming significantly, before he smiled and said, regardless of the outcome, I shall be able to accept it. Xiaojie blinked, suddenly realizing that this individual might merely be seeking someone to converse with, indifferent to what he said or the manner in which it was expressed. He was simply utilizing this method to alleviate his own emotions. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaojie inquired, tell me, if you were to succeed and acquire powers beyond imagination, what would you wish to do? The captain, after a brief silence, unexpectedly asked, can I grow taller? This question caught Xiaojie off guard, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Perhaps that is possible? That would indeed be wonderful, the captain replied with a smile. If I were to gain power, I would surely strive to win this war, and then find a simple, ordinary woman to spend my life with. It is a simple dream, yet in these times, it is exceedingly challenging. Xiaojie smiled, refraining from further comment as the vehicle continued its quiet journey. The captain also fell silent, adjusting his breathing and heartbeat, awaiting the imminent moment. At the entrance of the Brooklyn antique shop, the vehicle came to a halt. Xiaojie stepped out with the future captain, after casting a glance at the surrounding environment. The corners of Xiaojie's mouth curled slightly upwards as he led the captain into the antique shop. An elderly lady approached, smiling as she remarked, the weather is splendid today. Xiaojie's lips twitched as he replied, indeed, but I always carry an umbrella with me. Which fool came up with that ridiculous code? Hand him over, and I promise not to harm him. What utter nonsense. To an outsider, this conversation would undoubtedly seem insane. The elderly lady smiled contentedly before pressing a switch beneath the counter. Xiaojie then guided the captain into the inner chamber, where the space was confined, dominated by a large bookshelf against the wall. The bookshelf opened outward, revealing a concealed door. Standing within was a figure. Agent Carter regarded Xiaojie with a look of surprise. I expected you to arrive sooner. In truth, the steering wheel is not in my hands. Xiaojie shrugged and said, you may enter first. Please take good care of the doctor. I have a matter to attend to outside. Have you discovered something? Agent Carter's expression shifted to one of concern. Just a bit of interesting news, Xiaojie shrugged again, adding, but it's nothing to worry about. It is merely a minor interlude. The captain glanced at Xiaojie, then at Agent Carter. Is there anything you need me to do? Entering the renovation. Summer Night gently patted the captain's shoulder, offering a smile to Agent Carter before turning to leave. As he pivoted, his gaze fell upon the books adorning the nearby shelves. A strong desire to pack them up and take them away surged within him. However, considering that this place seemingly belonged to their faction, he could only let out a wistful sigh. I thought you would witness everything that follows inside, the elderly lady remarked as they entered the antique shop's hall. Summer Night sighed in response. I wish I could, but I can't shake the feeling that I've been exceedingly busy lately. Whose license plate is 553? Let me see. He added. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady did not hesitate. In truth, today's events warranted a careful approach. It was already unknown how many agents lay in ambush outside, their vigilant eyes scrutinizing every detail of the street. This car belongs to Fred. He is from the State Department, and he is inside right now. The elderly lady informed Summer Night. What has transpired? She inquired. A snakehead has infiltrated, Summer Night replied, reaching for a box of cigarettes on the table before stepping outside. Breathing in the not-so-fresh air of the street, he extracted a cigarette from the pack. placing it between his lips before checking his pockets and proceeding toward his target. His acting was somewhat exaggerated, yet it was unlikely that the two awaiting the rendezvous could fathom their exposure. Even if they suspected it, certainty would elude them. At that moment, the probability of an abrupt escalation was less than 50%, as they required support, who remained in the antique shop. All of this lay within Summer Knight's meticulous plan. Chapter 38. A transformative illusion. Once the candidates for the Super Soldier program had been determined, Summer Knight sought out Agent Carter to review the series of espionage lists provided by Lindsay Clive. To his relief, Fred was not among them. After this revelation, Summer Knight refrained from taking any action against Fred, fully aware that Hydra's spies extended far beyond just him. Capturing Morrison, Lindsay, or Fred would not fundamentally resolve the issue. Fred, at the very least, was a known spy to Summer Knight. Thus, while his danger was not negligible, it was nearly reduced to zero. However, should Fred be eliminated, Hydra could easily replace him with another operative. Well, regardless of whether Hydra could execute such a maneuver, what if they succeeded? Summer Knight found himself in a quandary. What could have been a manageable situation could swiftly spiral beyond his control. Hence, rather than allowing circumstances to become unmanageable, it was wiser to employ an astute strategy, ensuring over 90% assurance of success. This was the calculation that occupied Summer Knight's mind, a delicate matter he could not divulge to anyone. Any individual or event could precipitate the collapse of the current situation. In the present moment, all the individuals and events from his memories of the film materialized before him. He could effortlessly navigate through the crises he faced today. Nonchalantly puffing on a cigarette, Xiaojie sauntered over to the car with the license plate number 553. Beside the vehicle stood two men clad in suits, engaged in hushed conversation. As Xiaojie approached, they immediately fell silent. "Hey, buddy, do you have a light?" he inquired. The expressions of the two men shifted slightly. One cast a wary glance around, while the other slipped his hand into the collar of his suit. Before the man's hand could emerge, Xiaojie suddenly delivered a powerful punch to his face. How immense was Xiaojie's strength now? During his time in the military, he had tested his limits. Although he might not have reached the pinnacle of human capability, a full-force punch was certainly beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The blow sent the man reeling, bloodied, and sprawling backward. Meanwhile, the second man reacted with lightning speed, drawing a handgun from beneath his suit and aiming it at Xiaojie, ready to pull the trigger. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xiaojie vanished from his line of sight. A sharp pain suddenly radiated from his chin as Xiaojie executed a low crouch, swiftly following it with a powerful strike that sent the man soaring through the air, his grip on the gun faltering as it clattered to the ground. In an instant, Xiaojie seized the ascending body of his opponent, yanking him down with tremendous force. The first man, who had been felled by Xiaojie's punch, was now rising from the ground just as his comrade's body came crashing down upon him. They tumbled together, and Xiaojie stepped forward, pressing his hand against one man's head and forcefully slamming it against the ground. Two dull thuds echoed, and both men lost consciousness. This entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking swiftness. By the time onlookers grasped the situation, it was already over. When agents from the Strategic Scientific Reserve arrived, Xiaojie stood up from the ground, casually spitting out his cigarette. "Take them away," he commanded, his tone calm and composed. However, the agents remained motionless, eyeing Xiaojie with suspicion, silently questioning his identity. Xiaojie's expression darkened. Indeed, not every agent recognized him. Fortunately, the elderly lady from the antique shop emerged at that moment. "Listen to him," she instructed. Only then did the agents act, apprehending the two men on the ground. Xiaojie turned to the old woman, who snatched the cigarette that rightfully belonged to her. "What a waste," she remarked. Xiaojie smiled faintly. "I'll head in first." "Be cautious. The big shots are all inside," the elderly lady advised. Xiaojie nodded, took a moment to steady his breath and adjust his attire, and then re-entered the antique shop. The lady opened the door for him, and Xiaojie stepped into the hidden chamber. In this tranquil setting, all eyes were intently fixed on the experimental arena, particularly on the future captain ensconced within a unique apparatus. The Knight of Summer recognized that the serum injection was merely the initial step. Next, it would require stimulation through Vita rays to achieve the ultimate effect. Such a method, however, would demand an astronomical amount of the city's electrical power. Summer's arrival went largely unnoticed, save for Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter. Agent Carter wished to converse with Summer, but he merely gestured for silence before settling beside a bespectacled gentleman. Agent Carter regarded Summer thoughtfully, yet chose to remain silent. As time ticked away, the experiment unfolded with increasing tension. The singular window of the apparatus emitted a progressively intense glow as powerful currents surged through the conductors. The testing platform began to falter under the overwhelming electrical force, erupting with deafening sounds. The crackling and flashes of electricity sent the personnel into a mild frenzy. Summer observed quietly, unfazed by the chaos. After all, how could his delicate butterfly wings possibly extinguish the legendary Captain America? As this thought crossed his mind, the light within the device reached its zenith before dissipating in an instant. Dr. Erskine, visibly anxious, suddenly exclaimed, "Stark." Howard promptly activated the device, revealing the adult captain. Muscular and robust, he appeared somewhat frail and weakened. Even having witnessed such a scene in films, Summer couldn't help but marvel. Was this truly the legendary transformation? Applause erupted, and all stood in congratulations. However, as the bespectacled man beside him attempted to rise, Summer swiftly clasped his shoulder, pressing him back down. Fred, bewildered, looked at Summer, who flashed a grin and said, "Enjoyed the magic show, did you? Still want to play the tough guy?" Before any response could escape Fred's lips, Summer's fist met him with force. 3 consecutive punches left Fred dazed and unable to escape Summer's grasp, ultimately causing him to lose consciousness within Summer's embrace. The onlookers were left astonished by the spectacle. A distinguished gentleman stared at Summer in disbelief before turning to Colonel Phillips, stating, "I believe you owe me an explanation regarding this matter." Upon hearing this, Summer pried open Fred's mouth. Colonel Phillips leaned in, inquiring, "So what are you up to?" Summer extracted a venomous fong from Fred's mouth and placed it in Colonel Phillips's palm, offering, "Here's your explanation." Chapter 39, A Gift from Dr. Erskine. Colonel Phillips gazed disdainfully at the tooth in his hand, stained with a mixture of blood and saliva. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "You handed this to me without cleaning it?" "I believed it was something you urgently needed," replied Summer Knight, grinning as he wiped his hands on Fred's clothing. "What is this?" The man who had previously sought an explanation approached. Colonel Phillips transferred the tooth into his palm. "Here's the clarification you requested." The man, perplexed, sniffed and nearly questioned his existence. "What a foul stench. You must not have brushed your teeth this morning." Colonel Phillips chuckled softly. "However, at this moment, I believe I require an explanation. Why is there a Hydra spy accompanying you here?" The man froze, his expression darkening considerably. "On what grounds do you make such an accusation?" "On the basis of this venomous tooth," Colonel Phillips asserted, "a standard accessory for Hydra spies." What transpired here? Amidst the chaos, Dr. Erskine and others ascended from below. "Summer captured a spy," Agent Carter announced. Everyone paused, and Howard exclaimed with excitement, "Another one captured? Summer, you are truly the bane of Hydra." Summer Knight's face darkened instantly. "Whom are you trying to frame with such a moniker? If you bestow upon me such a title, how am I to live on?" Dr. Erskine, more concerned, inquired, "Are you all right, Summer?" "I'm fine," Summer Knight replied, scratching his head. He glanced at the doctor and then at the shirtless captain nearby. Blinking, he refrained from making a sarcastic remark. With so many present, it was prudent to choose the right moment for such jests, wasn't it? Colonel Phillips continued to demand an explanation from the man, while the rest began addressing the spy situation. Summer Knight and Agent Carter took the individual away, with Howard eagerly following, hoping to participate in the interrogation. The captain intended to join as well, but Dr. Erskine pulled him aside for a physical examination. After all, he was a newly minted specimen, and a thorough inspection was necessary to ascertain his suitability for further production. Howard ultimately felt disappointed, as he did not get the opportunity for interrogation. Upon Colonel Phillips' return, he promptly dismissed them, instructing them to prepare for the evening's ball. Summer Knight was perplexed. "Why are we holding a ball?" Colonel Phillips explained that the higher-ups wished to celebrate and commend Dr. Erskine's success. As Dr. Erskine's bodyguard, and having apprehended 3 spies that day, Summer Knight was obliged to attend the ball. This left Summer Knight speechless. Were these American dignitaries out of their minds? Instead of consolidating their achievements and addressing the issues of mass production, they chose to host a ball. Refrain from uttering phrases such as "How can we establish a home when the little mustache has not yet been extinguished?" At the very least, could we not wait until after the captains have achieved their pivotal victory to contemplate the festivities? Summer Knight's heart burned with a fervent spirit of sarcasm. Yet out of respect, he reluctantly accompanied Agent Carter to prepare for the evening's attire. Ultimately, however, the matter of clothing would be left to Agent Carter, as Summer Knight needed to fetch Dr. Erskine. Upon encountering Dr. Erskine once more, the old man's visage bore an indescribable weariness. "Summer, I have succeeded. Will you not congratulate me?" The doctor spoke this with a smile, yet the expression seemed somewhat forced. Summer Knight scratched his nose thoughtfully. "Do you believe a congratulation is warranted?" "Perhaps," Dr. Erskine replied absent-mindedly, gazing out the window. Summer Knight fell into silence as well. "In truth, I should be elated. Should I not?" The doctor suddenly turned to Summer Knight. The corners of Summer Knight's mouth twitched. "Could you not speak plainly? Who are you trying to startle with such theatrics?" Before he could respond, the doctor nodded to himself. "Yes, I should indeed be happy. Summer, have you ever considered becoming the next Steve? I can assist you." Casting a glance at the doctor, Summer Knight shook his head. Why not? Dr. Erskine pressed. Previously, you expressed reluctance, perhaps due to an awareness that you were not a viable candidate, or perhaps doubting the success of my experiments. Yet now, I have succeeded. And judging by Steve's condition, it is a resounding triumph. Why do you refuse? Summer Knight pondered for a moment, but continued to shake his head, offering no explanation. It was not without reason. In fact, he had many. Firstly, he was unwilling to allow any serum to alter his essence. Secondly, he did not wish to entangle himself further with the Strategic Scientific Reserve. The current circumstances could be deemed a reluctant necessity, yet if a more suitable opportunity arose, he still hoped to vanish from the scrutiny of influential figures. After all, the future Steve would undoubtedly shine brightly, drawing the majority of attention and even ire. This was Summer Knight's chance, the chance to disappear. However, should he acquire the power akin to Captain America through the super serum, he would inevitably find himself on certain lists, leading to a consequence of never being able to sever ties with them. Witness the case of Steve Rogers. Even after being frozen for 70 years, upon awakening, he must continue to serve S.H.I.E.L.D., correct? Summer Knight held no interest in such affairs. Were it not for other extraordinary circumstances, he might have resorted to using the serum out of necessity. Yet, as Summer Knight possessed the decomposer, the future appeared promising, and he saw no need to be shackled to a singular war machine for the sake of transient gains. This encapsulated Summer Knight's perspective. But how could he articulate this to the doctor? Words failed him, and ultimately, he could only remain silent. The doctor, however, did not express disappointment. Instead, he appeared somewhat dazed. After a brief moment, he suddenly broke into a smile. Xia, I have a gift for you. What is it? As Xia drove, he felt the doctor's hand extending towards him. A glance revealed a transparent container in his grasp, within which lay the extraordinary serum they had utilized earlier that day. What is this? Xia was momentarily taken aback, instinctively accepting the container. This is the only remaining vial from today, Dr. Erskine remarked with a smile. I took it with me. No one seemed to care. They believe I can still provide them with more. Why give it to me? Consider it a memento. I have an unsettling premonition that our journey in New York is about to conclude. A peculiar lightness flickered across Dr. Erskine's face, as if he had shed an immense burden. He then redirected his gaze to the window. Remember everything I have taught you, Xia. Chapter 40. The doctor who does not keep his word. Whether Dr. Erskine's journey in New York had reached its conclusion remained uncertain to Xia for the time being. However, Xia's own adventure in New York ended sooner than anticipated. That very evening, Colonel Phillips, Agent Carter, Xia, and Howard's group departed for London. The reason was that afternoon, Colonel Phillips had spoken with the president over the phone, and they were dispatched to London to engage in battle against Hydra. Consequently, the promised celebratory ball saw only the doctor in attendance. As they parted, Dr. Erskine lamented to Xia, the colonel is quite obstinate, believing it is far more perilous for you to remain behind. He thinks that stepping onto the battlefield and acting alongside the main forces would ensure your safety. To that end, he even arranged for a new bodyguard for me. Of course, I do not deny that your skills shine brightest in combat. In fact, it is a disservice to have you protecting an old man like me. But why could you not wait even a single night? At this juncture, Dr. Erskine proudly declared, Xia, I am quite the prominent figure now. At this ball, I will undoubtedly be the center of attention, the most radiant presence. If you were to attend, with my influence, I could certainly introduce you to a strikingly beautiful woman. I believe you have missed the point, Xia replied, his expression darkening. For some unknown reason. Agent Carter beside him also wore a somewhat grim expression. Ha. The doctor laughed heartily, then embraced Xia. I will miss you. And I you, Xia replied, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Though their time together was brief, Dr. Erskine had never treated him as a mere outsider. He regarded Xia not simply as a bodyguard, but as a confidant. His pride in Xia's insatiable thirst for knowledge was evident, as he imparted his lifetime of wisdom without reservation. Despite the constraints of time, Xia had absorbed much, albeit in a somewhat hasty manner. Now, as the moment of parting approached, his heart brimmed with reluctance. Casting a glance at Steve, who stood beside the doctor, Xia admonished, take good care of the doctor's safety. Yes, instructor, Steve replied earnestly, which prompted Xia to reflect on how much he had matured. His voice had deepened significantly. Captain America's entire visage began to twitch, while the doctor laughed heartily, and Agent Carter's lips curled into a subtle smile. The vehicle had long been prepared. After placing their belongings inside and waving farewell, Agent Carter started the engine. I had genuinely thought I could attend a ball. You know, I have never danced before, Xia remarked, glancing at the rearview mirror at Dr. Erskine, who waved goodbye. I suppose I should be grateful we didn't participate, otherwise, I would surely have aching feet tonight. Agent Carter pressed her lips together, then addressed Xia. There's no need to be so sentimental. Once the doctor optimizes the super serum, making the birth of super soldiers simpler, he will join us. Surely, there will be many others like Steve, undergoing a second maturation? Xiaojie gazed out the window. Why is your choice of words consistently so peculiar? Agent Carter replied with a hint of exasperation. Have you never contemplated undergoing a second maturation yourself? Xiaojie remained silent, but her intent was unmistakable. I wonder what you are obstinately concerned about, Agent Carter speculated. The doctor mentioned that the super soldier's serum amplifies one's inherent traits. The more virtuous one is, the more virtuous they become, the more malevolent, the more malevolent. If I were to use the super soldier serum, what do you think would happen? Agent Carter shook her head in confusion. Xiaojie sighed. I fear my mind might open a vortex of physical theories. Such unproductive discourse persisted as the group flew from New York to London. The following day, just after arriving in London, while Xiaojie was still unpacking, she was summoned to the office by Agent Carter. Take a look at this, Colonel Phillips said grimly, tossing a newspaper to Xiaojie. The first thing that caught her eye was a photograph of Steve, brandishing a car door as a shield. As she read the article, it spoke of a spy infiltration and the pursuit of the super soldier under the cover of night. When did this happen? Xiaojie's countenance darkened significantly. The image of Steve in the newspaper bore an uncanny resemblance to his appearance in the film while he was chasing Fred, igniting a foreboding feeling within her. Last night, Agent Carter gently supported Xiaojie's arm. Xiaojie remained silent for a moment, glancing between Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter. Finally, she exhaled softly. You're not suggesting that Dr. Erskine, that old rascal, is in trouble, are you? The doctor was assassinated by an infiltrating spy at the ball last night. On a summer night, a sense of disorientation enveloped Xiaojie. The words of the doctor lingered in his ears. Just yesterday, before setting out, he had reminded himself to introduce a beautiful woman to himself at the ball. Yet today, the doctor was already deceased. Emerging from Colonel Phillips' office, Agent Carter cautiously trailed behind Xiaojie, mirroring his every step, as if fearful that he might act recklessly. Xiaojie looked at her with exasperation and said, Could you allow me a moment alone? I wish to reflect. Agent Carter merely nodded, refraining from inquiring who he wished to reflect upon. Xiaojie did not meander aimlessly. Instead, he returned to his room. He retrieved the super soldier serum from the decomposer's space. The fact that it did not emerge to assert its presence suggested that, for now, it was something he could not disassemble. Naturally, Xiaojie had no intention of doing so. However, as he beheld the object, he found himself lost in thought, feeling an uncanny sense that the old man was not so easily extinguished. Colonel Phillips had explicated the events of the ball. There were 2 spies involved. The first masqueraded as a service personnel and initiated the first round of assassination. Steve apprehended him on the spot, yet amidst the ensuing chaos, the second round of assassination unfolded. After successfully striking, the assailant randomly fired shots, amplifying the confusion before fleeing. This led to the reports of Steve pursuing the spy under the cover of night. The serum rolled in the palm of Xiaojie's hand as he recalled the doctor's earlier words. They believed I could still offer them more. He remembered the fleeting look of relief that crossed the doctor's face when he entrusted him with the last vial of serum. Had the doctor foreseen this? Suddenly clutching the serum tightly, Xiaojie let out a soft sigh. Old man, your departure was far too abrupt. What of the promised beautiful woman? Is this not a breach of your word? Chapter 41. Target Schmidt time seemed to don a pair of racing shoes. From the moment the news of Dr. Erskine's demise reached him, it commenced its frenzied pace. Xiaojie felt as if his time had been hastily fast-forwarded, perhaps at 8 times the normal speed, passing without sensation. As half a year slipped away, the sky was overcast, shrouded in rain. The incessant droplets fell upon the ground, rendering it muddy and damp. In this moment, Xiaojie lay prostrate on the wet earth, cradling a sniper rifle, resembling a stone-carved statue, utterly still. His expression was one of intense focus, silently observing every movement through the scope. If someone had told Xiaojie, upon his arrival in this world, that he would thrive on the battlefield for over 6 months, repeatedly facing death, he would have surely slapped them across the face. Who were they trying to deceive? As one who had just arrived in this realm, intent only on surviving and waiting for the war to conclude, Xiaojie had never considered himself cut out for combat. It is hard to believe that he could survive until the conclusion of the battle, yet the reality has proven otherwise. Despite facing life and death crises on numerous occasions, and often feeling as though he could endure no longer, he ultimately persevered. It seems he has even thrived. His military rank ascended. His familiarity with the battlefield deepened, and his skills in combat became increasingly refined. If there were to be a singular regret, it would pertain to the disassembler. Upon returning to the battlefield, Xiaojie had anticipated that his disassembler would flourish in such a grand environment, akin to a wild dog unleashed, rapidly advancing in levels. However, The truth was that half a month after his arrival, the disassembler underwent only a single upgrade, which has persisted to this day. For over 5 months, it has remained in a state of apparent stagnation. Initially, the disassembler was Xia Jie's greatest ally on the battlefield, yet it has been rendered unusable for more than 5 months. Thus, in desperation, Xia Jie was compelled to continuously refine his various abilities. Beyond the shooting and combat skills acquired from the disassembler, he gradually began to apply the knowledge he had gained from the Strategic Science Reserve Department. And now he can adeptly utilize it all. As the saying goes, pressure brings forth a person's true capabilities. The roar of an engine echoed from afar, and Xia Jie did not even blink. He remained still, patiently waiting. A military truck, emblazoned with the Hydra insignia, gradually came into view through his sniper scope. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs, and with steady hands, he aimed his weapon. Suddenly, he pulled the trigger. Bang! At the instant the gunfire erupted. A gaping wound appeared in the driver's head. The truck swerved violently, careening towards the roadside. Before it even came to a halt, a figure burst from the passenger seat. Bang! Before the passenger could touch solid ground, blood erupted from his head. The vehicle collided with a tree, coming to an unavoidable stop, while simultaneously, Xia Jie tore away his disguise, rolled into the grass, and swiftly made his way towards the truck, utilizing the cover of nearby trees. At this moment, several soldiers leaped from the truck's bed. Some went to check on the driver and passenger, while others stood guard. 5 individuals? Xia Jie, concealed behind a tree, furrowed his brow, a first-class prize. He felt somewhat disheartened. Having waited here for a day and a night, he had not anticipated encountering a 7-man truck. Based on his observations, similar trucks typically carried no more than 5 soldiers. However, in the next moment, Xia Jie stowed his sniper rifle into the disassembler's space and switched to a Type 1 Garand rifle. Revealing himself, he opened fire. The chest of one adversary suddenly erupted in a spray of blood, prompting the remaining soldiers to converge and fire frantically at Xia Jie's position. However, by the time the bullets arrived, the enigmatic figure of Summer Night had already vanished without a trace. The gunfire, which had persisted for a brief yet intense span of a dozen seconds, abruptly ceased. The remaining 4 soldiers stood back to back, gradually inching towards the driver's seat of the truck. At that moment, one of them felt a sudden constriction around his ankle, causing him to lose his balance in an instant, and the next moment, a sharp and icy bayonet had pierced through his throat. The other 3 were taken aback, redirecting their firearms in an attempt to return fire. Yet, before they could even pull the trigger, one soldier's head was suddenly adorned with a gruesome hole. The remaining 2 soldiers unleashed a volley of bullets, only to witness their comrade's lifeless body hurtling towards them, with all their ammunition spent upon each other. Then, one figure advanced, emerging abruptly from beneath the body of the comrade still suspended in midair. With a powerful kick, he sent one soldier sprawling over 3 meters away, crashing to the ground. In the next heartbeat, the bayonet in his hand pierced through another's heart. Pressing the blade against the fallen soldier's face, he withdrew it, and Summer Night slowly approached the man who had been kicked aside. Raising his pistol, he fired with a resounding crack. The truck resumed its journey along the road, and Summer Night had donned a new uniform of the Hydra, wiping his forehead with a soiled cloth to rid himself of the disheveled moisture. He chewed on canned food that had spilled in the vehicle. The unpalatable taste of beef spread through every corner of his mouth. Yet Summer Night refused to waste a single drop of its juice. He had gone a full day and night without a morsel to eat, a torment unimaginable for a true gourmand. Currently, Summer Night found himself in enemy territory, not far from the relentless barrage of artillery, where the Allies were engaged in a desperate struggle against Hydra. The reason for his presence here was due to a task he found rather agreeable, an assassination operation. Perhaps it all began with his initial beheading mission upon arriving in this world, leading to a total of 7 such assignments in the past 6 months. Remarkably, he had completed each one flawlessly and returned unscathed. Consequently, a moniker that irked him to no end, King of Beheadings, had inexplicably cemented itself in his reputation. Colonel Phillips had initially staunchly opposed this title, aligning with Summer Night's own sentiments. However, as the successful missions continued to accumulate, Colonel Phillips could not deny Summer Night's extraordinary prowess and began to place greater reliance upon him. Although Summer Night had no desire to acknowledge such abilities, when everyone around him believed in his exceptional talent and began to laud him for it, his own opinions seemed to go unheard. Thus, once again, Summer Night was dispatched as a trump card to this location, with the target being a military factory situated between 2 mountains in Klausberg, where the objective was none other than the Hydra leader, John Schmidt. Chapter 42. The colorless 3 days have elapsed since Xia Jie arrived here. During this time, he has consistently observed from the periphery. The battle has persisted for nearly half a month, so there is no urgency to act hastily. The only pressing concern is that the rations he carried were exhausted a day ago. Ultimately, he resolved to commandeer a vehicle and infiltrate. The plan is straightforward. Yet selecting an isolated military vehicle proves to be a formidable task. After waiting an entire day and night, he finally spotted one. Unexpectedly, 7 individuals disembarked from the vehicle. Fortunately, Xia Jie is well versed in combat. Even though there are 7 adversaries, it should not pose a significant threat. However, should they number 70, he would undoubtedly flee without a second thought. After drying his hair, Xia Jie simultaneously drove and consumed canned beef. Although the flavor was not particularly delightful, there arose a peculiar sense of satisfaction after consuming a substantial amount. He had meticulously charted the route over the past few days and was poised to drive straight to the enemy's camp when he suddenly heard a familiar yet unfamiliar sound. It was the grinding of gears. What a surprise! Xia Jie widened his eyes in astonishment. The disassembler. After 5 months of silence, it finally made its presence known. Given the prolonged inactivity, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no apprehension. Xia Jie had harbored doubts about his disassembler, fearing it might be a counterfeit product that, under the guise of an upgrade, had permanently gone offline, which would have been quite embarrassing for him. Fortunately, this contraption has now re-emerged. Disassembler upgrade complete. This familiar notification brought Xia Jie a sense of relief, but it was swiftly followed by another alert. The magic extractor function is now available. A magic extractor? How peculiar. Xia Jie was dumbfounded. Where did this magic extractor come from? This is indeed a disassembler, isn't it? Are the magic extractor and disassembler part of the same system? He called upon the magic extractor, but received no response. He then summoned the disassembler, which appeared in his mind's eye. There were indeed changes, albeit minor. It remained battered and tattered, seemingly on the verge of being sent to the recycling bin. 2 notable transformations occurred. The first was in its name. Previously called the Advanced Beginner Disassembler, it is now referred to as the Primary Level 1 Disassembler. From a literal standpoint, there appears to be no significant alteration. Thus, one might argue that names are merely codes, right? The second change, however, was in the lower left corner of the disassembler. There, an object resembling a glass vessel had materialized, fused with the disassembler itself. From this construction, it can be surmised that the mana extractor seen by Xia Jie is fundamentally different from that in the game. The device before him likely represents an upgraded feature of the decomposer, rather than an independent entity. Thus, its functionalities ought to diverge entirely from those in the game. However, it is true that the functions of the decomposer also vary. Who has ever heard of a decomposer capable of extracting skill books? Xia Jie curled his lip. Transformations were of no concern, for functionality was paramount. He was eager to discover whether the decomposer, which had undergone 5 months of upgrades, could indeed bestow upon him a delightful surprise. Despite the decomposer remaining dormant for over 5 months, Xia Jie had been quite active, repeatedly collecting weapons to store in his decomposer space. Altogether, he had amassed around 300 weapons, including rifles, sniper rifles, handguns, submachine guns, and even cold weapons. With such an arsenal at his disposal, Xia Jie felt akin to a mobile armory. In truth, had the decomposer space not reached its capacity, 300 weapons would merely scratch the surface. Carrying such an extensive array of weapons ignited a whimsical desire within him to dye his hair blonde and don a suit of golden armor, ready to confront anyone with a brazen shout. Yet, he realized that if he were to act upon such a folly, he would likely meet with a swift demise. Not every blonde is akin to Gilgamesh. After muttering this to himself, Xia Jie felt he had sufficiently indulged his spirit of sarcasm and was poised to embark on his decomposing endeavor when he suddenly perceived a movement emanating from the truck's rear compartment. In an instant, his expression shifted to one of caution. Straining to listen, his enhanced hearing, augmented by the combat spirit, was almost unfair, enabling him to discern even the faintest breaths amidst the cacophony of the vehicle's roar and the rhythmic patter of rain. Someone was there. Xia Jie's heart raced. He had previously inspected the truck bed, and it was undeniably empty. Now, with a considerable distance remaining to Hydra's military factory, who could have infiltrated his vehicle? Wait. This isn't even my vehicle. It belongs to Hydra. In other words, someone has infiltrated Hydra's truck? Who? And why? These 2 pressing questions flooded his mind. Yet, Xia Jie's heart swiftly regained its composure. Regardless of the intruder's intentions, the likelihood of them being a friend rather than a foe seemed to prevail. Thus, he chose to remain discreet, continuing to decompose weapons while quietly assessing the situation. The individual within the truck remained eerily silent, their subtle breaths betraying no hint of unnecessary movement. Xia Jie deftly multitasked, driving while attuning his ears to the rhythmic breaths in the truck bed and observing the decomposer. To his astonishment, the upgraded decomposer could now decompose up to 5 weapons simultaneously. As he decomposed 5 rifles at once, the results left Xia Ji Yi utterly astonished. An announcement. The disassembly of equipment was successful. Beginner's rifle shooting experience. 32 beginner's rifle close combat experience. 28 fragmented battle soul. 5 dim colorless crystal. 1 disassembly experience. 5 The disassembly is complete. Shall I extract it immediately? Colorless? Summer Knight was astonished. How could this item appear? Theoretically, it is not surprising, but why now? Extracting the dim colorless crystal. It was a 1 centimeter cube, its glow faint. Within it, visible energy fluctuations rippled. The texture of this object immediately reminded Summer Knight of shattered energy remnants. So that's it. Realization dawned upon Summer Knight. After the colorless crystal shattered, it transformed into fragmented energy remnants. Or perhaps the disassembly machine at that time lacked the capacity, and the extraction power was insufficient to form a colorless crystal? Now, the upgraded primary disassembly machine not only had advanced, but also possessed a magical extractor. Thus, it was able to form a colorless crystal, albeit a dim one. Chapter 43. The ambitious Star-Spangled Man speculations and theories are of little importance. The mechanism of the disassembly machine is but a fleeting thought to Summer Knight. He believes that his unique ability, from its inception, was never meant for anyone to comprehend its workings. As long as it proves effective, who cares? With a clap of his hands, a surge of electric sensation coursed through him. The previously accumulated shattered energy remnants within Summer Knight's body now fused seamlessly with the significantly stronger energy that had just entered. Then, Summer Knight snapped his fingers, chuckling lightly. He realized that, while behind enemy lines and about to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold, indulging in such whimsical thoughts seemed rather inappropriate. Ultimately, it was rather disappointing that even a dim colorless crystal failed to ignite any spark within him. Gritting his teeth, Summer Knight continued to disassemble. The items he extracted lacked the time for thorough consumption. However, compared to the currently unknown utility of the small crystal, the battle souls that enhanced physical capabilities were far more appealing to him. Unfortunately, the number of fragmented battle souls he had used might have been too great, resulting in the current souls providing minimal enhancement. Yet, is it not said that even the legs of a mosquito are meat? Every bit of enhancement counts, especially in this perilous place where even the slightest increase in strength could become a lifeline. However, after disassembling dozens of battle souls, Summer Knight found he could proceed no further. The gates of the military factory loomed near, and Summer Knight donned his helmet. His expression grew stoic as he drove to the checkpoint, where 2 soldiers stopped him. "Hail Hydra!" The 2 individuals approached the presence of Summer Knight, rendering a salute that elicited an overwhelming urge to scoff before requesting verification. At that moment, while engrossed in a film, Summer Knight found himself utterly speechless upon witnessing the absurdity of the Hydra's military salute. With fervent cries of "Long live Hydra," they extended their arms forward, hands clenched into fists, slightly elevated. Had their exclamations been the twin dragons set sail, or something akin to the claw of the dragon, Summer Knight would have felt less compelled to mock. However, now, with his own fists clenched, he performed a similar salute, bellowing "Long live Hydra" before presenting the identification that had been in the vehicle all along. Given that it was indeed Hydra's vehicle, the inspection was not particularly stringent. A mere glance sufficed for the guards to grant passage. As the gate descended slowly, Summer Knight gently pressed the accelerator and drove through. While he was well aware of the external circumstances, his knowledge of the internal situation was rather limited. Not wanting to drive aimlessly, he ventured only a short distance before spotting several trucks like his parked at the entrance of some warehouses. He quickly turned the vehicle around and, as he positioned it, cast a keen gaze into the right side rearview mirror, a choice made for a reason. The left side was crowded, while the right, though guarded, was more dispersed. If the uninvited guest in his vehicle truly belonged to his faction, he would undoubtedly choose to hide on the right upon disembarking. Indeed, a figure wielding a shield, crouching low and moving stealthily, flashed by in the mirror. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, Summer Knight distinctly recognized the stars and stripes emblazoned upon the shield. Cursing instinctively, he swallowed his words. After 6 months of conflict, aside from a handful of companions, nearly everything else seemed disconnected from the narratives of the films. This left Summer Knight in a perpetual state of bewilderment, oblivious to the truth of this world. This was precisely the World War II storyline from Captain America's first film. In the movie, did Captain not first deploy to the Klausenberg munitions factory? Half a year later, had it not been for that shield bearing the stars and stripes, Summer Knight would have remained oblivious to the fact that his timeline had aligned with that of the film. A moment of disorientation struck him. What on earth was he doing here? As the thought settled, Summer Knight swiftly exited the vehicle. After navigating a brief detour, he followed the path taken by the captain. Not far along, he encountered a Hydra soldier lying lifeless on the ground. Summer Knight's expression darkened. The work seemed rather sloppy. He hoisted the body and carelessly discarded it beneath his truck. Moving a few steps further, he approached a corner. Just as he peeked around, a shield suddenly slammed into his face without warning. On a sultry night, Summer Knight abruptly retreated, only to spring forward with a mighty kick. Colliding with the shield, the tremendous recoil propelled him backward approximately 2 meters, leaving him astonished by the sheer force. Just then, a man clad in a stars and stripes uniform emerged from behind a building, swinging his fist to strike. Summer Knight hastily removed his hat and whispered, "Do not cause a fuss." The captain, taken aback upon seeing Summer Knight's face, quickly halted his punch, exclaiming, "Instructor, have you joined Hydra? That cannot be right. Wasn't it said that after the serum injection, your learning capacity and intellect would significantly enhance?" Summer Knight, bewildered, regarded Steve before asking, "How did you conclude that I have allied with Hydra?" As the captain prepared to speak again, Summer Knight grasped his hand firmly, urging, "We must leave now." The two swiftly crawled beneath a nearby truck, only then hearing the synchronized footsteps approaching. Lying beneath the vehicle, they watched the feet of the approaching individuals. And once they passed, the two exchanged glances. The silence felt oppressive, despite being behind enemy lines. Summer Knight broke the stillness first. There's no time for explanations. "Get in the vehicle." He scrambled out, and the captain quickly followed, running to the truck's cabin door. Bewildered as he watched Summer Knight move further away. "Didn't you say to get in the car?" Noticing Summer Knight waving at him, he hurried to catch up, still pondering how his instructor could be so perplexing after their long separation. Once they arrived at a more secluded location, Steve finally addressed Summer Knight. "Instructor, are you here on a mission?" Was it necessary to ask such an obvious question? Summer Knight, at a loss for words, replied, "Aren't you the one wandering across the United States selling bonds? The grand strategist in a stars and stripes uniform? 6 months prior, Dr. Erskine was assassinated at a ball, and all data was destroyed. The last remaining serum's whereabouts were unknown, leading the higher-ups to suspect it was with Summer Knight, as he had been closest to Dr. Erskine at that time. However, after several inquiries and investigations yielded no results, they were ultimately forced to drop the matter due to pressure from Colonel Phillips. Since then, Steve Rogers had embarked on a prolonged career of performance art. Chapter 44. The Man with the Military Factory. I have a friend who may have been captured by Hydra during the Battle of Azano. Although Steve found the label of Grand Strategist in a stars and stripes uniform amusing, he answered respectfully, honoring his instructor. Yet, Summer Knight showed little interest. Fully aware of the reasons behind the young man's presence, having watched the films, his question was merely an attempt to break the ice, avoiding any potential awkwardness. "So, do you have any plans, Grand Strategist in a stars and stripes uniform?" The plan had yet to be established, and Steve gazed incredulously at Summer Knight. "Instructor, could you perhaps use a different title? Something more grand? Can we try another? How about Star Spangled Man?" "Instructor," he repeated. "Very well, then, man it is." Summer Knight responded. "Now, let us not quibble over titles. My question is simple. Do you truly have no plans?" "None," Steve replied honestly. "And instructor, I feel man does not quite suit me." "A boy?" Summer Knight inquired, peering quizzically at Steve. "With so many lovely ladies in your troop, and considering your towering stature, you seem the very antithesis of a boy." "Enough of this. You are certainly a man." Steve couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of encountering his former shooting instructor during this precarious journey. "Since you lack a plan, you shall heed my instructions," Summer Knight said, patting Steve on the shoulder. He was somewhat dissatisfied. The guy had once been easy to reach, but now stood a half-head taller, making the gesture cumbersome. "All right," Steve responded without hesitation. "Following the instructor's orders is the least I can do." Summer Knight was taken aback by his promptness, but soon shook his head. "Very well, let us outline a straightforward plan. First, let us clarify our objective. My goal is to eliminate Schmidt. Of course, this is not paramount. As long as we can obliterate this armament factory and render it inoperative, leaving that group of scoundrels stranded, my mission will be accomplished. Your goal is to rescue your dear friend." "What was his name again?" "Barnes," Steve exclaimed. "James Buchanan Barnes." Summer Knight, feeling somewhat dizzy, waved his hand dismissively. "Let us abbreviate it to Bucky." The captain was astonished. "Instructor, how could you simplify it so drastically?" "That is of little significance," Summer Knight replied, waving his hand again. "Now, first is infiltration. This mission has no support, and the internal routes are nearly non-existent. Thus, we must rely on experience. I propose we breach from above. Hydra personnel rarely patrol rooftops, which serves as their defensive blind spot. After successfully infiltrating, our second step will be to rescue the captives. If there are indeed numerous Allied prisoners held here, we can liberate them, seize their weapons, and transform our stealth operation into an internal assault." Steve nodded earnestly. "Understood. The crux of the plan lies in swiftness. Indeed, an element of surprise," Summer Knight affirmed. Let us proceed. In just a few brief exchanges, the plan was solidified, and the two embarked on their mission. The rationale behind this operational strategy was largely inspired by films where the captain conducted himself in a similar manner. While acknowledging that there may be discrepancies leading to fewer captives than anticipated within the armament factory, they resolved to adapt their plan as necessary, for such adjustments were customary. After all, plans rarely withstand the test of unforeseen circumstances. As the two individuals passed by rows of armored vehicles, Summer Knight suddenly bent down beneath one of them to affix a bomb. "What on earth are you doing?" Steve inquired with astonishment. "Oh, it's nothing," Summer Knight replied. "Based on my years of experience in decapitation, the more chaos within the enemy's ranks, the more advantageous it is for us. This is merely a precaution for what lies ahead. More importantly, I am curious, instructor, where did you acquire this bomb?" Summer Knight then placed a bomb into Steve's hands, explaining, "You see, the military camp is filled with brutes, and there's little in the way of entertainment. Thus, one must find ways to pass the time. For me, that means learning. I crafted this device myself. Unlike the timed explosives created by those with the small mustaches, this is a remote-controlled bomb, operable within a range of about 200 meters. Before Steve could absorb all the information, he and Summer Knight began to set the bomb. However, they could only place 2 or 3 before Summer Knight declared they were out of bombs. After all, he couldn't disclose that dozens more lay hidden in his disassembly space. Furthermore, he was uncertain if this device would even be of use. After all, in the films, Schmidt, the Red Skull, decided to detonate the facility along with Captain America upon realizing the latter had infiltrated and freed the captives. It must be said that Schmidt's method of retaliating by self-detonation was incredibly ruthless and barbaric. After placing a few bombs, they continued their stealthy advance according to their original plan, leaving the utility of the explosives to be determined later. Not far ahead stood a row of low buildings, which, given their capabilities, posed little challenge to ascend. Upon reaching the rooftop, their view expanded tremendously, aside from the sporadic searchlights that posed a slight threat. The rooftop had become their dominion. Eventually, they slipped through a vent into the military factory below, a vast space that appeared to belong to a military workshop. Their landing point was upon a beam suspended in midair. Gazing down into the expansive area, they observed soldiers clad in armor reminiscent of futuristic warriors, wielding weapons that clearly surpassed the technology of their current era, Hydra soldiers. "What are those?" Steve whispered. After a moment's contemplation, Summer Knight replied, "We are now proceeding to step 2 of our plan. You go find your friends while I investigate what these scoundrels are up to. The weaponry they are equipped with has yet to appear on our battlefield. However, if all goes according to plan, we shall soon find ourselves in combat with those wielding such devices." Steve cast a wary glance at Summer Knight. "Instructor, be careful." Summer Knight nodded, watching as Steve disappeared from sight. Once Steve was out of view, a smile spread across Summer Knight's face. He reminisced about the joy he had felt half a year ago over a mere armory. And now, what did he possess? A complete military factory. The intricacies of this batch of weapons were unknown to Steve, yet Xiaojie was well aware. After Schmidt acquired the cosmic cube, Dr. Zola invented a conductor capable of extracting its energy, utilized both for the development of limitless power and for the creation of these weapons that shimmer with a pale blue hue. Although the new weapons lack a battle spirit, one wonders if the innovative arms crafted from the energy extracted from the cosmic cube might yield some extraordinary surprises. Chapter 45. A flickering flame perched upon a steel beam. Xiaojie surveyed the surroundings for an extended period before selecting a point of entry. It was a doorway guarded by a lone soldier, and the surrounding visibility was limited, with ample cover to avoid detection. Cautiously, he positioned himself above the adversary, and in the next instant, descended from above. As his arm encircled the soldier's neck, his legs pressed against the back of the soldier's knees, leveraging just enough force to pivot and land gracefully on the ground. Before the soldier could drop to his knees, Xiaojie exerted pressure, producing a crisp and resounding crack. After scanning the vicinity and confirming that no one had noticed the commotion, he opened the adjacent door and peered outside, revealing a corridor. Aside from a few trash bins, it was devoid of any presence. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaojie dragged the lifeless body outside and placed it on the ground, deftly beginning to strip it. "Why am I so proficient at this?" he pondered, reminiscing about his days as a recluse when such skills were never required. Naturally, back then, such skills seemed unnecessary. Lost in thought, he quickly stripped the body clean. Perhaps a bit excessively so, Xiaojie mused, wrinkling his nose before discarding the corpse into a trash bin. He then picked up the soldier's technologically advanced weapon, and the disassembly device promptly activated to assert its presence. "Would you like to disassemble the spatial energy weapon?" it inquired. "Yes," Xiaojie replied, feeling a surge of excitement at the prompt. The sound of the device's gears grinding was remarkably comforting. However, The disassembly process took longer than he anticipated. After approximately 30 seconds, a notification finally appeared. Announcement: Equipment disassembly successful. Beginner rifle shooting insight, 7. Beginner rifle close combat insight, 7. Fragmented battle spirit, colorless crystal fragment, disassembly experience. 1. The equipment has been disassembled. Would you like to extract immediately? Colorless crystal fragment. In an instant, Xiajia opted for extraction. It was still the same 1 centimeter cube. Yet it appeared significantly brighter than the previous dull crystal fragment, exuding a warm and exquisite glow. As he reached out to touch it, he felt that familiar electric sensation coursing through his entire being. The energy contained within this small crystal was markedly greater than that of its predecessor. Without exaggeration, the energy contained within a colorless crystal is a remarkable amalgamation of the remnants of previously shattered energies and the meager essence of the colorless crystal itself, even yielding a surplus. However, what truly astonished Xiajia was that upon the fusion of the colorless crystal's energy with the energies already present within his body, a lively sensation emerged. It seemed as though he could harness it. With a mere thought, Xiajia snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, a small flame materialized at the tip of his finger, swaying gently with the currents of air. Oh my! Xiajia gazed in awe at the flickering flame upon his fingertip, nearly moved to tears with excitement. Though the flame was exceedingly faint, too weak even to light a cigarette, it was nonetheless the very first flame birthed under his control. The power within him had not been depleted by this tiny flame. In fact, at this moment, a hypothesis began to form in Xiajia's mind. This energy was not incapable of producing flames. The primary issue lay in his inability to establish a communicative channel with it. The current success might be attributed to the fact that the energy within him had reached a fundamental threshold, allowing him to perceive his intentions and manifest this remarkable phenomenon. Having read numerous novels of the Western mystical genre, Xiajia recalled how novice mages were required to chant incantations to wield magic. Yet, as they progressed, some basic spells could be cast instantaneously. His current state seemed to resonate with this concept. Of course, this was merely Xiajia's conjecture, and the specifics were not something he could explore in this setting. After discarding the soldier's armor into the disassembly chamber, a glimmer of red light ignited in Xiajia's eyes. Though it was merely a small flame now, what about the future? If one day he could conjure a sun with a snap of his fingers, who could possibly stand against him? Well, perhaps the setting sun snap would not compare. But what if he could summon a sun with the capacity of an entire universe? Lost in an infinite reverie, Xiajia let out an oddly discordant laugh, surprising even himself with this sudden daydream. He urged himself to remain composed. Even if he could eventually conjure a sun as vast as a parallel universe, he must stay calm in the present. Taking a deep breath, he shook off the ecstatic state. Steve's actions were undoubtedly swift. In his urgency to rescue the captives, he would act with utmost haste. Thus, the time left for him was limited, and he could not afford to create a disturbance before Steve succeeded. Alerting Schmidt too early would spell disaster. Therefore, stealth was his only option. He would eliminate all soldiers in the military factory and seize their weapons. Once this group of individuals has perished, all the weapons produced here shall be packed away. A pity that the decompiler's space cannot accommodate them. With this thought, Xiajia let out a sigh. Yet, he did not linger any longer. He was preparing to execute his assassination plan when a sudden impulse struck him. He retrieved the armor resembling that of a futuristic warrior from the decompiler's space and donned it. After all, he was already wearing a Hydra uniform. And upon placing the enemy's helmet upon his head, Xiajia resolved to proceed with his disguise. The only drawback was the absence of a weapon, which rendered him feeling somewhat peculiar. However, he dismissed such concerns and boldly opened the door, striding into the spacious room that resembled a workshop. Based on his earlier observations of the soldiers' distribution from the beams above, he intended to head towards a corner. Yet, he abruptly altered his course. Indeed, hastily conceived plans often prove unreliable. Some aspects elude comprehensive contemplation. For instance, Xiajia had not considered that since he had disguised himself as one of them, and given that the helmet resembled a dumpling, it would be difficult for either side to recognize one another. So, why not boldly approach and seize the freshly assembled weapons? It must be Tianxin's fault. There would be no escaping this time. Xiajia slapped his forehead, dismissing the burden of incomplete thoughts with a light-hearted shrug. Chapter 46. The Locust's Passage. The plan was splendid, yet reality proved to be harsh. After perusing the workshop, Xiajia discovered that this military factory did not produce the weapons he anticipated. To be precise, this factory only manufactured the components of such weapons. The leader of Hydra must control multiple military factories, each specializing in producing parts that are transported to a specific location for assembly. Frankly, this is quite normal. The energy extracted from the Tesseract is inherently perilous, necessitating that the weapons capable of containing such energy possess intricate structures and safety measures. Otherwise, one might inadvertently meet their demise before achieving their intended purpose due to an energy overload. There is no weapon more self-destructive than that. The complexity of the weapon's structure inevitably results in a multitude of components. A single military factory cannot fulfill the entire assembly process. Producing specific components is the conventional approach. However, although this factory does not manufacture weapons, it does produce energy. The ammunition utilized for the weapon created by Dr. Zola is not traditional in nature. Rather, it resembles an energy cell akin to a battery. Within it lies a unique energy extracted from the Tesseract. The problem is, Xiaojie has attempted to decompose such items, but to no avail. This presents quite a conundrum. Weapons that carry this energy can be deconstructed by the decompiler. However, a mere component proves to be indecomposable? What nonsense is this? The expression on Xiaojie's face was utterly grim. This was entirely illogical. Yet, such irrationalities have persistently occurred. For instance, dismantling standard weaponry poses no challenge whatsoever. But how is it that a mere cartridge cannot be disassembled? Where's the reasoning in that? Unless, from the perspective of the deconstruction machine, a weapon is perceived as a whole, while a single part does not constitute a weapon. This is a barely acceptable explanation. Regardless of Xiaojie's willingness, he must momentarily find solace in this rationale. Since this item cannot be disassembled, it holds little significance for him. He carelessly stored 3 to 5 dozen pieces within the deconstruction machine's space, intending to reserve them for future research, and then resolved to seek out Schmidt. Beyond their mission, there existed a personal grievance between Xiaojie and Schmidt. Half a year prior, Dr. Erskine was assassinated at a ball, a matter that weighed heavily on Xiaojie's mind. Though he was unlikely to single-handedly annihilate all Hydra members and exact revenge on Schmidt for the doctor, he was willing to make Schmidt pay a price whenever opportunity allowed. This was the true motivation behind Xiaojie's daring venture to undertake this task. Now, with Captain America, Steve Rogers, present, there was a chance that together they could subdue this individual and strip him of his crimson skin. Almost simultaneously with this thought, a throng of individuals surged forth. These ruffians, clad in tattered attire, appeared disheveled, yet fervently reckless, akin to wild beasts unleashed. A few among them wielded Hydra weaponry, while others, unarmed, charged at the Hydra soldiers with reckless abandon. In an instant, Hydra's soldiers were taken aback, firing their weapons, and after slaying 2, they were soon overwhelmed by the rest. Thrown to the ground amidst a chaotic melee, rendering the precise events within nearly indistinguishable. Xiaojie watched in stunned disbelief as this scene of extreme brutality unfolded before him, prompting him to hastily conceal himself and shed his garments. He was currently donned in a Hydra uniform, and should these individuals recognize him, he would have no recourse to plead his case. He hastily stowed his armor back into the deconstruction machine's space, removed his helmet, and stripped away the outer Hydra attire to reveal his American military uniform underneath, finally feeling a modicum of safety. It became evident that those wielding advanced weaponry were not the truly terrifying ones. Rather, it was the fearless multitude that posed the real threat. Just as Xiaojie emerged from his hiding place, he was spotted by a keen-eyed individual. One person pointed at him, exclaiming loudly, "Aren't you that audacious instructor?" Xiaojie's face darkened. What in the world was this absurd moniker? At this very moment, one could only nod in agreement. Otherwise, they would be swiftly overpowered by a group of burly men. The aftermath would be utterly grim. Wonderful news. Your companion has gone to rescue his comrade. Someone informed Xiaojie. Blinking in disbelief to ensure it was not a tongue twister, Xiaojie declared aloud, "Excellent. He has performed admirably. You all, go forth immediately and deal with those scoundrels outside. I shall confront that individual." Indeed, such bravery was commendable, as someone remarked. Everyone moved swiftly. Another urged with urgency. The group surged forth from the military factory like a swarm of locusts. Xiaojie then slapped his own face, bewildered by the bizarre spectacle he had just witnessed, which had truly challenged his worldview. Rubbing his face vigorously, he felt an inexplicable sense of having survived a catastrophe. Looking up, he pondered for a moment before sprinting towards the upper floors. According to the intelligence gleaned from the film, Schmidt had activated the self-destruct mechanism of the military factory upon discovering the captain and had ascended to the factory's pinnacle, piloting a colossal contraption resembling a bamboo dragonfly. Admittedly, the term bamboo dragonfly was a mere jest. The device was akin to an aircraft or shuttle. Yet its overall design bore a striking resemblance to that of a bamboo dragonfly. While it was well known from childhood tales of Doraemon and Nobita that such contraptions could indeed fly, Schmidt's version would undoubtedly shatter all childhood fantasies. As Xiaojie ascended, he passed through scenes of utter devastation. The captives who had been imprisoned there suddenly liberated, displayed an astonishing ferocity in battle, leaving destruction in their wake. Xiaojie pressed on, racing upward without pause, uncertain of Steve's whereabouts, but resolute in his ascent. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosions erupted beneath him in rapid succession, and Xiaojie's expression shifted as he realized Schmidt was beginning to demolish the facility. There were no structures left above, only steel staircases surrounded him, and the ground below had transformed into a sea of flames. Xiaojie felt exasperated. If he no longer wanted the military factory, he could have simply given it to him instead of creating such chaos. Meanwhile, a conversation emanated from above. Upon closer listening, it was evident that Steve and Schmidt were engaged in their first cordial dialogue. Chapter 47, another brief interlude. Xiaojie paid little heed to the topics of their discourse, but the essence seemed to be Schmidt saying, "Hello, Captain. I am your admirer. Could I have your autograph?" To which the captain retorted, "Get lost. What is the meaning of a disagreement?" This was precisely it. The two then commenced a fierce altercation. On a summer night, Xiaojie chose not to ascend, but instead turned to the other side of the escalator, where he precariously dangled his legs, gripping the handrail. It was then that he spotted Schmidt and the captain standing on the iron bridge. In the next moment, he drew out his sniper rifle. The notion of a one-on-one confrontation was utterly foreign to him. Given the opportunity, he solely wished to deliver a bullet to Schmidt. He steadied his rifle and aimed. His body was half suspended from the handrail, relying solely on the strength of his thighs for stability. Yet, his hands remained perfectly still, with the abyss below him and a raging inferno of flames ascending rapidly. Nevertheless, Xiaojie had pushed all of this to the recesses of his mind. His gaze and expression were marked by an unprecedented focus. He was determined to hit his target with a single shot. Breathing deeply, he inhaled steadily, and in the next moment, he saw Schmidt being kicked away by the captain through the scope. Now was the time. Xiaojie's resolve to pull the trigger was more resolute than the iron and fire beneath him. Boom! Bang! A tremendous wave of heat erupted simultaneously with the gunfire. The violent tremor caused the escalator to shudder slightly, and what was intended as a shot to the forehead ended up striking the shoulder instead. A spray of blood erupted, and Schmidt, jolted by the impact, swiftly directed his icy, murderous gaze towards Xiaojie, the diminutive figure of Dr. Zola, wearing a round hat. Sensed the impending danger and immediately activated the separator on the iron bridge. The iron structure in midair gradually began to separate. The gunfire attracted everyone's attention, and in an instant, all eyes turned towards Xiaojie. Meanwhile, he frantically scrambled from the outside of the escalator onto it, hoisting the sniper rifle onto his back and sprinting upward. The flames below surged upward. Remaining in place would likely result in him becoming a roasted chicken. Xiaojie enjoyed chicken, but he certainly did not wish to become one for others to feast upon. However, by the time Xiaojie reached Steve and the others, he discovered that Schmidt had already departed. This left him somewhat disheartened. Having run a considerable distance to assassinate someone without uttering a single word, he had intended to inquire about Schmidt's insights on becoming a public figure. "Instructor," Steve called out, rushing to greet Xiaojie. "It's you." A soldier accompanying Steve, upon seeing Xiaojie, expressed considerable excitement. "You are a legendary figure. It is the ambitious man beneath the stars and stripes who is the true legend," Xiaojie remarked, casting a glance at the captain. "Oh, my mistake, it is man. Man, could you enlighten me on what this brave instructor situation is all about?" "Instructor, is this really the time for such discussions?" The captain opted to sidestep the topic entirely. "Schmidt has fled. The military factory lies in ruins, and although your friend managed to save some lives, he did not complete the assassination, yet he did manage to shoot him. However, it is evident that this place cannot withstand much longer. There is no time for further discussion. Quickly, get in the car." With that, Xiaojie dashed toward the rooftop. Steve and Bucky hurriedly followed suit, with Bucky inquiring as he ran, "Where's the car?" "God knows." The captain did not look back. This was undoubtedly a riddle that would linger for a lifetime. Who knows where that elusive vehicle Xiaojie spoke of could possibly be? Upon reaching the top floor, they found no other path. The exit to the roof was across from them, but there was a gap of at least 10 to 20 meters, with only a seemingly flimsy beam connecting the two sides. Taking a deep breath, the captain said to Bucky, "You go first." Xiaojie abruptly pulled Bucky back, exclaiming, "Isn't it better to be alive?" "What do you mean?" Bucky looked at Xiaojie. Xiaojie produced 3 ropes, though they were not mere ropes, as one was equipped with a grappling hook. Over the past 6 months, Xiaojie had faced countless life and death crises, resorting to every means necessary for survival. His disorganized array of equipment was a testament to that. This was also why, despite knowing the factory was about to explode, he still dared to ascend. For he had become far more experienced since his arrival in this world, confident in his ability to survive. "Where did you get those?" the captain asked, astonished, having not seen Xiaojie with such items before. I picked them up along the way. Xiaojie replied nonchalantly, indifferent to whether Steve believed him. After handing the other 2 ropes to his companions, Xiaojie swung the grappling hook, aimed at the rooftop, and with a flick of his wrist, it latched on with a soft click. He tugged on it and said, "Follow my lead." Just like Tarzan, he prepared to swing across. However, before he could leap, the captain seized him and pulled him back. Xiaojie was taken aback, glaring at Steve. "What are you doing?" "Isn't it said that fortresses collapse from within? How could one avoid such a treacherous hand reaching out from behind?" The captain, feeling awkward, replied, "This thing doesn't look that easy to traverse." Xiaojie twitched his lips at Bucky, passing him his rope, then took Bucky's in return. "We must move swiftly." He helped Steve secure his grappling hook, and one by one, the 3 of them swung across to the other side. Following that, they ran in silence, only the sound of their frantic footsteps echoing amidst the chaos. They were in a state of utter disarray, surrounded by flames and explosions. Where they could jump, they leaped fiercely, and where they could not, they ran frantically. Xiaojie felt no worry, for Steve was right beside him. What do they say these days? He is the child of the multiverse, blessed with the aura of a protagonist. Following the actions of those illuminated by the halo of heroism is synonymous with stability. Ultimately, as the trio stumbled out of the military factory in utter disarray, the structure behind them erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending waves of heat spiraling skyward, flames scorching the heavens. Feeling the fierce gust of wind that surged from behind, Steve and Bucky turned to glance back. This harrowing experience required a slow process of assimilation. Summer Knight did not look back, nor did he cast a glance. This was not merely due to the myriad experiences he had endured over the past 6 months, but rather because he had once heard a profound truth. A true man never gazes back at an explosion. After regrouping with the previously rescued captives and making brief preparations, the group was ready to embark on their journey home. For Summer Knight, this mission could be deemed a resounding success, albeit with a tinge of regret over the final shot. Had it not been for the shockwave of the explosion that caused the escalator to sway and the gun's aim to falter, perhaps Schmidt would have already met his demise. Perhaps, one might muse. Chapter 48. Transformation. They returned to the camp 2 days later. The prolonged duration was primarily due to a detour. Most of Summer Knight's companions were captives, their physical and mental fortitude having reached its limits. Initially, upon their release, fueled by a surge of bravado and long-suppressed fury, they exhibited unimaginable combat prowess. However, once the exhilaration waned, they became listless. Navigating through a war zone with such a group would likely lead to disaster. Therefore, after deliberation with Steve, Summer Knight devised a suitably safe route that circumvented the combat area. This path was not particularly easy to traverse, but it prioritized safety, accounting for the 2-day journey. Upon their return to camp, they were met with a hero's welcome, soldiers lining the path to greet them. And Colonel Phillips himself came forth to receive them. Just how perilous was the endeavor of rescuing captives? Colonel Phillips had once remarked that not a single individual could be saved from 10. Yet now, the sight of over 100 liberated captives was indeed astonishing. Summer Knight was not particularly fond of such occasions, and seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he quietly slipped away. Back in his tent, after organizing his equipment, he settled on the edge of his bed, listening to the jubilant cheers resonating outside. Had he wished, that applause could have belonged to him. Yet, he truly did not desire it. He feared that accepting such accolades would lead to a transformation within him. A transformation into someone valiant, self-sacrificing, and decidedly unlike himself. A hero? He was not cut from such cloth. Turning over and lying down, he closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. This mission had spanned nearly 6 days, during which he scarcely managed to rest, resulting in a deep, dreamless sleep. When he awoke, he vaguely sensed the presence of another nearby. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Agent Carter, who had brought a chair and was seated at the head of his bed, resting her face upon her arms, also asleep. The movements of Summer Knight awakened her, and upon her sudden awakening, she found herself gazing into the eyes of Summer Knight, her face slightly flushing. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" she asked. "You have some drool," Summer Knight replied. Agent Carter hurriedly wiped her face, prompting a chuckle from Summer Knight. "Are you tricking me again?" Noticing his expression, Agent Carter immediately grasped the situation and shot him a fierce glare. "You always act like a child." Summer Knight continued to laugh, and after a moment, remarked, "Do you secretly come to me while I sleep, planning to do something unspeakable?" Agent Carter sighed in resignation. "If delivering food counts, then yes." "Wonderful. I've been starving for ages," Summer Knight exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "You have no idea what I've been eating these past few days." Although the canned food Agent Carter brought was humble, it was a feast compared to the meager rations provided by Hydra. As they shared the meal, Summer Knight casually inquired, "What is going on with Steve?" A faint smile appeared on Agent Carter's lips as she responded, "Colonel Phillips believes you might need a partner." "Oh." Summer Knight paused in surprise. Upon further questioning, he learned that, contrary to the cinematic narrative, Steve's involvement this time was primarily due to Colonel Phillips' concern for Summer Knight. Despite Summer Knight having demonstrated his remarkable skills several times over the past 6 months, the current mission was daunting. The formidable and enigmatic Schmidt left a lasting impression on all Allied forces, and even those who had confidence in Summer Knight couldn't guarantee his success alone behind enemy lines. Coincidentally, Steve had come to perform, and recalling his super soldier status, the colonel had turned his attention to him. The colonel was already well acquainted with Steve's background. Seizing the opportunity, he divulged some information about the Battle of Azano, prompting Steve to become restless and inquire about Bucky's whereabouts. Unsurprisingly, the news was grim, leading Steve to discreetly seek Agent Carter's assistance. Understanding the colonel's intentions, Agent Carter took Steve to meet Howard, all the while keeping Summer Knight's mission a secret. Ultimately, the two men fortuitously crossed paths. After hearing Agent Carter's account, Summer Knight felt somewhat speechless. Undertaking a covert operation for a beheading mission was inherently perilous. One misjudgment could result in total failure. Yet, under such circumstances, the colonel had brought in a captain, someone who had never seen the film. Where did he find such confidence? It was a classic case of desperate measures. Had he known this would be the outcome, why send him in the first place? Yet, on this summer night, there were no complaints. Instead, a gentle sigh escaped his lips. Is such a price truly worth it? I may not face any consequences. Steve is the sole product of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and if this outcome were to be destroyed on this battlefield, the position of the Strategic Scientific Reserve would be exceedingly awkward. Colonel Phillips is indeed taking a significant risk this time. The thought of that cold-faced man, who is undertaking such a perilous gamble solely for his own interests, evokes a complex sensation within me. Cheers may transform a person, while genuine affection can also affect change. The unwavering trust of Dr. Erskine, the heartfelt concern of Colonel Phillips, and the tender gaze of Agent Carter all envelop me in a warmth that is almost suffocating. I yearn to immerse myself in it, yet I fear losing my own identity. Truth be told, I am not afraid of losing myself. Rather, I am concerned that one day, I might strive fiercely for their sake. Yet, I cannot deny that if any of them were to encounter trouble, I would indeed fight with all my might. Otherwise, why would I willingly embark on a perilous mission, fully aware of the dangers? Is it not the painful sting of Dr. Erskine's death that haunts me? Human emotions are indeed complex. I cannot help but murmur to myself. Whether I like it or not, change is undeniably present. What did you say? Agent Carter inquired, having not heard clearly. With a smile, I replied. I said you were beautiful. Huh, it's rare to hear such praise from you. A smile, difficult to conceal, danced on Agent Carter's lips. Well, just consider it a momentary lapse in my judgment. I chuckled. Summer, you are quite incorrigible. Agent Carter exclaimed in mock anger, snatching away the can of food I was enjoying and glaring at me before departing. Chapter 49. Invitation after amusingly provoking Agent Carter. I found myself laughing for quite a while. By now, it was midnight, and the camp lay silent. My laughter gradually subsided. Rubbing my head, I realized that I still struggled to connect with Agent Carter. Although 6 months had passed, an indescribable feeling lingered between us. I understood what it was, after all. The 3 great illusions of life could not persist for half a year. Yet, I felt an inherent inability to accept it. Of course, it was not due to her square jaw. That was merely a jest. After all, Agent Carter is a striking beauty, exuding grace and elegance. It is just that I harbored an inexplicable resistance, something I could not articulate. Stepping out of the tent, I looked up at the starry sky. Thankfully, it was 1943. Otherwise, I would have worried about encountering a large purple face staring back at me. That would be an undeniably jarring sight. Reaching out to touch the void, Summer Knight sighed gently, lamenting the persistent absence of any tangible sensation. This was his reality, yet he remained perpetually resistant to this world. Strangely, despite having spent nearly half a year here, he felt an unbridgeable chasm between himself and his surroundings. The passage of time, the context, the ideologies, these were fundamentally metaphysical concepts. Yet they enveloped Summer Knight like a thick cocoon, constricting, isolating, and offering no escape. He felt trapped, unable to break free, unable to shake off this sense of alienation, all the while bewildered by the genuine concern of Colonel Phillips and the emotional depth of Agent Carter. Perhaps it was the deep-seated rejection within him that fostered this disconnect? Summer Knight, resigned, clicked his tongue. Though my heart is in denial, my body is undeniably honest. Am I perhaps mocking myself? With a hint of irritation, he raked his fingers through his hair and began to wander aimlessly around the military camp. After completing his mission, meandering through the camp had become his routine. The tent where Colonel Phillips worked was brightly lit, bustling with clerical personnel diligently writing reports and sending telegrams, each engaged in their respective duties. Summer Night spotted Agent Carter. Her cheeks puffed out in displeasure as she sorted through documents. How many of the captives they had returned today bore the grim label of casualties? It seemed she had her hands full. A faint smile crept across Summer Night's face, sensing his presence. Agent Carter looked up just as he turned to walk in another direction. This was a place he knew intimately, yet even here, he felt a subtle detachment. He could hardly fathom how those who had traversed time managed to seamlessly integrate into reality upon their arrival, grasping their circumstances without struggle, a feat that seemed exceedingly challenging. As he pondered, he spotted Steve approaching him. "Instructor?" Steve remarked, noting the evident cheerfulness in Summer Night's demeanor. "Dude," Summer Night greeted in return. "Aren't you off doing something interesting with your best buddy?" Steve's good mood immediately extinguished, like flames doused with water. His mouth twitched in exasperation as he replied, "Instructor, could you please refrain from calling me dude? Are you implying you're a woman?" Summer Night quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "That's not what I meant." Even someone as good-natured as Steve felt the urge to scowl at the implication. "I mean, if you were a woman, it would be rather intimidating given your stature." Summer Night muttered to himself, his voice louder than intended, and then inquired, "By the way, what are you doing wandering around at this hour?" "I was actually planning to find you," Steve responded, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "Find me for what? On a summer night?" Xiaojue was momentarily taken aback. "What a coincidence. We have encountered each other. Please speak. I remember what I needed before our chance meeting. But how could I have forgotten what I intended to ask after?" Steve felt disheartened, blaming the unreliable instructor for unsettling his mindset with just a few words. The thoughts he had prepared had completely slipped his mind. "You're already blank-headed without drinking." Xiaojue cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "There's nothing particularly interesting in the camp, nor any suitable place. Let us just find somewhere to sit." "Where to?" Steve inquired, only to find Xiaojue already seated on the ground. After a moment of hesitation, he timidly asked, "Is this the place you found?" "Indeed. One can sit here, can't they?" Xiaojue pointed to the ground and reassured him, "Rest assured, even if the ground is slightly damp, your body, enhanced by the serum, will not suffer from hemorrhoids." "No, that's not what I was worried about." Steve felt that the clarity he had just achieved in his thoughts was abruptly interrupted by some overwhelming malice. Consequently, the two men found themselves seated on the ground, exchanging glances as if engaged in a meditative practice. "So, what exactly did you want from me?" "I am equally curious," Steve replied, then tapped his head. "All right. I remember now." Xiaojue sighed, looking at Steve with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "The situation is this." Steve gathered his thoughts. "Tomorrow, we will return to London to recuperate. Our comrades who were rescued will also need time to recover." Xiaojue nodded. "When I went to find Barnes, I discovered the distribution map of Schmidt's military factories in his room." As Steve continued, he carefully reorganized his language and added, "The weapons developed by Schmidt are astonishing. The weapons seized from Hydra attest to this. The existence of these military factories poses a significant threat to us, the Allies. Although Schmidt currently finds himself at a disadvantage in the war, should these weapons be widely deployed within Hydra's ranks, we would be on the brink of catastrophe. Therefore, I have an idea," Steve stated. "Based on the distribution map of the military factories I observed, we can organize a team to systematically destroy them. An instructor, I require your strength." Xiaojue paused for a moment. Had this proposal been presented to him upon his arrival in this world, he would have rejected it outright without a second thought. However, now Xiaojue hesitated. Finally, he spoke. "Once we return to London, let Howard investigate the nature of those energy sources, and I will provide you with my response then." Chapter 50. The decision time passed swiftly. It has been 3 days since their return to London. During the past 3 days, Xiaojue has engaged in nothing but rest. Yet he received an unwelcome piece of news that was hardly surprising. The shot he fired in the military factory did not claim the life of his classmate Schmidt, but it may have wounded his pride, inflicting deep emotional scars upon this prominent individual, who has resolutely placed Xiaojue on the highest tier of his kill list. However, Xiaojue remains unfazed by this development, feeling as though he has acquired an abundance of burdens without concern. Over the past 6 months, Hydra's animosity towards Xiaojue has only intensified. At least 3 potentially winnable battles have been completely thwarted by his actions. Perhaps due to the fact that Xiaojue is not a super soldier like Steve, he has not been given the attention he deserves. Yet this time is evidently different. By directly wounding Schmidt, he has made him acutely aware of the threat Xiaojue poses, prompting an elevation in the level of hostility and danger associated with him. Xiaojue believes that Schmidt's mindset had already shifted during his initial use of the immature super soldier serum, leading him to perceive himself as superior to all others. He believed that only Steve was worthy of being his opponent. Ironically, the most significant trauma he has experienced has come from Xiaojie. You must exercise caution. This situation is unlike any other, cautioned Agent Carter, bringing Xiaojie back to reality, to which he responded with a slight smile. Rest assured. Many have found themselves on Hydra's kill list, and most continue to thrive while battling against them. Simply put, this is a life-or-death game. We are both already on each other's lists. Without genuine combat capability to support such a list, it is merely an empty document, a farce. 6 months ago, Xiaojie would have struggled to believe he could articulate such sentiments, yet now they come naturally. Agent Carter nodded. I have heard about Captain America's plan. He has invited you to join his team? Xiaojie nodded. Have you accepted? Agent Carter inquired, somewhat surprised by his response. Not yet, Xiaojie replied. What progress has been made on Howard's end? Not promising, she said. The extracted energy appears stable, yet it possesses an incomprehensible destructive power. With Howard's current level of technological prowess, it seems beyond his understanding. After a moment's contemplation, Agent Carter continued. He suspects that this unique energy is something even Hydra cannot decipher. The power they currently wield is actually beyond their control. They have managed to obtain means of usage, but it is exceedingly perilous, like a child wielding a sword. Xiaojie chuckled. Indeed, we cannot hope for Hydra to manipulate this power only to be undone by it. I sense there may be an issue with your choice of words, she remarked. Agent Carter gazed vacantly at the Knight of Summer, who was whistling while staring at the ceiling. Actually, I have a matter that requires your attention, he said. Agent Carter paused. What is it? Well, you should have connections within the intelligence community, correct? Indeed, Agent Carter nodded. My current task is to locate the main base of Hydra through the Allies. As it stands, all of Schmidt's military factories are solely dedicated to producing components, and the final destination of these components is their main base. The Knight of Summer chuckled, a reasonable deduction. However, I hope you can keep an eye on someone for me, if possible. Who? Dr. Zola of Hydra, he replied. To my knowledge, nearly all the advanced technology currently utilized by Hydra originates from this doctor. This statement alone sufficed. Agent Carter swiftly noted the name. In fact, I had the opportunity to eliminate this individual during my time at the military factory, Knight of Summer remarked, casting a glance at Agent Carter. Yet, I chose to eliminate Schmidt instead. Agent Carter looked at him, momentarily taken aback. Knight of Summer smiled faintly, prompting Agent Carter to sigh gently and pat his hand. You cannot blame yourself. I understand your decision. I merely sought to avenge that deceitful old man, Knight of Summer replied with a click of his tongue. Regrettably, that fellow managed to escape. I underestimated him and the circumstances at the time. No one could have done better than you, Agent Carter asserted, grasping Knight of Summer's hand earnestly. Knight of Summer scratched his head. I'm fine, just a bit regretful. Therefore, if we can catch a glimpse of Dr. Zola, do not let him slip away. Regardless of the mission, capturing him must be the top priority. This sentiment stemmed from the narrative of the film. In truth, Knight of Summer's choice at the military factory was indeed questionable. Had he chosen to eliminate Dr. Zola, it could have significantly undermined Schmidt's ambitions. Schmidt's ultimate goal was to harness his superweapon to wreak havoc upon the world. To call it mere destruction would be a misnomer. More accurately, it was a delusion to intimidate the globe with overwhelming weaponry and gruesome massacres, aiming for world domination. All his weaponry originated from Dr. Zola's research. Knight of Summer was uncertain about the current state of that research. Hence he could not ascertain whether killing Dr. Zola at the factory would have thwarted the final act. But the possibility was substantial. He could only hope that the so-called Valkyrie wings had yet to be successfully manufactured. Narrowing his eyes, Knight of Summer turned to Agent Carter and declared, I have made a decision. What decision? Agent Carter queried, perplexed. Join Steve's team, Summer Knight said with a smile. Given the current circumstances, we have no other choice. If we join forces, we might just hasten the demise of the Hydra. Absolutely. Agent Carter, brimming with confidence, declared, You are the only superhero in my heart, Summer. I shall never forget your dream of world peace. Though her words were imbued with sincerity, Summer Knight could not help but feel detached for a fleeting moment. World peace, a notion spawned from the youthful naivety of 6 months ago. Chapter 51. The sudden turn. Steve is a man of unwavering determination. Summer Knight perceives himself as an ordinary individual, brandishing the banner of world peace while primarily wishing to safeguard a select few around him. This notion has undergone a transformation. Yet he still primarily seeks to protect those few cherished individuals. Thus, he has persistently resisted the label of a hero. However, Steve is different. The essence of his character cannot be fully grasped through mere cinematic portrayals. It is only through collaboration that one can truly appreciate the steadfast belief he harbors within. This resolute conviction has inspired everyone around him, with the exception of Summer Knight. Despite their differing beliefs, their shared objective has facilitated a seamless collaboration. When united, they form a formidable team, When separated, they each lead their respective groups with unyielding momentum, their battlefronts extending far beyond Schmidt's military factories. In truth, Summer Knight's performance has left everyone astounded. While the source of Steve's strength is well known throughout the nation, the prowess exhibited by Summer Knight is equally formidable. Though slightly inferior in terms of physicality and raw power, Summer Knight's marksmanship, tactical acumen, and command over close-quarters combat, long-range sniping, and small-scale engagements surpass that of Steve. Together, their collaboration yields remarkable results. As Schmidt's military factories fall one after another, their victories multiplying. Throughout this process, Summer Knight personally reaps significant rewards. Although it is impossible to claim every weapon after the battle, each skirmish brings its own bounty. On average, he can acquire 5 or 6 cosmic cube energy weapons in a single engagement, and at times, as few as 1 or 2. After all, with so many eyes upon him, Summer Knight cannot brazenly stash the enemy's weapons into his disintegration space right in front of everyone. Nevertheless, he has managed to collect around 20 of the colorless crystal shards, which imbue him with a sense of possessing immense energy within his being, even if he remains largely unaware of how to utilize it. At best, he can transform a flicker of flame into a small fireball, which he is yet unable to project. Cast aside, it would dissipate with the wind. Thus, the Summer Knight regarded this object merely as a means to ignite. The process of committing arson and murder had become increasingly proficient. Moreover, there were gains in the realm of battle souls. Previously, during a decapitation operation, the Summer Knight had targeted key adversaries. Although the disassembly device was in upgrade mode at that time and could not be utilized, the personal weapons of these individuals were gathered by the Summer Knight. Subsequently, they were concentrated for disassembly, yielding the most remarkable battle soul, the luminous battle soul. Thereafter, on the battlefield, the collection and disassembly of various weapons continued, resulting in a significant accumulation of assorted battle souls. These souls greatly enhanced the Summer Knight's physical strength, agility, and endurance. It could even be asserted that, in a confrontation with Steve, relying solely on physical prowess would not place him at a disadvantage. The impression of being somewhat inferior was merely a guise of humility. After all, even now, he found it difficult to elucidate the source of his abilities' enhancement. Should he manage to equal Steve, it could lead to complications. A fleeting moment of bravado could lead to a devastating downfall. The Summer Knight was adamant that he would not meet such a fate. As for marksmanship, there was no need for elaboration. The Summer Knight had reached an intermediate level in various firearms, including rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and handguns. However, intermediate proficiency is a bottomless pit. Even the earliest rifle shooting skills had yet to ascend to an advanced level. Hand-to-hand combat, and the use of various cold weapons had also reached an intermediate stage. Taking Steve as a unit of comparison, if the Summer Knight were to unleash his full potential, he could likely defeat the captain without much difficulty. His strength steadily grew, and his achievements expanded. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet 2 sudden pieces of news compelled the Summer Knight to abandon his frontline mission and return to the London headquarters. One good piece of news and one bad. The good news was that the long-desired Dr. Zola had been captured by Steve and his team. The bad news, also stemming from this operation, was that Steve's close companion, referred to as Bucky, had fallen into a valley during the battle. This unexpected news left the Summer Knight in a daze. Upon his return to the London headquarters, he extracted a significant revelation from Dr. Zola's lips. The Valkyrie wings had been successfully developed, containing the power to obliterate the world. And Schmidt might unleash this force upon the world at any moment, orchestrating a catastrophic explosion. London, Operations Command Room. Just as the Summer Knight returned, he sat in a chair, his expression somewhat grim. The situation had escalated to this point. While it could not be said to have completely exceeded his expectations, it still caught him off guard. He originally believed that, with the swift assault from himself and Steve, they could delay Schmidt's advance. To this end, they even divided their forces to inflict a double blow on Schmidt. However, the outcome revealed that Xia Jie had underestimated Schmidt's resolve and desperate tenacity. After searching high and low, he inquired of Agent Carter, who sat beside him, about Steve's whereabouts. The man is not in a good state. His spirits are quite low. Thankfully, his girlfriend has gone to console him, she replied, referring to the sentimental fellow. Xia Jie smirked at this. Indeed, he lives up to the title of man. But this label seems entirely unrelated to the matter at hand, does it not? Agent Carter frowned at Xia Jie's remark. And what is wrong with being sentimental? Xia Jie promptly fell silent. Just as Agent Carter was about to say more, Steve arrived. Xia Jie cast him a glance. Though you could not save your good buddy, you saved my life, so do not be too despondent. Xia Jie's method of consolation was evidently hard to bear, and Steve was puzzled. I don't recall saving you. Humph. Agent Carter scoffed coldly. At that moment, Colonel Phillips entered, surveyed the group, and approached the map. John Schmidt should be confined in an asylum. He believes himself to be a god and intends to detonate half the world to prove it, with his first target being the United States. Chapter 52. I agree the meeting's agenda was straightforward. After summarizing the known intelligence, it became clear that Schmidt had lost his mind and planned to orchestrate a grand explosion to wreak havoc across the globe. It was also revealed that Hydra's headquarters was nestled in the Alps, leaving them with but one course of action: to thwart Schmidt. However, a combat plan proposed by Steve sparked controversy. It was a breakthrough strategy, as the likelihood of a frontal assault was nearly non-existent. Given that Hydra's base lay 500 feet beneath the Alps, a direct attack could never be the primary option. Thus, Steve's plan involved a feigned assault. He and Xiaojie would create a diversion, drawing Hydra's forces' attention from the front while intentionally allowing themselves to be captured. This tactical maneuver rested on two critical points. The first was to breach the gates of Hydra's headquarters, and the second was to ensure they were captured unharmed. Only upon the successful completion of these two objectives could the subsequent plan be feasible. However, as soon as this strategy was proposed, it faced vehement opposition from Agent Carter. This plan is far too perilous. There is no way you can guarantee your survival upon entering Hydra's base, she exclaimed, standing up in her agitation. A rare display of fervor. Steve gazed at Agent Carter in astonishment. Colonel Phillips cast a glance at Agent Carter and then at Summer Knight, rubbing his forehead in mild frustration. Summer, what is your perspective? All eyes turned to Summer Knight. He twirled the pen in his hand and inquired, how much time do we have left? How long did Schmidt allocate for us? Less than 24 hours. Colonel Phillips replied slowly. Howard and Agent Carter exchanged glances with Summer Knight. After a brief silence, Summer Knight broke into a grin. I concur. With the countdown to the world's annihilation ticking away at less than 24 hours, Summer Knight sat in the room, pen and paper in hand, yet uncertain of what to inscribe. He had initially believed that agreeing with Steve's plan would require immense courage. To his surprise, it slipped from his lips effortlessly. Courage? In that fleeting moment, it seemed he had not contemplated it at all. Is it any wonder that men are so fickle? A hint of self-mockery crossed Summer Knight's mind. He, a mere survivor of dreams long extinguished since the conclusion of World War II, was now compelled to thwart the villain intent on world destruction. Was it for Dr. Erskine? For Agent Carter or Colonel Phillips? Upon reflection, he discovered that while all these motives held weight, the predominant reason was his own resolve. After all, fleeing would be futile. Unless Summer Knight could traverse to the opposite side of the Earth within 24 hours. Even then, what solace would it bring? If Schmidt were to succeed, would escaping to the other hemisphere guarantee his survival? As a target on Hydra's death list, Summer Knight did not anticipate leniency from that individual. Thus, he resolved to treat life and death with indifference. If challenged, he would confront it head-on. Since accompanying Agent Carter on that straightforward mission, Summer Knight had embraced this mindset. He felt no fear, no trepidation, nor anxiety. He was even oblivious to the urge to relieve himself. Could this be a form of growth? But what if I perish? Sitting in the room in silence for a moment, Summer Knight penned two letters, one to Colonel Phillips and the other to Agent Carter. After placing the letters in the drawer, he stood, donned his gear, and prepared to depart, only to find Agent Carter waiting at the door. Care to come in? After a brief pause, he extended the invitation for the first time. The roar of motorcycles echoed through the trees as Summer Knight and Steve raced toward Hydra's headquarters, one on each side. The 24 hours ahead felt far shorter than anticipated. Much of the time had already been consumed by the discussions of their plans. Perhaps they had less than an hour until the final moment? Gentlemen, Summer Knight shouted. Steve turned to him. Does this qualify as a suicidal assault? Steve hesitated for a moment before responding. Instructor, if you refrain from calling me man, I would undoubtedly hold you in higher regard. I have no interest in men. No sooner had he uttered these words than the Hydra patrol units emerged around them. Unlike the ordinary Hydra soldiers, those encircling the headquarters were equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry. Fortunately, the motorcycles ridden by Summer Knight and Steve were not ordinary vehicles. Being products of Stark Industries, they were of exceptional quality. Each motorcycle was outfitted with cables, machine guns, flamethrowers, and even self-destruct mechanisms. Coupled with the seamless coordination between Summer Knight and Steve, the patrolling soldiers had yet to mount an effective interception before they were all obliterated. However, this was merely the beginning. As they approached the entrance of the Hydra headquarters, a relentless wave of soldiers surged forth from every corner, making their advance feel arduous. Exchanging a glance, Summer Knight and Steve signaled to one another, and Summer Knight abruptly turned the motorcycle, veering in another direction. Instantly, at least half of the soldiers pursued him, their pale blue lights intertwining in the air. Summer Knight understood that even a single hit from those weapons would spell his doom. Come on, he shouted, gritting his teeth. After pressing a button on the motorcycle's control panel, he suddenly reclined against the bike, retrieving 2 handguns from the compartments of the disassembly device, and fired backward. His marksmanship was exceptional, with each shot finding its mark. The Hydra soldiers behind him began to fall, yet more flanked them from the sides, using the trees as cover, which hindered Summer Knight's ability to aim broadly. Underestimate me, will you? Summer Knight regained control of the motorcycle and fired into the woods. The act of shooting was quite peculiar. At the moment the bullet was discharged, he sharply flicked his wrist. If one were to view this moment in slow motion, they would witness the bullet's trajectory describing a subtle arc, bypassing numerous obstacles and piercing through a Hydra soldier's skull. Curved shooting. Before Summer Knight's rifle shooting skill reached an intermediate level, he had always believed such a technique existed solely in films. However, upon achieving that proficiency, he realized that he too could master this skill. This was the source of his astonishment when his rifle shooting skill advanced to the intermediate stage. Unfortunately, in the chaos of battle, such an ability proved rather impractical. Moreover, most of the missions he undertook were assassination tasks, leaving little opportunity to wield a rifle. It wasn't until now, with his handgun shooting skills also reaching an intermediate level, that this hidden talent finally made its dazzling debut in combat. Chapter 53. Wings of the Valkyrie with precise marksmanship and agile movements. Most of the Hydra soldiers surrounding him were left bewildered, unable to discern the origin of the bullets before they succumbed. After dispatching the pursuing foes, Summer Knight did not reunite with Steve. Instead, he circled back on his motorcycle to the corpse of a Hydra soldier, skillfully stripping him of his uniform and donning it himself. He then righted the motorcycle that lay on the ground and restarted it. It was still operational. Hydra's technology was no less formidable than Stark's. In fact, it was often at the forefront of innovation. Once Summer Knight had disguised himself as a Hydra soldier, he cast a glance at the scattered weapons on the battlefield. Though he felt a pang of regret, he refrained from scavenging for arms. Time was of the essence. While he agreed with Steve's plan, Summer Knight proposed an alternative strategy. The notion of both being captured simultaneously seemed implausible. After all, in a desperate situation, at least one could escape. Crucially, a single captive held significant value, whereas 2 might not. Should Hydra deem their captives excessive and execute one, the loss would be catastrophic, regardless of whom they chose. Thus, the plan was to transform their visibility from 2 into 1 overt and 1 covert. Given the inevitable intensity of the ensuing struggle, Summer Knight's defensive capabilities were not as formidable as the Star-Spangled Shield, so the overt role was assigned to Steve, while the covert one fell to Summer Knight. Therefore, their earlier separation was part of the strategy. Upon arriving at the main Hydra base, Summer Knight noted a massive breach in the main entrance. Steve, hands raised amidst a throng of soldiers, appeared somewhat helpless. Summer Knight touched the helmet covering his face, sensing that even Steve might not recognize him. He then abandoned the motorcycle, slung a weapon over his shoulder, and melded into the crowd. Following a chaotic skirmish, no one noticed the presence of a spy among them. As Steve was taken into custody within the base, Summer Knight subtly navigated through the throng, following into the heart of Hydra's main facility. Advancing along the corridor, he observed the insidious design of the entire base. The circular layout significantly impeded the momentum of an assault, with convoluted paths that rendered navigation perplexing. At this juncture, Summer Knight had completely lost sight of Steve, but remained unfazed. A tracker on Steve would enable their larger unit to monitor his whereabouts at all times, serving as the only means for their small team to reunite with him swiftly. The breach in the base's entrance had been detonated by the self-destruct mechanism on Steve's motorcycle, aimed at facilitating the advance of their main force. As Steve and the assault team prepared to breach from within, the main force surged through the front entrance, encircling the Hydra headquarters and dismantling it with utmost swiftness. The mission objective for Summer Knight was the Valkyrie wing. However, at this moment, Summer Knight faced an even more perplexing dilemma. Where on Earth was the Valkyrie wing located? Hydra had constructed the entire base like a honeycomb, seemingly designed to lead invaders astray. Gritting his teeth, Summer Knight feigned nonchalance as he advanced, though internally he was brimming with impatience. Time was of the essence. If Steve and the assault team united and the main force stormed in, Schmidt, cornered and desperate, would reach the Valkyrie wing, and it would be too late. Summer Knight was adamantly opposed to venturing into the Valkyrie wing. The statistics were grim. All who had entered it met their demise. Of the 2 survivors, one had become Thanos' therapist in outer space, while the other had spent 70 years as an ice pop. Thus, Summer Knight had no desire to engage with this cursed contraption. Yet, the dilemma remained. To avoid entering, he must swiftly locate and destroy it, lest he be forced to set foot inside the Valkyrie wing himself. Just as he was grappling with this frustration, a figure emerged from a nearby doorway. Casting a glance at Summer Knight's back, the individual called out, "Halt." Summer Knight paused and turned to face him. "This area is off limits," the stranger said, frowning. "Who are you?" Before the question could fully register, a punch landed squarely on his face, bursting his nose like a blood bag, the crimson gushing forth like tomato sauce. Simultaneously, Summer Knight seized the man by the neck and shoved him into the room. To his surprise, the anticipated presence of others was absent. He found himself alone with this individual. Fortune smiled upon him. Summer Knight nearly shouted in ecstasy, revealing a sinister grin. Do you know what is about to happen? The stranger's pupils dilated in fear as he frantically fumbled with his waistband. Take it easy, my foot, Summer Knight retorted, disgusted, gripping the man's neck. He forcefully pressed his head against the wall, scraping his face against the surface as he growled. Now, I ask a question, and you answer. Otherwise, I'll wipe you off this wall. A minute later, Summer Knight exited the room. Clearly, this brief encounter had yielded no useful intelligence from the man, but fortuitously, he had acquired the entire map of the base. On this particular summer night, without a hint of hesitation, Xiaojie strode purposefully in a certain direction, imbued with a sense of embarking on a journey of hope. Yet, before he could take more than 3 steps, the air was pierced by the violent sounds of gunfire and alarms. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaojie wasted no time and sprinted towards the Valkyrie wing. It was evident that the base had been breached. Schmidt would undoubtedly be fleeing. He had plans to commandeer an aircraft from the Valkyrie wing and unleash chaos upon the world. If he dawdled any longer, his fate would be sealed. There was still a chance. As he ran, Xiaojie reassured himself, for the Valkyrie wing was not far away. Just around 2 corners later, he beheld a massive black aircraft, its design reminiscent of a kite. The ladder at the entrance had been lowered, and with exhilaration, he dashed towards the plane. Upon reaching the ladder, he had barely ascended a few rungs when suddenly, someone seized his belt and yanked him down. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he caught sight of a crimson-faced individual glaring at him fiercely. Keep up. In the brief moment of his astonishment, the red-faced figure had already boarded the aircraft, leaving Xiaojie in a state of bewilderment, contemplating whether to follow suit. Reality did not permit Xiaojie to linger in indecision, as a cadre of Hydra soldiers awaited behind him. Should he refuse to board this aircraft, he would soon be reduced to mere vapor. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. The interior of the Valkyrie wing was vast, housing several advanced Hydra fighter jets. The energy weapons installed within posed a significant threat. Once a group of Hydra soldiers boarded, they immediately set about their tasks, as though each were acutely aware of their roles. Xiaojie, of course, understood that his objective was to sabotage the aircraft, but before he could devise a plan, the Valkyrie wing began to stir. Was there no announcement prior to takeoff? Xiaojie's expression darkened. At this juncture, there was little left to say. To resolve the situation, he would have to infiltrate the cockpit and deal with the red-faced individual. However, just as Xiaojie stealthily approached the cockpit, a Hydra soldier suddenly spoke up. Xiaojie froze, turning in confusion to face the soldier, who glanced around as if counting the others. After completing his tally, he fixed his gaze upon Xiaojie and asked, "Who are you?" In an instant, all weapons were aimed squarely at him. The aircraft trembled slightly, its center of gravity shifting, indicating that it was officially taking to the skies. Xiaojie stood frozen, at a loss for words. Every pair of eyes was fixated upon him, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. It was clear that only a select few were permitted aboard the Valkyrie wing. They bear their respective responsibilities, but in a moment of inattentiveness, Xiaojie managed to infiltrate their ranks, appearing rather inconspicuous. However, at that instant, from the corner of his eye, Xiaojie glimpsed a man adorned with the stars and stripes, stealthily approaching with a shield on his back. With a grin, he proclaimed, "I am your adorable little friend." Surprised by such audacious bravado, the Hydra soldiers were taken aback, their perceptions shaken. Meanwhile, Steve's shield sliced through the air with a resounding thud, causing one of the Hydra soldiers to collapse without uttering a sound. This drew the attention of the remaining soldiers, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Xiaojie surged forward. With a swift kick, he sent one Hydra soldier flying, simultaneously conjuring a dagger from the dimensional space. In a flash, the blade danced through the air, and a crimson bloom erupted from the neck of a Hydra soldier who promptly fell to the ground, clutching his wound. Meanwhile, Xiaojie inquired, "Why did you take so long to arrive?" As Steve delivered a harsh blow to the face of a captured Hydra soldier with his shield, he replied, "Agent Carter asked me to inform you that she wishes to dance with you when you return." Under their coordinated assault, the Hydra soldiers were rendered powerless, akin to mere chickens before a storm. Amidst the chaos, one soldier dashed towards a control panel while the others scattered, attempting to pilot the aircraft. The hatch below opened, and should these individuals escape, the advanced weaponry aboard the jet would surely wreak havoc. Xiaojie swiftly intercepted one soldier, yet Steve inadvertently allowed another to slip through. That soldier dove into the cockpit, barely sealing the hatch when Steve lunged toward the aircraft's exterior. Another Hydra soldier leaped to tackle the captain, only to be met with a flying knife that pierced his throat. At that moment, the aircraft plummeted, vanishing along with the captain into the depths of Valkyrie's wing. Damn it! After a fierce joint assault, the Hydra soldiers on Valkyrie's wing were utterly vanquished. With no one left to impede him, Xiaji hurried over to investigate, but the aircraft had already disappeared from sight, let alone Steve aboard it. With no time for hesitation, Xiaji turned and approached the cockpit. Upon opening the hatch, he was confronted by an expansive space akin to a grand hall. Ahead lay the control panel, and at the center, a peculiar device radiated a blue glow. "I have waited for you for a long time," a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Turning around, Xiaji was met by none other than the Red Skull. "Commander." On a summer night, Xiaji stood at attention, a bit bewildered by Schmidt's words. Was I not clear enough? Xiaji remained motionless. Schmidt's face flushed not from embarrassment, but rather from its inherent redness. His complexion could not darken further. Erskine was nothing but a charlatan. Schmidt, unfazed by Xiaji's theatrics, mused that while he had conjured a fool brandishing a shield, he had simultaneously birthed a monster like Xiaji. Xiaji blinked. Although he had not recognized Schmidt upon boarding the plane, he had witnessed the recent events with utmost clarity. Schmidt gestured toward the monitor screen, and after observing it, Xiaji fell silent for a moment. Was I foolish just now? That is inconsequential. What matters is that I intend to offer you an opportunity. Before the words fully escaped his lips, Xiaji's fist was already in motion. Schmidt, however, was no ordinary Hydra soldier to be caught off guard by such a sudden strike. He swiftly grasped Xiaji's fist while simultaneously drawing a handgun with his right hand. The pistol glimmered with a soft blue light, its muzzle aimed at Xiaji. With a forceful jerk, Xiaji freed himself from Schmidt's grasp and swiftly maneuvered to close in on Schmidt's side. In that fleeting moment, he seized the opponent's handgun. The disassembly prompt did not materialize, as it was evident that a weapon in the opponent's possession could not be dismantled. Yet, in the next instant, Xiaji transmitted a command: retrieve. Instantly, another handgun materialized within the confines of the disassembly space. Schmidt, bewildered, glanced at his empty hand, and then at the close proximity of Xiaji, and suddenly lashed out with a kick. Xiaji raised his arms in defense. Yet the tremendous force propelled him a full meter away. The strength surpassed my expectations, Xiaji thought, astonished as he regarded Schmidt. You seem to possess even greater prowess than Steve. I rather like that gun. Where have you stashed it? Desiring it? Xiaji grinned widely, about to respond, when his expression abruptly shifted. Goodness, your pants have fallen. What? Schmidt froze, instinctively looking down just in time to receive a kick squarely to his left cheek. The strike sent Schmidt toppling to the right, yet the next moment, Xiaji was in pursuit. He aimed to grasp Schmidt's hair, but found only smooth skin. He was bald. Instead, he pressed down on the back of Schmidt's head and delivered a knee strike to his face. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and blood flowed from Schmidt's mouth and nose. With a flash of his right hand, a dagger materialized, plunging ruthlessly toward Schmidt's head. In a lightning-fast motion, one hand seized the blade, and Schmidt lifted his face, a grim expression settling upon him. Is this your little trick? With a sudden exertion of force, the blade was twisted into a spiral by Schmidt, who simultaneously thrust Xiaji's body outward, sending him hurtling 2 to 3 meters across the hall, crashing directly into the blue apparatus at its center. Chapter 55. Dancing with the Cube Boom. A muffled sound reverberated. Xiaji's extraordinary physical prowess, compounded by the immense force exerted by Schmidt, deformed the metallic device, embedding his body as if it were ensconced within it. The apparatus, emanating a blue glow, contorted like a cake struck by a punch, triggering a switch inside, which ejected a container, a blue cube that rolled a few times before landing upon Xiaji's chest. Staring in shock at the cosmic cube resting on his torso, Xiaji thought, what a cruel twist of fate. Can this thing even be touched? Wasn't Schmidt sent into outer space to face Thanos for merely grasping it? Reflecting on his past, he pondered whether he had truly committed any heinous acts. Even amidst the chaos of war, with countless lives taken, could he truly be blamed? Why, of all places, had the cosmic cube chosen to land on his chest? Why his chest? Surely, it wasn't he intended to carve a large cavity in him for an arc reactor. That was the work of Howard's son, not his. Xiaji felt utterly despondent, especially as the energy of the cosmic cube was in a state of dissipation, creating a searing sensation that made his chest burn. The energy within him, which had always merely ignited his will to fight, now began to wander restlessly, striving to prevent the cosmic cube's energy from eroding him in an instant. What have you done? An enraged voice suddenly pierced through Xiaji's thoughts. It was Schmidt, visibly furious and astonished, clearly taken aback by the turn of events. Meanwhile, Xiaojie sensed the energy within him reacting rapidly with the cosmic cube, depleting at an alarming rate. This was undoubtedly a dire omen. He understood the grim fate that awaited him should his internal energy be entirely consumed. In a frenzy, he grasped the cosmic cube, intent on discarding it. Yet, inexplicably, it refused to be thrown away. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts and possibilities flashed through Xiaojie's mind. What could happen if the cosmic cube's energy went berserk? The conclusion of Schmidt in the first Captain America film was textbook in its finality. Xiaojie was far from prepared to venture into the depths of the cosmos to serve as a therapist for Thanos. Therefore, he was resolute in rejecting such a fate. Holding the cosmic cube, a soft blue energy spread repeatedly across Summer Knight's form, while a radiant white light seeped from beneath his skin, creating a dynamic interplay between the two. This scene momentarily stunned Schmidt. "What manner of creature are you?" he murmured, only to suddenly erupt into laughter. "Yet it seems your fate is already sealed. Am I the only one with a predetermined end?" Summer Knight retorted fiercely, lifting his head defiantly. "Your fate is also already decided." With this declaration, the ferocity hidden deep within Summer Knight's heart surged forth once more. In an instant, all his strength coalesced into a single force. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he propelled himself directly towards Schmidt, wielding the cosmic cube like a spiraling attack. Striking down upon Schmidt with ferocity, Schmidt was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Summer Knight could unleash such terrifying speed even while being consumed by the energy of the cosmic cube. He was even more astonished to realize that Summer Knight's resolute action involved using the cosmic cube against himself. What a perplexing strategy. In a split second, Schmidt managed to brace himself against Summer Knight's arm. However, Summer Knight's other hand seized Schmidt's collar and yanked him forward, swiftly swapping their positions before delivering a powerful kick. This kick encapsulated all of Summer Knight's strength, sending Schmidt soaring over 10 meters away. He crashed brutally into the driver's seat, leaving it in ruins before landing atop the dashboard. As Summer Knight felt the cube's energy gnawing at him, he darted towards Schmidt with remarkable speed. Schmidt, propped against the dashboard, struggled to rise, only to find Summer Knight, once still 10 meters away, suddenly appearing before him in a blur. "Behold my colossal cosmic cube," Summer Knight bellowed, nearly losing his composure. His erratic nature seemed to disregard the gravity of the moment, leading to an unexpected outburst that nearly broke his own immersion in the scene. The soft blue light transformed into an almost tangible flame, distorting the very fabric of space as it burned. Summer Knight forcefully pressed the blazing cosmic cube against Schmidt's face, roaring his line, "Your only fate is to roll away." A tremendous force exploded against Schmidt's face, sending arcs of blue light cascading throughout the control panel. Schmidt's screams echoed as a brilliant blue light shot skyward, revealing an unprecedented clarity of the cosmos above. Witnessing this spectacle, Summer Knight's heart raced with urgency. It was unmistakably the prelude to a transmission, and at this moment, it seemed there was no other choice. The desperate call for the disassembly machine. Is this item unable to be disassembled, or is the machine's level insufficient? Is it possible to forcibly disassemble the cosmic cube? Forcibly disassemble. Summer Knight was nearly shouting with all his might. Announcement. Forced disassembly initiated. Forced disassembly failed. What the heck so soon? Summer Knight was taken aback. This was utterly disheartening. Announcement. Due to the forced disassembly of high-level items, energy dissipation has caused an unknown error. When this notification appeared, Summer Knight suddenly realized that he could remove his hand from the cosmic cube. He hastily let go and took 2 steps back. However, a pale blue light had already enveloped him entirely. "Instructor?" A voice called out from the entrance. It was Steve. Summer Knight turned around, hearing the anguished scream of Schmidt behind him, accompanied by a soaring arc of blue light, as he vanished completely. Steve stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What on earth had happened? "You shouldn't have come back." Summer Knight forced a somewhat bitter smile. "It went awry. Please tell Carter." Before he could finish his sentence, enveloped in blue flames, Summer Knight's body abruptly vanished. The blue flames streaked across the sky of 21st century New York, descending onto a narrow street. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw himself into a trash bin. A ragged Asian man stared blankly at the sky above, murmuring, "It's more like 1,000 birds." After uttering this, he lost all perception of the outside world. Chapter 56, Awakening Space. Intersecting Spaces. Interactive Spaces. There was no concept of time, only the eternally rotating space. Accompanying this was a relentless dizziness, a constant state of disorientation. In a gasp of surprise, Summer Knight suddenly opened his eyes wide. The entire world was spinning, an unimaginable rotation. Yet, this rotation was gradually decelerating, slowly stabilizing. The surrounding environment began to be absorbed by his eyes and conveyed to his brain. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Shaking his head, Summer Night felt nauseous. He sensed the space spinning once more. He quickly cupped his face with his hands to steady his head and prevent it from spinning wildly. Do you think you're like a flower? A somewhat arrogant voice came from nearby. Following the sound, he saw an Asian girl of about 18 or 19, with a single ponytail, crossing her arms and regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. Still cupping your face, are you planning to perform a magic trick for me? The girl rolled her eyes and said, It's good that you're awake. If you're fine, you should leave quickly. Huh. Summer Night felt as if his mind had briefly short-circuited. As the sensation of dizziness faded, memories began to resurface. Just a moment ago, he seemed to be soaring through the skies on the wings of Valkyrie, engaged in a playful duel of spirals and lightning with the red-haired individual. How did he find himself here, in this clean yet somewhat desolate room? Before him stood a girl with yellow skin and dark eyes, exuding a hint of arrogance. What on earth is happening? There's no need to pretend you don't understand. I am fully aware of your situation. Let me tell you, even if you are a fellow countryman, my ability to assist you is limited. If you are here illegally and wish to remain hidden, it would be wise not to provoke those individuals. Do you find it amusing to be tossed into a garbage bin? I assure you, had I not been drawn in by a blue fireball during my wish last night, I would never have ventured into that alley at such an hour, let alone encountered you in a dumpster. Before Xia Jie could utter a word, the girl, speaking with the rapidity of a submachine gun, recounted how she had found him. A garbage bin? Me? Xia Jie felt somewhat incredulous. Was he discovered while ensconced in a refuse container? Was this some form of poetic justice for his own penchant for discarding others into such places? Upon concluding her remarks, the girl displayed a palpable impatience. Turning on her heel, she declared, Just wait. Xia Jie, bewildered, pondered what she meant by that. However, once she departed, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He needed a moment to gather his thoughts and reflect upon the events that had transpired. Most crucially, despite just regaining consciousness, he instinctively recognized that this room did not reflect the style of the World War II era. Vivid images from his time on the wings of Valkyrie flooded back, an activated cosmic cube, the imminent threat of transport, and in a moment of desperation, he had activated the disassembler, attempting to forcibly dismantle the cube. Yet, the disassembler faltered, promptly informing him of a failure. Furthermore, an unknown error had occurred. But what happened next? Xia Jie recalled the ambitious man adorned with the stars and stripes and the words he had failed to articulate. Suddenly, it felt as though he had plunged into a bizarre realm, with space swirling chaotically around him, his consciousness teetering on the brink of suspension. When he awoke once more, it truly seemed as if he had been in a garbage bin. However, the subsequent memories eluded him. He could not recall how he had arrived in this room, or who the girl was. Gently tapping his head, he noted that the intense dizziness had dissipated. He quietly summoned the disassembler, which appeared almost instantly. So it's not broken? Xia Jie mused, smirking slightly. It retained its original, unyielding form, showing no signs of upgrading despite the tumultuous upheaval. Casting a glance into the disassembler's space, his eyes widened in astonishment. What in the world was this? The original decomposition machine space was not particularly vast. After accommodating 300 assorted weapons and some of his own gear, it was already packed to the brim, hardly leaving room for a fly to squeeze in. However, the space has now expanded several-fold, now comparable to the size of a basketball court. At this point, one could easily fit not just 300 weapons, but perhaps even 3,000. Has the decomposition machine absorbed a fraction of the cosmic cube's power, resulting in this expansive augmentation? Lacking any solid evidence, Xia Jie can only speculate. Yet, he surmises that this conjecture is likely on point. At present, the decomposition machine's space is nearly devoid of weapons, though other items remain. Among them, a handgun with a faint blue luminescence catches Xia Jie's eye. This weapon was seized from Schmidt. Based on Xia Jie's extensive familiarity with the decomposition machine, it is highly probable that this weapon harbors significant potential. Before he could dwell further on this thought, footsteps approached, and the room's door swung open. A young girl entered, bearing a bowl of noodles, handmade by herself. In America, even the dishes at restaurants in Chinatown lack the essence of home, so if one wishes to savor such flavors, they must resort to cooking for themselves. I reckon you haven't had a proper meal since you arrived here, have you? Enough said. Who could blame me for being generous? Once you finish, do make haste to leave. She extended a bowl of egg noodles, garnished with scallions and a poached egg, the aroma of which made Xia Jie's mouth water. Heaven knows how long it has been since he last tasted such fare. During the war, he subsisted on military rations, and savoring a bite of steak was a rare indulgence. The flavors of home felt like a distant memory. Without hesitation, Xia Jie took the bowl and, wielding chopsticks, began to eat, rapidly reducing the contents by half. The girl looked on, astonished. You glutton? You can eat that much? Xia Jie felt a bit embarrassed at the remark and was about to respond when he overheard the girl mumbling to herself. At this rate, 1 bowl, 1 tea suffice. Just wait here. Watching her scurry off, he couldn't help but chuckle. Since awakening, the two had engaged in no meaningful conversation. It was merely this spirited girl talking to herself, leaving Xiaojie still unaware of her name, despite her seemingly indifferent demeanor coupled with her genuine warmth. Chapter 57. The 21st century yet. Xiaojie found no amusement in his thoughts. His mind was a tumult of confusion, with Colonel Phillips, Agent Carter, and various other figures flitting through his consciousness incessantly. To everyone else, he must appear to be dead, given that he seemed to vanish directly before the man's eyes. How could one survive such an event? What does that entail? A miraculous resurrection? Upon contemplating this, a sense of melancholy envelopes the summer night. What expression might Colonel Phillips wear? Anger? Sorrow? And what of Agent Carter? Did she read the letter I penned to her? How did the man fare in the end? My final confrontation with Schmidt seemed to have damaged the Valkyrie's control panel. Surely, he hasn't reverted to becoming a mere popsicle again? Why do I say again? Amidst the incessant churn of these questions, another doubt quietly emerged. Am I still within the Marvel Universe? Or have I returned to my own temporal realm? In a fleeting moment of distraction, I heard footsteps approaching once more. This time, the young lady was impressive, bringing forth 2 bowls. While lost in thought, I had not felt hunger, but upon seeing the noodles, I could no longer resist. After consuming 3 bowls, I felt a sense of fullness settle in my stomach. As my physical prowess improved, so too did my appetite. However, I hesitated to voice my thoughts, after devouring 3 large bowls of noodles. Did I intend to eat another 10? I feared this young lady might throw me out. What is your name? I inquired, casting a glance at her. What? Are you cautious? She replied. Even though I've helped you this time, don't take advantage of it. In a foreign land, one must rely on oneself. Don't think that knowing my name means I will always assist you. We are not related. I am Li Xiaomi. Xiaomi. I blinked, on the verge of expressing something, yet uncertain if I should voice it. Speak your mind, Li Xiaomi remarked, bemused. Are you holding something in? Having just finished my meal, I replied helplessly. This girl was quite unrefined. I merely wanted to ask, do your parents worry you might go hungry, thus naming you so? Uffed. Li Xiaomi dismissed my comment. What do you care? I just think the name sounds nice. By the way, what is your name? Rice? We are not relatives. I chuckled softly. I am called Summer Night. Summer Night? Li Xiaomi paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Summer Night? What grievance do your parents hold against you to bestow such a peculiar name? I was born in the summer, and my mother insisted that on the night I was born, she had a beautiful dream. A dream of an exceptionally pure night sky, adorned with countless twinkling stars, truly resplendent. My parents, in their deliberation, decided upon a midsummer night's dream as it sounded feminine. Thus they named me Summer Night. The 2 names, both filled with absurdity, elicited mutual laughter after we shared our stories. Once our laughter subsided, I resolved to rise and stretch. Upon lifting the covers, I discovered I was clad in a loose-fitting set of pajamas. Whose are these? I asked Li Xiaomi. They belong to my father, she replied. Belonged? I questioned, perplexed. What do you mean by belong? He has passed away, she stated. Li Xiaomi smiled, saying, my mother and I traveled together. There was an air disaster, and I found someone else to change your clothes, so don't let your imagination run wild. Xiaojie fell into silence. However, Li Xiaomi exclaimed, wait. Why did I divulge that so easily? Let me tell you, don't think that just because you know I live alone, you can do whatever you want with me. Do you know my family runs a martial arts school? With someone like you, I could take on 3. Watching Li Xiaomi bounce around like a fighter jet, Xiaojie shook his head, chuckling. I would never harm you. It sounds as if you could, Li Xiaomi retorted, pouting. Let me tell you. Everyone on this street knows who my sister Mealy is. If you dare to act tough in front of me, I could easily knock you down. Yes, I tend to do that often. Xiaojie stood on his feet, still a bit unsteady. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to a person suffering from motion sickness after a long journey on a bumpy train, even after disembarking. For the next few days, they would still feel the world spinning around them. This was precisely how he felt at that moment. Hey, are you alright? Li Xiaomi noticed Xiaojie swaying, appearing ready to collapse, and her concern grew. Xiaojie shook his head. I'm fine, just getting used to it. Can I take a stroll? Sure, Li Xiaomi replied. But I must warn you, after your stroll, you should leave quickly. Now that I've shared my situation with you, if you're grateful for my help, please don't make things more troublesome for me, alright? Xiaojie nodded. It wasn't that the girl was cold-hearted. She had already done quite a lot. She had pulled him from the depths of despair and even cooked him some noodles, albeit insufficient to fill him up. However, for a stranger she had never met, such kindness could not merely be attributed to their shared hometown. It was something many would find impossible to do. Given that her parents were both deceased and she lived alone in America, her life must not be particularly easy. Xiaojie felt it was only right not to add to her burdens. Exiting the door, he found himself in a corridor. A staircase led downwards. and at the corner was a small table with a telephone resting on it. Approaching, he noticed a newspaper tucked beneath the phone. He casually glanced at it and quickly retrieved it. Upon unfolding it, he saw a headline proclaiming Stark Industries' unassailable position, accompanied by a photo of Stark Tower. Well, that confirmed it. Xiaojie let out a resigned sigh. He was still in the Marvel Universe. It wasn't a disappointment, as he had anticipated it. Yet, it was evident that this was no longer the World War II era but the 21st century. How had the energy of the Tesseract transported him from the past to this present? After all, the cosmic cube conceals the space stone, not the time stone. Unless Xiaojie recalls the incessant, flickering spaces within his mind. He patted his head. Unless this unknown error has thrust me directly into the fissures of space and tormented me for nearly 70 years. Allowing the disassembler to digest the dissipated energies of the cosmic cube, only then would it have released me? The disassembler remained silent. This question can only rely on Xiaojie's wild conjectures. But does it truly matter whether he guesses correctly or incorrectly, regardless of the outcome? The undeniable reality is that he has arrived in the Marvel Universe of the 21st century. Chapter 58. Searching for lost teeth. Xiaojie felt a sense of loss. Yet unlike Steve, he had not transformed into a 70-year-old popsicle. Should he not be content? While he consoled himself with such thoughts, a long sigh escaped his lips. 70 years. Perhaps. Although he felt no tangible connection, it inexplicably seemed as if he had crossed a threshold of 70 years. Everything must have changed beyond recognition by now. Right? Memories of the battlefield felt as fresh as yesterday. Before the battle at Hydra's headquarters, Agent Carter stood at the door. Wait. Suddenly, Xiaojie remembered something crucial. The Marvel Universe 70 years hence. This world is infinitely more perilous. Upon his initial arrival, he believed the world 70 years into the future was far removed from him. Confronting beings like Thanos was beyond his capacity. After all, according to normal logic, he would be a frail old man by then. Would he masquerade as an old man, wielding a cane to combat the sunset snap? In recalling his earlier relief, Xiaojie found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of what to say. For a moment, he felt utterly disheartened. What am I doing standing here? The voice of Li Xiaomi behind him brought Xiaojie back to reality, prompting him to sigh and remark. Looking back, those were indeed tumultuous times. Li Xiaomi's lips twitched. You give off such a strange vibe. What is downstairs? Xiaojie deftly shifted the subject. A martial arts school. Li Xiaomi replied. Did you think I was joking? My family genuinely runs a martial arts school. I hail from a lineage of martial artists. Haha. Xiaojie chuckled insincerely, yet considering he was still in the Marvel Universe. He felt that even if Li Xiaomi claimed to be a descendant of Kunlun or a disciple of Iron Fist, he had no reason not to believe her. You laugh in such an irritating manner. Although my family's martial arts school has declined, and my father left me nothing but a room full of books. I warn you, I trained from a young age. Li Xiaomi fiercely brandished her small fists, asserting her strength. At that moment, a resounding bang echoed from downstairs, followed by the unmistakable sound of shattering glass. Laughter erupted, and a voice called out, Is anyone there? We have returned. The expression on Li Xiaomi's face instantly darkened, and she shot a glare at Xiaojie, commanding, Go back inside, and do not come out unless I call for you. With that, she hurried down the stairs, her voice rising in fury as she shouted, You rascals, do not think I am easy to bully. Her angry outburst was met with unabashed laughter. Xiaojie furrowed her brow, stretching her limbs slightly, feeling her body recover at an extraordinary pace. She gradually made her way downstairs, overhearing snippets of conversation along the way. No, we are not bullying you. We are here to discuss business. One voice feigned seriousness, but it was laced with a distinctly unscrupulous tone. We merely wish to purchase your martial arts school. Purchase? Such a pleasant way to put it. You are simply attempting to rob me. Li Xiaomi retorted angrily. Do not even think I would accept your offer. Even if it were acceptable, I would refuse. Leave, get out now. Otherwise, I will call the police. Please remain calm. After all, calling the police would serve no purpose, the earlier voice persisted. We have not harmed you, have we? This is still a place of business. A martial arts school. We could easily claim to be here as apprentices, and at most, we would compensate you for a broken window. Furthermore, I urge you to seriously consider our proposal. Our boss has shown great sincerity. $50,000. Once this deal is concluded, you could travel the world with that money or pursue any endeavor you desire. We will not trouble you daily with business discussions. Besides, your school has yet to attract any apprentices. Why not? The voice abruptly fell silent as Xiaojie reached the ground floor, dressed in loose pajamas and slippers. Her complexion slightly pale and her appearance rather frail, she drew immediate attention from the onlookers. Li Xiaomi sensed the shift in the gazes of those around her and turned to see Xiaojie. Alarmed, her face paled further. What are you doing down here? Go back upstairs. Xia Jie smiled sheepishly and replied, I heard them say there are no apprentices at this school. How about I become an apprentice here? I could help you with some of your troubles. What do you mean? Li Xiaomi was taken aback. Xia Jie bashfully scratched her head, saying, I can help you deal with these thugs. Then, would you consider taking me in? Indeed, Xia Jie had changed her mind. Initially, she did not wish to burden the young woman further, but it seemed that the girl was already beset with considerable troubles. Li Xiaomi widened her eyes. Yet before she could utter a word, the group of ruffians began to sneer. A young man with golden hair, brandishing a baseball bat, approached Xia Jie, crouching slightly to scrutinize her face with a brazen gaze. At such a close distance, the nose ring he wore was strikingly conspicuous. Xia Jie furrowed her brow, and the young man suddenly recoiled, swinging the bat with ferocity towards her head. With a sigh, Xia Jie swiftly seized the bat with her left hand, grasping it firmly. Why the haste when the business is yet to be settled? Just as her words fell, her right fist, poised on her left arm, was unleashed towards the left side of his face with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as the young man was propelled into the air by the sheer power of her punch, not merely flying, but spinning as well. In midair, blood mingled with teeth erupted from his mouth. By the time he descended, irrespective of the injury from the punch, the dizzying 3,600 degrees of rotation left him utterly disoriented. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene. Li Xiaomi was the first to regain her senses, her eyes wide with excitement. You truly knocked him down to the ground. Her voice brimmed with exhilaration. What on earth was this girl? Chapter 59. I have resolved your troubles. Xia Jie was momentarily taken aback. The agents of Carter were a product of wartime, inherently violent. Yet, this girl before him seemed equally perilous. In the next instant, Li Xiaomi dashed behind Xia Jie, shouting at the remaining three ruffians, Come on. He is the foremost disciple of our martial arts academy. If you can defeat him, I shall sell this academy to you. Xia Jie was once again astonished. How remarkably quick-witted she was. In the blink of an eye, he had been elevated to the status of the academy's foremost disciple. Was this her way of agreeing? Xia Jie seized a moment to quietly inquire of Li Xiaomi. Li Xiaomi blinked. What did you say? Xia Jie discerned that this girl was not as whimsical and naive as she first appeared. Beneath her exterior lay a shrewdness. Her current stance suggested a willingness to leverage his presence, leaving room for negotiation without committing fully. An inexplicable amusement bubbled within him. The shift in her attitude was astonishingly rapid, especially considering she had previously stated that this matter was unrelated to her. In truth, his intervention was motivated by his need for a foothold. He had descended into this world as though stripped bare, utterly bewildered by his surroundings. He required assistance, a space to gather his thoughts and assess the current situation. Furthermore, as a man of stature, one cannot overlook the assistance rendered by Li Xiaomi, a stranger, nor disregard the kindness of sharing a meal. To ignore a young lady, alone in a foreign land and subjected to the bullying of ruffians, would be unconscionable. Should Xia Jie choose to remain passive in such a situation, he would undoubtedly lose respect for himself. A true gentleman understands that some things are weightier than life itself. With a subtle adjustment of his limbs, Xia Jie resolved to deal with the miscreants before engaging in a meaningful conversation with Li Xiaomi. However, before he could take action, the thugs themselves faltered. The leader issued a threat, declaring that they would remember this encounter, and proceeded to drag away his incapacitated companion. The man had attempted to rise multiple times during Xia Jie's conversation with Li Xiaomi, only to collapse back down, rolling helplessly on the ground. Thus, as they departed, two of the thugs hoisted his legs and dragged him along. Xia Jie could only shake his head in disbelief at their antics. Turning to Li Xiaomi, she seized his hand and shook it vigorously, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Hero, she exclaimed. Xia Jie's expression darkened. Do not speak frivolously. I loathe such labels. He had no desire to be a hero, yet he had inadvertently thwarted Schmidt's apocalyptic plans, even sending him off to an alien world. Now, he found himself in this era. Was this not the price of heroism? Just like that, he had lost 70 years of his life, leading to the imminent arrival of the sunset in a few years. Reflecting on these matters caused Xia Jie considerable distress. I am not speaking in jest. You are indeed a hero, akin to Captain America or a commander. Li Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with admiration before her expression shifted to cunning. So, hero, when do you intend to leave? My humble abode cannot accommodate someone of your grandeur. This sudden shift nearly caused Xia Jie to wince, caught between laughter and exasperation. He could not help but inquire, I know who Captain America is, but who is this commander? Ah, the commander. Li Xiaomi's expression grew complex. It is said he is a compatriot of ours, a hero from the Second World War. However, little is known about him, as the United States does not acknowledge his existence. There are many rumors, and he is referred to by various names. It is said he executed numerous beheading missions during his time on the battlefield, earning titles such as the Beheading Commander or Night Commander, and even Night Slayer. Although the United States denies his existence, one must wonder why so many legends surround him if he truly did not exist. Of course, there are also claims that he was the commander of Captain America himself, who has always referred to him as such. After hearing this, Xiaojia blinked in surprise. The precise sensation eludes me, but it is undeniably perplexing. I cast a fleeting glance at Li Xiaomi and inquired, "Do you hold a fondness for this individual?" To which she replied, "Fondness may be too strong a term, but I certainly find him quite formidable." After her statement, she blinked and turned to Xiaojia, asking, "So, are you leaving or not? You seem exceptionally skilled. The way you handled yourself during the altercation was impressive, indicating you are no ordinary person. The one capable of discarding you into a trash bin is beyond my reach. I am merely an ordinary individual, and I have no desire to entangle myself in the affairs of you remarkable beings. Therefore, I implore you to depart swiftly, if you would be so kind." Xiaojia remained silent for a moment, and under the hopeful gaze of Li Xiaomi, he shook his head and replied, "That would not be advisable." "Not advisable? What does that even mean?" Li Xiaomi exclaimed in exasperation. Xiaojia responded with a grin, "In truth, you are overthinking this. I harbor no enemies. The circumstances surrounding my presence in the trash bin are quite particular. Do not even think about telling me your peculiar habit is to sleep in a trash bin. Do you take me for a 3-year-old or a simpleton?" Li Xiaomi retorted with indignation. Xiaojia quickly stepped back, evading the spittle that accompanied her outburst. Scratching his head as he said, "Believe it or not, I do indeed have the quirky habit of sleeping in a trash bin. Moreover, I just assisted you in resolving your predicament. And let us not forget, I carried you back last night. But I aided you earlier." Xiaojia interjected, "And I prepared 3 bowls of food for you today." Li Xiaomi seethed. "Ah, so that is what you meant." Xiaojia sighed in relief. "What else could it be?" Li Xiaomi was on the verge of losing her composure. Xiaojia pondered for a moment and added, "However, I can assist you with future troubles." Li Xiaomi blinked, paused for a brief moment, and then declared, "Deal." Chapter 60. The short, stout green one. Li Xiaomi's response was so swift that Xiaojia felt a bit disoriented, as though he had fallen into a trap set by this young woman. After reaching a preliminary consensus, they proceeded to discuss the details. Primarily, Xiaojia sought to remain here without charge and contemplated what tasks he might undertake. Through their brief exchange, he learned about Li Xiaomi's background. She had moved to the United States with her parents at a tender age. According to her, her father is a descendant of a Tai Chi lineage and has some expertise in Baguazhang. Upon arriving here, he endeavored to open a martial arts school alongside his primary occupation, aiming to promote and preserve the martial arts. The outcome, however, was far from satisfactory, describing it as would be excessively polite, as it was truly a case of utter neglect. Following the demise of Li Xiaomi's parents, the house and the martial arts studio on the ground floor remained intact. If things had continued in this manner, it would have been relatively peaceful. However, recently, a character named Randolph Harry emerged on this street, rallying a band of petty delinquents who proclaimed themselves as his followers. He set his sights on the modest inheritance left to Li Xiaomi by her parents, frequently causing disturbances in an effort to coerce her into selling the house at a meager price. Although she reported him to the authorities twice, the complaints were dismissed, only serving to embolden his gang. As the new semester at her university approached in half a month, Li Xiaomi felt increasingly uneasy about leaving the house unguarded. Fortunately, Summer Night found himself at a pivotal moment, making it easier for Li Xiaomi to accept the idea of sheltering a man she hardly knew. They renegotiated the terms of their agreement. The house would be available for Summer Night's use with no set duration, remaining so until he could secure alternative accommodation, as she would often be away. The only stipulation was that he must ensure the safety of the property, while bearing the costs of utilities and food himself. Upon returning to his room, Summer Night let out a slight sigh of relief, bemused by the cleverness of Li Xiaomi. On the surface, it appeared he had come out ahead, having secured a place to stay without any financial outlay. Yet, the troubles brought by Randolph Harry were now his to bear. In simple terms, for Summer Night, residing there meant he had to protect it. It was a fair exchange, after all. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He acknowledged that for a young woman to trust a complete stranger so readily required a significant amount of courage. He himself was no parasite. If necessary, he would find a way to earn money. If he couldn't even manage the bills and food, he would be left questioning his place in the world. With the matter of accommodation settled, Summer Night felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. He snapped his fingers, and a fireball materialized in his hand. As his physical condition improved, the energy within him also returned to full capacity. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed that his body had undergone some peculiar changes. Initially, he attributed these changes to the energy from the small crystal, but when he harnessed that energy, he distinctly felt the presence of something else lurking within him. The object lay still, enveloped in a deathly silence, devoid of any vibrancy. Clearly, it was unusable. Sighing, Xiaojie shook his head and flung himself onto the bed. Seeking to escape such thoughts, he stared at the ceiling above, pondering what he might do to earn some money. After contemplating various avenues, he found himself at a loss. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the idea of utilizing the martial arts gym downstairs to teach students. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Xiaojie. Not only were his skills primarily lethal, even if he had mastered Tai Chi or Baguazhang, did he possess the patience to instruct disciples? As he reflected, he realized he seemed to lack any marketable skills. He had proficiency in marksmanship, combat, and assassination, and even considered himself somewhat of an expert in genetics. But could any of these skills yield financial gain? What accomplishments could one achieve in genetic research? Surely, he couldn't simply mass-produce a super soldier serum for public sale. Could he? Even if he wished to, the necessary raw materials were far beyond the reach of his empty pockets. As for approaching large corporations, he had no identification or academic credentials. Who would want him? After a day of fruitless contemplation, by evening, Xiaojie transformed his sorrow into appetite, nearly bringing Li Xiaomi to tears with his voraciousness. In your past life, you were either a starving ghost or a glutton reincarnated. I now suspect your stomach could swallow my entire house. Xiaojie's lamentations only fueled his hunger further. He continued to eat until Li Xiaomi chased him around the room with a frying pan, signaling the end of the feast. Post-meal, the two settled in the second-floor living room to watch television. On the news, Xiaojie caught sight of a report on Stark Industries, with Tony Stark himself appearing on screen. Impressive, Li Xiaomi exclaimed. Do you think one day I could become that wealthy? Not a chance, Xiaojie replied instantaneously. Are you afraid that saying something nice might kill you? Li Xiaomi nearly choked on her indignation. Just as Xiaojie was about to retort further, an urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. The scene shifted to a university campus, now in disarray. The camera captured burning remnants of tanks and twisted armored vehicles scattered about, while heavily armed soldiers managed the chaotic scene. A female reporter, her expression stoic, held a microphone, reporting on the ongoing rumors of a fierce battle between the military and an unknown enemy at Culver University. Two sophomore students had witnessed the entire event. Then, a student with an explosive hairstyle appeared on screen, gesticulating dramatically as he recounted his experience. It was enormous, like a green giant. One of the students, a reporter for the school newspaper, recorded the unfolding chaos with his phone. However, there was no concrete evidence, no sight of the Hulk tearing a tank apart. The scene shifted back to the reporter. A thunderstorm had struck the national forest, delaying the search for the Hulk. What has happened in America? Now even giants have emerged? Li Xiaomi felt a surge of excitement and inquired of Xiaojie. What do you think the Hulk would look like? Xiaojie pondered for a moment. Probably a stout, short figure of green hue. Chapter 61. I cannot tell him, is there really a Hulk? Li Xiaomi looked at Xiaojie, both amused and exasperated. Stop joking, that's impossible. Perhaps. Xiaojie did not wish for such a being to exist. Yet he felt an overwhelming cosmic force persistently thwarting his desire to remain complacent. I'm going to take a shower. Li Xiaomi suddenly stood up. Let me tell you. This is a gentleman's agreement. You can stay here, but you must not entertain any improper thoughts. Look at this. As she spoke, Li Xiaomi brandished a pair of scissors, threateningly snipping them together with a sharp sound. Xiaojie gazed in astonishment at the scissors, bewildered as to where this girl had conjured them from. Momentarily at a loss for words, he waved his hand dismissively. Go on, I have no interest in you. I prefer those with larger posteriors. What the heck? Li Xiaomi nearly fainted from indignation. What did he mean by that? Was he implying her figure was lacking? After shooting Xiaojie a fierce glare, she stormed into the bathroom with a change of clothes. Meanwhile, Xiaojie sat on the sofa, engulfed in a perplexing silence, and muttered after a while. The preference for larger posteriors was a characterization assigned to me by others. How did I come to accept it? When Li Xiaomi emerged from the bathroom, Xiaojie had already retreated to the room. This brought a sigh of relief from Li Xiaomi. Inviting Xiaojie to stay required considerable resolve and bore risks that were not much less than those posed by the local ruffians. Her father had once said that one should strive to be a good person. If she obeyed, would there truly be rewards? Thus, she had exerted herself last night to carry Xiaojie back. Today, despite yielding to the pressure from those thugs, she had also provided herself with a reason to keep Xiaojie around. Such impure intentions surely would not yield good fortune, would they? Li Xiaomi blinked as she returned to her room with a huff. Sitting on the bed, Xiaojie glanced at the bedside table. There lay a tattered set of clothes, the very ones he had been wearing when Li Xiaomi found him. Their original form was utterly unrecognizable. He distinctly remembered that when he had faced Schmidt, those clothes had been intact. Outside, there lay a set of Hydra uniforms. However, at this point, such garments could hardly be classified as clothing. One could only wonder what circumstances had led to their current state. The watch and weaponry he once bore were also nowhere to be found. In the stillness, perhaps due to an extended slumber, he found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. This inexplicably reminded him of the night before a battle when Agent Carter had come to seek him out. That evening, nothing transpired. The two simply sat in silence, exchanging not a single word until departure. As Steve touched the wings of Valkyrie, he mentioned that Agent Carter would await him for a dance. Was dancing truly a curse? Summer Knight couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. In the movies, just as he had arranged to dance with Steve, the latter transformed into an ice pop. When he spoke of dancing, he seemed to vanish into thin air. Surely, this could be categorized as a strategic weapon. After indulging in self-deprecating humor for a while, Summer Knight's thoughts shifted to the day's news. The Hulk had indeed made an appearance. This revelation was hardly surprising, given that he was in the Marvel Universe, merely deepening his understanding of the timeline he inhabited. Midnight. Suddenly, Summer Knight awoke from his slumber. With a slight furrow of his brow, he rolled out of bed and approached the window. Pulling aside the curtain to sneak a glance outside, he observed the tranquil night. The streets were nearly deserted. Yet, below at the entrance, a few shadowy figures engaged in some clandestine activities. With a soft sigh, Summer Knight opened the window and, barefoot, leapt from the second floor. Amusingly, the individuals below remained oblivious to his arrival. Clearing his throat, he coughed softly. The group paid him no mind, continuing to sway their spray cans and discuss how to create a more frightening design. They seemed wholly absorbed in their artistic endeavor, unable to extricate themselves from it. Unable to resist the fervor of their debate, Summer Knight interjected, "I tell you, painting a skull is the best approach. Just imagine a massive skull. How terrifying that would be." "Skulls are so passe, my friend," a young black man retorted. "To truly frighten someone, you need to delve into the realm of abstraction. It should be something indiscernible, yet the stark contrast of colors evokes a genuinely terrifying sensation. That is the pinnacle of artistry." Summer Knight was taken aback. "You possess quite the imagination. An artist, perhaps?" "I dabbled in it before changing my path." Realizing something was amiss, the young man turned to Summer Knight and inquired, "Who are you?" He then called out to his companions, "Hey, guys, did we just encounter a peculiar individual?" As they all turned to gaze at Summer Knight, they beheld a figure clad only in a loose, comfortable pair of gray shorts, with an exposed upper body and bare feet. On a summer night, Xia Jie smiled broadly. "Greeting. Hello, you all are working hard this late." A young man, his face adorned with freckles, pointed at Xia Jie and retorted, "Mind your own business. Otherwise, we will have to teach you a lesson." Xia Jie glanced at the spray can in the young man's hand and replied, "I believe I have already seen enough." The young man, puzzled, asked, "Are you planning to join us?" The simplicity of the question left Xia Jie momentarily speechless, creating an unsettling urge within him to align with their mischief. "Hit him." Suddenly, the freckled youth shouted at Xia Jie. The commotion echoed through the street, resonating with shouts of "hit him." However, before the echoes faded, several young men found themselves on the ground, grimacing in pain from Xia Jie's blows. He scratched his head and squatted down, addressing the black youth, who was now wincing in discomfort. "You seem the most obedient. Tell me, who sent you here?" "Our boss is going to have your head. He's ruthless, and you will surely be beaten to a pulp," the young man exclaimed. "Who is your boss?" Xia Jie inquired. "Don't say," the freckled youth quickly interjected. "I know," the black youth retorted angrily. "How could I possibly tell you our boss is Randolph?" "Yes, we mustn't reveal that." The freckled youth nodded in agreement. Chapter 62. The blood-soaked spirit of battle. There were 4 of them in total, and the remaining 2 nearly buried their heads in embarrassment upon hearing this exchange. Xia Jie felt somewhat bewildered. Where did these 2 clowns come from? No wonder they had chosen to pursue a different path. Shaking his head, Xia Jie remarked, "Seeing you all in such an innocent and endearing manner, I feel reluctant to continue hitting you. You should hurry home." The 4 young men stumbled away, with the freckled youth shouting back, "Just wait for us." Xia Jie blinked, wanting to retort, yet feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration at their absurdity. There were simply too many points of contention. When they joined Randolph's gang, had they received special training? Was it mandatory to utter a phrase like "just wait for me," or "you better watch out when fleeing"? Perhaps Randolph's gang was composed of such peculiar individuals, as evidenced by the ones who had come earlier that day, who also left with threats. Xia Jie's lips twitched. In a way, it was impressive that this Randolph had not been driven to despair by such incompetent subordinates and was still thriving in his nefarious activities. A chill swept through, and Xia Jie felt a sudden coolness. The front door was locked, so he grasped the crevice in the wall and climbed to the second floor outside his room, flipping himself inside. Listening intently, he noted that there was no sound coming from Li Xiaomi's room. As for whether he was awake or not, it was uncertain. No matter how astonishing Xia Jie's hearing was, it was impossible to catch a whisper of Li Xiaomi's breath through several layers of soundproofing. However, he could not allow these ruffians to run amok any longer. Sitting on the bed, Xia Jie contemplated the necessity of resolving this matter. At present, he required a modicum of tranquility to acclimate to his surroundings. Enduring nightly disturbances from these troublemakers would undoubtedly lead to mental fatigue and unrest. Once he dealt with this gang, he truly needed to ponder the path that lay ahead. Xia Jie activated the decomposition machine, placing Schmidt's handgun into it. During the day, he had been preoccupied with haggling with Li Xiaomi and had neglected the matter of the handgun. The sound of gears gradually diminished, followed by a prolonged hissing noise as he awaited the completion of the decomposition. After approximately 10 minutes, a rather lengthy duration for such a process, he understood that extended decomposition often signified valuable rewards. Announcement: Equipment decomposition successful. Basic handgun shooting insight. 24 basic handgun close combat insight. 18 radiant blood war spirit. 3 decomposition complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Extract. Radiant blood war spirit? This object truly radiated a sanguine glow, not only enveloped in crimson light, but also sporadically forming a skull pattern amidst the red haze. It would dissipate only to reconstitute shortly thereafter. Xia Jie scratched his head. Would I, after auctioning this, also become a figure of renown? With that thought, he slapped it down. The red light erupted, enveloping Xia Jie entirely. An overwhelming sensation coursed through every inch of his being. Unlike the ordinary war spirit, this felt more intense, accompanied by a slight sting. Just as the sensation was about to reach its zenith, the crimson light surged into Xia Jie's body. Phew! What a rush! Xia Jie's eyes widened, and he quickly inspected his skin, relieved to find no reddening. Clenching his fist, he felt the power surging within him. Although this sensation was not entirely precise, he was certain that the strength he had gained was substantial. In comparison to the shattered war spirit, it was as if one were in the heavens while the other languished in the depths. Yet, when he recalled the green giant he had seen on television, a silence fell over him. There was simply no contest. That being was no longer human. Speaking of which, the green giant's transformation seemed to be the result of the super soldier serum, didn't it? Retrieving the last vial of super soldier serum from the decomposition machine, Xia Jie blinked. This is also your fault, you deceitful old man, isn't it? This cannot be attributed to the circumstances. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. The Hulk, after each transformation, tends to lose his rationality. Is it truly possible to exert control over this? Xia Jie fell into contemplation, deducing from various scenes in the films that the Hulk's uncontrollable nature predominantly stems from rage. Moreover, according to Banner's own account, when he transforms into the Hulk, his mind becomes a chaotic whirlwind, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. This led Xia Jie to form an initial hypothesis. However, in the next moment, he shook his head. Relying on the narrative of the films seems rather unreliable. What if the actual circumstances were to differ? A single miscalculation could lead to complete failure. Unless one day, this green, stout figure willingly lies on the experimental platform for thorough examination, comprehending this phenomenon seems nearly impossible. After capturing the insights from the newly synthesized handgun regarding intermediate shooting and close combat, Xia Jie retrieved 3 small crystal blocks. They were colorless, shimmering with subtle energy, undulating with graceful waves. What could this energy potentially accomplish? As Xia Jie felt the surging energy within him, a smile unexpectedly crept upon his lips. Previously, on the battlefield, there was no time to validate every possibility. But now, the situation was different. It seemed he had ample time to explore various avenues. True, some funds were required. Yet that was inconsequential. Xia Jie had already devised a plan for acquiring his first pot of gold in life. After all, both films and novels offer guidance. Setting aside his thoughts, Xia Jie dismissed the colorless energy and indulged in a restful sleep. Upon awakening early the next morning, he energetically sought out Li Xiaomi to borrow money. No money, but a life for you, Li Xiaomi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, refusing to yield. I merely wish to borrow a bit of money to purchase a book. Xia Jie felt his tone take on a rather subservient note. After all, who could maintain bravado while asking for a loan? What book do you wish to buy? One concerning computer operations, Xia Jie replied. Computer operations? Li Xiaomi was taken aback, then pointed towards the door of one room, saying, There's a pile in my dad's study, but I won't return it. No need for repayment. Xia Jie assured her. Li Xiaomi huffed. They all passed away without a word, and the things left behind are of no use to me. I can give them to you as long as you don't expect me to lend you money. You said it. There shall be no regrets in the future, Li Xiaomi asserted, ushering Xia Jie out of the kitchen with urgency. Chapter 63. The Eye of Horus. Upon entering Li Xiaomi's father's study, Xia Jie's eyes widened. So many bookshelves. In the center of the room stood a desk, surrounded by a circle of shelves. Xiaojie couldn't help but swallow hard. His first thought was, how much could this be worth? He was deeply afflicted by poverty, lacking even the funds to purchase books. The only significant investment he made was in a batch of genetics-related books at that time. Subsequently, he resorted to begging for scraps. And even during the era of hunting spies, the collection of books was meager. After all, not everyone shared Lince's passion for enriching their library. Moreover, some spies were even poorer than a summer night. Thus, at this moment, upon witnessing such a plethora of books, Xiaojie felt as though he had stepped into paradise. He wandered around the shelves and discovered that the books encompassed several categories. A portion was dedicated to computer operations and programming, while another segment included martial arts manuals, which were relatively thin. Upon opening one, he found the text entirely handwritten, exuding an extraordinary significance. Beyond that, there was an abundance of historical, astronomical, geographical literature, and magazines, not to mention a considerable number of world classics. However, even as he touched these works, there was no prompt from the decomposition machine. It seemed that he lacked the potential to be a great literary figure. Xiaojie blinked, yet suddenly noticed that one section of the bookshelf appeared somewhat discordant, protruding slightly outward. After removing a few books, he discovered one nestled deep within the shelf, flat against the wood, wrapped in a thick gray cloth. When he pulled it out, he was taken aback. What could this be, so meticulously safeguarded? Generally, such careful preservation indicates something of great value. It seemed that Li Xiaomi's father, lacking the means to create a secret chamber, had to resort to hiding the book in this manner. Could it be? Xiaojie's eyes widened as he realized. Was this the little something that Li Xiaomi's father had concealed? Well, that was simply a jest. He unveiled the gray cloth, revealing a tome imbued with an ancient aura. The cover bore no text, only the image of a peculiar eye. As he gently touched the cover, the decomposition machine activated as expected. Would you like to decompose the book on mysticism, the Eye of Horus? Mysticism, the Eye of Horus? Xiaojie blinked again, suddenly recalling a similar book he had encountered years ago in a quaint bookstore in New York, though that particular volume had lacked any additional prompts. At that time, he hadn't paid it much mind, but now a thought blossomed within him. Without further hesitation, he opted for decomposition. The sound of grinding gears resonated as he waited, pulling out a martial arts manual and settling into a chair to read. However, after a while, he found the text perplexing. It was written in a style reminiscent of the spring and autumn annals, filled with ambiguous phrases and numerous technical terms, leaving Xiaojie feeling somewhat dizzy. At that moment, the sound of jets broke the tranquility, diverting Xiaojie's attention from the book. An announcement echoed, disassembly successful. Esoteric knowledge, Eye of Horus. 2. Disassembler experience 1. Disassembly complete. Shall we extract immediately? 2 volumes? Xiaojie blinked in surprise. The 2 books obtained from the disassembly were promptly cast aside. In the next instant, a plethora of unfamiliar knowledge surged into Xiaojie's mind. Unlike the knowledge of genetics, these tomes imparted foundational esoteric principles, along with a singular focal overview. The Eye of Horus? Xiaojie murmured, scratching his head. What he acquired was a method of utilizing the Eye of Horus. However, this left him somewhat perplexed. Could it truly be employed? Extending his finger, Xiaojie instinctively inscribed a shape in the void, an odd eye design, precisely like the one depicted on the book's cover. Although he had never heard of the so-called Eye of Horus prior to today, the act of drawing it felt remarkably fluid. Yet, upon completion, nothing transpired. Did I just exhibit symptoms of a teenage delusion? This is even more embarrassing than snapping my fingers. Although he was alone, Xiaojie felt his face flush crimson, wishing fervently for a crevice to hide within. However, in the next moment, another thought struck him. He exhaled softly, glanced at the door, and hurriedly locked it. He could not bear the thought of Li Xiaomi barging in and witnessing his moment of folly. That would be utterly mortifying. Turning back, he felt too ashamed to protest if he were to be expelled from this place. After bouncing around the room a couple of times to invigorate the energy within him, Xiaojie shook his hands. Though uncertain of its efficacy, he felt that this motion might concentrate the energy at his fingertips. As the energy surged in his fingers, he seized the moment to draw once more in the void. With a flick of his finger, a trace materialized in the emptiness. Xiaojie's eyes widened in astonishment. The trace resembled ripples on water, transparent and exceptionally clear. With newfound determination, Xiaojie dared not lose focus, meticulously sketching in the void. A depiction of the Eye of Horus, formed from that trace, began to hover before him. With a mere thought, an identical pattern manifested on his forehead. Not only that, but he also found himself endowed with 2 perspectives. One was the view afforded by his natural eyes, while the other was the perspective of the Eye of Horus. Xiaojie could control the vision of this eye, penetrating walls, soaring into the sky, and even gazing into the distant horizon. perhaps due to the lingering unfamiliarity. The farthest reach of this eye is merely 200 meters, yet it is astonishingly sufficient. It truly works. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the eye of Horus vanished, leaving no trace on my forehead. Instantly, Xiaojie felt as though he had become blind. The darkness of another perspective rendered him slightly disoriented. However, this discomfort was ephemeral. As he glanced at his own hand and gently tapped his forehead, have I discovered a method to harness the energy within me? This power could potentially be employed to cast arcane spells. Yet, based on my current grasp of esoteric knowledge, the Eye of Horus serves 3 functions: restoration, courage, and surveillance. It seems I can only utilize one of these at present. Xiaojie blinked. Should I perhaps adopt a moniker for myself, such as the Crimson Warlock? Have I truly embarked on the dual cultivation of magic and martial prowess? Chapter 64. Knowledge from the Tome. Although the Eye of Horus was an unexpected boon, it has prompted Xiaojie to ponder anew the nature of Randolph. Initially, his intention to seek out books on computer technology was primarily to learn hacking skills, thereby attempting to remotely surveil Randolph, and if fortune favored him, to gather necessary evidence. In a moonless, tempestuous night, a well-aimed blow could incapacitate him, subsequently stowing him in a sack to be discarded at the police station's doorstep. This issue would then be resolved. However, now that he possesses the Eye of Horus, could he not utilize it to monitor Randolph? Indeed, I am quite the genius. Casting one last glance at the study, he felt a surge of gratitude for having discovered this book first. Although Li Xiaomi boasted about the plethora of books available for her use without concern for their return, the immaculate condition of the room suggested otherwise. It was evident that Li Xiaomi frequently tidied this space. If she were truly indifferent, why would she bother to clean so often? The stubborn girl with a soft heart. Xiaojie shook his head. If he were to dismantle every book in this room, she would surely weep quietly beneath the covers. As he opened the door, preparing to exit, he was met with the sight of Li Xiaomi standing at the threshold, arms crossed, her usual brash tone piercing the air. What dubious activities have you been up to in there? And why was the door locked? Wait, when did you arrive? Xiaojie was taken aback. Her hearing was extraordinary, for he had not even noticed her approach. Perhaps it was the distraction caused by using the Eye of Horus that had diverted his attention. Li Xiaomi slipped into the room beside Summer Night, her nose twitching as she sniffed around, perplexed as she exclaimed, "Why is there no fishy smell as rumored?" After a brief silence, Summer Night replied, "Rumor?" Li Xiaomi glared. "Is it a crime to have never dated? Is the knowledge gleaned from books flawed?" "Not at all." Summer Night raised her hands in surrender, silently pondering why Li Xiaomi was so quick to react this time. With a dismissive glance at Summer Night, Li Xiaomi approached the bookshelf, selecting a few volumes and handing them to her. "I'm uncertain of your level, but if you were starting from scratch, these books are most suitable for you. I'm off to have lunch." Summer Night, gazing at the books, found herself at a loss for words. Should she admit that she was ready to emerge from the ocean of knowledge? With a mere thank you, she embraced the books. The two made their way to the living room, where breakfast was a simple affair: sandwiches made from bread and lettuce, a glass of milk each, and 2 fried eggs. After finishing, Summer Night took the initiative to wash the dishes. Once the chore was completed, she wiped her hands and stepped out of the kitchen, only to find Li Xiaomi clutching a pile of clothes. "I noticed your wardrobe is rather sparse. These are all relics from my family. If you don't mind the bad luck, feel free to wear them." "Thank you," Summer Night replied, taking the garments and glancing at the stack of books on the table. Li Xiaomi grimaced. "What a bother," then piled the books atop the clothes. "I've prepared a set of keys for you, left them on the wall by the door. You may wander about, though if you possess the audacity, you might just disappear, as many do each year. I suggest that while you're out, try to find a job. Lacking an identity is problematic, but there are always solutions, aren't there? And when I'm engaged in my grand artistic endeavors, please refrain from disturbing me. Should you do so, don't blame me for being unkind." Right. The formidable Sister Mealy, flat-chested and wild. Summer Night nodded vigorously. Li Xiaomi, satisfied, nodded back until Summer Night retreated to her room, only to realize, "Who are you calling flat-chested?" Hearing Li Xiaomi's roar from outside, Summer Night silently agreed. Now that is a normal reaction. Placing the clothes on the bed, she examined each piece, noting their pristine condition despite their outdated styles. Ultimately, she chose a pair of jeans and a checkered shirt. Looking in the mirror, she felt the attire aged her by at least a decade. With a chuckle, she dismissed the thought. What truly concerned her was the absence of undergarments. The stiff jeans, once worn, proved to be quite a discomfort. "Fortunately, my friend's physique has been fortified, otherwise he might have struggled to withstand the baptism of those aged denim jeans." Listening intently to the stillness outside, Xiaojie cautiously stepped out of the room. Li Xiaomi's chamber was enveloped in silence, evidently engaged in some grand artistic endeavor. Even through the door, Xiaojie could discern the scent of paint and turpentine wafting from within. Most likely, The girl was nestled in her room, painting. Taking advantage of the moment, he carefully descended to the first floor. Having not observed it thoroughly the previous day, he now scrutinized it and realized that this so-called martial arts hall was, in fact, rather modest. At this moment, it stood empty, devoid of even a wooden dummy. Shaking his head, Xiaojie approached the entrance and noticed the set of keys that Li Xiaomi had mentioned hanging on the wall. He took them, unlocked the door, and stepped out onto the street. The contrasting styles and appearances were striking. Last night had been merely a fleeting glimpse. Today, Xiaojie truly perceived the distinctions between this era and that of World War II. For reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled Steve. In the film, after 7 decades as an ice pop, he ventured onto the street, observing the people, the towering edifices, and the bustling traffic. What must his emotions have been amidst such divergent landscapes and cultures? Xiaojie found himself somewhat understanding, yet he felt his insight could not possibly match Steve's profundity. After all, he was genuinely of that era, whereas Xiaojie was not. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled along the street, initially believing it would not be so simple to locate the person he sought. However, after only a short distance, he heard some unusual sounds. It was the unmistakable noise of fists striking flesh. Having heard such sounds numerous times before, Xiaojie recognized it immediately and turned toward the source. In a somewhat shadowy alleyway, a few ruffians were at work, their task being to bully others. A young man, already on the ground, was being rummaged through by a freckled youth. Just as Xiaojie arrived, he witnessed this scene and was taken aback. Who would have thought they would engage in such a pursuit? Chapter 65. The friend with a clouded mind. The freckled youth was busy rifling through the belongings of the young man on the ground. Suddenly, upon hearing Xiaojie's voice, his expression darkened. He turned his head, and before he could fully see who it was, he instinctively prepared to utter a command to strike. Yet, upon recognizing Xiaojie, he was momentarily dumbfounded, his intended words morphing into a realization of defeat. We can't win. Indeed, they could not, for just the night prior, Xiaojie had effortlessly dispatched several of their group in mere seconds. However, while he understood their inability to prevail, his bewildered companions remained in a state of confusion. They had been caught in their mischief, and instead of confronting him, they now grappled with the notion of being overmatched. Shall we engage or not? In the time of hesitation, the summer night had already approached them. Upon glancing at the gathering, the only familiar face was that of the freckled youth. The talented African artist he had admired the previous evening was conspicuously absent. It's good to see you, the summer night remarked to the freckled youth. Now, might you rise from your companion's side? The standing individuals exchanged glances, unsure of their acquaintance, and then turned their attention to the freckled youth, who reluctantly climbed up from his friend's side, his expression twisted in a grimace. Unperturbed, the summer night crouched down to pat the face of the one sprawled on the ground. Are you all right? Not particularly. Could you perhaps call the police for me? The disheveled man replied, his face covered in grime. The summer night's countenance darkened. If you can still speak, it means you are alive. If your belongings are unharmed, then rise and leave swiftly. This is no longer your concern. Are you really planning to confront them? The young man on the ground asked in bewilderment as he got up. I admire your courage, he declared before hastily departing. The summer night observed the young man's retreating figure, then turned to the freckled youth. Where did you find this contender? The freckled youth swallowed hard. What do you intend to do? Nothing of consequence, the summer night mused, yet it feels somewhat amiss to converse in this manner. The group, including the freckled youth, looked puzzled. What could possibly be wrong with their dialogue? With a sinister grin, the summer night retorted. I do not appreciate conversing with those who remain standing. Approximately 10 seconds later, all four, including the freckled youth, found themselves sprawled on the ground, each contorted in discomfort, having received another round of punishment from the summer night. This is much better, he nodded in satisfaction. The freckled youth's group was taken aback. Had he not made it clear that he preferred them lying down to converse? Had they been informed of such, they would have complied without hesitation. Was it really necessary to resort to violence? They lamented, casting reproachful glances at the freckled youth, as if to suggest that he was to blame for their misfortune. The freckled youth felt equally aggrieved, thinking, who in their right mind would consider this person a friend? How unfortunate. Yet, the subsequent actions of the summer night revealed that there were fates far worse than mere misfortune. As he crouched before the freckled youth, extending a hand that promised ill, the freckled youth nearly burst into tears. What do you intend to do? He exclaimed in a voice akin to that of a frightened maiden. Be a good lad and remain still, otherwise, I shall strike you, the summer night said gently. With tears welling in his eyes, the freckled youth pleaded, take it easy. The summer night smirked, exasperated by the recurring theme. You youngsters ought to learn better. Shaking his head, he pulled a wallet from his trouser pocket, opened it, and exclaimed in surprise, well, you seem to possess quite a fortune. With a flick of his finger, a handful of rice knives found their way into Summer Night's pocket. Such fluidity in action left little Freckle astounded, speechless yet eager to speak. However, Summer Knight's attention had shifted to another small ruffian, his gaze contemplative. The others quickly grasped the situation, as encounters with someone like little Freckle were indeed rare. They promptly pulled out their wallets to present offerings. "Look at this, how courteous!" Summer Knight exclaimed, feigning modesty. "As friends, there's no need for such formality. Let us just say, I graciously accept." The ruffians were exasperated, exclaiming, "Who in the world is your friend? This is robbery. Robbery. Where are the police? We need to report this." After collecting a bounty, Summer Knight patted his bulging pockets in satisfaction and departed, with plans to purchase some underwear. He didn't linger on the street for long. Though he was unlikely to get lost, he felt an inexplicable aversion to exertion. After a brief stroll, he yearned for a cozy bed to snuggle into and enjoy a good sleep. Thus, after meandering for over half an hour, he returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Li Xiaomi standing in the center of the dojo, striking a peculiar pose. Their eyes met, yet neither spoke. The exchange of glances was devoid of sparks, merely laden with awkwardness, particularly evident in Li Xiaomi's gaze, which was nearly overflowing with embarrassment. Summer Knight blinked and asked, "Did I interrupt your training?" "Not at all." Li Xiaomi huffed, turning sharply to ascend the stairs. "Did I catch you off guard during your practice, causing you to lose your temper?" Summer Knight scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, Li Xiaomi whirled around to face him. He grinned widely, only to watch her march over, seizing his wrist with determination. Hey, I was just joking. No need to get physical. Besides, you can't possibly defeat me. Less chatter, follow me. I have something to discuss with you." She insisted, dragging him upstairs. Summer Knight, bewildered, followed her up, observing as she kicked open her room's door with a loud thud, leaving him in shock. The room was sparsely furnished, a bed, a computer desk, and a spacious area largely vacant. In the emptiness stood a single chair, with an easel nearby. Pushing Summer Knight into the chair, Li Xiaomi took a deep breath, tilting her head back as she spoke in a tone reminiscent of someone owed money. "I need you to do me a favor. Repair the door?" Summer Knight glanced at the door, adding, "I suspect you have a grudge against it, perhaps due to your height in comparison?" Li Xiaomi found herself momentarily bewildered. What was I about to say? I used to have a friend who also struggled with his thoughts, frequently forgetting what he meant to say during our conversations. Xia Jie, feeling somewhat helpless, observed her in silence. Li Xiaomi, exasperated, thought to herself, "Who is to blame for this?" After a lengthy pause, she finally recalled her purpose. "I want to draw the instructor." Chapter 66. The instructor. Upon hearing this, Xia Jie blinked, appearing quite composed. He did not react with anger upon hearing the title of instructor, but was rather puzzled. "What does that have to do with me?" "I want you to be my model," Li Xiaomi replied, expressing that imagining such a figure was too vague. The instructor was merely a rumor circulating among the people, without any photographs to reference. Thus, I require a model. Xia Jie stroked his chin. "So, your earlier appearance on the first floor wasn't he for training?" Li Xiaomi glared at him with a dark expression. Xia Jie scratched his head. Why the sudden desire to draw the instructor? "To make money," Li Xiaomi declared, hands on her hips, with righteous fervor. "I thought it was for the sake of a dream." Xia Jie grinned. "But being practical about making money is far more realistic." "Exactly," Li Xiaomi affirmed. "Without money, where does one find dreams? Pursuing dreams requires financial backing. I studied oil painting in college, and there happens to be a competition during the holidays with a prize of $1,000. With less than 10 days until the deadline, I have racked my brain for days but still cannot conjure an image of the instructor from my imagination, so I must use you as a substitute. Of course, I want to paint your face. If the instructor truly exists, he would undoubtedly be far more handsome than you." Xia Jie chuckled, uncertain whether to applaud or weep. However, the idea of not painting his face was somewhat acceptable. At least for the next half-month, he would rely on Li Xiaomi for sustenance, so he nodded in agreement. Li Xiaomi expressed her profound appreciation for Xia Jie's timely acquiescence and brought him a pile of clothing. "What is this? Props?" Xia Jie gazed at the assorted outfits before him, somewhat astonished. "Why do I feel like you had this planned all along? No matter how cunning I might be, I could never have anticipated that on a dark and stormy night, I would retrieve you from a trash bin. If you refrain from mentioning the trash bin, we can remain good friends." Xia Jie's expression darkened. He thought this could very well become a lifelong embarrassment. Perhaps he should consider silencing her? Humph. These clothes were designed by a group of bored individuals from our school for some peculiar competition. When their investment fell through, these outfits became useless. A few eager fellows gifted them to me. You know, it's one thing to pursue girls. That's only natural. But pursuing boys is quite another matter. Xia Jie nodded emphatically. Li Xiaomi took a moment to collect her thoughts before exclaiming, "Stop interrupting. Your interjection has made me forget what I was going to say. Indeed, if they wish to curry favor with me, why would they present me with men's clothing? Are they out of their minds?" It's evident that adolescent males possess an intellect inferior to that of a simpleton. Xiajie blinked, finding this notion rather amusing. After all, if you were to randomly approach any foreigner, they might mistakenly believe you are paying them a compliment. Moreover, it seems they did not err in their selection. Xiajie mused internally. Regardless, the items are quite decent, so I shall keep them. A sudden inspiration struck me. Although their competition has fallen through, the design remains commendable. Try it on and see how it feels. Never mind, I shall assist you in finding the right fit, as it is likely you lack any aesthetic sensibility. Tossing the clothing onto the bed, Li Xiaomi began rummaging through the garments. The overly vibrant colors were unacceptable, and the star-patterned outfit would lead others to believe I am portraying the team captain. She muttered to herself, while Xiajie sat idly, observing the surroundings. Upon entering, she had not noticed a glass cabinet against the wall, housing an array of trophies. A scholar, indeed. Xiajie was surprised that someone as audacious as Li Xiaomi harbored a scholarly disposition. Ah, this will do, Li Xiaomi exclaimed, selecting a black outfit and tossing it to Xiajie. The ensemble consisted of 3 pieces, a pair of black trousers and a top that exuded a formal charm. Reminiscent of military attire, yet not entirely so. An accompanying black trench coat completed the look. Go change, Li Xiaomi declared before dashing out. Xiajie gazed around the room with bewilderment. Is this really how you're leaving your room for me to change? It seems being a boy truly comes with no qualms. She shed her old denim and plaid shirt, donning the new attire. Upon glancing in the mirror, she found herself looking rather striking. I certainly didn't possess such stylish clothing during combat, she sighed, then called out. You may enter now. Li Xiaomi hurriedly pushed the door open, asking. You didn't rummage through my things, did you? Are you concerned about that while allowing me to change in your room? Xiajie retorted, her eyes widening in surprise. She hadn't considered that before stepping out. Li Xiaomi blinked. What if I burst in and catch you in an inappropriate situation? I would surely have to gouge my own eyes out. Without further ado, Li Xiaomi pushed Xiajie into a chair, scrutinizing her for a moment before sprinting away. Moments later, she returned with a handgun, thrusting it into Xiajie's hands. Strike a natural pose. That's right. Let your gaze convey a sense of menace. Do you understand what menace means? Perhaps, Xiajie replied, observing the toy gun in her hands, exhaling softly as she adjusted to a more comfortable stance. With a firearm in his right hand and his leg crossed, he tilted his head slightly to gaze at Li Xiaomi. This is intriguing. Let me ponder this for a moment. This contemplation lasted a full 10 minutes, during which Li Xiaomi became utterly engrossed, impervious to external distractions. After the 10 minutes elapsed, she began meticulously carving her draft. Is this where it all commences? Xiajie blinked, exhaling gently while maintaining his stance without daring to move. Li Xiaomi devoted 3 hours to her painting, with Xiajie remaining completely still during that time. For him, this was no great challenge. However, once Li Xiaomi paused, she looked at Xiajie in astonishment. What is your body made of? Aren't you tired? Am I going to tell you that I'm exhausted? He replied. Li Xiaomi chuckled. As expected of someone trained in martial arts, your physical endurance is beyond the average person's capabilities. Very well. I shall treat you to a delightful meal this evening as a reward for your efforts. It's nearly time. I will prepare lunch now, and we shall continue in the afternoon. Completing an oil painting, evidently, cannot be condensed into a mere day. Fortunately, Li Xiaomi's work was not of an overly large scale, so the time required should not be too extensive. Thus, the day passed in this manner. By evening, as Li Xiaomi remained immersed in a peculiar line of thought, the promised delicious meal had vanished from sight. She hastily consumed a bite as a mere formality before retreating to her room. Meanwhile, Xiajie contemplated the outfit he had not yet returned, thinking it prudent to make some preparations. Chapter 67. Not as handsome as me during the day. Xiajie's activities were not limited to merely robbing a few small-time thugs and purchasing undergarments with the spoils. Having acquired the Eye of Horus, it was time to employ it resourcefully. Although utilizing this ability required concentration, after a few attempts, Xiajie realized it was a skill that could be honed. In simple terms, the use of the Eye of Horus involves 2 steps. The first step is activation, which necessitates drawing upon the energy of the colorless crystal fragments within his body. The second step is maintenance, which requires sustained focus. Of course, this does not imply that Xiajie must be entirely absorbed. Rather, he must maintain a continuous awareness of the Eye of Horus. Simply put, it is akin to a dual-tasking capability. After departing during the day, Xiajie employed the Eye of Horus to covertly observe those thugs, experiencing 3 interruptions due to his inexperience with the mental exertion required. On the 4th attempt, he located Randolph's stronghold. Thus, that evening, he planned to undertake some reconnaissance rather than hastily confront Randolph, as such impulsive actions yield no benefits for anyone. He intended to observe first, a customary approach in warfare, to devise a strategy before ultimately executing it. Around 10 o'clock that night, Xiaojie appeared at a street corner. Before me stands a club, where today those ruffians have returned, and Xiaojie has encountered the legendary Randolph. This fellow lacks any semblance of a mafia don. Rather, he is a middle-aged man of considerable bulk, clad in a formal suit that starkly contrasts with his physique, eliciting an uncomfortable dissonance. However, this is not the focal point of Xiaojie's attention. In the void, he inscribed the Eye of Horus, penetrating deep into the club's interior. The atmosphere is vibrant, filled with the allure of bright lights and intoxicating indulgence, as men and women alike release their exuberance upon the dance floor. With a swift glance, Xiaojie directed the Eye of Horus to assess the internal defenses. Meanwhile, he circumnavigated the periphery of the establishment. After half an hour, Xiaojie returned to the club's main entrance, attempting to gain entry. Yet, two burly guards halted his progress, demanding to see a membership card. Xiaojie endeavored to explain that he had yet to obtain a card but could procure one once inside. The response was curt and unwelcoming, indicating that a recommendation from an existing member was requisite for new applicants. Any further insistence might lead to an altercation. Departing from the front entrance, Xiaojie circled around to the back, where a group loitered, some smoking and others drinking, all brandishing weapons, the least formidable of which were baseball bats. Two unarmed individuals radiated a menacing aura. In the words of Li Xiaomi, they exuded a sense of lethal intent. Observing their attire and waistbands, Xiaojie surmised they likely concealed firearms. The club featured 3 entrances in total, with the last situated atop the roof. Disinterested in climbing, Xiaojie deemed his reconnaissance sufficient and utilized the Eye of Horus to survey the rooftop. The expansive vista brought a smile to his lips. After scaling from the second-floor window to his bedroom, he tossed a hat and a mask onto the bed, purchases made on his way home that would surely come in handy. After all, dealing with nuisances like Randolph would inevitably require force, and it was prudent to maintain a degree of anonymity. From his pocket, he retrieved a small notebook and sat at the edge of his bed, beginning to sketch. The club's overall structure was laid bare before him, thanks to the Eye of Horus. However, the internal situation appeared chaotic, with a fluid security presence, colloquially known as the bouncers, consisting of 4 groups stationed at each corner of the establishment. These individuals typically lounged, drinking and smoking, yet would spring into action at the slightest provocation. The second floor, however, was a restricted area, guarded by armed men, accessible only to a select few privileged members. The events transpiring within its walls are not easily articulated and may be omitted. As for the third floor, it is the target of summer night, Randolph Harry's office. However, Randolph is not present in the club tonight, and understanding this person's patterns of behavior requires some effort. The door on the roof of the club directly leads to Randolph's office. It is likely locked, but this poses no challenge for summer night. After jotting down the key points in his notebook, the subsequent focus of observation shifts to Randolph himself. When will this man appear in the club? To be precise, on which nights does he frequent the establishment? In truth, uncovering this information is rather simple. One could seize a small thug, give him a beating, and he would likely divulge secrets more readily than Summer Night would. Yet, the downside is evident. It risks alerting the prey. Summer Night desires a single, decisive strike to ensnare Randolph in a sack and carry him away without delay. Even if it takes some time, he wishes to avoid alarming his quarry prematurely. It seems a little more time is necessary. Summer Night murmurs to himself, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, what he possesses in abundance now is time. The following days pass unexpectedly quietly. This tranquility exceeds Li Xiaomi's expectations. Even the small-time thugs, who usually appear every few days, seem to have vanished into thin air. However, this is fortuitous, as Li Xiaomi also requires peace. In this serene environment, she completes her artwork. Upon finishing, she excitedly shows it to Summer Night. After scrutinizing it for some time and wrestling with his thoughts, he can no longer restrain himself. How is this fellow more handsome than me? What audacity! Li Xiaomi glares at Summer Night, then inquires, what else can you discern? Summer Night ponders for a moment. It's quite attractive. Li Xiaomi gazes at him with a look of utter despair, finally sighing, indeed. Expecting you to possess any sense of aesthetics was my folly. She then ushers Summer Night out, as she has subsequent work to attend to. Correspondingly, Summer Night has his own tasks at hand. After observing for so many days and completing the necessary preparations, it is time to pay the rent. Chapter 68. The failed infiltration in this world. There are always places untouched by sunlight. Consequently, if sunlight cannot reach certain areas, the realms illuminated by the city's neon lights are even more limited. In the darkness, a figure moves, traversing the levels with swift, precise actions, climbing to the rooftop with bare hands. Bathed in moonlight, a black trench coat billows in the breeze, and beneath a black hood lies a shadowy visage. No, that is a mask. Summer Night removes the mask to catch his breath. He truly despises this feeling. It feels as though he is on the brink of suffocation. After performing a chest expansion exercise and engaging in a bit of light activity, Xiaojie took a deep breath, striving to expel all the air from his lungs. Feeling utterly rejuvenated, he donned his mask once more and sprang into action. Like a gust of shadowy wind, he leaped and bounded across the rooftop with remarkable agility. His movements so fluid that he fancied himself akin to Spider-Man. To be candid, Xiaojie had recently discerned some wondrous transformations within his body. Previously, while active on the battlefield, he possessed the essential attributes of strength and speed, yet his coordination and flexibility were lacking. Now, however, he felt an extraordinary harmony within his physique. Every motion flowed with unparalleled grace. Tasks that once eluded him now seemed effortlessly attainable. Could it be that his 70 years of slumber had inadvertently enrolled him in a dance class? Upon landing on the rooftop of the Randolph Club, he mused to himself. Approaching the edge and peering down, he noted that no one had detected his presence, allowing him to stride lightly to the door at the rooftop's entrance. Retrieving a piece of wire from his deconstruction space, he crouched by the door and began to tinker. This skill had been acquired during his time in the military, though he wondered whether his knowledge had become somewhat antiquated or if his proficiency had waned. After 3 arduous minutes, the door remained obstinately shut, darkening Xiaojie's expression. Returning to the rooftop's edge, he contemplated briefly before letting out a soft sigh, conceding that this was not his intended approach. He dashed back to the door and delivered a powerful kick. A resounding crash echoed as the metal door crumpled and flew from its frame. Xiaojie surged forward, halfway down the staircase, and, using the handrail for support, performed a graceful flip onto the next flight of stairs. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a guard who had heard the commotion and was curious about the disturbance. As their eyes met, the guard appeared bewildered, questioning whether he was indeed seeing a person. The dimly lit stairwell was merely an emergency exit, and with Xiaojie clad in dark attire, complete with a black hat and mask, his piercing eyes barely visible. It was hard to believe he was human at all. While the guard stood in stunned silence, Xiaojie did not hesitate. In a swift motion, he was upon him. And as the guard finally snapped back to reality, he hurriedly drew his handgun. However, in the blink of an eye, the weapon was seized from his grip, leaving him bewildered. Before he could utter a sound of alarm, his head met the wall in a decisive encounter, plunging him into unconsciousness. On a summer night, Tom did not linger. After observing the situation for an extended period through the eye of Horus, everything was crystal clear. The entire floor housed but a single room, guarded by a lone sentinel. This room belonged to Randolph, and the guard had already been rendered unconscious. However, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, indicating that the guard stationed on the lower level was hastening towards him. There was no time to waste. With swift strides, Summer Night reached the entrance and delivered a powerful kick. It was sheer brutality. He lamented inwardly. His plans over the past few days had been quite meticulous. The foremost objective was to stealthily infiltrate Randolph's office, silently neutralizing both the guard and Randolph himself. Yet, he had not anticipated that during the execution, he would fail to unlock the roof, having initially believed that door could not impede him. How ironic. Shaking his head, Summer Night stepped into the office. The muscular Randolph, clad in a suit, glared fiercely at the doorway. 2 loud sounds echoed. Even a fool would understand that someone had intruded. With a gun in hand, he sneered at Summer Night, stating, "No matter who you are, you have come to the wrong place. Stay calm, young man." Summer Night sighed and replied, "You are unaware of just how perilous that toy in your hand truly is." Randolph, however, showed no inclination to engage in further conversation. His finger poised to pull the trigger. Having observed him closely, Summer Night instantly calculated the trajectory of the bullet and the moment to evade. As Randolph raised his weapon, Summer Night lunged forward with a sudden rush. Yet, at that moment, a dormant force within him surged to life, and he felt the surrounding space warp momentarily. Accompanied by a peculiar sensation of traversing through dimensions, he was uncertain of what he had crossed, but as he looked up, he found himself mere inches from the wall. Goodness! Summer Night was taken aback. Randolph's office was spacious. Previously, he had been at least 7 or 8 meters away from the wall. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was now right in front of it. With no time to ponder the implications, he forcefully kicked against the wall, propelling himself upward. In midair, he executed a perfect somersault, landing precisely behind Randolph. Sensing the imminent danger, Randolph instinctively turned around at the same moment as Summer Night. Their eyes locking. As Randolph raised his gun to shoot, he could not fathom how Summer Night had achieved this. On the contrary, the more feats Summer Night accomplished, the more perilous he became. To eliminate all threats was the only means of ensuring his own survival. This line of thought was flawless. However, Summer Knight was an unpredictable player. In the instant Randolph aimed to fire, Summer Knight suddenly grasped his wrist, and then Randolph vanished. A miraculous transformation. On a summer night, Xiaojie, brimming with confidence, suddenly dashed towards a corner where a safe stood, only to find it vanished upon his touch. He had been eyeing this contraption for several days. At that moment, footsteps approached the door, yet Xiaojie paid them no heed. Instead, he sprinted to the office window, leaped through it, shattering the glass as he landed at the club's entrance. The two guards stationed there exchanged bewildered glances, questioning if it was truly raining men from the heavens. Chapter 69. A brief interlude. Once they realized that Xiaojie was certainly not a divine gift, the two guards resolved to apprehend him. However, the instant this thought crossed their minds, Xiaojie had already surged forward. He struck the neck of the guard on the left with a powerful punch, causing him to stagger back, clutching his throat. Before he could retreat far, Xiaojie seized him, hurling his sizable form onto his companion. The two hefty fellows collided, rolling into a heap, their combined weight meeting the unforgiving ground, eliciting a grimace from Xiaojie, who thought, "That must hurt." As his words faded, he plunged into the crowd that had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Just as he departed, a gang of thugs from within the club burst forth, dispersing the onlookers in search of Xiaojie, yet they found him elusive. In truth, Xiaojie had not strayed far. He remained amidst the throng. His true escape lay in the fact that he had cleverly concealed his black attire within the space of a disassembly machine, while everyone's attention was captivated by the unfolding drama at the club entrance. It was remarkably convenient, requiring no effort to retrieve it. Xiaojie had never before realized the efficacy of the disassembly machine space. It was akin to possessing an extraordinary ability. Previously uncertain if he could store living beings, today he bore witness to its potential. Randolph, a towering figure at nearly 2 meters, muscular and formidable, found himself entirely at the mercy of the machine, unable to resist. He pondered whether resistance would complicate the process. In the next moment, an idea struck Xiaojie. He suddenly deemed the golden treasures utterly trivial, while others flaunted their hordes of artifacts. He could simply collect Randolph into his spatial realm and hurl a plethora of muscular men at anyone he chose. The mere thought was enough to instill terror. No one would dare gaze upon such a scene. On the rooftop of a building, Xiaojie donned his disguise and proclaimed loudly, "You are the one, Randolph Harry." In an instant, the muscular Randolph appeared before him, resuming his previously interrupted motion, ready to fire at Xiaojie, only to realize he was unarmed. On that summer night, only Randolph emerged, yet his weapon remained trapped within the confines of the disassembler. Randolph appeared momentarily disoriented, gazing blankly at his surroundings, nearly succumbing to a metaphysical inquiry of his very existence. Fortunately, Summer Knight waved a hand at him. "You scoundrel! What have you done to me?" Randolph attempted to throw a punch, but stumbled forward, spinning around before collapsing to the ground. "I feel so dizzy. This sensation. It seems eerily familiar." Summer Knight scratched his head. "Do you feel nauseous from motion sickness?" "I have never experienced motion sickness." "Damn it, what have you done to me?" Randolph's eyes bulged, red with fury, as if Summer Knight were his ultimate nemesis. Well, he wasn't entirely mistaken. After a moment of contemplation, Summer Knight waved his hand dismissively. "Come forth, Vault. This belongs to me." Upon seeing this, Randolph became frantic. "It is mine now." Summer Knight replied, "You would do well to remain calm. If you are willing to cooperate, share the code with me. Otherwise, I have my own means of unlocking this contraption." He had indeed studied methods to open safes, and this one appeared no different from those he had encountered before. However, the door on the club's rooftop had left a psychological scar on him. "Not a chance. You thief." Randolph seethed, having never before encountered someone as shameless as Summer Knight, kidnapping him and stealing his vault, only to demand the password. Summer Knight sighed. "Very well. It seems I must resort to handling this myself." Crouching beside the vault, he listened intently, and within less than a minute, the safe was opened. Randolph hastily scrambled to his feet. "This is mine." "Oh." Summer Knight seized Randolph's wrist, and suddenly, he vanished. Observing Randolph within the realm of the disassembler, Summer Knight noted that he remained frozen in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. What could be the reason for this? The manner in which Randolph had acted upon his release felt oddly familiar to Summer Knight, reminiscent of his own moments of disorientation. With a gentle sigh, he dismissed further contemplation. Even if the outcome aligned with his thoughts, what would it matter? After all, his presence in this moment was his reality. Best to explore what lay within. Upon peering into the vault, he beheld stacks of knives, gold bars, jewels, all haphazardly strewn about. At the very bottom, he discovered packages of white powder and several documents, which brought a faint smile to his lips. "It's good to know you're here." With these items in place, Randolph had little chance of escape. Retrieving Randolph once more, this time he remained in a forward lunge, yet faltered, tumbling headlong to the ground. On a summer night, Xiaojie found himself with a burlap sack, having captured the helpless Randolph. "Is there anything else you wish to say?" he inquired. Who are you?" Randolph glared at Xiaojie through clenched teeth. After a moment of silence, Xiaojie suddenly broke into a grin. "You may call me instructor." 2 mornings later, the exuberant cries of Li Xiaomi jolted Xiaojie from his slumber. He had been dreaming of dancing with Agent Carter, leaving him uncertain whether it was a delightful reverie or a haunting nightmare. "Hurry out. Big news." Li Xiaomi continued to shout outside. Reluctantly, Xiaojie dragged himself out of bed, opened the door, and looked at her with a bemused expression. "Have you finally transformed into a girl? If you keep bringing that up, we won't be friends anymore." Li Xiaomi retorted, clearly annoyed. She had only grasped the implications of the previous joke about pursuing a boy days later. All right, Xiaojie chuckled. "So what has happened?" "The instructor has appeared," Li Xiaomi exclaimed eagerly, handing him a newspaper. "Randolph is finished, and I won first place in the art competition. Tomorrow, I shall collect my prize and treat you to a grand feast." Xiaojie couldn't help but smile at the seemingly indefatigable girl before him. Sounds good. Chapter 70. United Intentions. The morning light bathed the entire street as the city slowly awoke. However, Xiaojie had already risen, standing on the rooftop, stretching his arms, inhaling deeply and exhaling to adjust his physical state. During this period, Xiaojie had been far from idle. Aside from battling malevolent forces and serving as a model for Li Xiaomi, he had also been studying the martial arts manual left by her father. This text was challenging to decipher, and he could only study it bit by bit, striving to comprehend its essence. To be honest, it was quite difficult. Had it not been for Li Xiaomi's recognition of his earnestness in learning, she would not have found him a simplified version of her father's notes written in vernacular. Without that, Xiaojie would likely still be at a loss. Of course, his pursuit of this knowledge did not stem from a genuine desire to master martial arts. Rather, he was seeking possibilities. The application of colorless energy could be directed towards the Eye of Horus, but was that all? What if it could be utilized for other techniques? Xiaojie felt certain that such mastery would elevate his skills significantly. Moreover, during his recent confrontation with the leader of the malevolent forces, the fleeting experience of traversing through space had undoubtedly been triggered by the dormant energies within his body. How could such energy be activated? Could the insights from Li Xiaomi's father's writings unlock its potential? The possibilities were at least not non-existent, thus presenting a worthy endeavor. Synchronizing his breath and adjusting his rhythm, after a considerable time, Xiaojie exhaled deeply, tilting his head in contemplation. He recalled the sensations from that fateful night when Randolph fired upon him. In that fleeting moment, his focus was unparalleled, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to surge forward. Xiaojie bent slightly and suddenly lunged ahead. He swiftly reached the other side of the rooftop, scratching his head in confusion. Something seemed amiss. After circling the rooftop, a phrase abruptly flashed through his mind. Although Li Xiaomi's father practiced Tai Chi, he had also gleaned wisdom from various sources, including a saying that recorded the inner triad of the heart-mind unified fist. The heart unites with intention, intention aligns with energy, and energy harmonizes with strength. Xiaojie murmured. Having encountered this phrase on numerous occasions, in films and novels, it was widely cited. In essence, it encapsulated the necessity for vital energy to converge and exert itself in a singular direction. Yet, in this moment of quiet reflection, he felt that something was still lacking. After several attempts, he sighed in resignation. Perhaps it was the urgency of his heart that fell short. Evading bullets and dashing forward to seize, such urgency was something he could never truly grasp during his regular training. Xiaojie steadied himself, imagining he was now amidst a battlefield rife with gunfire. Steve was on the verge of being shot. Curiously, he felt no sense of urgency. Blinking, he acknowledged the extraordinary resilience of this fellow's shield. The shadow of Agent Carter flitted away, and Xiaojie shook his head, ultimately shifting his focus to Colonel Phillips. He sighed softly and reimagined the scene. Colonel Phillips was at work. Someone stood behind him, brandishing a gun aimed at his head. Immersing himself completely in this scenario proved to be a challenge. Fortunately, Xiaojie possessed remarkable concentration and, having endured the trials of the Chinibyu Academy, could seamlessly integrate into any embarrassing situation. This was a point of pride for someone suffering from late-stage Chinibyu. A sense of urgency surged within him, and in that instant, a glint of lethal intent flickered in his eyes as he surged forward. Just as he took that decisive step, a dormant force within him awakened with fervor. Everything around him rippled like water waves, expanding outward, transforming space into layers that beckoned to be traversed. He could scarcely fathom the nature of this phenomenon. However, as he instantaneously crossed over, he found himself suspended in midair, plummeting swiftly. Bang! Xiaojie landed on the street below. Fortunately, it was morning, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Otherwise, they might have questioned the accuracy of the recent weather forecasts, as they had certainly not anticipated rain today. Thanks to Xia Jie's physical prowess, a fall from the third floor would not prove fatal. With a slight shake of my feet on the ground, I feigned nonchalance as I returned home. Upon entering, I found Li Xiaomi busily tidying up. Our eyes met, and she curiously inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be on the roof? How did you come in from outside?" "Well, I took a little stroll," replied Xia Jie. "I didn't see you leave." She retorted, "That's because you lack a pair of observant eyes," he quipped. Li Xiaomi's lips twitched in irritation. "Given how you annoy me daily, I should have kicked you out long ago. Would you truly allow a homeless compatriot to wander the streets?" Xia Jie said this with an unmistakable lack of sincerity. "You are something else," Li Xiaomi replied with a dark expression. "Prepare yourself. We're going out this afternoon, and I shall treat you to a feast." Having recently received her bonus, she was now proudly calling herself Li the Wealthy, her ego inflated beyond measure. Xia Jie, feeling no hesitation, thought it entirely reasonable to treat himself to a meal, having just helped her resolve a considerable dilemma with Randolph. What exactly did he do? In the restaurant, the steak on the table could hardly contain Li Xiaomi's excitement. I heard he single-handedly stormed into Randolph's office, and no one knows how he managed to make Randolph leave. Even after he exited, no one could trace his escape. Regrettably, the events unfolded too swiftly for even a single photograph to be captured. If it weren't for Randolph insisting that the other party referred to himself as a mentor, we wouldn't even know that name. Li Xiaomi lamented. Moreover, I heard the mentor was dressed entirely in black, looking incredibly cool, just like in the painting I created. It's thanks to this artwork that I won the prize. And the news played a significant role. Do you genuinely believe the mentor exists? The hero from World War II? Xia Jie casually asked while slicing his beef. Of course not. Li Xiaomi laughed heartily. A hero from World War II turning into a modern-day superhero? This isn't a movie. Let us be realistic. Besides, even if he were alive, he would be ancient by now, leaning on a cane, hunched over, aiming for ages, and still missing. Apologies for not meeting your description. Xia Jie muttered under his breath, a wry smile playing on his lips. At that moment, however, a cacophony of gasps, screams, and even gunfire erupted from the street. Chapter 71. Street Performance Art. What on earth is happening? Li Xiaomi turned back to glance outside, but all she could see was a chaotic throng of people. Then came a deafening crash. A shocking event unfolded as a taxi, thrown by some inconsiderate individual, crashed right into the restaurant. In an instant, tranquility was utterly shattered. Just 10 seconds ago, the serene ambience of the restaurant was enveloped by the harrowing screams of a woman. Li Xiaomi stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Jie decisively declared, "We should make our escape." What? Li Xiaomi's reflexes were notoriously sluggish. "What do you mean? Let us go?" Xia Jie urged, pulling her along as they dashed out. It was evident that something catastrophic was unfolding outside, as even taxis had been flung into the restaurant. The crowd surged toward the exit, clearly intent on evading whatever chaos lay beyond. Remaining inside, even to settle the bill, was futile, as no one was processing payments amidst the turmoil. Once outside, Li Xiaomi beheld the street in utter disarray. Vehicles were jumbled together, and people were frantically darting about. Some stood their ground, attempting to counter the chaos with their screams. Amidst this pandemonium, soldiers sprinted by, weapons drawn, firing at a towering bald figure over 3 meters tall. This behemoth seemed impervious to harm, effortlessly hurling cars and motorcycles as if they were mere toys. Clearly, this individual was a menace devoid of any sense of social responsibility. Is this some sort of performance art? Xia Jie gaped in disbelief. What kind of performance art could reach such a level? And the cost of all this destruction, how much would that amount to? Li Xiaomi responded incredulously. Your thought process is rather unique. Perhaps you should take up cooking lessons with me, Xia Jie quipped. You claim to cook, yet you always make me prepare the meals. Li Xiaomi retorted, her focus understandably more grounded. As they exchanged banter, they were far from being mere spectators. The throng had thickened around them, and Xia Jie clutched Li Xiaomi's hand tightly to avoid losing her in the crowd. It was remarkable that they could maintain such a dialogue amidst the chaos, a feat not easily accomplished by most. Suddenly, the ground trembled with heavy footsteps approaching. The enormous bald figure charged toward them, scattering the crowd in all directions. Li Xiaomi stood frozen, unsure of what to do, until Xia Jie scooped her into his arms and propelled them through the throng to the edge of the street. A few scattered soldiers quickly formed a barrier behind them, firing frantically at the advancing threat. His expression is truly ghastly, Li Xiaomi exclaimed, still reeling from the shock. Her voice was barely above a whisper, intended solely for Xia Jie's ears. Yet, as if he possessed some sort of radar, the colossal figure, originally targeting the soldiers, leapt toward Xia Jie and Li Xiaomi. Li Xiaomi was taken aback, pondering his intentions. Perhaps he had heard your words and deemed them quite reasonable. Xiaojie, pulling Li Xiaomi along, was already sprinting while tossing out sarcastic remarks. So he thinks you have exquisite taste and intends to abduct you as his bride. I certainly do not wish to be that. Then we must run faster. The two raced ahead, yet Li Xiaomi, possessing rather poor physical fitness, had always been frail and often stayed up late to draw, leaving her spirit diminished. After a few steps, she found herself unable to continue, gritting her teeth and urging, "You go on without me." Yet, in the next moment, Xiaojie had seized her by the scruff of her neck and was dragging her along. I feel like mere luggage. Li Xiaomi curled her limbs in a ball, terrified of hitting the ground, whispering, "How can you be so strong? Guess, what a peculiar child. Still able to jest in such dire circumstances." With Xiaojie's speed, carrying Li Xiaomi, evading the performance artist behind them was certainly not an arduous task. As they gradually distanced themselves from the artist, a feral roar echoed from directly ahead. They both looked up to see a green-skinned, bare-chested figure, short and stout, resembling Tarzan, pounding its chest as it charged toward them. Xiaojie and Li Xiaomi found themselves perfectly positioned between these two titans. "Goodness, are you trying to get me killed?" Xiaojie gasped in disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Xiaomi murmured, "What a vivid color." The creature before them was the Hulk, while the one behind was likely the Abomination. Xiaojie had seen the films depicting their battles on the streets of New York, yet why did they choose this moment, while he and Li Xiaomi were dining? To engage in combat? Surely, they were sent by the will of the universe to oppose him. Just as Xiaojie's thoughts spiraled into madness, he suddenly darted towards the edge of the street. These two beings were nothing short of human-shaped tyrants. The Hulk was a character capable of tossing gods around. And caught in their conflict, Xiaojie felt utterly unsafe. However, being well-versed in the narrative, he understood that when these two clashed, it would likely be a fight to the death. If he could evade them and create a battleground, the Abomination would surely abandon its pursuit of Li Xiaomi. For the Hulk was its true adversary. Yet, to Xiaojie's utter astonishment, the Abomination paid no heed to the Hulk and charged straight toward them. "You old fool." Xiaojie erupted in exasperation. "What is this madness? Are you a fake Abomination? Why not confront the Hulk and instead come after us? Is it because Li Xiaomi criticized your color? Beware of your pettiness. It is no wonder you are the villain." While fervently critiquing in her heart, Xiaojie forcefully shattered the wall with a kick, disregarding what lay beyond, and swiftly dashed inside. Li Xiaomi stood there, dumbfounded. "Are you even human?" Boom. A tremendous noise erupted behind them, as a gaping hole appeared in the wall, and the Abomination charged through, shattering the barrier. Even less than human had arrived. Unfazed, Xiaojie continued her reckless advance. Chapter 72, The Great Melee Roar. Just as Xiaojie made a few strides, the thunderous roar of the Hulk reverberated behind her. Following closely was the Abomination, who was seized by large green hands, yanked by the legs, and flung outward, crashing into the wall and scattering bricks everywhere. The Hulk, bellowing, lunged towards the airborne Abomination. Xiaojie exhaled a sigh of relief, while Li Xiaomi wiped the sweat from her brow. "Could you perhaps set me down? This is rather exhausting." Just as Xiaojie intended to release Li Xiaomi, an immense figure smashed through the wall, landing right in front of them. It was the grotesquely colored Abomination, hurled back by the Hulk. Upon hitting the ground, the Abomination shook its disoriented head, and, upon spotting the astonished Xiaojie and Li Xiaomi, lunged without hesitation. With Li Xiaomi in tow, Xiaojie took off running, cursing as she did. "Banner, you inconsiderate fool. You had already captured the Abomination and thrown it out. What on earth possessed you to throw it back?" The Abomination, seemingly perplexed, seemed intent on capturing Li Xiaomi despite its ongoing conflict with the Hulk. While voicing her grievances, Xiaojie sprinted. "His pursuit of you is alarmingly fervent. Why not simply marry him?" "I absolutely refuse," Li Xiaomi exclaimed in fury, curling her body tightly, effectively disguising herself as mere luggage. As the Abomination pursued, it carelessly picked up nearby objects and hurled them towards Xiaojie. In that moment, another green figure with glowing red eyes burst through the hole in the wall, charging toward the Abomination. "Are you all playing a game of hawk and chicks?" While Xiaojie raced forward, sensing an ill omen behind her, she turned to see the Abomination hurling debris in her direction. In an instant, her eyes widened with alarm. How dare they take advantage of her kindness? As she leaped and dodged the projectiles, she raged against the absurdity of the situation. Poor Li Xiaomi was jostled about in Xiaojie's grasp, nearly nauseated. "Can you please be more careful?" "Ah!" With a roar of disdain, he seized the bar and violently wreaked havoc, immediately hurling it towards Xiaojie. Reacting swiftly, Xiaojie pivoted and leaped to evade, inadvertently flinging Li Xiaomi into a state of disarray. However, at that moment, the weight of the garment in her grasp proved too much to bear, resulting in a sharp crack as Li Xiaomi was sent flying. "Damn it!" Xiaojie's expression darkened. The assailant, seizing the opportunity, grabbed a chair and hurled it directly at Li Xiaomi. As they both paused momentarily, the Hulk charged in, colliding with the assailant and sending him sprawling. Xia Jie had no time to concern himself with these two. The fate of those who fell in battle was irrelevant to him. The pressing matter was that Li Xiaomi, in that fleeting moment, had no time to contemplate anything. She surged forward, her latent energy surging into motion, creating ripples and waves that transformed the world into a kaleidoscope of chaos. In the blink of an eye, Xia Jie found himself beside Li Xiaomi, catching her in his arms as he deftly intercepted the flying chair. What a thrill! Li Xiaomi exclaimed, gazing at Xia Jie with astonishment. This is far more exciting than an amusement park. Aren't you the least bit anxious? Xia Jie was at a loss for words. What kind of nerves did this child possess? I should be feeling anxious, yet with you by my side, I cannot seem to muster any fear. After voicing her thoughts, Li Xiaomi glanced toward another breach in the wall not far off. Have they left? Just as the words escaped her lips, the ceiling suddenly collapsed, and a massive green figure plummeted from above, landing atop a bald giant. These two muscular behemoths were entangled in a fierce struggle. Good grief! Li Xiaomi's eyes widened in disbelief. Xia Jie's face darkened further. How could this happen again? Your mouth must be cursed, he remarked, having surveyed the chaotic surroundings more than once. The brawl between these titans had already transformed the streets of New York into a lunar landscape. Now, within this building, their destructive prowess rivaled that of a bulldozer. Within mere exchanges, the surroundings had become a graveyard of shattered walls. At that moment, the roof could no longer bear the weight and suddenly caved in. Li Xiaomi let out a desperate scream, but Xia Jie took the chance to press on her neck, causing her to lose consciousness as she vanished from his side. He had successfully stored her in the decomposition space. It was proven that the decomposition space could indeed accommodate a person. However, upon emergence, one would experience a severe sense of vertigo, indicating instability. Yet, there was no time to dwell on that now. They were in a perilous situation. He was fine, but Li Xiaomi's prospects were grim. Thus, for the time being, he had no choice but to place her within the decomposition space. In the realm of the decomposition machine, time stood still, leaving those ensnared within utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. A heavy object crashed down from above, burying the night of summer entirely. Two formidable figures continued their frenzied brawl, gradually drifting away. Amidst the debris of the building, a fist suddenly emerged, and in an instant, the man clad in a black trench coat, Summer Night, rose from the ruins, donning a mask and hat. This time, fury consumed him, his eyes ablaze with crimson rage. How dare they? This was beyond mere bullying. Muttering to himself, Summer Night's lips curled in a snarl, his gaze a fiery red, one hand clenched into a fist while the other brandished a firearm. As he surveyed his surroundings in confusion, he realized both the abomination and the Hulk had vanished without a trace. Did they think they could swagger off after flaunting their power? Had it been moments ago, he might have turned and left without a second thought. However, at this moment, he was resolute in his desire to make these two understand that, although he might currently lack their strength, the title of the King of Decapitation was not bestowed upon him for mere aesthetics. It was a testament to lives taken, a tableau of bones amassed. Like a shadowy tempest, he surged forward, his coat billowing dramatically, and in mere strides, he emerged outside the building. Upon reaching the street, he beheld both titans clinging to a helicopter, spiraling downward. Chapter 73. The Great Brawl. The Hulk was the first to falter, plummeting from the sky in a state of utter disbelief. As the helicopter descended, it directly crushed the abomination beneath it, the rotor blades whirling violently, sending debris flying into the air. Summer Night paid little heed to the chaos. His focus was solely on the abomination, now attempting to extricate itself from beneath the helicopter. You wretched creature! In a flash, an array of weapons flickered in Summer Night's hands. Kitchen knives, explosives, handguns, grenades, yet none seemed capable of inflicting any significant damage. Ultimately, he settled on two military knives and charged at the abomination. At that moment, he found himself in a uniquely heightened state. Every detail around him etched vividly in his mind. His body moved with an uncanny precision, as if it were an extension of his will. With a mere thought, he transcended layers of space, appearing directly before the abomination, who had just emerged from beneath the helicopter. With a thunderous roar, the creature swung a fist downwards, intent on crushing Summer Night. His extraordinary focus allowed him to masterfully harness every ounce of strength within him. In a split second, Summer Night retreated. As the colossal fist struck the ground, he leaped, using the force of the blow to spring onto the abomination's shoulder. Knees bent in a half-crouch, he reversed the grip on his dual military knives and lunged forward. The fluidity of his movements was astonishing, almost beyond belief. Loathing barely had time to react. as two blades suddenly materialized within its gaze. Summer Night, gripping the hilts, twisted with ferocity and swiftly withdrew the two daggers, his form slicing through the fabric of space, vanishing upon the shoulder of Loathing. In the next heartbeat, Loathing's hands arrived as anticipated, yet grasped only emptiness. Meanwhile, Summer Night had already maneuvered to the lower back of Loathing, his twin blades dancing like the wind, muttering under his breath, striking, slashing, and hacking with relentless fervor. His target was singular, exerting every conceivable effort to breach the defenses of his adversary. If one were to listen closely, they could discern Summer Night's mutterings. "You old fool. You second old fool, who gave you the audacity to bully me?" He was undoubtedly the type who could ignite his spirit of mockery even in the face of imminent peril. His speed was astonishing, with flashes of steel illuminating the air. Even Loathing's tough hide struggled to withstand the onslaught. However, it was the two blades in Summer Night's grasp that first faltered. As the blades twisted, he looked up to find Loathing's gaze fixed upon him. Recognizing the futility of the situation, Summer Night swiftly retreated, simultaneously stowing the two blades into the disassembler. Loathing was seething with rage. Unlike the Hulk, who often lost his reason upon transformation, Loathing maintained his wits, fully aware of the affront he had suffered. Not only had he been pierced through the eyes, but there was also an attempt to sever his legs. This was absolutely intolerable. Even the Hulk had never treated him this way. Though his sight was lost, his hearing remained intact. Just as he was about to discern Summer Night's location, a gale swept in from behind. He pivoted sharply, delivering a kick that was thwarted by a pair of brawny arms, which seized his thigh with a raw, unyielding force, hurling him directly from the helicopter. Boom. The impact of the two hefty figures colliding with the ground was nothing short of thunderous. Summer Night's gaze flickered as he moved, already appearing atop the shoulder of the Hulk. While it was accurate to label them as giants, their size exceeded that of an ordinary human. Yet it was not to the extent of being able to ride upon their shoulders. Summer Night balanced precariously on one foot atop the Hulk's shoulder, while two pistols materialized in his hands. The barrels were leveled at Loathing's forehead. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of the chaos, the disassembler decided to make its presence known. Summer Night had no time to spare. As the last of the bullets left his guns, he prepared to switch arms. Loathing, infuriated by the dual assault from Summer Night and the Hulk, bellowed in rage. Observing this, Summer Night felt a surge of delight. "You didn't brush your teeth this morning." He produced an object and forcefully stuffed it into Loathing's mouth, declaring, "A gift for you, fresh breath." As the words fell, the Hulk quickly retreated, while the abomination was oblivious to the grotesque entity in his mouth. At that moment, Summer Night tumbled off the Hulk's back and promptly pressed the detonator in his hand. Boom. The abomination's head ignited into a massive fireball. This was indeed a bomb, one that Summer Night had stealthily affixed beneath the armored vehicle during their earlier encounter with the captain. Although it had not been utilized at that time, Summer Night had plenty more in his disassembly device. Time within the device had stood still, and the bomb remained intact, now perfectly timed to obliterate the abomination, transforming him into an enlarged version of the Ghost Rider. Yet, the Hulk lacked the opportunity to capitalize on the chaos. He charged furiously towards the helicopter, gripping its sides with bulging muscles, and tore it asunder. He hurled the fuel tank away with great force. As the helicopter disintegrated, its remnants scattered across the ground. The crowd scrambled to their feet, only to turn pale as they pointed behind Summer Night, exclaiming, "Watch out." Without their warning, Summer Night's heightened awareness had already been frantically alerting him since his arrival in this world. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, evading the onslaught of rusted, heavy chains that swept past him. At the end of the chains was a concrete block, resembling a meteor hammer, which struck the Hulk directly. The colossal figure was sent flying, but, astonishingly, he brushed himself off, stood upright, and bellowed furiously as he charged towards the abomination. Summer Night swiftly vanished from midair, landing directly at the feet of the abomination. He placed the bomb against the creature's calf, and as the Hulk approached, preparing to confront his opponent, Summer Night pressed the button. Boom. Another resounding explosion, yet this time the damage was significantly diminished. The abomination's skin could very well be described as impervious to blades and bullets. However, Summer Night had no intention of severing his leg. He merely sought to bring him down. Chapter 74. A bountiful harvest. The moment the impact struck the abomination's lower body, he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. The Hulk, perplexed, wondered how such a formidable opponent had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Upon looking down, his anger intensified. In such a serious situation, how dare one lie on the ground as if asleep? With a furious roar, he leapt into action, channeling all his strength into his elbow, which he forcefully drove into the abomination's chest. It certainly hurt. Summer Night winced at the sight. He stood there, watching as the Hulk, fists clenched like hammers, rained down blows upon the abomination. Even the abomination could not withstand the Hulk's frenzied might, and in that moment, he was mercilessly pummeled into unconsciousness. On a summer night, initially filled with excitement, an unexpected turn of events transpired as a figure suddenly materialized beside the unconscious abomination, pressing upon him, and in an instant, he was no more. The Hulk, bewildered, struck the air with his fists, glancing around in confusion, utterly perplexed by the sudden disappearance of his intended target. Meanwhile, Summer Knight, having captured Abomination, found himself equally bewildered, questioning the purpose of his actions. In this moment of mutual confusion, their eyes met, and without warning, the Hulk let out a furious roar, raising his hand to strike. Startled, Summer Knight vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the Hulk. A sudden thought struck him. Having successfully captured the unconscious abomination, could he also capture the Hulk while he was awake? As this notion took root, he found it impossible to resist. Just then, the Hulk turned around, and with a swift motion, Summer Knight stepped behind him, inexplicably grasping the waistband of his pants. Capture. The Hulk, furious and searching for Summer Knight, suddenly felt a chill in his nether regions. Confused, he looked down, only to find himself in a most unexpected state. His pants had vanished. Summer Knight, equally perplexed, gazed at the Hulk, questioning where his pants had gone. Onlookers, who had initially been thrilled to witness the defeat of Abomination, were now anxious as they watched the Hulk prepare to unleash his fury upon Summer Knight. Although they remained uncertain of Summer Knight's identity, it was evident he was not an enemy. Before their concerns could escalate, the Hulk's pants had inexplicably disappeared. Truth be told, none had ever envisioned a scene where the Hulk was devoid of his pants. After all, regardless of how many times he transformed, his pants had always remained intact, akin to an integral part of his being. Summer Knight shared this belief, as the Hulk's pants were, in the minds of the audience, akin to a legendary artifact. Yet, now they were gone. Chaos ensued among the onlookers, while the Hulk's expression shifted from confusion to contemplation as he glanced at Summer Knight, then at the gathered crowd, until a woman shouted, "Stop staring." Unable to contain himself any longer, the Hulk let out a roar and, with a powerful leap, ascended to the rooftop of a dilapidated building. He cast a lingering glance, filled with nostalgia, determination, and a mix of rage and embarrassment, before he thundered away into the New York skyline, leaving the scene in disarray. As if awakening from a dream, Summer Knight retrieved the Hulk's pants from the disintegration machine. "Hey, do you no longer want your pants?" But the figure had already fled, leaving no response. Casting a glance back at the approaching crowd, Summer Knight then plunged into the shadows, still clutching the Hulk's pants. On a summer night, returning home felt inexplicably surreal. To summarize the events of the evening, I dined with Li Xiaomi and encountered Abomination performing an act of street art. Driven by fury, I found myself embroiled in a battle between the Hulk and Abomination. The outcome of the skirmish could be deemed a victory, albeit one that would have been far more challenging without the Hulk's assistance. However, escaping the fray was not an insurmountable task, regardless of the peculiarities that transpired. I now seem to have acquired Abomination. Currently, he resides within the confines of the disassembly machine. Alongside this, I also obtained a pair of the Hulk's trousers. Such a remarkable acquisition, wouldn't you agree? Why on earth would the Hulk's pants be collected? My intention was to capture the Hulk himself. Surely, the trousers are not an integral part of his being. Summer Knight felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, caught between laughter and tears. I extracted Li Xiaomi from the disassembly machine. She was still unconscious, which was perhaps fortuitous. It spared me the trouble of explanations for the moment, though I knew she would undoubtedly inquire about it tomorrow. What excuse should I concoct? After all, I had demonstrated my formidable strength by shattering a wall with a kick and carried her, a living person, while being pursued by Abomination without so much as a change in my expression. It would be quite natural for her to connect my presence with the appearance of the instructor, especially considering the outfit I had intended to take. Yes, I must devise a convincing rationale. For now, Summer Knight resolved to disassemble an item. Though it may sound absurd, the object in question was indeed the Hulk's trousers. The disassembly machine had already provided a prompt upon my acquisition of this item. At that moment, the environment and my mindset were not conducive to the act of disassembly. Upon deciding to proceed, I took a seat at the edge of my bed, gazing at Abomination within the machine's confines. What was I thinking at that moment to have chosen to capture this creature? What was my ultimate goal in doing so? I scratched my head, pondering, would I truly have to declare, "It's settled, Abomination," after engaging in future battles? Even the mere thought was tinged with embarrassment. Yet, inexplicably, it felt exhilarating. This being, possessing a complete rationality, his own ambitions, and immense power, would likely not relish the idea of becoming my pet, would he? Perhaps the first step should be to physically dismantle his reason? While he lay unconscious, should I wield a hefty hammer and strike him repeatedly? Lost in these thoughts, The disassembly machine emitted a prolonged beep, signaling the completion of the disassembly of the Hulk's trousers. Chapter 75. A note: the disassembly of the Hulk's trousers was complete. Yet Summer Knight's emotions were a tangled web of anticipation and absurdity. Announcement: the disassembly of the equipment was successful. A radiant green battle soul and 2 colorless crystals were obtained, alongside an experience point for the disassembly machine, which is now at full capacity and ready for an upgrade. During the upgrading process, the disassembly function will be disabled, though the extraction function remains operational. As the disassembly machine undergoes its upgrade, the equipment disassembly is complete. Shall I proceed with immediate extraction? Sighing, Summer Knight continued to wrestle with his complex emotions, reflecting on the 2 colorless crystals and the singular battle soul that appeared somewhat different. Clearly, the rewards were abundant. However, upon glimpsing the name of this battle soul, he felt a sudden reluctance to claim it. Moreover, why did the green giant's trousers yield 2 colorless crystals? What sort of nonsensical logic was this? Was it truly a divine artifact? This outcome left Summer Knight perplexed. Yet, what troubled him most was the upgrade notification for the disassembly machine. Must it upgrade once more? The last upgrade took a grueling 5 months. How long would this one require? 5 years. With a resigned sigh, Summer Knight extracted the items. He promptly consumed the 2 colorless crystals, feeling the vibrant energy within him swell. Then, he gazed at the dazzling green battle soul in his hand, lost in thought. This soul bore a striking resemblance to Schmidt's blood-red battle soul. Amidst the haze, a pair of green eyes flickered in and out of view, with all the verdant light emanating from them. Well, it would not turn green anyway. This assertion was not without merit. After all, consuming the blood-red battle soul had not turned him red, had it? With a sharp crack, the battle soul shattered, and in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through every nerve of Summer Knight. What on earth is this? Pain. An intense agony coursed through every fiber of his being, as if a ferocious beast were attempting to invade his body. Summer Knight clenched his teeth, bracing against the terrifying torment. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 10 brief seconds, yet it felt as if he had traversed a decade. When the last vestige of power was finally absorbed by his muscles, Summer Knight exhaled deeply. Clenching his fist, the muscles in his arms surged instantly, straining against his clothing. In his still dim perception, he sensed that his strength had increased by at least 20%. Was it true that each dazzling battle soul transformed differently for each individual? Summer Knight mused, finding this notion aligned with the logic of the disassembly machine. The same weapon, wielded by different hands, yielded different results upon disassembly. The green giant's battle soul, though painful to assimilate, bestowed upon Summer Knight a terrifying augmentation of power, filling him with elation. An uncontrollable thought began to take root in his mind. Should he capture the green giant and incessantly strip him of his trousers? In the next moment, Xiaojia hastily shook her head. The thought was too frightening. Furthermore, the decomposer had been upgraded, and this alluring idea had to be set aside for the time being. Xiaojia exhaled softly, rising to approach the window. Given the events of this evening, it was likely to attract the attention of certain individuals, was it not? Her fingers lightly tapped the windowsill. What would transpire next? Yet, nothing followed. Days slipped away in the blink of an eye, and Li Xiaomi, a university student, welcomed the start of the new semester. Early in the morning, the girl energetically packed her belongings and waved goodbye to Xiaojia. I'm off. This girl was so carefree, showing little curiosity about the previous night's occurrences, behaving as if nothing had happened. Xiaojia smiled as she saw her off, watching her board a taxi that gradually disappeared from view. Turning back, she glanced at the house behind her and blinked. Am I now free to indulge in my whims? Hello. A woman's voice suddenly emerged from behind. Xiaojia turned abruptly to find a blonde beauty gazing at her with an uncertain demeanor. Who are you? Xiaojia asked, unsure, as she did not recall this person from her memory. I am seeking assistance, the woman declared. Xiaojia examined the facade of the house and, puzzled, responded. Assistance? I believe you should head to a detective agency or report it to the police. No, they cannot help me. The woman looked at Xiaojia with urgency. Only you can assist me. Regardless of how you acquired such a delusion, you are mistaken. Goodbye. Xiaojia concluded, intending to enter the house. Please look at this. The blonde beauty's voice caused Xiaojia to furrow her brow. Turning back, she noted the woman's tenacious and fervent gaze. Catching sight of the paper in the woman's hand, Xiaojia resignedly said, very well. She extended her hand to take the note, and upon opening it, her expression subtly shifted. Looking up, her eyes narrowed slightly. Who gave you this note? May I come in for a moment? The woman asked. In the living room. Xiaojia poured her a glass of water, fiddling with the piece of paper. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. Let us begin with introductions. I am not yet aware of your identity. My name is Pepper Potts. The woman quickly retrieved a business card from her handbag and handed it to Xiaojie. In truth, even without the embossed logo of Stark Industries on the card, Xiaojie recognized the woman's identity upon hearing the name. Little Pepper, Tony Stark's personal assistant and secretary. Xiaojie blinked and smiled. Pleased to meet you. Given that you have come to find me, you must be aware of my identity, correct? I'm afraid I do not know. The response from Little Chili caused Xiaojie to pause momentarily, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Was it a charcoal-headed individual who provided you with this note? I apologize, but I am unaware of such a matter. After speaking, she seemed to realize the incredibility of her words, instinctively lowering her gaze. Xiaojie was somewhat surprised, not entirely disbelieving, but rather puzzled. Surely, someone of your stature would not be swayed by a mere slip of paper without verifying the facts? In truth, my knowledge of this situation is rather limited. Little Chili raised her eyes to meet Xiaojie's gaze once more. 2 days ago, my personal computer was compromised by a hacker. All my invaluable data had no browsing history. The intruder merely left a letter outlining the difficulties I currently face, while also indicating that I should seek you for assistance. Chapter 76. World Peace. The straightforward hacking incident, in itself, was hardly sufficient to convince Little Chili. After all, the methods employed by the intruder were far from honorable. However, in her desperation, she found herself grasping at straws, truly at a loss for options. Considering that only an extraordinary individual could breach her personal computer, her curiosity was piqued. The following day, the hacker sent a standard email, leaving behind a note in Little Chili's inbox. The email contained Xiaojie's address and stated that if Xiaojie were unwilling to comply, she could simply hand over the note to him. Little Chili had investigated this email, but found no fruitful leads. She then looked into Xiaojie's background, but due to his status as a complete ghost, she could not even trace any information from half a month prior. Ultimately, she resolved to take a risk, leading to her visit today. After hearing Little Chili's account, Xiaojie gently massaged his temples. Now, do tell me about your current predicament. You must have heard of the Stark Group, Little Chili said, gazing at Xiaojie. Xiaojie nodded, replying, Indeed, I possess a far deeper understanding of it than you might presume. Little Chili, oblivious to the nuances in Xiaojie's tone, continued, Well, the truth is, Mr. Tony Stark has gone missing. Xiaojie blinked in surprise. This was news to him. Recently, his attention had not been directed towards the Stark Group. He had been preoccupied with tidying up Randolph's affairs or playing games with Abomination, leaving little time to concern himself with the romantic escapades of an old friend's son. When did this occur? He inquired. 1 week ago, Little Chili replied. At that time, Mr. Stark was in Afghanistan for a business deal when an unfortunate incident transpired. Their convoy was attacked. Oh, I brought the relevant documents. She retrieved a folder from her handbag and handed it to Xiaojie. On a summer night, Xiaojie reached out but did not look. Even though Tony Stark was missing, surely many were searching for him. Why would you find me? You cannot. Pepper's tone momentarily grew agitated, yet she swiftly calmed her emotions. She exhaled softly and said, They cannot find him, and the environment there is exceedingly complicated. They cannot even ascertain who exactly took him. Xiaojie remained silent, the atmosphere becoming slightly somber. After a while, Pepper suddenly sighed. I apologize, I was too emotional. Perhaps I have merely been deceived, or it could have been a cruel jest. I am sorry for disturbing you. I can promise you this. Just as Pepper was about to rise, Xiaojie spoke, But you must agree to certain terms. We need to establish an agreement, otherwise. Consider today as if you had never come. Of course, I will do whatever you require. Pepper quickly turned around. Xiaojie smiled. The first condition, regardless of the outcome. Our transaction must remain between us, aside from that damned hacker who emerged from who knows where. No one must know you sought me today. Afterward, you cannot disclose it to anyone, including Tony Stark. Why? You do not have the right to ask why. You may only agree or refuse, Xiaojie stated. I agree. Excellent, Xiaojie replied with a grin. Then prepare me a plane ticket. By the way, at present, I am an undocumented individual. You must assist me in resolving my identity issue. Of course. Pepper readily consented, seemingly prepared for this. 5 minutes later, she took her leave. Xiaojie stood at the second-floor window, watching her retreating figure, and sighed lightly, glancing at the note in his hand, which read World Peace. Peace indeed. Xiaojie gazed at the note, his lips twitching once more. Yet soon, helplessness morphed into melancholy. He had been in this so-called world 70 years hence, for half a month. Li Xiaomi had once mentioned that she would start school in half a month. Since arriving in this era, there were matters he had pondered and others he dared not contemplate. He could not bear to envision Agent Carter in her frail state. Thinking of her brought an inexplicable heartache that he shunned. He hesitated to seek out Colonel Philip's gravestone, fearing he might lose control of his emotions. That stubborn old man. Without children or family, how would he face this world after fading into oblivion in their eyes? with a smile. Those who love to laugh are not heartless. They simply do not wish to reveal their bloodied wounds to anyone. That would be too painful. On a summer night, he found himself devoid of even a single individual to reveal his presence. To seek Agent Carter? The overwhelming encirclement of S-H-I-E-L-D aside. How could he ascertain her whereabouts? 70 years of change had rendered the past unrecognizable. Even a reunion would hold little significance. It might be better for them to presume he had perished. After all, this nation had never acknowledged his existence, nor had he ever accepted that he belonged to it. Given this, what purpose would further entanglement serve? Their shared anguish had long been dulled over 70 years, to the extent that Howard's ashes had already been interred. What business did a man who should have been dead for 70 years have intruding into their lives? Yet, despite the unthinkable nature of these thoughts, they persisted. Thus, cloaked in black, he referred to himself as their instructor. This was, after all, to alleviate some troubles while dealing with Randolph. However, if certain individuals still remained, perhaps, and now this piece of paper had manifested. He sighed softly, glancing at the note in his hand before sinking back onto the sofa. But why must such rigorous trials be endured? Surely, for any of you, a mere word would suffice to gain Pepper's trust, wouldn't it? Is it uncertainty that lingers? Or is there another possibility at play? A flicker of flame ignited in his hand, reducing the note to ashes. Tony's disappearance could not be overlooked, both emotionally and rationally. After all, he was Howard's son. If that were the case, then a visit was indeed warranted. After all, I am very much looking forward to the birth of Iron Man. With that, he turned and descended the stairs, for before his departure, there were still other matters to attend to. Chapter 77. The summer night was captured desert. Blazing sun, howling winds. He trudged through the desert, each step sinking deeper into the endless sea of yellow sand, evoking profound fear and despair. At that moment, Summer Night was not particularly despondent, but he was exceedingly enraged. All day he hunted the wild geese, only to be blinded by one of them. Muttering under his breath, he realized something was amiss. That's the spirit of an 80-year-old mother. Ah, indeed, the sun's heat was melting away my reason and intellect, stifling my cleverness. He casually retrieved a bag of water from his decomposer and poured it over his head. However, the refreshing sensation quickly dissipated under the sun's oppressive glare. Coward. Summer Night spat, then took out another bag of water and drank heartily. His reckless abandon stemmed from the ample resources of his decomposer, which allowed for such extravagance. Before embarking on this journey, he was well aware of his destination and had thus prepared in advance. His decomposer housed a substantial supply of drinking water, more than sufficient for his indulgence. However, he had not originally anticipated a trek through the desert. In truth, he once possessed a vehicle, yet just a day prior. It met its demise amidst the desert sands. That wretched scoundrel, may I never lay eyes upon you again. Otherwise, I shall surely deliver your end. Summer Night seethed at the memory of the individual who had sold him that car. He had been in this country for 2 months, during which he had been relentlessly investigating an armed organization known as the Ten Rings. This name, of course, was inspired by cinematic lore. Such was the advantage bestowed upon Summer Night. Yet, the challenge lay in the fact that mere knowledge of a name proved futile. The film did not divulge where Tony was concealed by these ruffians. The vastness of the Gobi and the desert stretched endlessly before him. Shrouded in despair, where could he possibly search for a soul amidst such desolation? Thus, upon his arrival, Summer Night plunged headfirst into the shadows of the underworld. It was a nation rife with chaos, armed factions lurking in every corner, which, in a peculiar manner, facilitated his endeavors. However, the Ten Rings remained exceedingly secretive, with scant knowledge of their existence. After 2 arduous months, a recollection dawned upon Summer Night. Aside from the Ten Rings, these individuals were also referred to as freedom fighters. Following this lead, he finally unearthed a clue that confirmed their whereabouts. Time was of the essence, and he remained oblivious to any unforeseen circumstances that might befall Tony. Having hastily purchased a vehicle without a thorough inspection, he arrived in a frenzy, only to be deceived. The car had become utterly inoperable a day prior, reduced to a mere hunk of scrap metal upon the desert floor. Thus, Summer Night was compelled to commence his journey on foot through the arid expanse. Had he not been adequately prepared, he would surely have met with dire consequences. With a heavy sigh, he mused, Summer Night, you must remember this. Even when engaging a mere rabbit, a lion employs its full strength. Any endeavor approached with negligence could cost you everything. After indulging in this self-reflection, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He retrieved his compass to ascertain his direction and was poised to continue his trek when, suddenly, the sound of an automobile engine pierced the air. Turning to investigate, he found his view obstructed by a sand dune. After ascending a few more paces to stand atop a dune, he beheld a convoy advancing through the desert. With remarkable acuity, Summer Night discerned that most of these individuals bore arms. Their attire marked them as anything but ordinary, and noting their direction of travel, he felt an impulse surge within him. In the next moment, Summer Night extended his arms and began to shout fervently. 5 minutes later, he found himself encircled by 5 vehicles. The occupants showed no intention of disembarking. Rather, they circled him, stirring a cloud of dust. Summer Night's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from reacting with hostility, instead raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. The convoy gradually came to a halt, and a group of menacing figures emerged, weapons in hand. One of them addressed Summer Night directly. On a summer night, he blinked and let out a deep sigh. This was precisely why he had been unable to uncover the truth about the Ten Rings gang for 2 whole months. It was utterly perplexing that in a world where even the purple sweet potato spirit spoke English, he found himself unable to comprehend a single word spoken by the locals. With such a language barrier, he could only encounter one obstacle after another. "Do you speak English?" he inquired. No sooner had he spoken than someone stepped forward from behind him, striking him on the back of the head with the butt of a gun, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness. This was, of course, feigned. Given the force of the blow, even with the added impact of the gun, it was improbable that it would render him truly unconscious. However, observing their direction of movement, he surmised that their destination might be the same as his own. If this assumption held true, he could potentially infiltrate their ranks and locate Tony, significantly enhancing his safety. Naturally, this was a gamble. As he lay on the ground, he secretly employed the Eye of Horus to observe them. Should he detect any inclination from these individuals to approach and fire additional shots, he would immediately retaliate. He estimated that he could handle the 2 or 3 dozen of them. After all, he had once boldly intruded into a battle between the Hulk and the formidable Bald Strong. Indeed, Bald Strong was a new moniker he had bestowed upon his adversary, the Abomination. Fortunately, no one approached to fire additional shots. Instead, 2 men seized his legs and dragged him into a vehicle. Approximately half an hour later, when he was finally pulled from the car, the Eye of Horus had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings. An awning had been erected at the outermost perimeter, beneath which lay crates filled with weaponry. A passage led forward to a cave. To his dismay, he realized that throughout this ordeal, he had not been treated as a person at all. The 2 men pulling his legs handled him as if he were merely an object, dragging him unceremoniously into the cave. The rough journey nearly caused him to cough up blood. They continued dragging him to the innermost depths of the cave, where they opened a door and unceremoniously tossed him inside. They exchanged rapid, unintelligible words with the individuals within, who responded in kind. With a resounding clang, the door shut, and 2 people hastily approached, lifting him and placing him onto a bed. "Is he all right?" one inquired. "He should merely be unconscious," came the reply. Those individuals asked him to assist us. Could this be a trap? Chapter 78. First encounter with Tony. After a moment of silence, the person opposite replied, "I believe they would not resort to such measures. There are cameras here. They have no need to arrange for someone to surveil us in this manner. If they truly harbored any doubts, there would be no need for such convoluted measures." "Indeed, you are correct." After a brief exchange, the 2 individuals returned to their respective tasks. Xia Jie reclined on the bed, discreetly observing the pair through the Eye of Horus. It was nearly certain that one of them was Tony Stark. She had previously seen him on television, and he bore a striking resemblance to his father. However, it was the radiant glow of the arc reactor on his chest that ultimately confirmed his identity. As for the other individual, if this was indeed the cavern where Iron Man's first armor was crafted, then he must be Ethan, the one who sacrificed himself to ensure Tony could don the suit. The 2 were currently engrossed in their work, hammering away at something by the hearth, likely the very first suit of powered armor. There was no doubt about it. Yawning, Xia Jie opened her eyes and sat up. The 2 were so absorbed in their endeavors that they remained oblivious to her waking. Feeling somewhat helpless, she cleared her throat. Only then did they pause their work and turn to face her. After a moment of mutual glance, Tony exchanged a knowing look with Ethan, who then approached Xia Jie. "How do you feel?" Ethan inquired, his tone revealing a sense of relief. Tony, however, remained preoccupied with his tasks, seemingly indifferent to the situation at hand. "I feel quite well, as if I have transcended," Xia Jie replied. Ethan was momentarily at a loss for words, puzzled by her assertion of transcendence. After a prolonged silence, he found himself struggling for a response, his thoughts having elevated beyond comprehension. "What are you both working on? And where exactly are we?" "In truth, I came here seeking someone, but I have been unable to locate them. I have searched for quite some time, and, while lost in the desert, I encountered a group of people. Yet, as I sought assistance, I seem to have been rendered unconscious." With a sigh, Xia Jie lamented, "The people of this country are remarkably unfriendly. I merely wished for a ride." "A ride with them?" Tony turned to Xia Jie, a faint smirk playing upon his lips. You are quite brave. Thank you. Xia Jie replied with a smile. You truly are a good person. I seldom receive such compliments. Ethan, once again speechless, noted the evident sarcasm in Tony's tone. Was this man truly all right? What are you both doing? By the way, you haven't yet explained where we are. Where did those individuals go? I still need to find someone. On a summer night, Xia Jie surveyed his surroundings and descended to the ground, feeling an unsettling premonition. The environment was distressing, especially for someone of his esteemed social standing. Regardless of one's past status, Tony approached Xia Jie and stated, the reality you now face is akin to ours. You have been kidnapped. Are you the kidnappers? Xia Jie exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Let me be honest. I have no money. Just moments ago, he had claimed to be part of high society. Ethan, astonished, remarked, a pauper from the upper class. Is that not possible? Xia Jie retorted with conviction, leaving Ethan momentarily speechless. Regardless, Tony interjected, suddenly scrutinizing Xia Jie. Why do you seem somewhat familiar? Have you dreamed of me? Please. For the love of all that is good, tell me it is not so. Dreaming of a scruffy man is quite terrifying. Xia Jie replied. I have encountered many beautiful women in my dreams, yet you were not among them. Tony shook his head. There is no time to squander here. Should you wish to survive, I hope you can make the right choice. What choice? Xia Jie glanced at their workstation. What exactly are you working on? By the way, what is that ornament on your chest? It's rather exquisite. Where did you purchase it? Tony, disinterested, turned away to resume his work, leaving Xia Jie puzzled and looking at Ethan. Why is he ignoring me? Does he have a communication barrier? I think he simply finds you bothersome, Ethan replied. Before returning to his tasks, Xia Jie, with hands clasped behind his back, roamed about, occasionally glancing at Tony, a faint smile betraying an odd sense of nostalgia, as if he were an elder observing a younger relative. How much Howard's son has grown. This sentiment, expressed by another, would not have resonated as deeply for Xia Jie. It truly felt like the blink of an eye. Just 2.5 months prior, he had been in a meeting with Howard. The fickleness of fortune struck him as he mused. Yet, Tony's remark about familiarity lingered in his mind. Upon reflection, he recalled the camaraderie he had shared with Howard, often indulging in meals and drinks together. Had they taken any photographs? He scratched his head, struggling to remember. Therefore, he could not dismiss the possibility that he might indeed be recognized, especially in the dim light of the room. This individual might not identify him at all. In truth, Xia Jie felt quite ambivalent about what to do next. Should he escape with his old friend's son and his companions, demonstrating their prowess and defeating the rabble outside? Or should he await the completion of Iron Man's first suit, witnessing the birth of the legendary hero? Ultimately, the latter seemed far more intriguing. Xia Jie rubbed his nose thoughtfully before settling onto the bed, sitting cross-legged. The two laborers, drenched in sweat, occasionally glanced back, nearly gasping for breath. They toiled fervently. While Xia Jie remained as composed as an emperor, Ethan inhaled deeply and addressed Xia Jie. Do you not comprehend your predicament? I understand, Xia Jie nodded. Then what is it that you are doing? As he spoke, he instinctively surveyed the surroundings and whispered, if we wish to depart from here, this suit of armor is our sole reliance. Enlightenment dawned upon Xia Jie, who then remarked, so our objective is to escape from this place. He hesitated, adding, but can you truly escape with that heap of scrap metal? Chapter 79. Evening leisure activities. Ethan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Who are these people? So, you believe you can escape just by sitting here? You fail to grasp the concept, Xia Jie replied. Have you heard of deities? They were once mere mortals, just like me, who sat and transformed into divine beings. Once I ascend to divinity, I shall lead you out. Who would dare obstruct us? How long must you sit to become a deity? Xia Jie pondered for a moment. Perhaps 1,000 or 800 years. Holy hell. Ethan couldn't suppress an expletive. Ha. Laughter erupted from Tony's direction. His idea isn't bad. Once we're all dead, there will be no need to escape. That works too, Xia Jie replied. Ethan realized that continuing to waste time with Xia Jie was a sign of his own folly. He turned away and resumed his work with Tony. Xia Jie chuckled, finding the situation amusing. He crossed his arms and stood aside, observing the duo with a look of disdain. Neither of them wished to engage with him, unaware of his true nature. However, his current demeanor undoubtedly resembled that of a madman. As night fell, Xia Jie, having idled away the entire day, began to feel a twinge of boredom. Was it not utterly dreary to wait idly for Tony to finish the armor? Thus, Xia Jie resolved to seek some form of entertainment. After all, this wretched place was uncomfortable to dwell in and unpleasant to eat in. If he did not create some amusement for himself, he believed it would be arduous to endure until Tony completed the armor. Under the cloak of night, Xia Jie was uncertain of the precise time. Through the eye of Horus, he observed that the outside group had all retired for the night. leaving only two individuals monitoring the screens, nodding frequently. Tony and Ethan were deep in slumber, their minds preoccupied with thoughts that should have kept them awake. Yet, even if they forced themselves, they required ample rest to sustain the vigor needed for the next day's endeavors, propelled by the powerful drive of survival. On a summer night, Xiaojie stealthily rose from his bed and approached the door. The entrance was locked, but for him, unlocking it from the inside posed little challenge. After all, no matter how formidable, it could be breached with a mere kick. However, should his actions become widely known, Xiaojie's plans would be thwarted. Thus, he resolved to take a risk. He would harness his abilities to see if he could pass through the door. To be candid, he held no certainty about this endeavor. That evening, the Hulk had engaged in a fierce battle with Bald Chong on the streets, and while he had managed to control his ability to traverse at will, his subsequent experiments proved to be inconsistent. Ultimately, it hinged upon a delicate state of mind. Only when he entered a peculiar mental state could he wield this power with precision. Otherwise, it lay dormant like a still pond. Gently massaging his face, Xiaojie exhaled deeply, centering himself. In an instant, his body shifted, and he found himself outside the door. Turning back to glance at it, a smile broke across his face. The inconsistency of his powers was one concern, but he also feared he might fail to penetrate the door. If the latter were true, it would be utterly absurd. By day, he had calmly expressed his aspirations of cultivating immortality, yet by night, he would be reduced to recklessly ramming his head against the door. How would Tony and Ethan perceive him? He had no intention of losing face. After all, he was of the same generation as Howard. If Tony were to mock him, would he even survive the humiliation? Although he had donned the guise of a lunatic, could that be universally applied? Just as he was about to set off, he paused, placing a hand on his chest. In the next moment, a sleek black trench coat enveloped him. He had never considered that the decomposition space could be utilized in such a manner. With a single click, his attire transformed. How convenient. Should he be discovered, he would not be caught off guard. Xiaojie felt a swell of pride, though he was uncertain of what exactly he was proud of. Beneath his wide-brimmed hat, he donned a mask and sauntered into the encampment of the freedom fighters. His objective was clear: to acquire the weapons wielded by these fighters. However, to achieve this goal, he first needed to locate the corresponding weapons. Otherwise, when these fellows awoke the next morning to find their arms missing, they would undoubtedly suspect foul play. Before Tony completed the armor, Xiaojie wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Therefore, he resolved to venture to the awnings outside, gather some new weapons, and then return to exchange them. Yet, just as he rounded the corner, he encountered an individual standing against the wall, his head resting upon it. Entirely dependent on his forehead for support, he was asleep. A puddle of water on the ground and his unlifted trousers indicated that this fellow had just relieved himself in the cave. On a summer night, Xiaojie felt an overwhelming disdain for the lack of civic responsibility displayed by others. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He smiled broadly and patted a person on the shoulder. In an instant, that individual vanished. Xiaojie blinked in surprise. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? Why not simply gather them all? As he pondered this, he stealthily approached the resting place of the freedom fighters instead of leaving the cave. He reached out and tapped one person, who then disappeared, followed by another, and yet another. After vanishing 4 or 5 individuals in succession, Xiaojie began to find the exercise monotonous. Was he truly going to embark on a path leading to a plethora of burdensome consequences? He contemplated that it was impractical. After all, even if the disassembler could accommodate a vast number of individuals, it would eventually run out of space if he continued this way. However, glancing at those trapped within the confines of his disassembler, a faint smile crept across his lips. Well, it isn't entirely futile. You shall serve as my scapegoats. After wandering around the camp, he found the hall of weapons was less than he had anticipated, and some individuals were notably alert, making the task challenging. Nevertheless, he managed to acquire around 50 or 60 submachine guns and rifles, along with a considerable assortment of bayonets, grenades, and explosives. Satisfied with his collection, Xiaojie sauntered back to rest. The following day, the entire freedom fighters camp erupted into chaos. The cacophony of shouts outside was deafening, even causing discomfort to Xiaojie and his companions confined within. What had transpired? Tony looked around in confusion, pondering if perhaps they had chosen the wrong target during a moment of passion. Xiaojie jokingly speculated. Chapter 80. The faux brute. The tumult outside did not infringe upon their situation, as the door remained locked and there were no signs of them attempting to escape. Even those who had dozed off while monitoring the surveillance footage could not possibly be suspected of any wrongdoing. After all, if they had the ability to escape, why would they merely take away the weapons? That was illogical. Moreover, even if the firearms had been stolen, there was nowhere to conceal them, as nothing could escape the watchful eye of the cameras, except, of course, during the monitor's slumbers. In this scenario, Those few individuals collected by Xiaojie became the scapegoats. Ethan intermittently overheard discussions outside about pursuing the culprits and what measures to take. Sharing this with Tony left him utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Xiaojie secretly reveled in the irony, contemplating that these individuals would certainly acquire new weapons today, and then he could venture out for another collection. Yet, the question lingered. Would these weapons hold any value for disassembly? Currently, the decomposition machine is undergoing an upgrade, and this matter cannot be verified in the short term. This upgrade has indeed proven to be time-consuming, as the machine has not been scheduled to go online for a full 2 months. Time continues to pass day by day. It is noteworthy that Summer Knight initially intended to remain idle. Although Tony and Ethan found this frustrating, they were indifferent. However, the group of freedom fighters was far less tolerant. Their purpose in capturing Summer Knight was straightforward: to enlist his assistance in their endeavors. Consequently, when Summer Knight arrived, behaving as if he were a sovereign, the freedom fighters perceived him as being even more liberated than themselves, an intolerable situation. Was there no sense of awareness as a captive? They promptly rushed in to seize Summer Knight, employing threats and intimidation. Though he did not fully comprehend their words, he grasped the general sentiment. This prompted him to temper his demeanor and assist Tony and Ethan with minor tasks. Moreover, for the past few nights, Summer Knight had taken to stealthily roaming about. In the initial days, the freedom fighters were convinced that there was a traitor among them, especially since Summer Knight would return with a few of their weapons each time he ventured out. However, after merely 3 days, they could no longer be deceived by the notion of a rogue insider. Though they did not suspect Summer Knight, they entertained an even more absurd theory. They believed the camp was haunted. After all, there was no rational explanation for why firearms would mysteriously vanish each night after they had fallen asleep. Why did members continually go missing? And why did those who disappeared leave no trace? The vehicles outside remained, and not a single footprint could be found. If it were not for some ghostly presence, what else could it be? Fear gripped their hearts, and they dared not sleep at night, becoming increasingly oblivious to Summer Knight's idleness. Many even resorted to sleeping during the day, had it not been for their leader's steadfast resolve and the execution of 2 members who attempted to flee. Their entire group might have disbanded. With the shift to daytime slumber, Summer Knight found himself at a disadvantage. Tony and Ethan toiled during the day and rested at night, making it impossible for him to venture out unnoticed. Fortunately, Summer Knight felt it was time to halt his activities. After all, the weapons temporarily assigned to them had yet to be confirmed as useful post-decomposition, and it was unnecessary to assume risks for such uncertain outcomes. Most importantly, Tony's suit of armor was nearing completion. Summer Knight was not entirely ignorant of weaponry. After all, he had once been a close friend of Howard and had studied various small devices during his time in the military, such as homemade explosives. Of course, this knowledge paled in comparison to Tony's expertise. While Summer Knight understood the overall concept of the armor being developed, he could not grasp even half of its intricate details. Howard certainly had an extraordinary son. On a summer night, one cannot help but feel an inexplicable sense of wonder, often leaving oneself at a loss for words. These scenes, after all, had been witnessed in films before. What was there to marvel at? A fleeting glance at the camera brought a smile to the face of Xiaojie. Tony and Ethan were under their watchful gaze, having crafted an entire suit of armor from nothingness. Yet, they remained oblivious to the intricacies of the unfolding events. Then came the momentous day. The armor was finally complete. They could no longer afford to linger in this cursed place, not even for a fleeting moment. Thus, as soon as the armor was ready, Tony eagerly began to don it, while Ethan busily assisted him in fastening every clasp. A bomb, of their own making, was positioned at the door. Should anyone dare to open it, the explosive would detonate. Under normal circumstances, this would afford them a measure of time, albeit a limited one. Contemplating the situation, Xiaojie decided to lend a hand and inquired, "Is there anything I can do to assist?" "Stand there and remain silent," Tony retorted. Xiaojie was momentarily speechless. Indeed, the persona he had constructed was not warmly received. Nevertheless, he grinned and declared, "I shall not." After speaking, he approached the computer. "I know there is a power device program that needs to be inputted. Shall I proceed?" Taken aback, Tony asked, "How do you know? Is there a need for further discussion?" Xiaojie replied, "Do you have ample time to spare?" "Very well, intriguing spirit," Tony mused, his gaze on Xiaojie contemplative. Ethan appeared exceedingly anxious. Once he had donned the armor under Tony's guidance, he fixated on the door, apprehensive of an unexpected intrusion. However, none came. The group outside, worn down by Xiaojie's antics, seemed to lack the mental acuity to react quickly. It wasn't until Tony had fully equipped himself that they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. But by the time they rushed to the door adorned with explosives, it was already too late. As they hastily flung open the door, a deafening explosion ensued. revealing a metallic monstrosity standing before them. Before their minds could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, Tony had already opened fire. His demeanor was far from that of a frivolous playboy. He was decisive and lethal. The array of weapons and ammunition mounted on the armor was unleashed without restraint, and in the blink of an eye, those who dared to stand before him were no more. "Let us move," Tony exclaimed, brimming with confidence as he led the way. Ethan followed closely, his nerves palpable, while Xiaoji trailed behind, hands casually tucked in his pockets. In light of the current circumstances, his heart remained remarkably untroubled, even tinged with a hint of reluctance. Under Tony's leadership, the trio made their way out of the enemy camp, encountering little in the way of effective resistance. Once outside, Tony appeared bewildered. "Why do I feel as though I have come across a band of imposters? It's quite normal for a teenager to feel mentally fatigued," remarked Summer Knight casually. "Is that so?" Tony suddenly turned his weapon towards Summer Knight. "But feigning ignorance must also be quite taxing, wouldn't you agree? You intriguing celestial being?" Chapter 81. Uncle Pitfall. "Tony, what's wrong?" Ethan asked, his face a picture of confusion, utterly at a loss. Just as they were on the verge of escape, what prompted the sudden turn of the gun inward? Summer Knight grinned. "Indeed, what has gotten into you? Have you gone mad on your way out?" "It is not I who has lost my wits. In fact, upon seeing you, I find it is the world that has gone mad." Tony's incredulous tone echoed. "Why does a man who has been dead for nearly 70 years suddenly appear before me?" Ethan felt a chill creep down his spine at this revelation, instinctively stepping back from Summer Knight. Meanwhile, Summer Knight gazed towards the cave entrance. The bandits within had mostly perished, yet guards still remained outside. "Now does not seem the time for such discussions, although I am uncertain of your misunderstandings. However, how about we converse in detail once we have departed from this place?" Summer Knight smiled gently. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Tony regarded Summer Knight with keen intensity before turning away, at which moment gunfire erupted. Summer Knight swiftly concealed himself behind Tony, pulling Ethan along with him. "Remember to be cautious," he advised. "And what about you?" Ethan shouted back. With a grin, Summer Knight responded, "Naturally, I intend to make my escape." And just as he proclaimed his intent to flee, he was off, moving with the speed of lightning, unimpeded by any obstacles. The majority of the freedom fighters had aimed their arms at Tony, leaving Summer Knight largely unnoticed. A few stray shots posed no real threat to him. Once out of sight, Summer Knight began to harness his ability to traverse space, propelling himself with utmost speed to a vantage point. This marked his first attempt to utilize this ability for travel, and he soon discovered that the maximum distance he could cover with each leap was a mere 10 meters. Limited range teleportation? Upon reaching a high ground, Summer Knight deftly retrieved a sniper rifle from his spatial disassembler, an acquisition he had requested from Pepper. He steadied the rifle, took aim, and fired. Although, logically speaking, it should not have been difficult for Tony to escape from that position. However, the true intention of this individual was to incinerate all the weapons outside. Each moment that those weapon crates, emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia, remained under the awning was an unbearable agony for Tony. Therefore, before departing from this place, he felt compelled to obliterate every last one of them. In the face of this predicament, Ethan found himself nearly immobilized, forced to conceal himself within the cave while Xia Jie relentlessly fired, eliminating those who wielded superlative weaponry ahead of time to prevent the two from perishing in this dire situation. Yet, despite Xia Jie's assistance, Tony's armor was nearly shattered amidst the hail of gunfire. It was only after Xia Jie had dispatched the last member of the freedom fighters that Tony finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Xia Jie, however, remained still. Crouched upon the sandy ground, he awaited patiently. He was not waiting for Tony. Rather, he was anticipating the moment Tony would shed his armor. While the suit was undeniably formidable, it lacked the agility of the subsequent designs Tony would create. In the heat of battle, it served as an impenetrable shield. But once the conflict subsided, traversing the desert in it posed significant challenges. Xia Jie was well aware that the armor was equipped with a rudimentary flight mechanism. Had Ethan not been present, Tony would have undoubtedly taken flight without a second thought, but with Ethan still alive, Xia Jie was convinced that Tony would not abandon him. Thus, Xia Jie had every reason to believe that Tony's most likely course of action would be to remove the armor and flee alongside Ethan. It soon became evident that Xia Jie's assumptions were accurate. 10 minutes later, he observed the two ragged figures discovering a vehicle still in working order, and they departed with it, rather shamelessly rendering the remaining vehicles inoperable. Xia Jie's expression darkened. Was this truly the rhythm of betrayal? Such greed had wrought havoc. Climbing up from the high ground, Xia Jie stowed his sniper rifle and approached the cave. The armor lay abandoned, having been rendered nearly completely inoperative. In fact, when Xia Jie attempted to place it into the disassembler, it took several attempts, as the disassembler no longer recognized the suit as a coherent entity. Speaking of which, the antagonist from the first Iron Man film had seemingly utilized this very technology to fabricate a grotesque creation and awkwardly ascend to the role of Iron Man's primary adversary. After all, he was the sole contender. Xiaojia scoffed. What did that matter to him? Even if he were to take this armor away, the villain would be left without a suit and incapable of becoming the ultimate foe. Yet this bore no relevance to Xiaojia. He had no intention of negotiating the removal of the armor. Furthermore, after securing the suit, Xiaojia casually meandered about, ensuring that all who remained alive received a bullet to the head, to prevent these individuals from emerging unexpectedly to cause trouble. Although Tony may consequently have fewer opportunities to showcase his heroism, such reasoning bears no relevance to oneself. Failing to eliminate a snake can lead to endless repercussions. The experiences from films and the lessons from novels have taught us that whenever the protagonist displays great magnanimity by treating the antagonist with disdain, that disdainful figure is bound to turn around and deliver a blow that leaves the protagonist pale and on the brink of demise. Xiaojia absolutely does not wish to become such a person. After ensuring total annihilation, he gazes into the vast expanse of yellow sand, unable to restrain himself from stomping his feet in frustration. That scoundrel Howard should have been smashed against the wall back in the day. How could he be so treacherous towards your uncle? Although you may be older than I am now, back when I was camaraderie with your father, you were not yet this insufferable wretch. However, venting his anger proves futile, and Xiaojia can only continue on foot. Fortunately, the supplies of water and food in the decomposer's space remain abundant. At the very least, there is a bald fellow and a dozen or so freedom fighters inside. Though Xiaojia remains uncertain of their usefulness, as he walks, he reflects on Tony's final words. It is evident that this fellow has recognized him. It is difficult to pinpoint when exactly this occurred. Perhaps it was during their first encounter, or possibly afterwards. Regardless, the fact that this young man could maintain his composure for such a duration indicates that he is indeed formidable. One wonders whether he intentionally spoke those words at that moment to leave me stranded in this desert. A sudden realization dawns on Xiaojia, and he grits his teeth. Had I known back then, I should have delivered a universally effective kick to Howard. Chapter 82. Small plans and great figures. Xiaojia emerges from the desert, burdened by a heavy heart, having cursed and regretted more than once along the way. Yet, such lamentations are of no avail. He lacks foresight, merely having watched a few films. Who could have anticipated that one day the seemingly loyal Tony Stark would resort to underhanded tactics as well? Upon entering the city, he finds a place to make a phone call, and leisurely seeks revenge on the individual who sold him the car before heading to the airport. The streets of New York exhibit no significant changes, nor does Pepper. Of course, there are minor alterations. At least she no longer appears as eager as when they first met. Tony has already made a call. After a brief period of recuperation, he will return tomorrow. Thank you. Pepper speaks first. In truth, even without me, he could still come back alive. Xiaojia replies with a smile. You should have more faith in him. Internally he adds, after all, this fellow is cunningly sly. Regardless, I remain grateful for your assistance. Pepper slightly bows her head. Xiaojia maintains a calm demeanor, quietly observing Pepper. The countenance of little Pepper remained remarkably serene. After a moment of silence between the two, she sighed and inquired, Do you have any further questions? Xiaojia responded with a gentle smile. No, you misunderstand. It is not I who has questions, but rather you who has something to convey to me. There was nothing of particular significance to say. Little Pepper merely retrieved a note from her handbag and handed it to Xiaojia, stating, It is simply that someone wishes for me to deliver this to you. Another plea for world peace? Xiaojia's expression twitched slightly. Certainly not, Little Pepper chuckled. In any case, I am grateful for your assistance this time. I shall adhere to our agreement, and this matter shall remain known only to you and me, with no third party aware. Do not be so certain, Xiaojia sighed. Some individuals are ultimately impossible to conceal. It merely depends on who among you is more forthright. With that, he waved his hand, and as they passed each other, Xiaojia proceeded to the roadside and entered a taxi. Little Pepper watched the taxi gradually fade into the distance, her serious expression crumbling as she exhaled nervously and murmured, Do you think he will believe it? No, he will not. A woman's voice emanated from the back seat of a black sedan. I never intended to deceive him. It is merely my current predicament that leaves me with no alternatives. Do you know? The world has bestowed upon me a grand surprise, and I suddenly feel that all my perseverance in this life has been worthwhile. If possible, I truly do not wish to disturb him, but I am left with no other choice. Little Pepper turned to face the vehicle, the window partially lowered, as the woman smiled lightly. In any case, I appreciate your efforts this time. Once the final task is complete, our communication shall cease. Inside the taxi, Xiaojia's gaze grew notably tranquil. He did not glance at the note in his hand, but instead stared quietly out the window for some time before exhaling. He sensed that someone had been watching him. Although there was no murderous intent, that gaze instilled a peculiar sense of trepidation within him. After a prolonged silence while contemplating the note, Xiaojie chose not to open it. Instead, he placed it in his pocket. Leaning back against the seat, he stared blankly at the ceiling of the vehicle, uncertain of the thoughts swirling within him at that moment. When the car came to a stop, Xiaojie finally regained his senses. He paid the fare and exited, opening the door to the small dojo, which always evoked a sense within him that it could be of great use. Abandoned for 2 months, dust had collected significantly. With no luggage to attend to, Xiaojie proceeded directly to the kitchen, armed with cleaning tools to tidy the premises thoroughly. What is this? In a corner on the first floor, Xiaojie discovered a pull ring, seemingly leading to a cellar. A multitude of images surged into his mind, prompting him to quickly shake his head, as many of those visions were indescribable. He reached out to pull it open, revealing merely a simple underground chamber. Why is there a hole instead of a door in the basement? Xiaojie silently grumbled as he jumped down and took a spin. The space below was not too cramped. However, inside, there was essentially nothing. Well, the treasure hunt concluded even more swiftly than I had anticipated. Can I? Xiaojie gazed at the basement, a smirk suddenly gracing his lips. I must have amassed quite a fortune by now, right? Scratching his head, he tidied up the basement and procured some tools. After placing everything down, Xiaojie dialed Li Xiaomi. Once the call ended, he delved into the basement to commence his ambitious renovation plan. The call had been to inquire about the basement's current utility. The response revealed that it had long been abandoned, prompting Xiaojie to openly express his desire to claim the space. Li Xiaomi readily agreed, as Xiaojie promised to pay the rent. In Xiaojie's vision, this basement held immense potential. The genetic knowledge acquired under Dr. Erskine, a vial of super soldier serum, and even a bald figure. These items and individuals would be wasted without a proper venue for their application. Xiaojie resolved to transform the basement into a small laboratory for some rather clandestine research. To achieve this, he required certain equipment. Just 2 months prior, he would have been at a loss, with virtually no connections, knowing only an artist named Li Xiaomi. However, now he contacted Little Pepper. After hanging up, Xiaojie exhaled in relief. The woman had agreed with such enthusiasm that it almost gave him the illusion that she would cater to his every request. Shaking his head, he prepared to continue his endeavors when a knock echoed at the door. I just returned home, Xiaojie wondered, as it seemed there weren't so many visitors when Li Xiaomi was around. Who could it be? Upon opening the door, he was met by a rather disheveled man. The man glanced at Xiaojie, then at the address he held, and nodded slightly, saying, "Hello, are you the instructor?" In an instant, Xiaojie's face turned pale. Seriously, could it be so straightforward? Moreover, where did my disguise go awry? Why was there someone holding a very familiar note, directly seeking me out? Who are you? Xiaojie asked, his complexion quite ashen. Hello, my name is Robert Bruce Banner. The man replied, a touch bashful, somewhat embarrassed, and a bit timid. I am here seeking assistance. After adjusting his nearly dropped jaw, Xiaojie blurted out, I didn't take off your pants. Chapter 83. Be yourself. The silence that enveloped the air following Xiaojie's utterance was almost suffocating, an awkward stillness that lingered uncomfortably. In his untransformed state, Banner possessed an undeniable charm, albeit slightly disheveled, exuding a refined demeanor. After a prolonged moment of tension, he took the initiative to break the ice. I believe that must be a misunderstanding. Indeed, you are correct, Xiaojie responded with a quick nod. Please, come in. Once Banner stepped inside, Xiaojie found himself momentarily bewildered. How had this esteemed figure suddenly appeared at his doorstep? The memory of the note Banner had held earlier caused a twitch at the corner of Xiaojie's mouth. Sighing in resignation, he closed the door and followed Banner inside. As he observed Banner walking ahead, Xiaojie couldn't help but glance at his trousers, quickly slapping his own face in disbelief. What a mess had he gotten into? If he had provoked this man, it could lead to the destruction of his abode in an instant. The Hulk's capacity for havoc was far more fearsome than that of a mischievous dog, after all. After surveying the surroundings, Banner appeared to contemplate offering a compliment regarding Xiaojie's living space. It's quite spacious here, he finally remarked, after a moment of thought. You are right, Xiaojie replied. I have been considering ordering a desk and perhaps changing the signage to open a detective agency or something similar. After all, people seem to come to me for assistance all day long. I never realized I had developed a vocation. Banner felt a twinge of embarrassment. If my presence has caused you any inconvenience, then no, it has nothing to do with you, Xiaojie sighed. I am somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding you. After a brief silence, Banner spoke again. Before we proceed, may I confirm something with you? Of course. The living room is upstairs. Let us sit there. With a glass of water in hand, Banner fidgeted slightly. Before anything else, I would like to confirm if you were the individual from that night. Xiaojie felt that this question was unavoidable. Well, I certainly did not intend to remove your trousers. That's quite all right, Banner instinctively replied, only to reconsider the implications of his words. What did it mean that it was all right to remove trousers? He pondered for a moment before adding, as long as you don't do it frequently, occasional incidents are acceptable? Xiaojie was taken aback. Of course not. Banner was left speechless, bewildered by the absurdity of the exchange. Xiaojie wiped the sweat from his brow, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. In any case, he continued, collecting his thoughts, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about my situation, and if you are indeed the person from that night, I can feel a bit more at ease. You see, at times I find myself unable to control my emotions. In such instances, I require someone who can prevent me from making regrettable decisions. Summer Night sighed, pondering. Before we proceed, could you tell me why you sought me out? Of course, Banner replied. I initially intended to leave this country, but ultimately, I was intercepted by the military. You see, they were not at all as I had previously envisioned military personnel to be. Rather than apprehending me, they sought to engage in dialogue. Although our initial interactions were somewhat unpleasant, we eventually succeeded in communicating. They proposed a means of assistance, contingent upon finding you. Summer Night exhaled softly, and then, I came here. Summer Night was taken aback by the haste of his actions. You realize how reckless that seems, don't you? They hardly appear to be malevolent. Banner continued. Moreover, they informed me that if there exists anyone in this world capable of aiding me, it must be you. My requests are modest. If only I could maintain my composure in times of turmoil, preventing harm to those around me, I would be utterly content. Summer Night fell silent. The military's notes were indeed perplexing. It appeared that Pepper had concealed numerous truths. Her willingness to accommodate my request for experimental supplies hinted that she was aware of Banner's impending arrival. If that were the case, Summer Night found himself bewildered by their motives. The very act of sending Banner suggested that they possessed certain information and had solidified his identity. The emergence of the Hulk was a tragic consequence of the military's experiments with the super soldier serum developed by Dr. Erskine. Few individuals in this world are privy to the connection between myself and Dr. Erskine, and among those still living, perhaps only one remains, Agent Carter. It is only Agent Carter who could have orchestrated this situation. Is it you? Summer Night's brow furrowed slightly. But if it were you, why lead me on such a convoluted path? Unless there are compelling reasons to do so. In the midst of silence, Summer Night suddenly retrieved a note from the pocket of his undergarment, unfolding it to reveal a single elegant line. Please be yourself. No additional information accompanied those words, and Summer Night fell into deep contemplation. In that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts surged within him. 70 years can indeed transform a person. Yet certain aspects of the soul remain immutable. If it were Agent Carter, upon confirming her identity, she would certainly not resort to such elaborate subterfuge, unless she is currently confronted with a predicament that cannot be directly addressed. Thus, it is evident that some unforeseen changes have transpired, leading to this juncture. Yet, if this is indeed the case, Xiaojie finds herself unexpectedly relieved. Perhaps refraining from hastily seeking out Agent Carter upon her arrival in this world was a most prudent choice. Employing the moniker of an instructor to enter the awareness of certain individuals may have inadvertently afforded Carter an advantageous position. Should Agent Carter truly have a scheme in mind, then her identity is likely known only to a select few. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have already come knocking at her door. Upon observing Banner, Xiaojie is increasingly convinced of her conjectures. A faint smile graces her lips. Is there any need for such formality between us? We are old comrades, after all. Chapter 84, Research and Analysis. Banner's request is met with Xiaojie's agreement. However, matters regarding the accommodation are beyond her sole discretion, as the house belongs to Li Xiaomi. Consequently, Xiaojie places a call to Li Xiaomi, articulating her intentions. The girl responds with a thunderous roar over the phone, yet ultimately relents. This is a girl who, despite her fierce demeanor, possesses a gentle and kind heart. Whenever Xiaojie encounters such individuals, she feels her own heart soften. Yet, what further developments lie ahead? Xiaojie finds herself somewhat troubled, even if everything aligns with her suspicions, and this is indeed Agent Carter's design. Would she not then be sending more individuals her way? Truth be told, even at Agent Carter's behest, she is reluctant to continuously welcome various troubles. Moreover, she cannot yet ascertain whether this matter is connected to Carter at all. Once Banner successfully takes residence, his first order of business is to assist Xiaojie with the issues in the basement. The prolonged neglect has rendered the area excessively damp, necessitating certain essential measures. This place is rather secluded, making it difficult for Xiaojie to seek assistance from others. So the two men roll up their sleeves and get to work. Banner is a man of few words, often possessing a melancholic gaze. The Hulk is perceived by many as an extraordinary ability, yet for Banner, it is merely a source of profound distress. If given the choice, Banner would unequivocally prefer not to embody the Hulk. This constant state of melancholy and sorrow likely stems from his nostalgia for a more carefree past. After all, it seems that once transformed into the Hulk, even the simple act of celebrating love is beyond reach. It is said that an accelerated heartbeat can trigger a transformation, causing certain scenes that should evoke adrenaline to become eerie and unsettling, even peculiar. During work, Banner appears somewhat dull and melancholic, yet he does not indulge in idleness. Coupled with the formidable physical prowess of Summer Knight, the two manage to work at a commendable pace. Nevertheless, even with their combined efforts, it took them nearly 3 days to organize the entire basement. The completed basement looks even better than they had anticipated, and just as Pepper's belongings arrive, they begin to move everything inside. A complete set of equipment is unattainable. Even if it were brought over, the basement would not accommodate it, not even allowing passage through the entrance. Fortunately, some fundamental facilities are sufficient to sustain certain experiments of Summer Knight, especially since he has no immediate plans for mass production of the serum. However, upon seeing Pepper, Summer Knight felt puzzled as to why this girl was associated with Agent Carter. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed rather logical. When Pepper joined Stark Industries, Howard was still alive. During that time, anything could have transpired. After casually chatting with Pepper about Tony, she informed Summer Knight that Tony mentioned encountering a lunatic when he was captured. Summer Knight was at a loss for words, wondering who instilled such troublesome traits in that mischievous child. Howard's tongue was not so foul. Observing Summer Knight's discontent, Pepper could not help but chuckle, saying, "The things have been delivered. I have a ball to attend tonight. Farewell." After seeing Pepper off, Summer Knight remained silent for a moment, refraining from inquiring further, as Pepper showed no inclination to elaborate. This silence was, in itself, a form of expression. As for the mischievous child, it was best to let him be for now, hoping he would soon evolve into a steel-clad rascal. In the laboratory, Summer Knight studied the test results, deep in thought. After a while, he began to jot down notes on paper. Banner sat quietly to the side, not daring to interrupt. After a brief wait, Summer Knight set down his pen and sighed, stating, "Your condition is more serious than I had imagined." Banner straightened up. "Go on." "Firstly, the most significant variable is that the data was unstable when you underwent the experiment," Summer Knight remarked, scratching his head. "The most direct consequence of this is that your current state is even less stable. Of course, in a certain sense, this is the essence of your extraordinary abilities. Your strength has almost no limits. It fluctuates based on your anger. Yet, similarly, anger can also lead to a loss of reason. This isn't solely a matter of Hulk. Even a normal person tends to lose rationality when enraged. It's just that the Hulk is more easily provoked. Moreover, during your transformation, it often occurs under the influence of extreme emotional states, and this sentiment has also affected Hulk. As a result, each time he manifests, his mental state remains in a condition of profound instability. "Have you ever attempted to transform while in an entirely calm disposition?" asked Xiaojie. Banner paused for a moment before responding. "That night, the evening you battled Bald Chong?" Xiaojie remarked. "No wonder your intentions were so clear that night. For the majority of the time, you must have remained lucid, correct?" "Indeed," Banner nodded. Xiaojie contemplated for a moment. This could serve as a line of inquiry, though it is not absolute. After saying this, Xiaojie unleashed Bald Chong, also known as Abomination. Upon seeing this, Banner became tense. Glancing between Xiaojie and Abomination, "This Bald Chong? Have you also learned from me?" "There is no time for lengthy explanations. I am concerned this creature may awaken. I would not wish for the laboratory, which has been painstakingly constructed, to be destroyed by the two of you." Xiaojie extracted a blood sample from Abomination's wound, and in the next moment, he stored Abomination within the disassembler's space. "Where did he go?" Banner exclaimed in astonishment. "To an intriguing location," Xiaojie replied. "In fact, I have always wanted to conduct an experiment. Would you like to be my subject?" "Absolutely not." Banner decisively refused, perceiving from Xiaojie's expression that this was hardly an enjoyable experiment. Xiaojie clicked his tongue. How dull. After diluting the blood sample, he extracted another portion and commenced his research. Banner was also quite adept in this area, and their collaboration progressed swiftly. When the data results emerged, Xiaojie couldn't help but chuckle upon comparing their findings. "Fascinating. What you both used is, strictly speaking, the same substance. Even if the serum he later employed underwent some optimization, it could not possibly yield a significant leap. Yet, why is there such a vast disparity in results? Could it be a matter of physical constitution?" Chapter 85. Stop. Don't run. I need directions. Each individual's constitution is unique, and the same substance will manifest different effects on different people. The super soldier serum is an exceptionally distinctive substance. Even the slightest variation might be amplified several times over. Thus, it is plausible that the differences in results stem solely from variations in physical constitution. However, at this juncture, all of this remains unverified. It can merely be regarded as a potential line of thought. In his quest for self-preservation, Banner has also conducted extensive research in this area, yet even so, their discussions ultimately yielded merely some seemingly plausible possibilities. The final outcome requires meticulous calculation and experimentation to ascertain. Moreover, one universally acknowledged strategy between the two is to control emotions as much as possible, maintaining rational thought and clarity. However, this approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. After all, even the Buddha possesses a fiery temperament, and Banner is merely human. To entirely eradicate his madness using this method is futile unless the Hulk can emerge, allowing for a calm and rational discussion. Yet the dilemma remains. Once the Hulk truly surfaces, who could possibly remain composed? As the evening wore on, two famished men consumed a modest meal before retreating to their respective quarters for the night. The following morning, Xiajie ascended to the rooftop as usual to practice. Despite not having achieved significant progress thus far, the rhythmic control of his breathing kept his body in optimal condition. This single benefit was sufficient to inspire Xiajie's persistence. He attempted to integrate the formless energy within him into his martial techniques, yet to no avail. Notably, Banner, upon witnessing Xiajie's daily rituals, initially contemplated joining in. However, he abandoned the endeavor on the first day, not due to an inability to learn, but because the adjustment of his breathing, acceleration of blood flow, and rapid heartbeat nearly summoned the Hulk. This experience left Banner pale with fear, leading him to resolutely avoid the rooftop thereafter. After completing his morning regimen, Xiajie was poised to further refine his teleportation abilities when Banner's voice echoed from below. "Xia, your phone." Late at night, Xiajie navigated the narrow alleys, en route to the subway station. The reason he had yet to return home at such an hour could be entirely attributed to Li Xiaomi. Early that morning, she had called from her school, requesting him to procure some paint. The address she provided was exceedingly obscure, and she insisted over the phone that without that particular brand of paint, she would struggle to paint at all. Xiajie found it impossible to discern the truth of her claims. After all, it is said that one who benefits from another's hospitality should not refuse a small favor. Thus, purchasing the paint and sending it her way seemed a trivial task. However, this errand turned into a full day's endeavor. That wretchedly obscure address nearly left Xiajie exhausted. What was even more daunting was his unfamiliarity with the local terrain, forcing him to consult a map while searching for the subway station. Could anyone possibly enlighten him on the precise location of the subway? Xiajie felt a lump in his throat as he realized that even with a map, he had become hopelessly lost in the labyrinth of New York streets. In the midst of his frustration, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed through the alley, swift and urgent. In the next moment, a group of individuals darted past Xiajie. "Hey, stop. Don't run. I need directions." Upon spotting them, Xiajie felt a surge of relief. Being lost in New York streets was not terrifying. What was truly daunting was that he had not encountered even a petty thug until now, leaving him with no one to ask for directions. The alleys of New York are reputed to be frequented by a band of ruffians who delight in harassing women. At long last, I have encountered such a group. Although they appear somewhat preoccupied, I believe I might just be able to interrupt their mischief. Folding away my map, I set off in pursuit. After a few strides, I discerned that this gang is likely divided into two factions. The first group is led by an exceptionally agile young man, adept at traversing properties and scaling walls with remarkable finesse. His movements are swift and fluid, showcasing enviable coordination. The second group, trailing behind, runs quickly, yet lacks the nimbleness of their leader. Moreover, this young man occasionally halts to launch surprise attacks on those behind him, employing rather peculiar methods. Most intriguing of all, he seems capable of suspending himself against walls without any support. When someone passes by, he delivers a swift kick, sending them sprawling. Who is this individual? I ponder, perplexed, how such a character could emerge on the streets of New York. However, I quickly realize my thoughts may be overly critical. If the streets can host a bald-headed man performing avant-garde art and a rotund, green individual running about in the absence of trousers, why not a nimble wall climber? A wall climber? My eyes widen in astonishment. In the realm of Marvel, when it comes to climbing walls, I hold a deep admiration for Spider-Man. Could it be Peter Parker? I am taken aback, for if I am indeed encountering Peter Parker here, the timeline becomes utterly confounding. As far as I understand, Spider-Man made his debut during the Civil War, which seems to be several years away from the present. Well, I must admit that I am uncertain about the exact timeline. But in any case, Spider-Man's introduction should belong to a later phase. Even Iron Man has yet to make a proper appearance. How is it that he has emerged? This timeline is a chaotic mess. Feeling somewhat frustrated yet not entirely exasperated, I seize one of the thugs lagging at the back. The individual is suddenly yanked by the collar, nearly choking, and before I can utter a word, he retaliates with a punch aimed at my nose. What grievance could you possibly have against my handsome nose? I shake my head and grasp his wrist firmly. I'm merely trying to, before I can finish my sentence. He delivers a knee strike. If that connects, it would be disastrous. Enraged, I release his wrist, then leap forward, delivering a kick to his chest. His body is propelled backward, crashing against the wall with a thud. I then stride forward, grasping his collar and furiously exclaiming, I merely wanted to ask something. Don't you dare lose consciousness. However, the individual in my grasp had completely lost the ability to stand upright. His body limp as if reduced to a puddle of mud. Alas, Xiaojie, feeling exasperated, discarded this person and continued his pursuit. Chapter 86. The little spider Xiaojie was in a state of utter frustration. The chaotic timeline was a trivial matter, for if Marvel's timeline were not a jumbled mess, it would be a shame to even call it Marvel. Yet, all he sought was to inquire for directions. Why was it so arduous? Damn it, stand still. Xiaojie seized another by the collar, but this one was even more susceptible. In his haste, the force of his grip tightened around the neck, and the sudden impact caused the individual to lose consciousness. Damn it! Xiaojie nearly transformed into the Hulk, roaring as he charged after this group. The little thugs, hearing the commotion behind them, were thrown into a frenzy. The agile youth ahead moved like a monkey, while from nowhere emerged a formidable figure who incapacitated one thug after another. What on earth should they do? Should they halt to deal with this one? Would the agile youth then escape? Should they continue their pursuit? Would they not be taken down one by this formidable opponent? Seeing the chaos, the gang leader realized the situation was dire. He decisively took a stand and turned to shout, Take him down. His finger pointed directly at Xiaojie. Upon seeing this, Xiaojie was filled with elation. Wonderful. I have something to say. Say what? Before he could finish, the group charged forward, intent on subduing him. Xiaojie, now furious, exclaimed, What the hell? I merely wished to ask for directions. Is this truly necessary? Seizing one thug's fist, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying. The next assailant was caught by the neck and lifted effortlessly, using him as a makeshift weapon that sent others tumbling. The young man sprinting ahead noticed the turmoil behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to see Xiaojie, an unexpected hero who was turning the tide against the thugs. Without hesitation, he pivoted and joined the fray. The thugs found themselves in a dire predicament, for a mere inexperienced little spider had inadvertently led them into a trap, with no escape in sight. However, following close behind was a master of combat, equipped with exceptional skills and vast experience. Coupled with the reckless assaults of the little spider, they found themselves caught in a relentless onslaught, crying out for mercy. Xiaojie was enjoying the fight so much that he momentarily forgot his original purpose. Yet, when he finally caught the last thug, he suddenly remembered he had come to ask for directions. Just as he was about to inquire, a foot flew horizontally and struck the thug, rendering him unconscious once again. On a summer night, Xiaojie stared in disbelief at the young man who had just leapt into the air and was now descending. Why did you kick him like that? Are you in cahoots with them? The young man was taken aback. Xiaojie was equally astonished. What led you to that conclusion? Is it because I left them in disarray? The young man pondered for a moment and replied, I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Setting that aside, may I ask you something? I'm afraid I have no time. Xiaojie interjected. The young man crouched down, rolled up one of the assailant's sleeves to inspect his wrist, then sighed in disappointment as he stood up and turned to leave. Wait, Xiaojie called out hastily. Yet, rather than pausing, the young man quickened his pace, scaling the wall in mere strides, climbing effortlessly like a great spider. Indeed, it is you. Xiaojie suddenly brandished a grappling hook, swinging it with precision to catch the edge of the wall. Gripping the rope, he swiftly ascended. The young spider, taken aback, was astonished by such an audacious maneuver. I asked if you could wait. I merely have a few questions. Xiaojie maintained his composure alongside the agile climber. The young spider grinned. No way. As soon as he uttered those words, he released his grip and plummeted from a height of 2 or 3 stories. Is he always this impulsive? Xiaojie mused, letting go as well, both landing gracefully on the ground. However, while Xiaojie descended with ease, the young spider, lacking experience, stumbled upon landing and fell onto the ground. Upon looking up, a map appeared before him. What are you so worked up about? I simply wanted to know where the subway station is. This confounded place is filled with buildings. It's making my head spin. Ah, the subway station? The young spider stood up, bewildered. That is all you wanted to ask? What did you expect? Xiaojie replied, exasperated, as he flicked his wrist. causing the grappling hook to vanish from his grasp. The young spider observed in astonishment, realizing that Xiaojie was indeed different. What is so different about it? Xiaojie retorted, even if it's unique, I'm still lost. Now hurry up and tell me, so I can return home. The young spider chuckled in disbelief. Hey, my friend, I think there has been a misunderstanding between us. That is abundantly clear. However, if you don't inform me where the subway station is, the misunderstanding will only deepen. Xiaojie's expression darkened. All right. The young spider sighed in resignation. Where do you wish to go? 20 minutes later. On the same subway train, the two sat side by side, enveloped in a heavy silence. The little spider gazed at the summer night, then glanced at the map. Finally speaking up, I never expected our destination to be the same. Indeed, it is, replied Summer Night, looking out the window. By the way, have we met before? The little spider inquired. Oh right, I'm Peter Parker. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're celebrating too soon. Summer Night rolled her eyes. Just as the little spider seemed on the verge of rolling his eyes in return, she added, but it seems I really have met you before. Yes. Over 2 months ago, you were pinned down by a golden-haired freckled girl while engaging in some rather unspeakable activities, weren't you? I believe your description is flawed. They merely intended to rob me. Peter's face darkened. And what you call unspeakable was simply them searching my wallet. Very convincing. Summer Night nodded without expression. Why do I feel that your words and your expression are merely a fade? Peter stared, bewildered. Summer Night nodded, saying, Indeed, you are correct. I am feigning interest. You shamelessly admit that? Peter maintained his astonishment. Chapter 87. The challenge. Peter was utterly exasperated. Summer Night's demeanor incited a desire to bang his head against the wall. What kind of person is this? With a deep sigh, he resolved to remain silent. However, Summer Night, rather than reciprocating his silence, turned to him and pondered aloud. What were you doing before? Cleaning up the streets? Me? Peter paused, then shook his head. No, I was searching for someone. Summer Night blinked, remaining silent. Encouraged by this opening, Peter continued. It's someone with a star tattoo on his wrist. I don't know who he is, but he killed my uncle. Summer Night's eyes widened in realization. It dawned on her that Spider-Man was searching the streets for vengeance. Scratching his head, she looked around the empty carriage. It was late. And even the subway was nearly deserted. So, you plan to search aimlessly? You don't even know who he is, relying solely on a tattoo? Not only is it difficult to find him, but even if you do, how can you be sure he is the one you seek? Peter fell silent. Letting out a sigh? I don't know. He tugged at his hair in frustration. But if I can't find this person, I will never forgive myself. I can't forget the look in my uncle's eyes as he was dying. He wanted to say something to me, yet in the end, he said nothing. There was a sense of reluctance in his gaze. He shouldn't have left so soon. He was a good man. Perhaps he needed to vent. Or perhaps he simply didn't know who else to confide in. Under normal circumstances, someone like Summer Night would never have been his confidant. However, on that fateful night, Summer Night had once collected claws before him, leading him to believe they were kindred spirits. Furthermore, 2.5 months prior, Summer Night had rescued him. This act instilled in the inexperienced young spider an instinctive trust in Summer Night, prompting him to confide his troubles. Summer Night, inexplicably sensing that he had become a sort of life mentor, gazed at the helpless, despairing boy with tears in his eyes and sighed. But you cannot recklessly charge through the streets like this. If you do, they will remember your face. What if, one day, these lawless individuals bring harm to your loved ones? Aunt May. Peter suddenly lifted his head. Yes, you are right. I need to devise a plan. Summer Night observed him. A plan? To continue this aimless search? Peter gazed at Summer Night, overwhelmed with helplessness. But beyond that, I do not know what to do. Summer Night pondered for a moment and replied, Well, I do not know either. When you are feeling so sad, could you perhaps refrain from expressing it this way? Peter was at a loss for how to display his complex emotions, which were nearly inexpressible through mere facial expressions. You do not even know, and yet you say these things? It is infuriating. I just want to hit something. All right. You should. Summer Night sighed. About to say something, but suddenly felt a sense of wrongness. What was he doing? Banner was still staying at his place. And now he was about to get entangled in Spider-Man's troubles? Even prior to Thanos' arrival, he could not afford to be careless. What he ought to do was find ways to enhance his own strength, right? Was it truly wise to immerse himself in all sorts of troubles while idling about? Is your plan sound? Hearing Summer Night's words, Peter once again directed a hopeful gaze towards him. If I said I had none, would you hit me? Yes. I would hit you hard. Peter retorted. Unfortunately, you cannot fight at all, Summer Night scoffed. Do not underestimate me. Peter protested. Ever since being bitten by the spider, he believed that while he might not excel in many areas, he was quite adept at fighting. Summer Night chuckled mockingly. Peter was filled with an overwhelming desire to strike someone. He had never realized that merely due to a person's smile, he could feel such a strong urge to lash out. Very well then. Summer Night suddenly smiled. How about this? If you can defeat me, I shall help you find someone. How does that sound? Defeat you? Really? Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, he was a boy who could not conceal his emotions. Summer Knight found himself at a loss for words. This child was so youthful that every sentiment was written on his face. You must not back out. Peter, noticing the indifference on Summer Knight's face, quickly affirmed. I will not back out. On a summer night, Xiaojie stretched his arms slightly and said, This isn't the right place. How about tomorrow night? Let's agree on a location and have a duel. Peter had been contemplating the idea of confronting Xiaojie all night. However, the thought of engaging in a senseless fight did not sit well with him. Xiaojie's suggestion was indeed quite appealing. How childish, Xiaojie silently mused. Yet he found it amusing. This boy was undeniably entertaining. By the time he returned home, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. According to Banner's routine, he should have been asleep by now. Xiaojie had always insisted that one must retire by 10 o'clock to maintain a calm demeanor. A lack of sleep could easily lead to irritability, which was particularly concerning when it came to Banner. I really don't want to see you running around without pants anymore, Xiaojie silently critiqued. He casually placed the package he was holding in the living room, intended for Li Xiaomi, and then made his way to the laboratory. Once again beginning to compare data. After a while, he let out a soft sigh, still at a loss. If the decomposition machine had not been upgraded, he could have ventured out to buy books to enhance his knowledge in that area. However, it was crucial that the decomposition machine functioned properly at pivotal moments. Xiaojie sighed again, recalling Little Spider. Engaging in a fight was merely a pretext. Deep down, he genuinely wanted to assist this boy, as Spider-Man had always been his favorite superhero during his childhood. Perhaps this chance encounter was fate? Suddenly, Xiaojie's fingers tapped lightly on the table as he remembered something, the Green Goblin serum. He gently tapped his temple with his fingers, pondering whether he was mistaken, but he felt he had seen it somewhere. The Green Goblin serum was developed from the residual data of the Super Soldier serum. If one could learn from another's stone, might this be beneficial for Banner? Chapter 88. A tinge of self-interest. When this thought emerged, Xiaojie's expression became somewhat conflicted. The Peter he had met tonight was clearly the Little Spider from the Amazing series. However, the Green Goblin in that series seemed to have perished without much screen time. Was there a connection between the serum developed for the second Green Goblin and the Super Soldier serum? Xiaojie was uncertain. In contemplation, he opened the computer in the laboratory and searched for information on Oscorp. However, the results left him scratching his head. Firstly, there was nearly no information available online regarding Norman Osborn. Conversely, the information on Oscorp itself was overwhelming, filled with countless inventions, innovations, and design concepts. Yet, none of these were of any assistance to Xiaojie. He is eager to discern the current state of Norman Osborn. In the realm of the extraordinary, Norman is depicted as a dying undead, tormented by a hereditary genetic affliction. However, in the initial rendition of Spider-Man, Norman Osborn is portrayed as a remarkably healthy individual, capable of using himself as a subject for experimentation, ultimately leading to the successful birth of the Green Goblin. Yet now, the information surrounding this individual is shrouded in ambiguity, leaving Xiaojie utterly perplexed as to which version of Norman he is dealing with. The only certainty is the existence of this person. Xiaojie scratched his head in frustration, glancing at the data on the table. After a moment's hesitation, he reached a decision. He would conduct an investigation. If that proved fruitless, he could always infiltrate the situation. After all, if even Peter could gain access to the spider, why couldn't he? Leaning back in his chair, Xiaojie let out a soft sigh. The reason for his intense deliberation in helping Banner, and his willingness to take risks to acquire the Green Goblin serum, is not solely due to his connection with Carter. After all, that is merely a hypothesis. Though highly probable, there remains a chance it could be otherwise. His motives are not purely altruistic. They are tinged with personal ambition. His personal growth has been rather sluggish, unlike Steve, who possesses an almost unfair advantage, able to withstand a punch from the formidable purple potato with mere human strength. Thus, he must plan for his own advancement. Since leaving the battlefields of World War II, the modern world offers scant opportunities for him to decompose weaponry. His previous mission to rescue Iron Kid presented a chance, but he cannot afford to linger in war-torn areas for such trivial matters. Most critically, the yield from firearms and similar weaponry has increasingly failed to satiate his growing appetite. Only the Hulk's trousers and Schmidt's pistol produce the kind of battle essence that provides him with a sense of enhancement. Yet, he cannot rely on Banner to transform periodically just so he can collect the man's trousers. After all, Banner's opinions on this matter are inconsequential. If Hulk were to be displeased, he could easily rend the earth apart to reveal its innermost contents. Relying on daily acquisitions of Banner's trousers for his growth is impractical. Xiaojie suspects that before he could ever realize his potential, Hulk would have already squashed him. This is simply untenable. Thus, after witnessing the birth of Iron Man, He has set his sights on the serum of the super soldier as his new target for decomposition. Although the decomposition machine was once incapable of breaking down the super soldier serum, that does not imply it will remain so indefinitely. The machine has undergone upgrades. And perhaps this time, upon successful enhancement, the serum could finally be decomposed. After all, one must always dare to dream. This is precisely why, upon discovering the basement, he immediately commenced preparations to transform it into a laboratory. He intends to recreate the super soldier serum here, thereby enhancing the experience of his decomposer. Even hypothetically speaking, should the decomposer upgrade and still fail to break down the super soldier serum, the Knight of Summer could still utilize it. In the past, circumstances were exceptional, but now, nestled within his own domain, he is free to experiment at will. With his current physical prowess, combined with the modifications from the super soldier serum, one cannot assert the extent of enhancement, yet it would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Although Banner's arrival disrupted this modest scheme of the Knight of Summer, the enigmatic stance of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Banner's plea for assistance unveiled new possibilities. If the super soldier serum could be decomposed, might not the serum that created the Hulk also be susceptible? Furthermore, the existence of the Green Goblin serum now seems plausible, leading the Knight of Summer to believe there is no reason not to strive for this goal. Even in the unlikely event that all serums are irretrievable and the Green Goblin serum does not exist, might he not still utilize the Hulk serum after successfully eradicating its drawbacks? While the transformation into a green giant may be difficult to accept, desperation could drive the Knight of Summer to undertake any endeavor. He has never lacked the tenacity to fight against the odds. Well then, even if all of this seems fanciful, Banner's arrival has also afforded the Knight of Summer an opportunity to bolster his rapport with Banner. After all, in the face of impending danger, he is undeniably at a disadvantage and would gain little if he could assist Banner in managing the Hulk's rage and reckless nature. Even if only temporarily, that would constitute a significant advancement. Perhaps he could even maximize Banner's favorability. Thus, his own safety would also be assured. Viewed from any angle, this is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. From a moral standpoint, and in terms of personal growth, the Knight of Summer has every reason to pursue this endeavor. Moreover, contemplating the prospect of becoming a free bodyguard, should he also consider expanding his connections with the young Spider-Man? Well, that fellow is still just a child. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., the Knight of Summer prefers not to become too entangled with them. Even with Carter still present, he remains hesitant. He is fundamentally not a citizen of this nation, and S.H.I.E.L.D. represents a national institution. Becoming too deeply involved with them leaves him feeling uneasy. He has no justification for idling at home before his journey, only to assist another nation in its conflicts post-journey. During World War II, it was unavoidable. Either they would perish, or he would. The current situation, however, is different. Though the world remains tumultuous, with nefarious villains persistently seeking to bring about its destruction, the stakes have changed. Yet, despite this, it seems that Summer Knight has no reason to congregate with the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a tea party, contemplating how to save the world. Such endeavors are the domain of heroes, are they not? Perhaps for some, but for him, they never were. Chapter 89, The Appointment. Heroes are fearless, selfless, capable of sacrificing themselves for the salvation of this world. Although Summer Knight has, under duress, engaged in such actions once, was it truly voluntary? If that cursed cosmic cube had not inexplicably landed upon his chest, how could he have possibly resorted to the absurdity of wielding the cube against Schmidt? Even the mere recollection of this incident fills him with profound regret. Why did he not consider storing the cosmic cube in the disassembler's space? Had he done so, it would not have wreaked such havoc. He would not have traversed the sands of time to arrive in this era, awaiting the arrival of the sunset signal. With such thoughts, Summer Knight sighed once more. What is the source of his current troubles? Simply put, it is a lack of strength. If he possessed the power to effortlessly crush the purple sweet potato essence, would he need to exhaust himself seeking benefits and bodyguards? Absolutely not. Once the purple sweet potato essence arrives, he would be swiftly transformed into a roasted sweet potato. Yet here he is, proceeding step by step. The first step is to ascertain whether the Osborn group possesses the Green Goblin serum. Summer Knight had a well-laid plan, but upon discussing it with Banner the next day, he encountered vehement opposition. The reasoning was a steadfast refusal to allow Summer Knight to take such risks for his own sake, rather than argue. Summer Knight contended that it was essential to take risks for Banner's benefit. Thus, the two found themselves at an impasse regarding this matter. Ultimately, with courageous resolve, Summer Knight confronted the Hulk, declaring, "In any case, this matter has been decided. It is not solely for you, but also for me. Moreover, this is merely an investigation. Just an investigation." In his fervor, he nearly divulged his true intentions to Banner. After a prolonged silence, Banner sighed and said, I understand, but you cannot undertake this alone. I will accompany you. Don't be ridiculous. Summer Knight almost transformed into the Green Giant, his face turning green. During the infiltration, what if, in a moment of panic or anger, you transform back? Banner was momentarily speechless, blinking at Summer Knight, unsure of how to respond. Observing Banner's softening stance, Summer Knight released a breath of relief, only to be inexplicably gripped by a sense of dread. What had just transpired? He had actually exchanged glares with the Hulk? Had Banner also lost his temper and summoned Hulk to wreak havoc, he certainly would not have been able to endure it, especially not Li Xiaomi. The individual merely went to school, and upon returning, discovered that the home had become a veritable garbage heap. Whom could one possibly turn to for reason in such a predicament? In an effort to accommodate Banner's emotions, the Knight of Summer pondered what might be said to alleviate the tension. To his surprise, Banner expressed with a deep sigh, It is precisely because individuals like you exist that I strive to maintain my composure, to avoid actions I might later regret. You need not say such things. I, too, am acting for my own sake. Hearing these words from Banner, the Knight of Summer felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he had ulterior motives and was not solely acting in Banner's interest. Regardless, the root of it all still stemmed from him. Banner gazed earnestly at the Knight of Summer, his eyes filled with sincerity and profound gratitude. Captivated by this gaze, the Knight of Summer reluctantly remarked, "To be honest, I have no interest in men." Instantly, Banner's gratitude seemed to dissolve like snowflakes, and with a frown, he retorted, "Neither do I." He then stood up and grabbed his coat. "What are you doing?" The Knight of Summer queried, bewildered by this sudden demeanor of a runaway. "I just remembered something, an important piece of data," Banner replied. "This data was with me until certain events transpired. In any case, I know where it is now, and I intend to retrieve it." "Be careful," said the Knight of Summer, nodding. "Don't worry," Banner assured him, then added, "You should exercise caution yourself. When it comes to infiltration and investigation, I cannot be of much assistance. I can only guide you in ways that minimize your detours, which is also for my own benefit." With that, Banner departed without a backward glance. The data he mentioned was something the Knight of Summer had encountered in a film. It pertained to the experimental data Banner had undergone, and possessing it would indeed save the Knight of Summer considerable time. After Banner's departure, the Knight of Summer found himself idly seated on the sofa, lost in thought. It wasn't that he had nothing to do. Rather, he was contemplating how to ascertain the existence of the Green Goblin Serum. After much deliberation, he realized that attempting an infiltration without a clear target would be futile, both time-consuming and likely to yield nothing. In the midst of his frustration, he suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How foolish I am. While this matter may not be circulating online, surely Spider-Man must be aware of it. Whether it be the original Spider-Man or the Amazing Spider-Man. Peter Parker and Harry Osborn were close friends. Furthermore, in the original version, Spider-Man had already known Norman since their school days, fostering a deeply familiar relationship. Though certainty was not guaranteed, it would at least provide him with a clearer direction. It seemed that he had arranged a fight with Spider-Man for this very evening. A grin spread across the Knight of Summer's face under the cloak of night. As the Knight of Summer arrived at the designated location, he beheld a figure squatting at the edge of a building, adorned with a red hood and sunglasses, peering into the city. "Were I unaware of your identity, I would certainly presume you to be a notorious villain, plotting some nefarious scheme." Approaching the little spider from behind, the Knight of Summer regarded the peculiar appearance of the arachnid with a hint of exasperation. The little spider turned around, noting that the Knight of Summer was still clad in casual attire, and expressed his discontent. "Why do you not conceal your identity?" The Knight of Summer blinked, replying, "Why should I hide? I have merely come tonight to deliver a sound thrashing, and it seems unnecessary to mask my identity. However, I must confess, battling you while you wear that mask would certainly ignite my fighting spirit." You do possess a mask, do you not? After all, you reminded me of it just yesterday." The little spider approached the Knight of Summer. The latter scratched his head, remarking, "Ah, the youth yet to graduate from the Academy of Delusions. Very well, I shall indulge you." With a swift motion, he pressed his chest, donning a sleek black outfit, complete with a wide-brimmed hat and mask, leaving only his eyes exposed. The little spider fell silent for a moment, seemingly entranced. "What's the matter?" The Knight of Summer waved a hand dismissively. "Is everything all right?" "Cool. How did you manage that? And this entire ensemble? Are you a mentor?" Chapter 90, Mentor Versus. "Spider-Man, how do you know about the mentor?" The Knight of Summer inquired, perplexed. Aside from dealing with a few petty thugs, he had not accomplished anything significant enough for others to remember him. "Goodness, do you truly have no idea how famous you are?" The little spider exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "If Aunt May knew I was fighting with the mentor, she would undoubtedly be proud of me." "Are you serious?" The Knight of Summer was taken aback. "Well, perhaps not. The little spider quickly corrected himself. But do you genuinely remain unaware of your renown? People at school often speak of you. The villain named Randolph was apprehended because of you. You have essentially become an idol in the eyes of many. Observing the little spider's enthusiasm, the Knight of Summer pondered briefly before stating, "So, you concede? Concede?" Peter was momentarily baffled, but upon realizing the implication, he responded with frustration. "Even if you are a mentor, I would never yield easily." "Oh, then I suppose my identity is not of great importance." The Knight of Summer sighed in disappointment. "No, it is very important." The little spider countered. The Knight of Summer queried, "Why?" "If I defeat you, it would prove that I have triumphed over the mentor." "And then?" The Knight of Summer pressed. "Then I would be remarkable." "Your answer is flawless." The Knight of Summer raised his thumb in approval. "Of course." After the little spider spoke, he sensed something amiss. "Why does it feel like you are still brushing me off?" "It is quite evident. I thought you had already realized." "I have indeed noticed, but I do not feel particularly pleased about it." Setting his backpack down and tossing it aside, the little spider gazed at the Summer Knight, brimming with eagerness. Summer Knight smiled and said, "You are indeed filled with fighting spirit. However, before we proceed, I wish to pose a question." "What question?" "Are you acquainted with Norman Osborn?" Summer Knight asked directly. The little spider's response was equally forthright. "I have heard of him, but have not met him often. He is Harry's father. And it has been many years since I last saw Harry." Why do you suddenly inquire about this?" "It's nothing, just a casual question." In an instant, numerous thoughts flooded Summer Knight's mind, and he felt a twinge of disappointment. According to the initial storyline, the little spider and Harry had always been classmates and friends. It is only in The Amazing Spider-Man that years separate their encounters. Given this perspective, it seems futile to place hope in the Green Goblin serum. That avenue appears to be entirely blocked. After all, in the context of the Amazing storyline, the Green Goblin serum does not exist at all. No. The little spider was not so easily deceived. Norman Osborn is a significant figure in Oscorp. You wouldn't randomly ask me, such a minor character, about him. You must know something or be investigating something. Goodness, for a superhero like you to suddenly inquire about him, could he be a villain? Summer Knight was taken aback. This fellow is quite quick on the uptake. However, recalling this character's original setup, Summer Knight found it unsurprising. The little spider was, after all, an academic prodigy, a remarkably intelligent individual, almost a polymath. Especially in the Amazing series, the little spider exuded an aura of omnipotence. It was only natural for him to connect so many dots instantaneously. Nevertheless, Summer Knight did not intend to dwell on this issue. If the matter of the Green Goblin serum were to dissipate into nothingness, then this would be the perfect conclusion. He then spoke. "What are you fantasizing about? It seems that since you donned that mask, you have become quite the chatterbox. Are we fighting or not?" "Yes." The moment the little spider proclaimed he was ready to fight, he had already leapt into the air, delivering a punch aimed at Summer Knight's head. The speed of his actions startled Summer Knight. This fellow truly acts on his words. Despite having a rather talkative quirk when masked, the little spider's movements were undoubtedly swift. Fortunately, Summer Knight was not one to be taken lightly. With a flick of his coat, one foot swiftly struck towards the little spider's chest. Suddenly, the little spider executed a mid-air turn, narrowly evading the kick while his left hand pressed against Summer Knight's leg, nimbly climbing to his back, attempting to choke him. Immediately, a sense of emptiness enveloped him as Xiaojie vanished without a trace. With the loss of support, the little spider inevitably plummeted to the ground, yet executed an astonishing maneuver that allowed his left hand to touch down first. As he pressed down, his gaze fell upon Xiaojie standing behind him. Supporting his entire weight on one hand, his legs kicked out. "Impressive," Xiaojie exclaimed, swiftly swatting away the little spider's legs with such force that his hands tingled. In the next instant, he disappeared once more. By now, Xiaojie had mastered the art of traversal, his form abruptly appearing on the opposite side of the little spider. Crouching low to sweep his leg, the little spider was taken aback. The speed of the movement was simply astonishing. Even the spider's sense, a formidable asset, could not aid him in thwarting the strike. He felt a jolt in his left hand, his body tilting as he momentarily hung in the air. Witnessing Xiaojie rise after the sweep, using his right leg as a pivot while his left foot launched forward, the two actions melded into a seamless assault. The little spider, already off balance in midair, was struck squarely in the chest. The tremendous force sent him hurtling sideways against the wall. Yet, the little spider adeptly performed 2 flips in midair, and in the next moment, he found himself clinging to the wall, upside down, resembling a colossal spider. "Come again." Xiaojie grinned. "Just let me rub my belly. That hurts, you know. How could you kick a young man's belly?" The little spider's tone was slightly disgruntled. This brief skirmish, though it felt lengthy, had scarcely lasted 10 seconds. The little spider believed he had fully leveraged his advantages, strength, agility, and the omnipresent spider sense. only to find himself unexpectedly sent flying by Xiaojie in their fleeting encounter. I never kick bellies, Xiaojie remarked. Then where do you kick? The little spider inquired casually. Xiaojie's gaze was leisurely. The little spider was astonished. Then you might as well kick my belly. As the words left his mouth, his body sprang off the wall, and in an instant, he was before Xiaojie once more. The battle raged on. Chapter 91. Incredibly delighted 10 minutes later. The battle concluded. Xiaojie and the little spider perched on the edge of the rooftop, Peter dejectedly removing his mask and sunglasses. In truth, the sunglasses were shattered, and the mask now bore a gaping hole, rendering the little spider even more foolish in appearance. What manner of monster are you? Do you never tire? Panting heavily, the little spider gazed at Xiaojie with frustration. The battle raged for a mere 10 minutes, yet Xiaojie remained unscathed, his skin not even marred by a layer of oil, while he, on the other hand, was on the verge of being kicked to death, having taken a punch to the face. It was one thing to not best Xiaojie, but after such an intense confrontation, it was disheartening that Xiaojie's stamina showed no signs of depletion, leaving little spider feeling somewhat aggrieved. Who, after all, was the true mutant here? A man must possess endurance, do you not understand? Xiaojie cast a disdainful glance at little spider, who felt an overwhelming urge to utter a curse. Peter let out a long sigh, his hands braced against the edge of the rooftop, tilting his head back to gaze at the sky, as if that might somehow ease his spirit. Why are you so adept at fighting? Although he had lost this round, little spider was still somewhat indignant. In terms of sheer strength, he clearly held the advantage. His spider sense was remarkably potent, enabling him to predict and evade most of Xiaojie's assaults. Yet, he often found himself ensnared in inexplicable situations from which he could not escape. It was akin to when they first clashed. Xiaojie had employed his ability to traverse space, swiftly bringing him down and following up with a devastating kick to the heart. At that moment, he truly had no means of evasion, forced to endure the blows. Throughout their encounters, he consistently fell prey to such attacks. Even when he anticipated Xiaojie's offensive patterns, his body failed to execute the necessary evasive maneuvers. Once or twice, one might chalk it up to coincidence. But after repeated instances, astonishment set in. He gradually came to the realization that Xiaojie was utilizing his attacks to continually corner him into a position where he had no choice but to take the hits, ultimately leading to his defeat. Well, with enough practice, one would surely learn. Xiaojie stretched lazily. His physique, enhanced by battle spirit, was remarkably balanced. While his strength may not rival Peter's, his endurance was equally formidable. If one were to liken his body to a character in a game, his attributes would grow uniformly across the board. In other words, he was a quintessential tank. Of course, such a simplistic comparison hardly suffices. For a person is not merely a compilation of data. You must have faced your fair share of thugs. Indeed, they all speak of you as a hero. And I share that sentiment. Even if you regard me as a hero, it does not bring me joy, you scoundrel. Xiaojie rolled his eyes and spoke in a tone of utter disinterest, uncertain if he would be met with a fierce reprimand from some blue-nosed creature. Furthermore, you did not defeat me, so even if you speak kindly, I shall not assist you with that matter. Peter fell silent, letting out a gentle sigh. Could you not show some leniency? I thought your previous sigh indicated surrender. Xiaojie shot a bewildered look at little spider. I never anticipated you were pleading for mercy. I have no one else to turn to. Little spider gazed at Xiaojie with a pitiful expression. After pondering for a moment, Xiaojie replied, If you desire my assistance, I could oblige. But you are not yet sufficiently mature for it. What am I to do then? The little spider blinked, recalling the earlier words of Summer Night. Am I to train for endurance? After pondering for a while and searching the ground for bricks, Summer Night concluded. Before your peculiar rise, I might as well send you to the hospital with a brick. It was you who said men need endurance. The little spider, however, remained obstinate, insisting that it is men who require endurance, not boys. Isn't a mature boy simply a man? The little spider was inexplicably fixated on this notion. Summer Night, momentarily at a loss for words, reflected that it seemed there was some merit to the argument. Scratching his head, he felt he had encountered a worthy opponent. This fellow's thought process was rather peculiar indeed. Undoubtedly, a formidable rival, not inferior to Li Xiaomi. In any case, he decided to set aside the topic of endurance. How did you manage that? That has nothing to do with you. Summer Night replied, exasperated. Your immaturity manifests in various aspects, such as that headgear of yours. What on earth do you expect to convey while wearing a mask? The little spider was certainly not a man of few words. And Summer Night began his search for bricks once more. No, stay calm. The little spider quickly approached and grasped Summer Night's hand, saying, Can we continue? What is there to continue with a man like you? Summer Night felt as though this troublesome boy was driving him to madness. He removed his mask to take a few deep breaths, feeling quite disgruntled. He too wished to replace this contraption, but found no suitable alternative. While the mask offered a degree of anonymity, it was undeniably drab, lacking any sense of style. Moreover, prolonged wear resulted in unpleasant odors and poor breathability. In this regard, perhaps he truly had no grounds to criticize Peter. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The key issue was that every time he offered a lesson, this boy would counter with a retort. Was there ever such a disobedient child? In any case, Summer Night emphasized, you are still immature. However, I can assist you with that. What exactly is immature about me? The little spider, puzzled, realized that Summer Night, masked as he was, could not convincingly argue against Peter's outdated gear. And what do you intend to do once you find that person? Kill him? Summer Night inquired. Peter froze momentarily, his mouth opening as if to respond, but failing to articulate his thoughts. Kill him? He could not bring himself to do it. Hand him over to the police? That seemed unsatisfactory. Capturing and torturing him? That would be a crime. In a moment of indecision, he found himself at a loss for a proper course of action. Surely, he couldn't just confront him, deliver a righteous lecture, and then turn him over to the authorities, could he? Summer Night scoffed. Are you content with that? Not at all. Peter sighed, conceding, you are right. I am indeed still immature. No worries, Summer Night reassured him. Everyone matures step by step. On a summer night, I extend my hand. My name is Xia Jia, but you may call me Xia. Peter Parker, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. After a moment of surprise, the young spider smiled and shook Xia's hand. Then, he heard Xia teasingly inquire, how pleased are you? Very, very pleased. The young spider replied candidly. Xia looked around in confusion. Upon hearing such a serious answer, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 92, Flights of Fancy. After enjoying a delightful conversation with Peter, he successfully forgot Xia's query regarding Norman Osborn. Furthermore, Xia agreed to train him in combat skills, enhancing his fighting prowess. As for maturity, that is a journey requiring numerous experiences. While Xia could assist in this regard, much would depend on the young spider's own understanding. Finally, Xia watched with satisfaction as the young spider donned his beloved large backpack and descended from the rooftop. Xia raised an eyebrow, unable to shake the feeling that the backpack clashed significantly with the young spider's persona. Truly, he is still a child, Xia mused, scratching his head. The information he gleaned from Peter left him somewhat disheartened. At least, for the time being, this Norman was the one afflicted with a genetic disorder, not the Green Goblin who soared through the skies on a glider, hurling bombs. While it seemed that the world had lost a supervillain, it felt as though he had missed a significant opportunity. With a resigned shake of his head, he leaped from the high rooftop. Just before landing, his form flickered, and the next moment, he appeared directly on the ground. In that instant of spatial traversal, all gravitational forces seemed to dissipate into nothingness. After this discovery, Xia felt assured that, under normal circumstances, he would likely not meet a fatal end from such heights. From the following day onward, Xia found himself inexplicably busy. Banner returned that evening, bringing with him a disk containing crucial data. After inputting the data into his computer, Xia began to compare and calculate, endeavoring to complete the incomplete equation. Since the path regarding the Green Goblin serum was effectively blocked, Xia had no choice but to devote his efforts to this area. Armed with the knowledge acquired from Dr. Erskine, he was fully capable of this task, though it would require a considerable amount of time. Moreover, every evening, Xia had to venture out to train the young spider in combat skills, which was by no means an easy endeavor. Whether it was strength, agility, or the uncanny ability to evade danger, the young spider possessed extraordinary advantages in battle. His spider sense, akin to an innate sixth sense, was indeed a formidable weapon among weapons. This rendered the training sessions with the Summer Night particularly arduous. Initially, it was possible to exploit the young one's lack of combat experience, yet as time elapsed, the scales began to balance. Although the young spider had yet to secure a single victory against Summer Night, the latter believed it was merely a matter of time. The sole source of consolation was that, amidst this rigorous training, Summer Night's own skills were also on the rise. In the laboratory, Banner descended the ladder with a plate in hand, only to find Summer Night seated at the table, utterly still. Time to eat, he said, placing the plate before Summer Night, yet the latter remained indifferent to his words. What is the matter? Banner inquired, waving his hand in front of Summer Night's face, only to find his wrist seized by the latter. Taken aback, Banner asked, what are you doing? Summoning Hulk? Of course not. Summer Night quickly released Banner's hand, exhaling as he spoke. I've completed it. What? Banner nearly turned in excitement upon hearing this. He promptly shut his eyes and took a couple of deep breaths before asking, what did you just say? I mean, I have finalized this set of equations. Summer Night handed the paper and pen before him to Banner. Take a look at this conclusion. Is there any fault in it? Banner donned his glasses, scrutinizing the document. After a moment, he could not help but exclaim, Summer, you truly are a genius. The last person to say that is now deceased. Summer Night rolled his eyes. And indeed, that sentiment had previously been expressed with utmost certainty by Dr. Erskine. Banner nearly choked, replying helplessly, "Summer, I still cannot grasp your sense of humor. Perhaps I am simply devoid of such a quality." Furrowing his brow, Summer Knight reclaimed the paper. "I have meticulously reorganized the entire experimental data at least 3 times, thoroughly completing the fragmented equations. Yet, they appear utterly nonsensical." Nonsensical? Banner was perplexed. Summer Knight shook his head, refraining from elucidation. He could not divulge to Banner that, although this set of equations was derived from the super soldier serum, it bore no resemblance to the authentic serum whatsoever. To describe it as nonsensical was a cautious understatement. It was, in fact, a complete divergence. Many elements were preserved, yet in critical areas, they veered completely off course. The most awkward aspect was that altering any single digit could result in the collapse of the entire equation. Is it useful to me? Banner, uninterested in the nuances of the so-called nonsensical, was more concerned with the outcome. Summer Knight remained silent. After a long pause, Banner sighed and stated, "I understand. However, I have a thought. Would you like to hear it?" Summer Knight turned his gaze towards Banner. Banner smiled and replied, "Of course I want to. I have not yet relinquished hope." Satisfied, Xiajia nodded and then stood up, scribbling equations on the small blackboard. Banner, perplexed, listened as Xiajia said, "If there exists another set of serum equations, do you think they could merge into one? And would this fusion lead to a pinnacle of achievement or result in utter collapse?" Banner shook his head and replied, "It is impossible to speculate. After all, we currently possess only this single set of equations." Xiajia paused in silence, then shook his head and asserted, "No. The ultimate outcome of this set of equations would yield something akin to a monstrous entity like Bald Chong. Although it may possess extraordinary healing abilities and formidable strength, it has completely deviated from its intended path. What it creates is a super monster, not a super soldier. So what now? You mentioned that the Green Goblin serum is essentially off the table. Where shall we find another set of equations to merge with this one?" "There is." Xiajia gazed at Banner but refrained from elaborating further. Banner stared at Xiajia in astonishment, and after a long pause, finally asked, "What would happen if the 2 sets of equations were indeed merged?" "I have been pondering this as well. The super soldier serum of yesteryear simply enabled an ordinary person to reach the limits of humanity. Yet, this current set of equations has transcended those limits into an astonishing realm. If we could retain all the beneficial aspects while eliminating every flaw, could we ultimately create a truly perfect serum?" Xiajia spoke these words with utmost seriousness, clearly not jesting. "Perhaps," Banner suddenly inquired, "if such a serum were to be created, would you use it?" "Absolutely." Xiajia's response was direct and unhesitating. Chapter 93, The Homebody Green Giant During World War II. He had refrained from undergoing Dr. Erskine's serum transformation due to his unique circumstances. Now, if he were to produce an exceptionally perfect serum that genuinely achieved the desired effects, why would he not use it? What reason would there be for him to create something and then not benefit from it? Thus, Xiajia's answer was refreshingly candid. He would use it. He yearned for strength. He aspired to protect himself and those he wished to safeguard in the forthcoming significant events. He longed to snap his fingers at sunset, experiencing the terrifying allure of that gesture. After observing Xiajia's fervent gaze, Banner chuckled after a moment. "Then let us strive in this direction. For you, and for me." Xiajia shrugged, gathering his breakfast as he and Banner departed the laboratory. In the experimental data, the most valuable insights had been completed by Xiajia, allowing them to bid farewell to this place for a few days. Attempting to merge 2 equations is no simple feat. Once a set of equations is completed, its structure remains intact. A single change can influence the entire system. To alter it is akin to scaling a mountain. Only someone like Xiajia, equipped with a decomposition machine, could entertain such notions. No one else would dare to harbor such wild ideas. Yet, even he must first organize his thoughts before making any progress. Perhaps he should wait for the successful upgrade of the decomposition machine to significantly enhance his knowledge in this domain. Seated in the living room, Xiajia indulged in a meal while the television was on. Across from him, Banner silently perused a book. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the screen, standing amidst a backdrop of microphones, and spoke. Around 9 o'clock last night, an incident occurred on the Williamsburg Bridge. Although much of what transpired is merely conjecture, numerous witnesses observed a criminal act taking place. Upon hearing this, Xiajia set his plate down. Through initial investigations, we have confirmed that an individual was present at the crime scene. This is why I am applying for an arrest warrant today to pursue the so-called masked vigilante, Spider-Man. Huh, Xiajia exclaimed as he lowered his plate. That kid told me yesterday that his girlfriend invited him for lemon base. Who would have thought he ended up committing a crime on the Williamsburg Bridge? Spider-Man? Banner blinked in surprise. Is he the little boy you mentioned? He has become quite famous lately. People say he is a messenger of justice, the protector of this city. You know about him? Xiaojie cast a surprised glance at Banner. Of course, I am a fan of his. Banner replied. I refuse to believe that someone like him would engage in anything disheartening. Xiaojie was at a loss for words. Could it be that the green giant was a fan of the little spider? What a bizarre turn of events. It seemed that since Banner had offloaded all his stress onto himself and taken up residence here, he had time to indulge in fandom. Otherwise, the constantly fleeing or destructive Hulk would hardly have the leisure to know who Spider-Man was. You are simply too idle. Xiaojie rolled his eyes. I ought to find you something to occupy your time. At this rate, you'll become a complete layabout. Banner chose to ignore Xiaojie, turning away and burying himself deeper into the couch, resuming his reading. Ever since he had acquired that data, his demeanor towards Xiaojie had grown increasingly casual. Xiaojie shook his head in exasperation, returning his attention to the television. The middle-aged policeman had vanished from the screen. He clearly stated that he was going to meet his girlfriend last night. So how did he inexplicably end up causing a ruckus on the Williamsburg Bridge? As he pondered this, a sudden realization struck Xiaojie. Wait, this isn't some mere ruckus. It's the Lizard Man. What is a Lizard Man? Is it a new animated series? Banner set down the book, revealing half of his face. Xiaojie, indifferent, finished his meal in a few bites and stood up, stating he had to step out for a while. Go ahead, go ahead. What would you like for dinner? I'll save it for you. Anything. With a sense of resignation, Xiaojie exited his home. A domesticated green creature. Who has ever encountered such a thing? I have. Xiaojie nearly shouted in exasperation. Yet there was nothing to take pride in. On the contrary, he found it puzzling that despite the little spider's increasing vitality, it became increasingly infatuated with the green creature upon transformation. Was it the feeding method that was amiss? Yet, that couldn't be the case, as Banner cooked every day. Pondering this, Xiaojie scratched his head and called the little spider. Hey, the little spider's vibrant voice came through. I heard you committed a crime last night. Xiaojie replied earnestly. Why didn't you invite me to such a wonderful event? Oh, Xia, please don't use that to tease me anymore. The little spider's exuberance was instantly replaced by gloom and frustration. You can't even imagine what I encountered last night. Indeed, that was what Xiaojie wished to know. I met a huge, strange I don't know how to describe it. After much contemplation, the little spider concluded. In any case, can we meet tonight? I would appreciate your assistance. Very well. Xiaojie chuckled. See you tonight. By the way, your description was utterly dreadful. Did you know? I think the truly dreadful part is you. After hanging up, Xiaojie found himself at a loss for where to go next. He had originally intended to seek out the little spider for information about the Lizard Man, a matter that intrigued him greatly. However, it seemed that the little spider had quite a few tasks to attend to today, although he could wait until the evening. What should he occupy his time with during the day? Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he felt a sense of uninhibited freedom. Observing the throngs of people and the intertwining vehicles, Xiaojie suddenly felt a desire to purchase a car. Then he realized he did not possess a driver's license. Ultimately, Xiaojie went nowhere in particular and settled into a CAF, spending the entire day there. His mind was blank, devoid of thoughts, as he quietly sat, listening to music, watching a couple argue at a nearby table, and glancing at the elderly gentleman diligently working behind the bar. Thus, the day passed quietly by. Reflecting on it, Xiaojie felt as though he had experienced a rare moment of respite. Nighttime. As the summer night descended upon the rooftop, the young spider donned a mask as a headpiece, simultaneously munching on a takeout meal. Sitting beside him, Summer Night observed in silence the food he held. Without hesitation, the young spider retrieved another warm takeout from his backpack. What's the matter? Summer Night inquired as he accepted the offered meal. Sitting side by side with the young spider. It's Dr. Connors. The young spider exclaimed. He is the lizard. Chapter 94, Capturing the Lizard. This was indeed Summer Night. As anyone else would struggle to comprehend the nonsensical ramblings. Just as Summer Night prepared to speak, the young spider slapped his forehead and said, You don't know who Dr. Connors is? He is Gwen's teacher at Oscorp. Oh, Gwen is my girlfriend. Wait, stop. Stop. Summer Night interjected hastily. Realizing that if this were a novel, the young spider would undoubtedly be one of those characters meant to inflate word count. His speech was a rapid-fire barrage, akin to a Gatling gun. Speak simply. Summer Night insisted. Oh, Dr. Connors is an expert in cross-species genetics. My girlfriend Gwen is interning at this company, and he is her teacher. Based on the information in my father's briefcase, I derived a crucial equation and assisted him in successfully completing a limb regeneration experiment. However, something must have gone awry. The young spider's manner of speaking remained overly verbose, exhibiting no signs of improvement. Last night, I was at Gwen's house enjoying her mother's lemon base. Oh, you must try that flavor. It's unforgettable. Summer Night regarded him with a look of utter disinterest. Ahem. The young spider coughed twice, continuing, Then I suddenly heard the sound of police sirens. Upon arriving at the scene, I found Williamsburg Bridge in utter chaos. At this point, he became animated, gesturing wildly. I was like this, and then that. Summer Knight felt he might lose his mind. After enduring the young spider's lengthy account, he grasped the events that transpired on Williamsburg Bridge the previous night. In short, the lizard wreaked havoc, and Spider-Man was there to save the day. But Gwen's father claimed I was a criminal, the young spider lamented. I am not. What happened next? Summer Knight asked, exasperated. Forgive me, but I truly do not know how to console a heartbroken young spider. It's all right. Gwen has already comforted me today. The young spider perked up, you know? I do not wish to hear about your flirtations. Summer Knight's expression darkened. Get to the point. Oh, right, the point. The young spider quickly replied. For various reasons. I went to Oscorp today to seek out Dr. Connors. On a summer night, Summer blinked in disbelief. How could you so casually enter the Oscorp group? A place I had pondered over for an entire afternoon without success? Surely, there must be someone inside. To my astonishment, I realized that our experiment had undoubtedly gone awry. The laboratory mice had morphed into a monstrous being that devoured its own kind. You would not wish to witness such a gruesome scene, drenched in blood. With a sense of exasperation, Summer sighed. I sought out Gwen's father, yet he refused to believe me. However, it matters not. You see, Dr. Connors has had lizard cells infused into his body. Consequently, he must have inherited some of the lizard's traits. At this point, the little spider spoke with enthusiasm. I now hypothesize that he is likely hiding in some sewer. Therefore, let us pursue him. We shall present this creature before Gwen's father to prove my innocence. Summer scratched his head, exhaling a resigned sigh. You convolute a simple matter. If you were to articulate it plainly, it is merely a case of a villain transforming into a giant lizard, poised to wreak havoc. Must we really apprehend this fiend? Going around in circles. Are you flaunting your romantic interests to me? I do not have one. The little spider hastily shook his head. I find it quite normal to have a girlfriend. When you next find a boyfriend, come to me and boast. I promise I will be utterly astounded. Good heavens, Summer, so you fancy men, exclaimed the little spider, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. How I wish to kick you off this ledge. What is the plan? How do you intend to proceed? Summer inquired, his expression darkening. Web it up, the little spider declared earnestly. Summer blinked, observing the little spider's exuberance. And then what? The little spider blinked back, contemplating. You likely did not grasp my words. I meant to say that I plan to weave a vast web in the heart of the sewer. Any strand that is disturbed will alert me instantly, allowing us to locate that creature. Thus, I ask, and then what? Then we capture him. But he is your creation. Do you truly believe he will not resist? Summer retorted, exasperated. Well, we are two individuals. The little spider replied earnestly. I believe that if we work together, we can certainly succeed. Optimism is commendable. Summer first acknowledged the little spider's cheerful disposition, then added, yet, blind optimism borders on folly. Based on your description, this lizard man, Dr. Connors, possesses razor-sharp claws capable of shredding metal with ease. He also possesses the terrifying strength to hurl cars with casual ease. Moreover, as a lizard, he undoubtedly has remarkable regenerative abilities. Although this power is primarily evident in a lizard's tail, given that he has completed the experiment, we cannot underestimate his defensive and regenerative capabilities, even if the outcome has deviated from the intended result. Such a fellow, I inquire. Even if it were just the two of us, do you truly possess absolute confidence in capturing him directly? After your analysis, I can't help but feel as though we are not evenly matched. Upon hearing this, the little spider spun in confusion twice, then gazed at Summer Knight. What shall we do? What do you mean, what shall we do? We will proceed with your original plan, set the web. However, we must make some preparations. What preparations? The little spider eagerly pressed for details. Do you know what the greatest distinction between humans and animals is? Perhaps humans are more aesthetically pleasing? While your answer seems somewhat valid, Summer Knight blinked. Nonetheless, I firmly believe the most significant difference lies in our ability to utilize tools, a capability that animals lack. Upon finishing this statement, Summer Knight retrieved a multitude of weapons and explosives from the disassembly machine space. Observing the little spider's astonished expression, he settled cross-legged upon the ground. We also require some rather specialized traps and flashbangs. I've got those. And, just to be safe, we ought to bury a couple of landmines. Chapter 95. The battle in the sewers. The following morning, the two convened at the agreed-upon sewer location. To be honest, Summer Knight had never intended to venture into such a ghastly place. It reminded him of an animated series he watched as a child, featuring a large rat accompanied by 4 little spiders. Oh no, they were little turtles, eating pizza in the sewers. Indeed, even a single little spider made Summer Knight feel as though countless voices were howling in his ears daily. If there were 4, he would surely lose his mind. After the discussions from the previous night, The little spider had completely surrendered to Summer Knight's grand plan. However, he still felt a twinge of conscience about using landmines against his acquaintances. Thus, after a night of tinkering, Summer Knight had concocted a few small devices in his laboratory, which he was now installing in the sewer. Meanwhile, the little spider, resembling a true giant spider, shot strands of silk in all directions throughout the sewer passages. Of course, this was not genuine spider silk. Its true name was the Green Demon Biocable. It was incredibly resilient, and within a small steel casing, it could store hundreds of meters of length. Peter had integrated this material into a device resembling a watch, worn on both wrists, allowing for instant deployment. This enabled him to swing through the steel jungle of New York. As the little spider's mentor, he had prepared 2 gifts for Summer Knight. However, Summer Knight found them quite cumbersome and was unable to exhibit the little spider's agile versatility, feeling instead restricted and unyielding. By the way, this little contraption was also an invention of the Osborne Group. After launching a strand of silk in every passage, the little spider successfully set the web. As he climbed upon it, he appeared, at a glance, like a large red spider, in the midst of a bustling atmosphere. Summer Knight cast a fleeting glance at the small spider, momentarily at a loss for words. I am quite cool, am I not? The small spider flipped over on its web, observing Summer Knight with keen interest. Ah, confidence is indeed commendable, Summer Knight declared while shaking a fist, proclaiming. One must possess confidence. The small spider, satisfied, mimicked the gesture, then curiously remarked, Why do I feel as though you are reprimanding me? You are certainly misusing your spider sense. Having secured her little gift beneath the water's surface, Summer Knight began to fidget with her handgun. Engaging in combat within the confines of a sewer, a handgun proved to be the most agile choice. Additionally, her deconstruction space housed a number of military daggers, ensuring that she would not be caught off guard in close-quarters combat. As for the sniper rifle, it was better left untouched. Summer Knight harbored other intentions regarding the lizard man. She aspired to capture a living specimen rather than a lifeless corpse. However, to speak candidly, Summer Knight felt uncertain about this operation. Although the small spider had undergone some training, it still exhibited a certain naivety. Furthermore, judging by cinematic portrayals, the lizard man undoubtedly possessed superior strength and defenses, far surpassing that of the small spider. While Summer Knight's presence did bolster their chances, her lack of precise knowledge about the lizard man left her anxious about potential unforeseen circumstances. Yet, with the bowstring drawn tight, there was no choice but to release the arrow. Today presented an optimal opportunity to attempt capturing the lizard man. Once all preparations were complete, Summer Knight gripped a military dagger in one hand and a handgun in the other, silently awaiting in the shadows. The small spider, feeling bored, lounged on the web, engrossed in a mobile game while occasionally conversing with Summer Knight. Instructor, aren't you coming up to lie down for a bit? It's really quite comfortable up here. I have no interest in sharing a bed with a man, Summer Knight replied in a deep voice, though her words elicited a roll of the eyes. It truly is comfortable, the small spider insisted, stubbornly. Summer Knight raised a finger, silence, and wait. Time passed in this silent vigil. Summer Knight had long since grown accustomed to such stillness, while the small spider began to feel restless. As Summer Knight remained uncommunicative, the small spider found the game increasingly dull. Habitually glancing at Summer Knight, he noted her still presence in the shadows, which offered him a modicum of relief. Yet, the silence surrounding Summer Knight instilled in the small spider a peculiar sensation, as though he could be swept away by the darkness, vanishing without a trace. When this thought crossed his mind, the small spider looked again at Summer Knight, only to discover she had disappeared. An illusion? Startled, the small spider feared he was experiencing a visual hallucination. At that moment, a strand of silk suddenly tightened, neglecting the whereabouts of Summer Knight. Peter immediately crouched upon the web, quietly awaiting his moment. However, during this period, the strands of silk around him suddenly trembled. Just as he was grappling with confusion, a massive shadow emerged within the drainage pipe. Holding his breath, Peter fixated intently on the approaching darkness. To his astonishment, a small lizard appeared upon the web, swaggering confidently towards the very center of the threads. Concurrently, numerous similar lizards approached from the ends of the vibrating silk. Undeterred by danger, they marched boldly past Spider-Man, treating him as inconsequential. Peter was bewildered, soon realizing that these little lizards were not advancing blindly. They were moving in formation towards a singular destination. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within him. He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to behold a colossal creature, its body a ghastly green, descending with alarming speed. Its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at his neck. The event unfolded in an instant, leaving him no time to escape. He managed to deflect one claw aimed at his throat, but the creature's other claw followed swiftly, resulting in a fierce stalemate. You thwarted me once before. This time, you shall not impede my progress. the lizard man declared, as the struggle intensified, with Spider-Man finding himself at a disadvantage. Just as the lethal claws were about to pierce his chest, a figure suddenly materialized beside the lizard man, Summer Knight. Gripping a military dagger in both hands, he thrust it into the sides of the lizard man's neck with precision. The blade sank deep, but to his dismay, it encountered formidable resistance. Summer Knight's expression shifted. He recognized the lizard man's formidable defenses and had thus forsaken a ranged pistol attack. He had refrained from acting until the lizard man believed victory was assured, seizing the opportunity for a surprise assault. Yet, to his astonishment, the dagger could not penetrate. The creature's muscles were as unyielding as steel, ensnaring the weapon with a vice-like grip. After the failed, decisive strike, the lizard man roared in fury, with immense power unleashed. He swung his massive tail, crashing it down upon Summer Knight's back. Chapter 96. The Battle in the Sewers. It is well known that tails are situated behind. Summer Knight had appeared behind the lizard man, while the creature's tail lay beneath Summer Knight's legs, poised to strike his back. Thus, the impact of the tail struck Summer Knight squarely. Despite the failure of a lethal attack, the already wounded lizard man erupted in rage, his arms thrashing, causing Summer Knight to struggle to maintain his balance. Simultaneously, the tail lashed through the air, producing a cacophony of sonic booms as it struck with tremendous force. The ominous wind howled, seemingly intent on cleaving the Summer Knight in twain. In an instant, the Summer Knight vanished. Yet, two military daggers remained embedded in the neck of the lizard man. The tail, having lost its target, did not cease its motion. Rather, it surged towards the lizardman's nape. Even the lizard man, startled, broke into a cold sweat, managing only to exclaim, "Damn it!" When the tail struck him sharply on the back of his head. Were he to be knocked unconscious outright, it would be a feat of artistry. The voice of Summer Knight materialized alongside his figure, appearing slightly elevated before the lizard man. With a powerful kick, he delivered a decisive blow to the lizardman's head. Caught between the two attacks, the lizard man found himself utterly disoriented, his body slackening as he fell toward the web. Just as he descended halfway, his eyes, which had begun to close, suddenly snapped open as he roared, "Never!" Grasping the web with ferocious strength, it snapped under the weight of three individuals, sending them plummeting towards the sewer floor. At the center lay a vast drainage hole, where torrents of water converged, cascading into the void below. Surrounding it, limited platforms were all but engulfed by the rushing waters. As the three descended, the lizard man swiftly righted himself upon landing, looking up just in time to see Summer Knight falling. In that moment, Peter shot out a strand of web, anchoring it to the wall, and tightened it, propelling himself forward. Upon reaching the wall, he aimed another strand at the lizard man. The lizard man disregarded the small spider, his gaze fixed on Summer Knight, awaiting the moment to shred him into pieces. His razor-sharp claws were poised to strike. Yet just as they were about to make contact with Summer Knight, he vanished once more. Where had he gone? The lizard man bellowed in fury. "Right here," answered the small spider, who, upon turning, launched himself towards the lizard man, delivering a formidable kick to his neck, forcing him to block. In the next heartbeat, one foot landed on the lizardman's arm while the other ascended to his shoulder. With a flurry of webbing, the lizardman's upper body was ensnared, transforming him into a massive bundle. "Ah!" The lizard man howled, his arms bursting forth to break free, snapping the webbing with sheer force. The small spider was flung back by this tremendous power, but the lizard man, quick to react, reached for the spider's foot. In that very moment, a military dagger silently pierced towards his armpit. The armpit, already a vulnerable point, offered no defense. By the time the lizard man sensed the intrusion, it was too late. As the dagger had driven itself deep within, the excruciating signals coursed through the central nervous system, and in an instant, the reptilian creature's eyes were drenched in crimson. Amidst the roar, it seized the arm with ferocity, clutching Summer Knight's right hand, its claws descending with the might of thunder towards her back. In a critical moment, time seemed to suspend. At that instant, Peter was hurled away, while the creature's claws were poised to strike Summer Knight's back. Yet, her mind remained remarkably composed. Her left hand pressed against the reptilian's back, and in that fleeting moment, she attempted to absorb its power. However, the endeavor met with failure. In a fraction of a second, despair engulfed Summer Knight. That claw was about to make contact, and although it might not spell death, grievous injury was inevitable. But then, ripples surged between the reptilian's back and her palm, ultimately coalescing into an indescribable force that propelled the creature away. With a thunderous crash, it collided violently with the wall of the sewer. What had transpired? Summer Knight gazed at her left hand in bewilderment. Could it truly possess such strength? Meanwhile, Little Spider flipped in midair, his feet landing on the slanted wall, also staring at Summer Knight in confusion. "Where's the Great Lizard?" The Great Lizard roared. rising from the base of the wall, drawing the military dagger from under its arm, glancing at Summer Night, and then at Little Spider. A flicker of retreat evident in its demeanor. Upon closer inspection, Summer Night couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the great lizard. Are you channeling Deadpool? The two military daggers adorning its neck rendered its appearance rather comical. Enraged, the reptilian yanked the daggers from its neck and turned to ascend the wall. Where another pipe awaited, should it slip inside, capturing it would become an arduous task. Summer Night's expression shifted, block its path. Without hesitation, Little Spider sprang into action, launching a flurry of webs that ensnared the reptilian's back, and with a mighty tug, he pulled. Do not underestimate the strength of Little Spider, though still unrefined. His instantaneous explosive power was formidable. The reptilian was yanked back, and upon hitting the ground, it severed the web strands. Before it could react, two cylindrical, ominous objects whirred past, accompanied by the voice of a figure clad in black, with only eyes visible. You're in the wrong position. What position? While puzzled, the two cylinders suddenly erupted with blinding light. The scream that followed was particularly piercing, as a nocturnal creature. The sudden burst of intense luminosity inflicted severe damage upon its eyes. As his eyes throbbed with pain, engulfed in an overwhelming sea of blinding white light, rendering him incapable of discerning any direction, a hand unexpectedly seized his tail and violently yanked him aloft, propelling him towards a certain direction. The moment a claw touched the ground, he sensed something beneath the surface of the water, and upon releasing his grip, an object attempted to spring forth from the depths. Although his vision was obscured, his acute instincts remained intact, and he swiftly grasped the escaping object in his palm. Fueled by rage, he crushed it with ferocity. Chapter 97. The reason for the hero's return home, a surge of electric light, and an explosive web erupted instantaneously from the minuscule device in the lizardman's possession. Within a heartbeat, the upper half of the lizard man was ensnared with relentless force. The trinket Peter had gifted to Summer Night was utilized to its fullest potential. Capable of extending hundreds of meters, the web almost completely enveloped the lizardman's torso. The intense electric current was an enhancement added by Summer Night, causing the lizardman's body to tremble violently. However, a dire issue soon emerged. When Summer Night had crafted this device, all his focus had been on amplifying its lethality. Thus he deemed the electric shock essential. Yet in this moment of detonation, he suddenly realized a grave oversight. Beneath him lay water. Even more alarmingly, he was also submerged. The powerful currents surged through the water, crackling ominously as several of the gifts Summer Night had prepared were activated, unleashing a torrent of webs throughout the sewer. The fierce current threatening to culminate in a tempest of electricity. In an instant of despair, Summer Night vanished, reappearing midair. In another flash, he found himself clinging to Peter's back, his arms wrapped around Peter's neck to secure his position. Hey, take it easy. You're about to strangle me, Peter exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the magnificent chaos unfolding below, eventually stammering, Instructor, I believe your true strength lies in your greater ferocity than mine. Summer Night's expression darkened. This was undoubtedly a critical blunder he had not foreseen. The tumult of electricity and webs did not last long, and after 2 or 3 seconds, tranquility was restored. With Spider-Man bearing Summer Night upon his back, they both peered down, witnessing a tranquil scene amidst the curling smoke. Such peace, Summer Night mused, only to erupt in fury. But where is the lizard man? As Peter released his grip, they both plummeted, and Summer Night flickered once more, reappearing in the water. The electric current had dissipated entirely. In exchanging glances, they arrived at the location where the lizard man should have been. All that remains are torn spider silk and faint scorch marks on the wall. However, the lizard man has vanished without a trace. Thus, we can conclude that this fellow has fled. Peter exclaimed to Knight of Summer with great delight. Knight of Summer let out a deep sigh. After all this effort, we still let this guy slip away. No worries, Instructor. I believe we should be pleased. At the very least, if the two of us join forces, he should stand no chance against us. Rather than feeling disheartened, he appeared quite cheerful. The nature of battle is perpetually unpredictable. One must never underestimate any adversary. The little spider nodded earnestly, then inquired, What shall we do now? Let us seek out his lair, Knight of Summer replied. I recall the direction from whence he came. Goodness, you were watching the entire time? The little spider exclaimed in surprise. I thought you had gone to the restroom. No, I was present the whole time. So, you witnessed me being pinned down by him? Indeed, I observed him overpower you and engage in some unspeakable actions. I believe you have a grave misunderstanding of what unspeakable entails. Amidst their banter, the two traversed the drainage pipes to a certain location. It was not particularly far. Here lay a computer and numerous experimental instruments. Before they could express their astonishment, they discovered another set of descending stairs, leading to a larger underground chamber filled with a myriad of data and video files documenting the experiments. He is conducting experiments on himself. Peter removed his mask, feeling suffocated by the surroundings. He may have lost his sanity. Knight of Summer approached the computer, perusing all the experimental data. However, upon encountering a specific set of equations, his expression momentarily stiffened. His fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table as he fell deep into thought. Instructor, what do you think he will ultimately accomplish? Peter's voice interrupted Knight of Summer's contemplation, prompting him to silently memorize the equations before replying. I do not know, but if he has indeed gone mad, then whatever he does next could be anything. Casting a glance at the little spider, Knight of Summer shrugged. Yet for us, the most crucial task is to find a way to locate him. Agreed. Peter surveyed the surroundings. What about this place? Leave it be, Knight of Summer replied. Now is not the time to deal with this. Exiting the sewer, Peter and Knight of Summer parted ways. The reason causing Knight of Summer to chuckle as he mentioned he needed to return home to complete his homework. Just moments ago, they were engaged in an epic battle with the Lizard Man, and now one must return home to write assignments. It was utterly absurd. By the way, dear friends in America, isn't the homework supposed to be minimal? Peter was no longer able to hear the complaints. After indulging in a moment of self-appreciation regarding his own remarks, Xiaojie glanced at the entrance of the sewer. Surely, he wouldn't return so soon? Rubbing his head, Xiaojie turned and headed home. He had no intention of seeking out the Lizard Man for a conversation while alone. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that neither party held a friendly disposition toward the other. With Peter absent, venturing alone to engage the Lizard Man in dialogue posed a risk. What if their conversation turned lively and he was torn apart? In the laboratory, Xiaojie wrote a series of equations on the small blackboard, then crossed his arms and fell into deep contemplation. What was this? Banner, munching on a burger behind him, casually offered Xiaojie one while inquiring about his findings from the night. As Xiaojie bit into the burger, he responded, although this diverges significantly from our primary research direction, there seems to be a common thread. The self-repairing abilities, interspecies genetics, the traits are all too conspicuous. Humanity will be supplanted by its primal instincts. Shaking his head, Xiaojie glanced at Banner, hesitated momentarily, and then spoke. To be honest, Banner, you really ought to stop moping around the house. Your face has noticeably expanded. Chapter 98. How Banner gained weight. Banner had evidently been gaining weight lately. His face had grown larger, and his physique was increasingly taking on the shape of a middle-aged, portly man. Banner dismissed it with a scoff. You must be envious of my impeccable figure. Xiaojie opened his mouth to respond, then sighed. I truly admire your inexplicable confidence. After swallowing a few bites of the burger, Xiaojie returned to the small blackboard, periodically jotting down figures, then proceeding with a series of calculations, only to shake his head in disappointment. What are you working on? Banner asked, noticing Xiaojie's fervent activity. Does this equation have anything to do with our research? Not significantly, Xiaojie replied, but it is quite intriguing. The equation suggests a fascinating concept, researching interspecies genetics, utilizing animal cell characteristics to compensate for the deficiencies in humans, ultimately striving for perfection. Perfect serum? Banner gazed at Xiaojie. Xiaojie shook his head. It's merely a line of thought, perhaps of no practical use. Could you refrain from interrupting me? Of course. Banner continued. What would you like to eat tomorrow morning? After a considerable pause, Xiaojie finally said, whatever. The laboratory was left in solitude with Xiaojie, the sound of the keyboard tapping, the occasional rustle of paper and pen, and his sighs, interspersed with laughter. He busied himself throughout the night, yet by the following morning, he stared at the disordered data on paper, furrowing his brow in frustration. This is illogical. Why is it like this? Throughout the night, he was engrossed in a singular pursuit, calculation. He meticulously assessed the potential implications of this set of equations, translating them from the perspective of an ordinary individual to that of Banner and even into the metrics of his own physique. Yet, despite his efforts, the final computations yielded nothing but failure. Neither he nor Banner could achieve a perfect integration of the serum into their bodies, thereby acquiring the extraordinary abilities akin to that of a little spider. Conversely, the calculations revealed to Xiaojie that any forced fusion would result in catastrophic consequences. He rubbed his temples vigorously, crumpling the paper before him into a ball and tossing it into the wastebasket, feeling ensnared in a perplexing dilemma that seemed impossible to unravel. Perhaps I require some exceptional talent? An expert in interspecies genetics? Should I summon the Lizard Man to assist me in my research? However, the thought of the Lizard Man reminded Xiaojie of the scene in the movie where he sought out Peter at school. Perhaps this could indeed present an opportunity. Rising to his feet, Xiaojie departed the laboratory. Meanwhile, when Banner entered the lab carrying a large plate of pasta, he was met with the sight of an empty room, prompting a resigned sigh. As he consumed Xiaojie's breakfast, He muttered, "This is how I end up gaining weight." Peter's school was named Midtown. In their casual banter, this loquacious child had divulged nearly all aspects of his life to Xiaojie. Hence, Xiaojie found it perplexing why Peter appeared astonished upon seeing him at school, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. "What brings you here?" Peter exclaimed, gazing at Xiaojie. "This is my school. Of course, I am aware this is your school, which is precisely why I decided to come for a visit today." Xiaojie could not disclose to Peter that a certain lizard man was intending to engage in a rather intimate and friendly discussion with him shortly. So he opted for a more diplomatic pretext. Observing the youthful faces around the campus, he could not help but chuckle. "What a splendid place. I assure you, if you do not rein in your gaze, a group of robust young men will soon approach you for a heart-to-heart." Peter sighed. "You've been corrupted. Who is to blame for that?" "Well, it is all the fault of Time Master." "Who is that?" Peter inquired, puzzled. "A villain, the embodiment of evil in this realm," Xiaojie declared with solemnity. "A supervillain? We can take him down." Peter clenched his fist. "Not to worry. He has already been thoroughly dealt with by other noble heroes." As they exchanged light-hearted banter, the two meandered through the school. This institution was not enclosed, which afforded Xiaojie considerable convenience. However, the issue lay in the fact that Spider-Man seemed to genuinely regard him as a mere tourist, leading him on aimless wanderings around the premises. "This is the gymnasium. This is the infirmary, and over there is the girls' locker room," he pointed out, fully aware of each location. On a summer night, Xiaojie was delighted to spend time idly with Peter, primarily because he was equally oblivious to when the lizard man would actually arrive. "Hey, Peter." A girl's voice interrupted the little spider, who was about to introduce Xiaojie to the female bathing facilities. Both turned to see a beautiful blonde girl approaching. "Gwen." Peter's face instantly blossomed with joy. As she drew nearer, he introduced her to Xiaojie, saying, "This is Gwen Stacy, as I mentioned before." "Oh, what did he say about me?" Gwen inquired with a playful smile directed at Xiaojie. After a moment's thought, he replied, "He described you as a gentle, lovely, kind-hearted, and generous girl." The little spider discreetly gave Xiaojie a thumbs up, relieved that Xiaojie had refrained from unleashing his notorious sarcasm. "My goodness." Gwen's gaze towards Peter seemed to shimmer with sweetness, as if her eyes were filled with honey. Xiaojie felt that, as a single old dog, he was ill-suited to linger any longer in such a setting. The palpable aroma of affection in the air was nauseating. "You two carry on. I shall take my leave." "Wait, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Xia, my good friend." "Hello," Gwen said, shaking Xiaojie's hand. "If you don't mind, how about we have lunch together?" Thus, Xiaojie found himself inexplicably joining them for a meal, though he could scarcely savor the food. His thoughts were consumed with pondering whether the school's cuisine was more palatable than the romantic banter surrounding him. It was utterly tormenting. After all, he had come to this place to lie in wait for the lizard man. Why was he now seated here, indulging in this feast? Though Gwen was an exceedingly cheerful and chatty girl, effortlessly engaging with Peter while still considering Xiaojie's feelings. The fleeting glances exchanged between the two kindled a spark of jealousy within him. What a magnificent trio we are. Struggling to suppress his burning desire, Xiaojie decided to make a hasty exit after finishing the meal. His reluctance to endure further moments of romantic overtures was compounded by a sudden recollection. Chapter 99, A New Usage. He remembered a small detail, Peter's camera. In the film, when Peter sought out the lizard man, he had once secured his camera to a wall, waiting to capture a photograph of the creature. However, after failing to confront the lizard man, he was swept away through the sewers, leaving the camera behind. It was later that the lizard man discovered the name inscribed on the camera, revealing Peter's identity as Spider-Man, which subsequently led to their conversation at school. Now, however, since it was just the two of them, the camera had not accompanied them. Moreover, Peter did not get carried away through the sewers. Instead, it was the lizard man who fled in disarray. The consequence is that the reptilian beings, who were supposed to appear at the school, can no longer be present. The details indeed dictate success or failure. Xiaojie lamented that he had overlooked such crucial elements, resulting in a complete waste of half a precious day. The only takeaway was his acquaintance with Gwen, but what significance does that hold? He constantly feared that the future provisions would be increasingly abundant. Returning to the laboratory, he resumed his research, which progressed at a painfully slow pace, instilling within him an urge to despair. As the time drew near, he prepared to seek out Little Spider for some physical activity, only to receive a call from her. "Xia, I know what the reptilian beings intend to do." Little Spider's voice was urgent, as if she were engaged in some vigorous activity. Furthermore, Xiaojie could hear gunfire through the phone. He was utterly taken aback. "What do you mean you know? What on earth has transpired this afternoon that I am unaware of?" "He has come to the school, and my identity has been discovered." Peter's voice was fragmented, gunshots mingling with shouts reaching Xiaojie's ears. "Now I'm entangled with the police. And Gwen has gone to Oscorp to procure an antidote." You must help me. Just as he uttered this, the call was abruptly severed. What on earth? Xiaojie sprang to his feet, hastily donned his coat, and dashed out of the laboratory. Banner, holding a substantial dinner, gazed at him with wide eyes. You can manage dinner by yourself. I must step out, Xiaojie hastily remarked before vanishing from sight. Banner looked at the food in his hands and sighed deeply. Next time you accuse me of being overweight, I will summon the Hulk to take you down. However, upon reaching the door, Xiaojie found himself momentarily lost. He was uncertain of his next steps. He knew the location of Oscorp, yet he had no idea how to get there. He was unfamiliar with the route. Even if he did know the way, he couldn't possibly run there, could he? By the time he arrived, the opportunity would have long passed. His concern was not for Gwen's safety, as the reptilian being had been quite friendly towards her in the films. His primary worry was missing the clash between Spider-Man and the reptilian creature. Should he arrive only to find that the police had apprehended the reptilian being, his plan to coerce and persuade it into assisting with his research would be utterly thwarted. Indeed, this was no jest. Xiaojie genuinely thought this way. Moreover, he believed it would not be exceptionally challenging, primarily because the mental state of the reptilian being could pose the greatest obstacle. After staring blankly at the door for what felt like an eternity, in a moment of desperation, Xiaojie flagged down a taxi. Hey buddy, where to? A young African-American man with an afro inquired as he rolled down the window. Upon seeing Xiaojie clad in a black trench coat, mask, and wide-brimmed hat, he paused in astonishment. As the door swung open and Summer Knight entered the vehicle, he declared, I'm heading to the Osborne Group. The instructor, a young man with an explosive hairstyle, glanced back at Summer Knight several times through the rearview mirror before exclaiming, I never imagined a hero like you would be driving a taxi. What business do you have at the Osborne Group? I just heard on the radio that it's quite perilous there right now. By the way, you must be in a hurry. Taken aback, Summer Knight marveled at how this fellow's chatter rivaled that of Peter Parker. Without pondering why his reputation seemed to be common knowledge, he inquired, How long will it take to get there? 10 minutes. Excuse me? Summer Knight barely comprehended when, in the next instant, an overwhelming force thrust him back into his seat. The pressure hitting him like a wave. The car's speed had surged to an extraordinary level. Dumbfounded, Summer Knight hastily secured his seatbelt. This was pure speed and intensity. The sensation of the small car, soaring like a rocket, was utterly bewildering. Yet, that was not all. The driver, a young black man, navigated the streets with unparalleled skill. As if every road in New York were his own backyard. No matter the condition of the roads, he maneuvered with ease. Summer Knight doubted even his own experience with dismantling cars could match such deftness. Ultimately, the journey took far less time than anticipated. Merely 5 minutes had elapsed when the vehicle came to a halt. Ahead, the road was choked with congestion, and unless the driver could make the car fly, there was no way to proceed. Upon exiting, Summer Knight noticed smoke billowing from the tires and quickly fished out some cash to hand to the driver. Keep the change. He then fled in haste, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might lose his composure before the driver. The young driver leaned out and called after him. What should I look for? You still owe me $2. Summer Knight chose to ignore the remark and vowed to himself that in this chaotic city of New York, he would never again hail a cab. Beneath the facade of normalcy, these drivers harbored an extraordinary madness within. Gazing ahead, the traffic was immovable, and Summer Knight felt trapped. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly approached a nearby building. The scene on the street was chaotic, yet no one seemed to notice him. Looking up, he vanished in an instant, reappearing 5 meters above the ground, only to flicker away again, materializing at yet another height. During a previous battle, he had successfully traversed into midair to deliver a kick to the lizard man. Thus, the theory of climbing while transitioning through the air was indeed feasible. Now, during his official training, he found it was genuinely achievable. People are forged through adversity. With a soft exclamation, Summer Knight ascended like a flickering light bulb, shimmering upwards. In less than a minute, Summer Knight had already landed on the rooftop. Standing at the edge, he could scarcely believe his success. What an exhilarating sensation. Taking a deep breath, he gazed towards the direction of the OSI group. After a brief run-up, he leapt into the air, his form vanishing in an instant. 10 meters away, as he reappeared, he once again vanished, as if stepping upon the void.